Chapter 1. Lorik stood his ground as the mob of frightened people rushed past him. He could hear the constant buzz of the Lefers' wings, mixed with the screams of their victims. His heart pounded as the creatures drew near. They had the body of a horse, but the chest, shoulders, and head of a man. They wore golden bands around their long hair which hung down their back or streamed out behind them in the wind. Their fingers ended in claws that reminded Lorik of an eagle's talons, and they had large, pointed teeth that made their mouths seem to bulge. Their thin lips couldn't quite cover the devilish, yellow teeth. They had long, insectal wings that sprouted from either side of the horse's body, and they rarely used their massive hooves, preferring to hover just off the ground instead. But the most frightening aspect of the Lefers was the huge, scorpion tail that rose up from the horse rump in thick, hard-shelled sections and curled over the back of the creature. The tails had stingers that were larger than a spearhead, and the tails could strike past the Lefers' bodies, darting forward like a viper and impaling their victims. Lorik saw the Lefers who had found their prey rising up and flying south. The group of monsters in front of him was the largest he'd seen so far. Lorik, Vera, and Stone, along with the group of volunteer fighters with him, had traveled south from the Wilderlands, urging people to move north and make a stand along the border between Ortis and Basla. They had dispatched smaller groups of the creatures, but they'd never seen more than 3 at a time. This group was much larger. "Get your spears ready," he called out. The men with him were on horseback, but Lorik and Stone preferred to fight with their feet on the ground. They stood in the middle of the wide, dusty road while the group of harried refugees streamed past them. Lorik was head and shoulders taller than Stone, and his powerful body looked more like an artist's rendering of a god than a man. His skin seemed to almost glow, and beneath it massive muscles coiled like iron springs. He carried a sword with a long handle in his right hand, and held a large wooden shield in his left. Stone normally fought with 2 matching knives, but he'd lost one of the deadly weapons in a battle with the Norsec raiders. Now he carried a long spear and shield like Lorik's. Vera watched from a distance and encouraged the refugees to keep moving. Many of the refugees were farmers or shopkeepers. They were so relieved to have someone fighting for them that they stopped their flight to watch, but Vera urged them on. She was riding a pale white mare and carried a short sword that hung from her saddle just in case she ran into trouble. The men with Lorik held their spears ready to throw, and at Lorik's signal they kicked their horses into action. The horses raced forward, charging straight toward the Lefers. The volunteer soldiers had practiced the maneuver many times. They rose up slightly in their stirrups, then when they were 24 paces from their targets they threw their spears, letting their horses build the momentum that made their spears so deadly. The weapons flew across the small distance as the riders turned their horses and then raced away. Lorik was impressed as he watched the Lefers fall. Almost every one of the creatures had been hit in the chest with the deadly spears. Those that didn't fall dead instantly dropped to the ground and lay twitching as they slowly succumbed to their wounds. 4 of the hateful-looking creatures were unharmed and were moving resolutely toward Lorik and Stone. "They left us a couple each," Stone said playfully. "How nice of them. They're a considerate bunch of volunteers. Why don't you stop talking and start fighting?" "After you," Stone said. Lorik smiled. "Try to keep up." The Lefers closed in, their scorpion tails waving menacingly. Lorik ran forward fearlessly. He was fast, his speed surprising for someone as large as he was. The closest Lefer struck at Lorik, trying to impale him with its tail. Lorik raised his shield and the deadly stinger stabbed hard into the wood, penetrating several inches and sticking fast. Lorik jerked the tail toward him and then spun around, slashing down with his sword and severing the Lefer stinger. The beast reared, and the evil-looking human head screamed in pain, but Lorik was already leaping to the side to avoid the second beast's strike. Stone waited for the nearest Lefer to close in on him, then he threw his own spear. The Lefers rarely did anything to avoid being hurt, and just like the attacks of the mounted volunteers, Stone's weapon stabbed into wicked creature's heart. Then Stone drew his knife. It was made with a thick blade that was as long as Stone's forearm. The blade curved up toward a deadly point. The handle was simple, with a rawhide wrapping and a thick, brass knuckle guard that arched down over his fingers. Stone darted forward, trying to keep the fallen Lefer between himself and his second opponent. The Lefer flew up, trying to move over its fallen companion to close the distance with Stone. The daring fighter chose that moment to rush forward, so that as the Lefer drifted back down he was close to the beast's side. He raised his shield to block the inevitable strike from the Lefer's tail. He angled his shield so that the bulbous stinger with its vicious barb bounced off the thick wood. At the same time, Stone's knife slashed the Lefer's flank and tore into the delicate wing. The beast shouted angrily and a hoof came close to connecting with Stone's head, but he dropped to the ground, rolling over his shoulder and coming back up on his feet. The bloody knife was slammed into the sheath that Stone wore tied to his right thigh, and then his free hand pulled the spear from the first Lefer's corpse. The mounted riders had thrown their weapons with such force that the spears had penetrated the Lefer's chest and punched clean through the back. Getting those spears from the Lafers' bodies was difficult work, but Stone's weapon had only penetrated as far as the spearhead. He gave the weapon a wrench and it pulled free. He spun around, swinging the spear wide. The leper he'd wounded had turned, and was now approaching him again, but it saw the spear and dodged back. Stone pretended to throw the spear again, but the leper was ready for that and swung its tail to bat the projectile away. Only instead of connecting with the spear, the tail flailed and the leper, already struggling with the wound in its side, staggered. Stone rushed forward and thrust the spear at the leper's face. The beast grabbed the weapon and tried to pull it from Stone's hand. He let the spear go and kept moving forward. In one smooth motion, he jumped forward, drawing his knife and then stabbing the thick blade into the beast's chest. Lorik, having dodged the second leper's tail, spun around and flung the round shield straight into the beast's face. The leper brought its powerful hands up, but the heavy shield smashed into the beast's brow, opening a bloody gash that ran with black, sticky blood. "That's an improvement, I'd say," Lorik shouted. Then he drew a second sword which was almost identical to the first weapon, only with a shorter handle. He brought the swords together, each handle facing the other, so that the blades stood out in either direction. With a quick twist, the two swords locked together. The longer handle of the first sword, connected now to the second, gave Lorik a large handhold. He twirled the blades and smiled. "Come get it, you bastard, dot." The two Lafers, one with a wounded tail, the other with a bloody face, attacked together. In most cases, their tactic would have been successful. They angled in toward Lorik, hoping to trap him between their large bodies and deadly tails. But Lorik was prepared for just such a maneuver, and his swords gave him a deadly weapon that faced each of the horrid beasts. Blood was still pouring from the leper that had lost its stinger. And just as Lorik guessed, it attacked first, reaching for him with its long arms and razor-sharp fingers. Lorik leaned toward the beast and then spun around, letting his momentum give his sword the force it needed. He felt the steel slash through flesh and then bone. He was ajarred as the blade shattered the bone and then it severed the beast's left arm completely, just below the shoulder. The leper roared and veered away, but Lorik had his back turned to that beast and was now facing the creature with the gash in its forehead. It too had come in almost sideways, trying to use its body to box him in, but unlike its companion, this leper's tail was a deadly menace, striking down in a flash that was almost too quick to see. It would have stabbed through Lorik's chest, but the warrior dove forward, landing on the leper's back. The added weight made the flying horse's hooves touch ground and it instinctively reared. Lorik wasted no time. He had slid across the smooth hide of the creature's back on his stomach to avoid the tail, but in a flash he threw one leg over so that he straddled the creature. When it reared, he started to topple back, but his legs caught on the wings. The great, scorpion tail rose up, preparing to knock Lorik from its back, but the warrior stabbed his sword over his head and impaled the creature's tail. With a quick twist, he freed the sword with the long handle from its twin, which was stuck fast in the insect-like tail. Then a mighty slash sent the leper's head flying from its shoulders. Like a chicken, the leper bolted, its body rushing forward across the field. Lorik was forced to leap off the creature's back before it collapsed on top of him. The one-armed leper was dying, blood was spurting from two gaping wounds, but it closed on Lorik just the same. The giant warrior was rising to his feet when the beast lunged out with a thick hoof. The kick would have incapacitated a normal man, but Lorik had been changed by the magic of the forest elves and the wilderlands. His body was bigger and stronger than it had been before his epic climb up the towering king tree. The Dreyri Drew had restored his body when it was devastated by his fall after finding the swords of Ackerman, the very weapons he now wielded. The powerful forest elves had given him a great, magical strength. The kick glanced off his shoulder and pushed Lorik back several paces. The blow caused him to grunt in pain, but it left no lasting damage. The leper turned, its face once twisted with rage and then pain, was now frozen in shock. It hadn't expected to find the human still on its feet, much less charging for a counterattack. Lorik bellowed a savage war cry as he ran, pointing his fabled sword straight at the wounded leper, who was too surprised to move. Lorik had expected the sword to stab into the leper's abdomen, right where the horse-like shoulders morphed into the chest of a man. But just before his sword touched the creature, he felt a thrill run through the blade and up his arms. It was almost like the shock of touching one of the lightning eels from Lorik's home in the marshlands. When the blade touched the creature's flesh, a magical power burst forth and the leper was torn apart by it. There was a crack, like a small thunderclap, and then the leper exploded. Blood and gore was all that remained. It fell back, away from Lorik, before raining down on the trampled field. Lorik stood looking at what had happened, just as shocked as Stone, who was now covered in black leper blood and bits of horsehide. He wiped his face slowly and then said in a serious voice, "Was that really necessary?" "I don't know how I did it," Lorik explained. "I managed to kill both of my enemies without making a huge mess." "You're just jealous," Lorik said. "Oh, sure, I'm jealous." At least I don't have to use magic to fight my battles." Then they both burst out laughing. "You look ridiculous," Lorik said. "I may be covered in nastiness," Stone explained, "but you should have seen the look on your face." "I don't know how I did it," Lorik repeated in a voice full of awe. "You said that already." "It just happened. Remind me not to make you angry." "Let's go find the others," Lorik suggested, looking down at his sword. "That was pretty amazing," Stone replied, walking beside his friend. "I have to figure out what I did." Chapter 2. The volunteers had seen the battle. They cheered as Lorik approached them. Most of the volunteers were farmers or apprentices who had been forced to flee their home during the Norsec raids. Lorik and Stone had trained them to fight together, but to always strike and run in hopes of preserving their numbers. They were in awe of Lorik. His ability with the sword was unmatched in Ortis. Even Stone, a trained killer, knew that Lorik's fighting skills were in a different class now that he had been changed by the Drearidru. "All hail the conquering heroes!" one of the men shouted. The others joined in, but Lorik ignored their praise. He could see the refugees behind his line of mounted volunteers. Some looked hopeful, others fearful. He didn't want to frighten them, but he knew they needed a healthy dose of fear. "We have to keep these people moving," Lorik said. "I want 4 of you to help them." "Do I have any volunteers?" None of the men made a sound. Lorik was appreciative of their loyalty, but he knew that fighting wasn't as glamorous as they believed. Most of them hadn't yet fought in a desperate struggle, or seen their friends die. The group of Lafers they had just fought was their biggest challenge to date, and while they fought well, they hadn't really engaged the enemy. He called out 4 names, watching as those men's faces fell, but each one obeyed without complaint. He called them to him and gave them specific instructions. They were to keep the refugees moving north until they reached the camp that was being assembled along the coast of the northern sea near the Wilderlands. There were thousands of displaced people there now, preparing for the army of mutated fighters the wizard Zalan had warned Lorik was coming. If the wizard was right, then they were in for a difficult fight and there was no avoiding it. "The rest of you lot walk your horses and retrieve your spears," Lorik ordered. The men dismounted and obeyed. Stone waved to Vera, who was driving a heavy-looking wagon that was filled with weapons, medical supplies, and food. Lorik had taught her to control the team of horses. They weren't a matched pair and the beasts could be unruly. She was improving with each day, and the horses, both were plow animals taken into service when their owners fled north, were growing accustomed to her instructions. They plodded toward Stone and Lorik now, carrying the supplies for the small band of volunteers. They had traveled far enough south that they were able to restock their food and other supplies from the local farms and villages they passed. The Norsec had raided deep into Ortis, but Lorik's band of fighters were nearing Ort City, which was the capital of Ortis, and while they met many refugees fleeing the Lafers, they were still able to find food more easily than before. "It looks like these damn monsters are becoming more and more abundant," Stone said. "That's the largest group we've faced," Lorik agreed, as Vera arrived with the wagon. "What happened?" Vera asked. "We don't know," Stone replied. "Lorik cast a spell or something." "So you're a wizard now too?" she asked, her voice serious, but her face revealing her mirth. "Don't start," Lorik said. "I can't even ask questions now?" "You aren't asking questions, you're stirring the pot." "I have no idea what you're talking about," Vera said. "You're spending too much time with this fool," he said, pointing at Stone. "Hey, that's not nice," Stone complained. "How did you do it?" Vera asked, serious for the first time. "I don't know," Lorik admitted. "I was fighting. The damn creature kicked me in the shoulder and almost knocked me down. Then I charged forward, but just before my sword struck I felt a shiver, or a tickle. Not enough to hurt, just enough to notice it." "A tickle?" Vera asked. "I don't know how to describe it. I felt something. And then what? And then as soon as my sword touched the monster he was lost for words. It exploded," Stone said, "all over me." Vera giggled. "It's not funny," Stone complained. "It stinks." "Well," Vera said, "you better find a place to wash up. You aren't coming anywhere near me until you do." Lorik and Stone untied their horses from the back of the wagon. Stone rode a dappled mare that looked almost like a pony next to Lorik's Shire horse. The black Shire horse stood 17 hands high, with thick shoulders and legs. The hooves were wide too, and although the horse was black everywhere else, the hooves were covered with long, white hair. Lorik climbed up into the saddle. He had not wanted to ride at first. He was tireless since the Drearidru had changed him. He could run all day without getting tired and actually travel farther than he could riding a horse. The big Shire horse had been recruited to pull the wagon, But they couldn't find a horse big enough to match to the huge animal, so Lorik had accepted the mount, since his huge frame packed with bulging muscle would be a burden to any of the other horses. "I want to keep moving south," he said. "How far are we going to go?" Vera asked. "At least as far as Ort City," Lorik said. "Surely there's some sort of ruler overseeing things there. We need to bring them on board with our plan to take a stand in the north." "What about the people farther south?" Stone asked. "I have a feeling there aren't many of them left," Lorik said. "Without protection, they would make easy targets for those flying horse creatures." They made their way through the now abandoned village that had been attacked by the Lafers they had just fought. Many of the structures were ruined. "They don't leave much behind, do they?" Stone observed. "It looks like the roofs are caved in on just about every building," Vera added. Lorik expected to see the bodies of people who had tried to protect their loved ones. It seemed unnatural to look around the village and see so much destruction, but no sign of the dead. It made the village seem almost haunted. Some of the stone chimneys still had wisps of smoke rising out of them. The smell of food being cooked was discernible even amid the odor of animal droppings and garbage that had been left in the narrow, mud-lined alleys between the buildings. "What if Fort City is just an abandoned shell, like this place?" Vera asked nervously. "Our goal is to find someone who can take charge of the kingdom," Lorik answered. "Surely someone must still be in the capital." "Maybe," Stone said. He glanced back over his shoulder to make sure that the volunteers were following along behind them and not rooting through the ruined city for treasures. "Do you think these creatures went into the marshlands?" Vera asked. "Not if they know what's good for them," Lorik said. "I thought your mud dragons were bad," Stone said. "At least they didn't actually fly." "Speaking of flying dragons," Lorik said, "I wouldn't mind for the wizard to come flying back in on his. I'll bet they could make quick work of these monsters." "There's not much hope of that, though, is there?" Vera said. "We're on our own here. King overtook his army and left us alone." "I find that hard to believe," Stone said. "Why wouldn't he leave at least some of his warriors to guard the queen?" "There was never any real love between those two," Vera said. "Not if the rumors are true." "So Queen Iselin didn't love her philandering husband," Lorik said. "She certainly wouldn't be the first." "Nor the last, I'd say," Stone added. "And the king was a pompous fool," Lorik went on. "If she's still alive, she could rally the people to our cause and lift the spirits of all the refugees who had to flee their homes." "Unless she really is as cold as people say," Vera said. "I still think you should simply declare yourself king and have it done with," Stone said to Lorik. "Who could deny you? And besides, you're twice the man over was." "Don't talk that way," Lorik said. "I'm not trying to become king." "What about that kingtree thing in the Wilderlands?" Stone said. "Don't the forest elves already consider you our king?" "It's complicated," Lorik said. "Not so much," Stone said. "You're the right man for the job. That's a fact." Vera looked at Lorik. She had known him almost her entire life. First as protector, then as her lover and friend. He had been gallant when Stone had shown up in their village on the southern tip of Ortis and stolen her heart. He had befriended the young fighter and even partnered with him. They made an odd pair, the burly teamster and the lithe, young warrior, but their friendship had been strong. Vera loved Lorik like a brother, but she couldn't always understand what drove him. Now that his physical attributes had been enhanced by the magic of the Drew, she knew that Lorik could do whatever he wanted. She doubted that any man could best him in combat, and she knew that no woman could resist him if he tried to woo her. The young men from the farms and villages they passed begged to become part of his small force of volunteers. Yet, he still didn't seem comfortable. He still seemed to be searching for something to give him peace. "Let's stay focused on the task at hand," Lorik said. "We need to find a place to make camp. And I want scouts out in all 4 directions." "You've got it," Stone said. The young warrior turned his horse and rode back to the volunteers who were following on foot, leading their own horses to give the beasts a rest. He gave the men orders and they all mounted up. 2 kicked their horses into a gallop and rode past Lorik and Vera. The others spread out in a line to either side of the wagon. They stayed within easy shouting distance of the man to their right and left, just in case trouble found them. They set the butts of their spears on the top of their stirrups, so they could be held easily with one hand and quickly brought around and made ready for action. They rode until twilight, then they made camp, leaving the wagon in the middle of the road. They built small fires using whatever fuel they could find, included dried dung. Occasionally, they saw or heard people moving in the darkness, beyond the ring of fire, but they couldn't see in the darkness. Clouds had formed a blanket over the stars and the night felt oppressively dark. Lorik took the first watch, and he couldn't help but think of his first night in the Wilderlands. It had been dark there as well, almost like a cave, with the thick tree trunks blocking out any light that tried to penetrate the great forest. He'd felt exposed in the wilderlands, he'd felt the eyes of the Drew watching him long before he even knew they existed. Now, he felt a sense of barrenness, like a woman without children. The land was still alive, and he occasionally heard the shuffling of people moving through the darkness, but the sound he expected did not come. He listened intently in the darkness for the whirring hum of the Lafeur's wings. Hours passed slowly, but Lorik no longer needed as much sleep as before. A few hours' rest could easily carry him through 2 days. So he took the watch, letting his men sleep. Not far away, Stone and Vera lay huddled together. At first, he had resented their connection, their unmistakable love, but now he cherished it. They were his closest companions, the people who still saw the teamster, the simple man from the marshlands. He could trust them, and their love for one another gave him comfort. He really had no idea what his own future held, but longevity wasn't something he was counting on. He knew that if something happened to him, Stone and Vera would have each other to lean on. The sun was finally rising when he roused his volunteers. They broke camp and ate cold rations as they pushed farther south. It was close to midday when they saw a large group moving toward them. "Who do you think that is?" Stone asked. "I don't know," Lorik admitted. "Big group, though." "Very big," Stone agreed. "And it looks like they're staying together." "Let's go find out," Lorik said. "Be careful," Vera called from the wagon. "Yes, dear," Stone replied sarcastically. They spurred their horses forward. Lorik's Shire horse couldn't keep up a gallop very long, but it did its best. When they were finally close enough to the large group, they could see that it was mostly made up of villagers. Many carried their possessions on makeshift packs which they strapped onto their backs. A few had handcarts and there were children running and playing together along the edges of the crowd. "Would you look at that?" Stone said. He was referring to the large group of women in the center of the group. They were obviously servants, most wore plain dresses and they stayed close together. In the center of the group of women were 2 horses. The women who sat on them were older. One of the horses even carried 2 of the frail-looking matrons. "You think they're from Ort City?" Lorik asked. "That would be my guess," Stone replied. "Well, let's go introduce ourselves." They rode forward, coming eventually to a stop 20 paces from the crowd, which eyed them warily. A horn sounded and the group stopped. Many of the exhausted-looking villagers dropped their packs and some even sat down on the ground to rest. "Hello?" Lorik called out. "My name is Lorik. We have not time for bandits," came a strong, feminine voice from the crowd. "We're not bandits," Lorik shouted back. "We are volunteers. We've come from the Wilderlands to help fight the monsters." "Are you the same volunteers who defeated the Norsec raiders?" the woman asked. The crowd was parting and a smaller group of women, all armed with swords and shields, came forward. In the center was a tall woman, with thick, wavy brown hair. Around her head was a golden band with jewels that sparkled in the weak, winter sunlight. She stared at Lorik, both proud and cautious. "We are," Lorik said. "Although we had some help." "I will speak to you," she said. "Well, that's mighty nice of her," Stone said quietly to Lorik. "Let's go," Lorik said. They slipped off their horses and left the animals grazing on the trampled grass. Lorik walked toward the group, with Stone just a few steps behind him. The small circle of women with their weapons held ready spread out and the woman with the crown stepped forward. "What is your name?" the woman asked. "I am Lorik, originally from the marshlands, but of late from the north." "And you fought the Norsec?" "We did, my lady. In fact, we rescued quite a large group from across the border and helped repel the Norsec from Ortis." "You helped? Are there more groups like yours in the north?" "Some," Lorik said. "Volunteers were called for when the king's army left the border undefended." "The king's army," she said bitterly. "Ortis has no king now, I'm sure of that. My husband was a fool." "You are Queen Iselin?" Lorik asked. "I am," she said. "And these are the survivors of Ort City. We were beset by flying horse monsters." "Yes, we're familiar with the wicked creatures," Lorik said. "Then you know they are taking people south." "Something is very wrong," Lorik from the marshlands. "Something foul has taken root in the 5 kingdoms." "Yes, my lady," Lorik said. "A wizard came on a dragon, to the north where I was fighting the Norsec. He saved me, saved us all really. He and the dragon drove the Norsec back into the Wilderlands and across the border." "A wizard on a dragon?" Iselin said skeptically. "I know," Lorik said, "it's hard to believe. Well, I've seen monsters from my worst nightmares, why not a wizard on a dragon? He brought news from the south, dire news I'm afraid. I would hear it, no matter how dire, Iselin said. I will tell you everything, but I think it might be wise to keep moving north. My men will escort you and guard against the monsters, but a group of people this size will be a tempting target. Of course you're right, Iselin said. She turned to one of the other women. Vistance, sound the march. As you wish, my queen, said a strong-looking woman with a ram's horn hung around her neck. She lifted the horn and blew 3 blasts, the sound was low and solemn. The crowd began walking again. Lorik turned toward Stone. I want us to take a position behind them, he ordered. Have the men spread out and make sure everyone stays alert. We're going north again? Stone asked. We've found what we were looking for. Have Vera load the weakest into the wagon and stay on this side of the group. She can lead the way back to the Wilderlands. You've got it, Stone said. He hurried back to his horse and stepped quickly up into the saddle. He turned the horse and galloped back toward the group of volunteers. Lorik's horse watched him go with a large, brown eye, then went back to munching grass. Lorik turned back to Queen Iselin. Would you care to ride on my horse? Lorik asked. That is no beast for a lady, Iselin said. I would feel safer if you were on it protecting us from those monsters. I will, my lady, although I prefer to fight on my feet, Lorik explained. He took the horse's reins and fell into step beside Queen Iselin. The queen's shield maidens surrounded them both and they led the group of refugees forward. You were forced to flee Ort City? Lorik asked. The city's walls were manned with volunteers. My foolish husband didn't even leave the castle guard. We had weapons, but no trained warriors. When the reports came in about the monsters, we closed the city gates and kept men on the walls. Unfortunately, walls don't stop flying horses. No, Lorik said grimly. I suppose not. We were quickly overrun. We stayed after the first and second wave of monsters, but it was soon obvious that it was only a matter of time before we would all be taken or killed. The monsters tore through the roofs of the homes and shops throughout the city. The castle was spared, but only because there were easier victims. So after the second attack in as many days, I declared a state of emergency and urged everyone to leave with us. What of the other nobles? Lorik asked. Surely the royal court was filled with able-bodied men to protect you. No, they were all called into service by my husband. He's gone south to Osla and left us completely undefended. I have news of the king, Lorik said grimly. Unfortunately, it isn't good news. There hasn't been good news in regard to King Over in a long time, Iselin said sadly. What have you heard? The wizard told me that a witch in Osla cast a spell over your husband and the entire royal army. That is why he went south and why he called for all his troops to join him. Unfortunately, King Over was slain and most of the army massacred. The grand city was destroyed by the witch, and it was she who unleashed these hellish monsters on the 5 kingdoms. Iselin was suddenly as white as a sheet, her lips pressed hard together and her eyes glistened with tears. Lorik felt sorry for her, but there was no use hiding the truth from her. He had hoped to find someone in Ort City who could rally the people of Ortis and deal with King Rickard. Queen Iselin had never taken an active role in ruling the kingdom, her husband was too flamboyant to share glory, even with his wife. Rumors abounded that she had been pushed aside when she failed to become pregnant shortly after their marriage. King Over didn't even try to pretend to be faithful. Instead, he was blatantly adulterous, taking to his bedchambers every young woman who crossed his path. Still, Iselin was known as the queen and people would flock to her banner in the sudden vacuum of power. The wizard told you all this? She asked. He did, my lady. He was there. I have only his word, but I'm a good judge of character. He helped us when he didn't have to. I believe him. So the king really is dead, she said, her voice almost a whisper. I'm afraid so, my queen, but that is not the worst of the news. What? She asked, her voice suddenly cold. These monsters aren't killing people, Lorik said. They are taking them somewhere, Iselin said. Yes, Lorik agreed. The wizard said they were taking them back to the witch and that she is transforming them into an army. He was convinced that army, or at least a portion of it, would come here. He urged me to ally with King Rickard and the Baskla army. He was going north to recruit the magical creatures from the northern highlands, before joining the army from Yelsia and what remained of the Falksian army. They were planning to make a stand along the Walheda mountains. It's like a nightmare and a fairy tale had a child, she said. How are we to face such horrors? As bravely as possible, my lady, Lorik said. I will lead your army. I have no army, she said bitterly. Then we will build you one. You must send envoys to King Rickard. Surely you can find safety among the royal court in Forksum, but the spurned queen of a spoiled and foolish king, whose kingdom is overrun with monsters. I don't think I'm much of a prize to be sheltered when all my people are in danger of death or worse. But you must be the rallying point for our people. If we're to have any hope of surviving, surely you can see the value of that. I see the wisdom of your plan, Lorik, although I must admit that it seems strange to be taking advice from a man I've never heard of before. You said you're from the marshlands? Yes, Lorik said. I went north to fight the Norsec invaders. And are all men from the marshlands of your quality? She asked. No, Lorik said matter-of-factly. My story is a long one, and there are those who tell it better than I can, he said. I wait with bated breath, she said with a smile. Let's keep moving, Lorik said, waving to Vera, who was steering the wagon toward the group of women in the center of the refugees. This is my friend, Vera. She will help carry the weakest women and children in the wagon. That will be a great help, Iselin said. And please, take my horse, he went on. He isn't much more than a plow horse really. He looks like a knightly steed, Iselin went on. What's his name? Drover, Lorik said, trying to hide his embarrassment. Chapter 3. The group stopped for a short time. Families rationed out the meager food they had, and the elderly were helped into the wagon. Vera took charge of the people hoping to hitch a ride, making sure that those with the greatest need were put on the wagon and those who could still walk easily were postponed. They were more than a week's walk back to the camp set up along the northern border, and depending on how much the Lafers harassed them, they would have to keep moving at a steady pace. The number of people needing to ride on the wagon would only increase, so Vera was careful about who she allowed to ride with her. Vera's got that lot under control, Lorik told Stone as they walked out to the rear of the group of refugees. Stone was walking now too, having given his horse to the queen. He and Lorik would walk the rest of the way, keeping to the most southern point of the large group. Lorik had sent scouts ahead of them, both to look for danger and for a defensible place to make camp. Other riders had been sent in search of food. Many of the abandoned farms still had food, although nothing in the quantities they would need to feed the entire group from Ort City. Still, there were many of the refugees who were too tired or too feeble to find food on their own. Lorik's volunteers could move faster than the refugees and carry more of what they found. It was a good plan, even though it weakened their defenses. You think we have enough men if another group of those monsters attacks? Stone asked. No, Lorik said. A group this size could attract hundreds of those things. Our best bet is to keep moving north as fast as possible. We can't outrun them, Stone said. No, but they seem to be moving in small groups. Maybe we'll get lucky and only have to fight one group at a time. So, Stone asked as the group started moving again after their short break. What did you think of the queen? She's strong, Lorik said. She was upset to hear about King Over. That's surprising, Stone said. I didn't think he treated her very well. I guess love comes in all shapes and sizes. Or maybe she didn't love him, but she knew him well enough to care about him. It's always hard to hear about people you know dying. That's true enough, Stone said. And the fact that these bloody monsters are just the first wave in a very wicked attack is enough bad news to set anyone on their heels. I can't imagine it being worse than these horse monsters, Stone said. I'll have nightmares about those creatures for the rest of my life. You surprise me, Lorik said. Is that fear I'm hearing? Damn right, Stone said. You'd have to be a fool not to be afraid of a creature like that. You never seem afraid when we have to fight them. Well, I am, he argued. I never used to be afraid in a fight. I could just shut fear down. I would fight in a rage and lose all sense of anything else until the fight was over. Now I'm always afraid. Because you were hurt fighting the Norsec? No, Stone said. Although it is sobering to realize I'm not immortal. What I fear is losing Vera. If something happened to me, she would be all alone. It only takes one wrong move and those creatures would carry me away, or get past us and carry Vera away. I can't get that fear out of my head. Well, I understand that, Lorik said. It's natural. You love Vera, it makes you a better fighter and a better man, even if it is a difficult weight to bear. It is, Stone said. But you have to remember, if something happened to you, I would look after Vera. I know that, but I can't rely on it. I trust you more than any man in the 5 kingdoms, yet I fear that you won't take care of Vera, not really. It's like I think I'm the only one who can do it. You're the only one who can be everything Vera needs, Lorik said. I don't think the way you feel is unreasonable. But it's not rational either. Nothing about this situation is rational, Lorik said. Not me, not the creatures we're fighting, not even the way any of us are thinking. But we're facing it, as honestly as I think we can. There's nothing more a man can do than that. I could run, Stone said honestly, looking into Lorik's eyes so that his friend knew that he was seriously contemplating what he was saying. I could take her and get the hell out of here. We could go north, to Baskla or even the Highlands. We could find a place to hide, a place where she would be safe and I could defend her. Out here, we're so exposed, anything could happen. You could, Lorik said. I wouldn't blame you or even try to stop you. You've given more of yourself than anyone could expect. I would miss you both, but if you feel like that is the best thing for you to do, you should do it. Stone shook his head. You think I should? I think you're fooling yourself, Lorik said. There is no place to hide. If we die here, perhaps it will mean something, but ultimately we'll all have to face this danger, if it is as bad as the wizard predicted. And if it isn't, then you're just as well off here with us. I don't think running and hiding would be good for you or for Vera, but I understand the desire. But what if we stay and we're overrun? Stone said. I was helpless against the Norsec when they overran our camp. I had to send Vera away and then I wasn't any use to anyone. I killed some of them and managed to survive, but that was all. You did more than survive, Lorik said. You followed the raiders and took the fight to them. I couldn't have done it without you, Stone said. And I couldn't have done it without you. That's where you're wrong. You didn't need me. You were like some warrior from the old stories. You could have fought an entire army. No, Lorik said. I would have died fighting the Norsec if the wizard hadn't saved me when he did. I don't know about that, Stone countered. You were like a force of nature. I'm stronger with you beside me, Lorik replied. They walked through the afternoon and eventually made camp for the night. The sprawling group took shelter near an abandoned village. Enough food and ale was found to feed the large group. Fires were kindled and everyone settled down for the night. Lorik found himself on watch once again. The moon was visible in the sky, but it was little more than a sliver. Lorik listened to the sounds of insects and night creatures as the noise from the camp finally settled down. There were other men from Lorik's volunteers standing watch around the large group. Stone would come and relieve Lorik halfway through the night. Everything that could be taken care of in regard to the large group of refugees was being done, but Lorik was nervous. He feared what might happen if they were attacked. His men knew how to fight the monsters, but the group of refugees were scared. It wouldn't take much to send them into a panic. He had no way to protect them if they didn't stay together. The monsters weren't rational, they didn't fight strategically, but they were drawn to weakness. If the group of refugees scattered, the monsters would too, avoiding Lorik's men and picking off the fleeing villagers. You seem tense, Iselin said. She had come up quietly behind him. He was well away from the camp, standing in the darkness. It was cold and he was wrapped in a thick cloak, his sword strapped to his back and his hands tucked neatly into his belt. He didn't turn to look at Iselin, although he felt a shiver of excitement knowing she had come to him. I am, he said quietly. Why? Are we not safe? No, he said. But surely we have you to protect us, she said. I am not afraid. You are very trusting, Lorik said. The problem isn't our ability to fight. It's the fact that there are so many of you to protect. If we come under attack, I'm not sure how things will turn out. Do you think there will be another attack? We fought a large group of the creatures not far from here 2 days ago, Lorik explained. There's no reason to believe more couldn't find us. If they do, my men will fight and you must keep these people together. If they scatter, we can't protect them. When did our world come crumbling down, Lorik? Iselin said. Things weren't good before, but we didn't battle nightmares come to life. I don't know, Lorik said. Things always change, all we can do is change with them. I don't like these changes. You miss your castle? I miss everything and nothing, Iselin said. I would not pretend to understand a queen's life. I was queen, Iselin said. I had everything, except what I truly wanted. Did you know my husband? No, Lorik said. I was just a simple man. I hauled freight out of the marshlands. You were a teamster? Yes, like my father and his father. It was a good life, but not the one I was destined for. What do you mean? I spent years doing the things I knew, the things that were familiar and easy. I thought that was all there was to life. But then things changed, and I realized I wasn't happy just doing what my father had done. I needed more, even though I didn't know what it was I needed. And what did you need? Iselin asked, stepping closer to Lorik and putting her hand on his massive arm. Purpose, he said. What purpose? What is it that you found that makes you so sure of yourself? I have a deep need to protect the people I care about, Lorik said. My journey had taught me that I'll never be happy sitting back and letting people suffer, even if I have all the best things in life. So, you are a protector. I admire that. My husband should have been the protector of our people, but he was only interested in pleasing himself. I would not judge, Lorik said. But I can judge. I was his wife. I knew him as well as any woman, and better than most men. He was a pig. He was selfish and unfaithful. He provided for me only because he felt that it added to his prestige. I've known women who would gladly trade you places any day, Lorik said. At least he didn't beat you. There are other kinds of abuse, Iselin said. True enough, and I'm sorry. Don't be, it is over now. Everything we have known is over. You are still queen, Lorik said. You and I both know that my crown, she brushed the golden band with its many jewels, is only temporary. I am queen because there is no king, but when that changes, I shall be swept aside. Perhaps, but I doubt it, Lorik said with confidence. Our people need you now more than ever. They need a protector, she said. They also need someone to give them hope and lead them into a safe future. And you think I can do that? She asked. Yes, Lorik said. I do. I think, even if you desire a different life, that for now you should be the rallying point for our people. Vera tells me that you are a king, Iselin said. She says that the forest elves in the Wilderlands made you their king. No, Lorik said. They have given me the privilege of being their representative to our people. But I am not a king. She said you climbed the king tree and that the elves consider you the king of Ortis. I think that is more about what Vera thinks should be than what actually is. You carry legendary swords, Iselin said, moving to stand in front of Lorik. She put one hand on his shoulder. You have a home in the Wilderlands with forest elves. You have a desire to protect the people of Ortis. I say that makes a very good candidate to be king. I have no noble heritage. Someone else surely has more claim to the throne than I do. No, Iselin said. Everyone with a claim to the throne went south with over. None have returned, and if what your wizard friend said is true, none will. So that leaves you. First we must ensure that we have a kingdom, then we can worry about who should rule. In the meantime, you should get some rest. You don't like having me here with you? I do like it, Lorik said honestly. He felt his face blush with Queen Iselin standing so close to him. He was glad it was dark so she couldn't see it. Do I make you nervous? She asked. Yes, my lady. Why? Am I not just a woman? No, Lorik said more firmly than he meant to. I mean, you are the queen of Ortis. I am a simple man. I'm afraid I might offend you. You have come to my rescue, she said softly. You will not offend me, Lorik. How would you treat me if I weren't the queen? I would. He was cut off in mid-sentence by the sound of shouting. What is it? Iselin asked. Shush. He said, listening. There was shouting and cries of terror, but also the distant sound of humming wings. It's the monsters, Lorik said. Go, my lady. Return to your people. I feel safer with you, she said. I must go and face this threat. Don't leave me, she said, suddenly throwing her arms around him. Lorik wasn't sure what to do. He liked Iselin, she was beautiful and alluring, but he couldn't do what he needed to do with her clinging to him like a frightened child. Lorik! Came a shout from the camp. Come on, Lorik said, pulling Iselin by the arm. He had to force himself not to think of the fact that he was dragging the Queen of Ortis behind him as he ran. He needed to get to the source of the commotion, and if Iselin wouldn't leave him, he would have to take her with him. Chapter 4. What is happening? Lorik shouted as he came to a clump of his volunteers. The people in the camp were near panic. The monsters are coming, said one of Lorik's men. I can hear that. What's the commotion about? The men all looked ashamed. All right, so we're a little jumpy, Lorik said. But the monsters haven't reached us yet. Get your horses and your weapons ready. What can we do? Vera asked. She was out of breath from running with stone from their place in the camp to the point of the commotion. I need a fire, Lorik said. A big one, right here, he pointed to the ground. Get the people here to help you. We need to keep everyone calm until we know what we're dealing with. How can we know? Iselin said. It's too dark to see. Stone and I will scout the situation, Lorik said. My volunteers will form a line on this side of the fire. He turned to the men nearest him. I want 3 men with fire arrows stationed here. When the enemy comes in sight, have them shoot the arrows up. That should give us enough light to see by. Yes, my lord, said one of the volunteers eagerly. And keep everyone else on the far side of the fire, Lorik told Vera. They must stay together. We can only protect them if they stay together. Lorik turned to Iselin. Go with Vera. Keep your shield maidens close. I would feel better if you stayed, she said. I must do my part. Now is the time for you to do yours. He didn't wait for her reply. He guessed that Iselin wasn't a woman who was used to being told no. He turned to Stone, who was waiting patiently, and with a nod they dashed out into the darkness. Neither man spoke. They knew what needed to be done. The sound of the monsters' whirring wings grew louder. The night was gloomy, but eventually they saw the horse creatures, with their scorpion tails and the upper bodies of men. They were moving slowly, their wings buzzing like hummingbirds, their heads down. Are they awake? Stone whispered. I don't know, but they're moving slower than normal. We've never fought them in the darkness, Stone said. Do you have a plan? No, Lorik said. I was hoping to get an idea of their numbers. I can't tell in the dark, Stone said. Me either, but it doesn't seem to be more than we fought the other day. Do we take them on ourselves? No, not in the dark, Lorik said. In fact, it might be better if we pushed on. If we could get the group moving, we could probably stay ahead of this lot until sunup. I doubt we could get everyone awake and ready to march, Stone said. Half of that lot is on the verge of coming up lame. I wouldn't push them. Then we need to get back. Perhaps we can lure the monsters into a trap. What have you got in mind? I'll tell you on the way, Lorik said. They jogged back to the camp. The bonfire was roaring by the time they arrived and Lorik had to quickly give his volunteers orders. They split into 2 forces, each one moving far out of the ring of light cast off by the bonfire. Lorik and Stone took positions directly in front of the fire, but they kept their weapons hidden. The archers with quivers of fire arrows stood behind the bonfire, a brazier of coals ready to ignite their arrows when the time came. Lorik was soon sweating from the heat of the bonfire. The night was cold, but Lorik was tense as he waited for the monsters to arrive. They had been moving slowly in the darkness, but as they approached the fire, they sped up. Here they come, Stone said. Predictable, Lorik said loudly. Wait till they're almost on top of us to fire those arrows. The Lefers closed in, their black eyes glistening in the firelight. Now! Lorik shouted. 4 fire arrows arced over the heads of the Lefers. There were a dozen of the huge monsters. Their scorpion tails dripped a deadly-looking venom. The first closed on Lorik, who drew his sword. The tail whipped forward and Lorik brought the sword down in an overhead slash that met the monster's deadly stinger head-on. The blade dissected the stinger and cut into the tail, but then it wedged in the hard exoskeleton. The Lefer reared, jerking its tail back and lifting Lorik off the ground. He refused to let go of his sword and twisted frantically in the air. Stone had several spears lying on the ground beside him. He flicked up one of them with his foot, caught it in the air and hurled it all in one smooth motion. The spear flew like a wraith and buried itself in the monster's human chest. The creature dropped to its knees and Lorik, landing deftly on his feet, jerked his weapon free. Then, he spun, dropping to his knee to avoid the strike of another monster's tail, and severed the foreleg of the beast. Stone hurled another spear, just before the mounted volunteers hurled their own weapons from the darkness. The archers were shooting arrow after flaming arrow high into the night sky, illuminating the scene in a dim light that gave the entire attack a nightmarish quality. The Lefers fell to the attack, many impaled on more than one well-thrown spear. The battle was over so suddenly that Lorik felt apprehensive. The volunteers were still on their horses, the mounts nervously pawing the ground. The bonfire roared behind Lorik, while flaming arrows dotted the ground in the distance, their flames like dancing stars on the dark landscape. Is it over? Stone asked. I don't know, Lorik said. The Lefers were still twitching, their tails flailing reflexively, making it too dangerous to recover the spears that were used to kill them. I want everyone with weapons ready. Lorik shouted. Stone picked up the last remaining spear at his feet. Lorik waved the volunteers back into their original positions. The crowd of refugees was restless and Lorik wanted to quiet them, but knew it was impossible. The tension in the darkness was so palpable that he could almost taste it. Then came a rumble from the darkness. It was more than a growl, but so deep and loud it made the ground tremble. What the hell? Stone said. More arrows. Lorik shouted. Spread them out. It took a moment, but then the arrows shot up into the air. The flames flickered madly as the arrows shot through the sky. Lorik peered into the darkness, but even with the fire arrows, the area beyond the bonfire was murky and full of shadowy darkness. The rumble came again, but closer this time. "It's big," Lorik said to Stone. "I'm going out there. I want you to stay 20 paces behind me until we see what it is." "Maybe going after it is a bad idea," Stone said, his voice tight. "I think waiting here gives it an advantage." "You want a torch?" "No," Lorik said. "That will only make us visible and ruin our night vision." "All right," Stone said. "I've got your back, but be careful." Lorik jogged out into the darkness. He was a big man, but he moved gracefully, his feet hardly making a sound. They saw something move. It was big, but they couldn't make out what it was. It seemed to move quickly. Lorik stopped moving, trying to see what they were facing. Stone crouched low, his spear held ready. It was the only thing that saved his life. The beast in the darkness suddenly attacked, ignoring Lorik and targeting Stone instead. It rushed forward, its huge paws thumped on the ground, and then it pounced, jumping high in the air as it lunged for Stone. The young fighter reacted instinctively, raising the spear point toward the sound of rushing steps and planting the butt of the spear into the ground. The creature's gaping maw was filled with rows of triangular teeth. It would have snapped down on Stone, but the spear was taller than the crouching warrior. The blade of the spear scraped against the rough, serrated teeth and then lodged in the creature's gums. The spear's wooden shaft snapped and knocked Stone flat on his back. The creature couldn't close its mouth without driving the spear deeper into its own flesh. The roar that resulted from the creature's pain was deafening. Stone was in shock. He lay on the ground exposed, but unsure what to do. The creature was almost directly over him. He could feel the huge beast's massive body. Its breath was a hot, rotten stench. It pawed at its mouth with huge, padded feet, using its sharp, curving claws to knock the spear loose from between the jagged teeth. Every survival instinct in Stone was telling him to move, to flee. He knew he had to get away from the creature. He still had his knife, but the sheer size of the monster made the weapon seem puny and worthless. Still, Stone felt paralyzed. He couldn't move, he could scarcely breathe. The creature looked down at him. Its huge head was angular, almost like a goat, but it had a huge mouth full of teeth. Thick horns, as tall as a grown man, spiraled up from either side of the beast's skull. Its body was thick with muscle and built more like a lion than a goat. It had thick legs and a huge chest. It was covered in a shaggy fur and a short, knobby tail. Stone couldn't make out the color of the fur, or what exactly the monster was in the darkness, but he knew there was no escape. Now that the spear was removed, there was nothing to stop it from devouring Stone. Then another shadow passed over Stone. Lorik had sprinted toward his friend, then jumped straight for the huge creature. He landed hard on the beast's nose and then jumped again, grabbing one of the huge horns and letting his momentum swing him around. He landed on the beast's back, one hand grabbing a fistful of the shaggy fur, the other drawing one of his twin swords. He raised the weapon high, just as the creature reared, trying to throw Lorik off its back. But Lorik had a firm grip and used his powerful legs to hold himself steady. Then he plunged the sword into the creature's flesh. The monster was still on its hind legs when it staggered backwards, then lost its balance and fell. Lorik had let go of his sword and was attempting to switch hands, grabbing the furry hide with his right hand and preparing to draw his other sword with his left. Instead, when he felt the beast toppling backward, he drew his feet up and jumped away. He landed hard on his left side, then the ground shook as the beast fell backward and crashed onto the ground not far away. Lorik's body ached, but he scrambled to his feet. He saw Stone's shadowy form rising from the ground as well. Lorik hadn't known if his friend was alive or dead, but he felt a sense of relief at seeing Stone get to his feet. Then the monster was rolling toward Lorik. It couldn't reach back and remove the sword, so it was rolling on the ground, but that only drove the weapon deeper. It roared so loudly that Lorik cowered instinctively, raising his arms to protect his head. The creature's mouth was snapping shut, like a mud dragon, the teeth coming together in a loud clack that made Lorik's blood run cold. He drew his second sword and waited for an opening. The creature was writhing on the ground, then suddenly it rolled onto its feet. Lorik knew it was looking for him and his first impulse was to run away. Instead, he swallowed his fear and dashed forward. His first attack had been a reaction to his friend's danger. He'd not even given his own safety a thought, but this time was different. Fighting a creature so large was terrifying, even to Lorik. Still, he knew that his only hope lay in getting close and staying away from the beast's hideous maw. The beast was just turning its head toward Lorik when he sprinted under the creature's body. He raised his sword, which was razor sharp, and sliced easily through the beast's soft underbelly. The creature tried to crush Lorik by dropping on top of him, but Lorik felt the huge body falling low and he slid feet first, just escaping the huge body. He was on the far side of the monster and rolled to his feet. A massive paw was rushing toward him and Lorik jumped forward, toward the beast's heaving side. His momentum drove his second sword into the beast's ribs, up to the hilt. The creature instinctively rolled and Lorik had to jump again, this time away from the creature. He landed on his feet and ran to keep from being crushed by the beast's massive body. Both of Lorik's weapons were now buried deep in the monster's flesh. He looked back over his shoulder and saw the beast slowly rising to its feet. Blood had slicked the shaggy fur in several places and there was blood dripping from the monster's belly, but the wound there was superficial, little more than a scratch. Lorik turned and watched as the beast lowered its head. The creature's eyes were like deep pits of utter blackness. Blood and foam dripped from its mouth. It growled menacingly, but Lorik didn't move. He stared right back at the creature, his mind racing as he tried to think of something to do. Then a sound came from behind Lorik. A horse was galloping toward them. Lorik was tempted to look over his shoulder, but he knew he couldn't look away from the monster. The creature's head rose a little as it looked over Lorik toward the sound of the charging horse. Then it sprang into action, dashing forward, its mouth lowered and open wide. Lorik ran to his left, sprinting as fast as he could to escape. The creature couldn't turn its body fast enough and instead craned its neck, hoping to snatch Lorik up in its massive jaws. The teeth slammed shut just behind Lorik, who had managed to get out of the creature's reach just in time. Stone had run back to the camp and taken a volunteer's horse while Lorik battled the monster. He had ridden close to the Lefers and snatched a spear from the twitching body of one of the monstrous horse-like creatures. Then he turned his mount toward the beast which had Lorik trapped without a weapon. Stone saw the creature look up as he lowered his spear and kicked the horse to greater speed. He knew the best throw wouldn't be enough to stop the creature, and he knew he couldn't just pick Lorik up on the horse and ride away. The huge beast would run them down easily enough, and they would have no other hope of surviving. Instead, Stone gathered his feet beneath him on the saddle. Then, just as Lorik dashed away and the creature craned its head to try and catch him, leaving its neck exposed, Stone jumped from the moving horse. He held the spear out in front of him as he arced toward the huge creature. He used all his momentum and weight to drive the spear down. It punctured the creature's neck, and his momentum drove the spear through the muscle and into the beast's windpipe. Stone had expected to crash hard into the beast, but the creature's neck was soft and it padded his fall. He was also sprayed with hot blood as the spear punctured the beast's jugular vein. The creature's first instinct was to whip its head back around, but the spear was driven too deep into its neck. The pain made it roll instead, away from Stone and toward Lorik. It writhed on its back as Stone and Lorik moved away in the darkness. They moved toward each other, the horse still galloping away to the south. "What is that thing?" Stone asked. "I have no idea," Lorik said. "But I hope it's dead." Chapter 5. Lorik and Stone returned to the camp and the volunteers doubled up on guard duty. Fortunately, no more attacks came that night. When the sun rose, Lorik returned to the huge beast he'd fought in the darkness. It was unlike anything he'd ever seen. The creature was on its back and had died at some point in the night. Blood seemed to have turned the area around the creature into a disgusting bog. "What are we doing out here?" Stone asked. He refused to let Lorik do anything alone. "I'm looking for my swords." "I don't know what you're doing." "I don't think it's a good idea for you to go off on your own. We'd all be dead now if it weren't for you." "So you think I need a bodyguard?" "I think we need to be cautious. What we really need is to get the refugees moving." "Vera can do that," Stone said. "Besides, I wanted a look at our handiwork." "It's not much to look at, is it?" Lorik said as they walked around the huge beast. "I don't remember the wizard saying anything about shaggy monsters," Stone said. "That's because he didn't," Lorik said. "He must not have known about them." "That's not a comforting thought," Stone said. "I wish we had a way to scout ahead and behind. And a way to move these people along. We won't be safe until we get back to the border." They waded through the bloody bog. One sword was visible, the pommel barely sticking out of the furry beast's side. Lorik took hold of his sword and tugged. He had to wrench the weapon up and down before finally putting one foot on the creature to pull his sword free. "Where's the other one?" Stone asked. Lorik smiled. Then he hacked into the creature's side. Blood and water came pouring out, along with a wretched smell. "What are you doing?" Stone said, jumping back to avoid the foul excretion. "The other sword is in the beast's back," Lorik said. "I'll have to cut my way in." "I'd cut my losses," Stone said. "That's a famous sword. It's part of a matching set." I'll not just leave it behind. Fine, but I'm standing over there, he pointed away from the beast. I thought we weren't supposed to do things alone. Sorry, I'm drawing a line at digging my way into a monster's carcass. Lorik laughed and then kept cutting. He had to angle his cuts, eventually cutting out a wedge of flesh. The muscle was thick, tough, and bloody. He was soon covered in sticky, black blood. The bones were almost as hard as iron, but he managed to work between them. Half an hour later, he emerged from the carcass with his other sword. Done, he said happily. Don't get too close, Stone said. I can smell you from here. They walked back toward the camp. The refugees were already moving north and Lorik's volunteers were spread out behind them, leading their horses. Stone and Lorik passed by the bodies of the Lafers. The spears had been removed and the bodies were already bloating. The sickly sweet smell of rotting flesh filled the air. They walked for over an hour before coming to a small stream that flowed through the grassy plain. Lorik stripped out of his clothes, which Stone proceeded to scrub against the rocks of the riverbed. The water was cold, but Lorik climbed in anyway. The stream was barely big enough to cover Lorik. He had to lay down in the middle of the riverbed to submerge himself. He held his breath and scrubbed his hair and beard. Then he sat up and scrubbed his body clean. He was shivering by the time he got out of the water, but there was nothing he could do but put on his cold, wet clothes and run to warm up. They jogged for the next hour. Stone was too tired to keep going, even though Lorik could have run all day. They slowed to walk, the refugees were just ahead of them. They soon stopped to rest and have a quick meal. Then they pushed on. Lorik insisted they travel until dark. There was no place to make camp, so they huddled together on the open plain. Ortis was a kingdom of flat plains that turned to rolling, grassy hills the farther north one traveled. Their supper was dry rations. Some of the refugees had supplies, others had nothing at all. Lorik and Vera shared the meager supplies they had gathered. The volunteers spread out once again and this time Lorik slept through the first watch. One of his volunteers shook him gently a few hours before dawn. Sorry to wake you, the man said. No, Lorik said, rubbing the sleep from his eyes and standing up. You did the right thing. I'm fine. I can finish the night, sir. No, I only need a few hours sleep, Lorik explained. I'll be fine. You rest. Yes, sir, thank you. The man promptly wrapped his cloak around himself and went to sleep right where he'd been standing. Lorik grinned. It was obvious the man was exhausted, yet he had offered to let Lorik rest. He was proud of his small group of volunteers. They were less than 3 dozen, yet they did everything he asked of them without complaining. They had risked their lives more than once to save total strangers, but they had a sense of the importance of what they were doing. The king and his soldiers were gone, now only small bands like Lorik's volunteers offered the people of Ortis protection. The next morning, Stone and Lorik once again took up their position at the rear of the group, but Queen Iselin joined them with her cadre of shield maidens. You saved us once again, Iselin said. That's what we're here for, Lorik said. The men on the city walls were not nearly as efficient or as brave as you have been, Iselin said. We would have been scattered and probably slaughtered if not for you. It is our duty to protect the people of Ortis. A duty you took upon yourselves, Iselin said. That kind of honor has been rare in Ortis of late. I don't know about all that, Lorik said. We have a good group of volunteers. Stone is a skilled warrior. And so far, we've been lucky. There haven't been enough of the monsters to overcome us yet. You think there will be more? Yes, Lorik said grimly. I think we will face a host of monsters. More than we can defeat without the army from Baskla coming to our aid. And what if King Rickard will not come? Iselin said. He will, Lorik said. He must. It would be senseless to let the invaders cross his border. He can join us and hold the border between Ortis and Baskla. Together we are stronger than either kingdom alone. You are an optimistic person, Lorik. In my experience, kings rarely let rational thought play a factor in their decision-making, but that is why you must convince him, Lorik said. Me? Why would you think that King Rickard would listen to me? You must make him listen to you. You do not understand, Iselin said. I may be queen, but I wield no power. Perhaps you didn't when your husband lived, but he has dropped the reins of leadership and you must take them up. You alone have the authority to make decisions for Ortis. Iselin thought about what Lorik was saying. She had thought that becoming queen would give her a voice and a chance to make a difference in the kingdom, but King Over didn't want a partner. Instead, she had been given a suite of rooms and a host of servants that saw to her every need. King Over brought her out for special occasions, but rarely spent any time with her. For the first few years of their marriage, he visited her in her bedchamber 1 or 2 a month. When Queen Iselin didn't become pregnant right away, healers were sent in to see what the problem was. She was given special herbs mixed into foul-tasting tea, ordered to stay in bed, and even forced to burn strange candles with heavy scents that made Iselin's head spin. After another year with no heir, Over lost interest. Iselin had felt that she might be in danger. A queen's first duty was to provide a male heir, a task she had failed to do. So she quietly recruited a group of servants with special skills. Her food was always tasted by a servant before she ate. Her closest handmaidens also trained with swords and shields. Weapons were kept close to hand in the queen's quarters, although they hadn't been needed until King Over called the entire army to follow himself. Now she had an opportunity to make a difference. When she had been younger, she was filled with idealist dreams. Now, she felt an intense lack of self-confidence. Lorik spoke about her going to King Rickard of Baskla as if she were an equal, but she doubted the king would even give her more than a cursory meeting. Over had never taken her seriously, and his constant patronizing had stolen her self-respect. "I do not think I am the person you believe I am," she said. "Are you not Queen of Ortis?" Lorik said. "Do you not care about the safety and well-being of your kingdom?" "I do," Iselin said softly. "But I'm not strong. I do not think anyone would listen to me. Look around you, Your Highness. These people all followed you. They fled from danger. We all fled. I didn't convince anyone to follow me." "You sell yourself short," Lorik said, his gaze penetrating. Queen Iselin looked away. "You put too much confidence in me," she said. "I do not want to disappoint you." "You couldn't. We all must do what we can, and none of us can control the outcome." They walked on in silence after that. The day was uneventful. At one point they saw 3 Lafers flying over with the limp forms of people hanging from their tails. They were too high to stop, even with arrows. It was a depressing sight, as was the abandoned town they made camp in later that night. Lorik, Stone, and Vera sat around a small fire. Lorik longed for a frothy mug of ale and a comfortable chair, but he contented himself with water as he lounged by the small fire. The nights were cold, but Lorik didn't mind. The cold weather didn't seem to bother him very much since the Dreyri Drew had healed him with their magic. "You seem in good spirits," Vera said. "What makes you say that?" Lorik asked. "Oh, I don't know. Perhaps it was because Queen Iselin spent all morning walking with you and Liam. I think she likes Stone." "Don't drag me into this," Stone said. "We all know who the queen likes," Vera said testily. "The question is, do you like her?" "You sound like my mother," Lorik said. "She was a wise woman," Vera retorted. "Now answer the question." "I don't know," Lorik said. "I haven't thought about it." Stone laughed out loud. "What are you laughing at?" Lorik asked. Stone shook his head. "You're not a good liar." "He's right," Vera said. "So you do like her? Are we teenagers or adults?" Lorik said. "I don't need to discuss my feelings with you or anyone else. Besides, it doesn't matter if I like Queen Iselin or not. She is a queen and I am a common man." "You're anything but common," Vera said. "She's right, Lorik," Stone added. "Physically you're different. You've got some kind of magical touch now. Every woman in the camp is making eyes at you. You could have your pick of the lot." "I don't want a pick," Lorik said. "We're in the middle of a war, with monsters. Why in the world would I be thinking about romance?" "You always were clueless," Vera said. "You talk about Queen Iselin uniting the kingdom, but everyone here is following you." "Including Queen Iselin," Stone said. "It's too late for you to decide that being a leader isn't what you want. You came north to protect us, now everyone expects you to do just that." "And Liam is right. You're different. You look more like a king than the statues of ancient rulers or even heroes for that matter. It's only a matter of time before the whole kingdom calls for you to be made king." "I don't want to be king," Lorik said. "I never did." "Too bad," Vera said. "There's no escaping this destiny." "I won't be good at it," Lorik argued. "I don't know anything about running a kingdom." "Well, you're fairly good at running the refugee camp," Stone said. "That's a start." "No," Lorik said. "Vera is good at running the camp. And she's got good people making sure things work the way they should." "So put Vera in charge," Stone said. "King Over didn't do a day's work in his life." "You shouldn't speak ill of the dead," Vera said. "We shouldn't pretend he was more than he was either," Stone went on. "I heard the queen talking about him with Lorik. He was a bastard and there's no way around it. In the end, he put us all in the lurch. We could all be killed because of what he did. Still, that's all the more reason why the next king should be someone with the skills to bring safety and prosperity back to Ortis, Lorik said. And who is better suited to bring safety to the kingdom than you? Vera countered in a calm, soft voice. The silence that followed was heavy with meaning. Lorik knew as well as anyone that he was now the greatest warrior in the kingdom, perhaps in all 5 kingdoms. But he still didn't like the idea of becoming a king. It seemed too big, too important, and the truth was he didn't think he could do it. It's time for me to stand watch, he grumbled. Sorry if I ruined your good mood, Vera said. We are with you no matter what. And that means more to me than any crown, Lorik said. But even as he walked away from his friends and the little fire they had shared, he couldn't help but wonder if that was completely true. He liked Iselin. He liked the way she looked and the way she thought. Under different circumstances, he was sure he would have pursued her, but doing that now just seemed wrong. She was a queen and who was he? He didn't know, and he couldn't promise himself that he would ever know. He shook his head and smiled bitterly. He would probably be dead soon and all of his anxiousness over Queen Iselin would be for nothing. Dangerous times lay ahead, Lorik felt certain of that. He could sense a darkness approaching, the way an elderly man could feel a change in the weather deep in his bones. And Lorik wasn't sure he would be able to weather the storm. Chapter 6. It took more than a week to reach the refugee camp that was set up along the border near the Wilderlands. Lorik had spent most of the week scouting back behind the large group from Ort City. He wanted some distance from the queen, who continued to seek him out. Lorik liked Iselin, but he was afraid of losing his focus at a time when he needed to remain vigilant. The camp was busy and growing. Many of the northern towns had been razed by the Norsec invaders. The survivors had joined Lorik's camp near the Wilderlands rather than going and immediately trying to rebuild their cities. Everyone had heard the rumors of an army of monsters marching north. Refugees from the southern cities brought tales of the Lefers, which only added to the growing fears among the camp. But there were also stories of how Lorik rescued the captives who had been taken into Norsec. The stories of his adventures among the forest elves grew with each telling, as did the final battle with the Norsec raiders. These stories tempered the growing fear of the refugees, many of whom were women and children whose menfolk had been killed or taken south with the king. The Draery were never seen, but they brought food from their high kingdom among the canopy of the massive redwood trees that filled the Wilderlands. Each morning a cache of food was found near the base of one of the huge trees. The children of the refugees had made searching for the food a game. The Draery couldn't be relied on to provide for all the needs of the refugees, so groups of men and women went out daily to scavenge among the ruined cities and farms for food. It might have been easier to move the camp away from the Wilderlands, but Lorik feared that he might fail to turn back the massive army the wizard had warned him of, and he was hopeful that in the worst-case scenario that the women and children could take shelter among the mighty trees of the forest. When the crowd from Ort City arrived at the camp, they were welcomed and given a place to make camp and rest from their journey. Lorik had left nearly 50 men in charge of securing the camp. They had found weapons and horses easily enough from the spoils of war left by the Norsec when they were driven out of Ortis. Vera had a group of women who had inventoried all the supplies and made sure that everyone had some form of shelter. Trinad, a man with experience in the king's army as a quartermaster, had been left in charge. Both the security force and the camp organizers reported to Trinad. He was an older man who needed a staff to lean on to get around, but his mind was as sharp as ever and he had a knack for settling disputes peacefully, which made him the perfect overseer of the camp. Lorik came into the camp after everyone else, even Stone had stopped trying to keep up with Lorik. By the time Lorik arrived, the newcomers were settled and one of the camp guards informed Lorik that Trinad was waiting for him in the big central tent. Vera had gotten the idea to piece together a larger tent, which she had delegated to some of the women who were skilled at sewing. Now the patchwork tent was raised up on poles in the center of the camp. It was large enough for a group of 25 people to meet in. It had a massive roof, and walls that could be rolled up and fastened to let in sunlight and air. Some of the nicer artifacts that had been taken by the Norsec raiders had been placed in the tent. There was a large carpet and several chairs with cushions and pillows. There were braziers filled with red-hot coals to keep the tent warm at night, and lamps hung from the tent's poles. "This is nice," Lorik said as he approached. Stone was waiting for him outside the tent. It was late afternoon and the tent flaps were all down to keep the heat inside. "It is," Stone said. "What took you so long to get back?" "Vera was starting to worry about you." "I just took my time, that's all." "You should have taken a horse." "I would have if it had been necessary," Lorik said. "But it wasn't. I knew there would be 100 things needing my attention when I got here, so I took my time and enjoyed a little solitude." Stone nodded and held open the tent flap. Have fun, he said. Aren't you coming? Not unless your life is in danger. I'm not big on committees. Great, Lorik said. Some partner you are. He went inside and found several people mingling in small groups. Vera and Trinad were the first to approach Lorik, who noticed that Iselin and her shield maidens were present. It's good to have you back, my lord, said Trinad. What have I told you about calling me lord? Lorik said a little more angrily than he meant to. Manners, Lorik, Vera scolded. You know Trinad is only showing you respect. Yes, of course, Lorik said. I'm sorry. Don't be, my lord. I have a purpose for everything I do. Is this him? Came a nasally voice from across the room. Is this Lorik? Yes, it is, Lord Emery, said Trinad. A group of men approached Lorik. They were all dressed in silks and formal armor. The man at the front was a short, pudgy man, with a thick mustache and a balding pate. His eyes were watery and his face was red from too much wine. He was holding a silver goblet in his hands and he looked angry. This is Lord Lorik, King of the Drearidru, Trinad said, ignoring the astonished look from Lorik. Well, it's good to finally meet you, Lorik, Emery said the name as if it tasted foul in his mouth. I understand you're from the marshlands? I am, Lorik said. And where do you hail from, my lord? I am the Duke of Emeryton, now that my father is dead, the short man said. I have been told that you are in charge of this camp. Lorik nodded. Well, as things stand at this moment, I believe that I should be in charge. The camp is on my family's land. I do not dispute you, Lorik said calmly. I am unfamiliar with the nobles here in the north. I was under the impression that the king called all his nobles to war in the south. So true, Emery said. But I was ill and not able to make the trip. My father went, of course, along with my older brother. I have it on good authority that both are dead now. If they were with King Over, that may very well be true, Lorik said. So, as I see you are a man of war, I would be honored if you would lead my soldiers, but I must have complete command here. I will of course see to Queen Iselin's safety. Lord Lorik has been in charge of the camp, Vera said, speaking in a voice that barely concealed her anger. I see no reason to change that now. I would not expect you to, Emery said arrogantly. Politics are the realm of men. There are many changes coming in Ortis. A new king will be crowned. Lord Emery, Trinad said calmly, we will honor your family, of course, but there is so much work to be done here. Women and children that need constant care. And of course, we are under threat. All the more reason to have an experienced lord overseeing the camp. If we are threatened, a noble commander will strike fear into the heart of our enemies. Queen Iselin laughed out loud. Emery's face turned even redder than it had been before. Everyone turned to the queen and waited for her to explain herself. Gunther, that is your given name, isn't it? Iselin said to Lord Emery. I remember you came to the king's court once with your father. That was a long time ago, Emery said. You became ill then too, as I recall. My queen, Emery said angrily, I would caution you to take care. You no longer have a castle or a kingdom to support you. Let's not argue, Lorik said. I see no reason why Emery can't help with the camp. We all have things to do. Surely he can be useful. That's Lord Emery, the short noble said. It's obvious what is needed here is leadership. As I am the highest-ranking official, it is my duty to take charge and make sure everything is done in a fashion worthy of King Over's honorable reputation. You are a duke, Vera said. Does not a king and a queen outrank you? Men are title holders, Emery said arrogantly. Without her husband, Queen Iselin wields no power. And let's be frank, Lorik is a king of forest elves and bedtime stories. No, I think my title is the only legitimate rank to be found here. Lorik could see that Vera was about to explode on Emery. He couldn't see a positive outcome from letting Vera vent her frustrations on Emery. He held up a hand to her and she hesitated. Lord Emery, I respectfully disagree with your views on rank, but that is a discussion for another time. Right now, we need to prepare for war. An evil witch in Osle is sending an army into Ortis. We have to find a way to stop her. I have been trying to convince Queen Iselin to go to King Rickard in Baskla and enlist his aid. Your help in that matter would be greatly appreciated. Why would we need to enlist King Rickard's help? Emery said. That cranky old man wouldn't help his own child if it were drowning. Besides, it would only make Ortis look weak. We are weak, Iselin said. The honorable King Over marched away with our entire army. That is no reason to give our enemies an invitation to invade, Emery said. Baskla isn't our enemy, Lorik said. They are our ally. You see, Emery said, turning to the men gathered around him, this is why we need strong leadership. Peasants always think everyone is their ally. They have no concept of the complexities of kingdom politics. I have had enough of this useless conversation. I am in charge here now. I will ensure that our best interests are seen to. This tent shall do as my headquarters, for now, at least, until I can get something more suitable constructed. This tent is not yours, Vera said. It is for the leadership of this camp, not for you to take just because you want to. Enough, woman, Emery said. If you don't know enough to respect those in authority, you shall quickly learn. Remove her. Wait, said Trinad. Vera has been instrumental in seeing to the needs of the camp. I said, remove her. She is not needed. Nor are you, old man. Two men moved forward, one toward Vera and another toward Trinad. Stop, thundered Lorik, his voice unusually loud and deep. The men stopped in their tracks and everyone stared at Lorik. You have gone too far, Lord Emery, Lorik said. And your arrogance tries my patience. Why are you here instead of your estate? Emery looked embarrassed. I have come to ensure that the people in my fiefdom are properly cared for. And you can't do that from your family's home? Lorik demanded. Surely you have a fortified estate and a surrounding village or town. Emery didn't speak, he just stared up at Lorik. He isn't there because his home was overrun by the Norsec raiders, Queen Iselin said, moving closer to Lorik. Am I right, Gunther? Was your home razed to the ground? We were attacked, yes. I led our houseguard to protect my family's heritage. The raiders destroyed our town, so I came to help the survivors. In other words, the queen said in an icy tone, you took all the money and valuables you could carry and left the people under your care to face the Norsec alone. I did not call for the entire army of Ortis to march to Osla. Your husband did that. Emery said bitterly. This is a waste of time and energy, Lorik said. Trinad is in charge of the camp. If you want to help, Lord Emery, you can join Queen Iselin's mission to Baskla or you can find a way to help here, but you will not mistreat the people who have worked so hard to ensure the safety of this camp. How dare you? Emery sneered. You are nothing more than a commoner, a peasant from the marshlands. And now you think you can give me orders? By what authority? By my own authority, Lorik said, drawing his sword. I am not your enemy, but if you are spoiling for a fight, I'll give you one. Barbarian, Emery said, but his voice was hoarse with fear. Now, what has happened in my absence? Lorik asked Trinad. The camp is growing. We have nearly 4 times as many people here now that the group from Ort City arrived. More men? Yes, most are older men, but many have volunteered to help. Good, Lorik said. We are going to need more men. May I have a word with you, Lord Lorik? The queen asked. Of course, my lady, Lorik said, then turned to Emery. If you choose to stay, I suggest you set up suitable arrangements for you and your men. None of you will be staying here. This tent will be used for her ladyship, the queen. That seems hardly fair, Emery said. I don't care what you consider fair, Lorik growled. Make yourself useful, then I will give weight to your opinions. Emery glared at Lorik. It was obvious that he didn't like the way he was being treated, but Lorik didn't care. He knew he was making an enemy, but he didn't respect the new Lord Emery enough to worry about it. Everyone left the big tent, including the Queen's shield maidens. Vera patted Lorik's arm and gave him a reassuring smile before leaving the tent. You seem unhappy, the Queen said. Why is that? Surely it isn't because of Gunther. No, my queen, Lorik replied. She stepped close to Lorik and put one hand on his shoulder. Please, call me Iselin. That wouldn't be proper, Lorik said. I don't care about propriety. I'm scared, Lorik. I have no idea what is going to happen, to Ortis, to the people here, to me. I'm afraid for my life. I'm afraid that I will be sent away when a new king comes to power. Most of all, I'm afraid I'll never see you again, but... We must all face our fears eventually, my lady, Lorik said. Nothing I do can change that. Are you saying we won't survive? You honestly don't think we have a chance of living through this war or whatever it is? It doesn't matter what I believe, Lorik said. It matters what you believe most of all, she said, wrapping both arms around him now. Lorik stood stiff. He wasn't a stranger to a woman's affection, but his feelings for Queen Iselin were growing stronger each day and he feared that her status might make a relationship impossible. You are the one everyone here is looking to, she went on. Our hope rises and falls on you, Lorik. No, not anymore, he said. They will look to you now. You must be more assertive. I will, if you ask me to. I will even go to King Rickard, but not because I want to. I'll go because you want me to. I am just a man, your highness. You may be many things, but you are anything but just a man. She raised her hands to his shoulders and pulled him to her. He could feel the heat of her body, and then they kissed. He had to fight the urge to take her in his arms and carry her away. He suddenly wanted to take her into the forest and show her the wonders he had discovered there. He could imagine the two of them living together in the king tree. It was a wonderful fantasy, and one that he'd never really experienced before. He had done all he could for Vera, even offering to marry her before Stone had entered their lives so she wouldn't be alone, but it had never been because he loved her. He had never truly loved any woman, but now he felt feelings that were so strong he wasn't sure how to cope with them. He wanted to be with Iselin, and not just for a night. He wanted to make her happy, to give her everything she could possibly want. He wanted to share every high and low of his life with her. And he never wanted to be apart from her, but that was just a feeling, and he knew reality was much too harsh to let him live in peace or happiness. I must go, he said, pulling away from her embrace. You don't want to stay? Iselin said, the hurt in her eyes all too easy for Lorik to see. I do, Iselin, he said, using her name for the first time, which is why I must go. I will not insult you or besmirch your honor. I don't care about any of that, Iselin said. We don't have much time, Lorik. We must make every moment count. I know, Lorik said. But there is too much at stake for us to be careless now. What if your husband lives? What if word reaches King Rickard that you have taken a lover? You are more than just a lover, she said. I want to be with you. I don't care about anything else. But we must care, Lorik explained. We believe that King Over is dead, but we have no proof. If King Rickard fears that by helping us he is betraying your husband, he may withhold his aid. I still don't care, she said, pulling close to his massive body. I have never wanted anything as much as I want you. Nor I you, but we must not let down the people who are depending on us. You spurn my love, she said, finally letting him go. She turned away from him, her shoulders shaking with quiet sobs. No, I cherish it. I will honor it with my strength as well as my passion, he assured her. She turned back to him and there were tears trickling down her cheeks. I have never met anyone like you, she said. I will wait for you. Lorik smiled. He didn't know that words could make him so happy. He nodded and then stepped out of the tent into the cold evening air. It took all his strength not to return to the warmth of the tent and the fiery passion of the Queen's arms, but he forced himself to walk away. He knew that there was work to be done. People were depending on him and he vowed not to let them down. Chapter 7. Lorik knew he didn't have much time. He stopped by an area of the camp that had been set aside for cooking meals. Most of the food was prepared in large quantities so that the meager supplies could be used in the most efficient manner. Vera had discovered that it was easier to distribute meals than to try and divide the food evenly between all the refugees. It also made theft of food much more difficult and kept the urge to hoard supplies from ruining the camp. Lorik was given a small loaf of bread, some cheese, and fruit. The evening meal wasn't finished cooking and he couldn't wait. He ate the food as he walked toward the massive trees of the Wilderlands. When he'd first come to the border and saw the massive trees that rose up hundreds of feet into the air, he'd been mystified. And his first night in the Wilderlands had been frightening to say the least. But now the giant trees and the thick canopy high overhead was inviting to Lorik. He knew the forest the way a man knew the place he'd grown up. Lorik hadn't had the opportunity to explore the Wilderlands the way a child explored the land around their home, but he felt the same feelings of safety and rest as he entered the darkened wood. It was late, but the sun had not fully set. The Wilderlands were dark, but the fine mist that rose up from the roots of the ancient trees had not yet appeared. Lorik finished his light fare, and then he began to run. He jogged at first, weaving around the massive trunks of the redwood trees and skipping over the gnarly roots that snaked out along the ground. It felt good to be exerting himself without limits. He could run with Stone or fight with his volunteers, but in both cases he had to keep himself in check, allowing the others to stay with him even though he was capable of so much more. His jog soon turned into a hard run. The tree trunks were nothing more than dark shadows and the gloom of the forest was fading into total blackness. Then the mist rose up, ghostly and somehow luminescent. It swirled and flowed between the massive trees. For anyone else, the mist was a complete mystery, but for Lorik the mist beckoned him deeper into the forest. It was like a road map through the darkness and he followed it without hesitation. He ran for almost 4 hours, covering more distance than a strong horse could travel in an entire day. He still hadn't gone far enough to reach the massive king tree at the center of the forest, but he reached his goal. He came to a stop, his heart beating steadily and his muscles humming from the run, but he wasn't tired. In fact, the long run had only seemed to energize Lorik. He looked up and in the darkness saw an innocent-looking face staring down at him. It was the face of a child, but the eyes held the wisdom of the ancients. "I've come to see Henrik," Lorik explained. "We know," the elf said. "Come, I will take you to him, tall one." A vine descended and Lorik wrapped his arm around it and put one foot into the small loop at the end. Suddenly he was rising up through the air, the mist swirling below him. Before Lorik knew it, he was in the tree's canopy. The vine stopped moving and Lorik stepped onto a thick limb that was wide enough that a horse could have walked along it without fear of falling off. There were several figures waiting for him on the wide limb. The Dreary were small, hardly bigger than toddlers, and each had a look of joyful anticipation as they waited for Lorik. One of the group stepped forward. "It is good to see you again, tall one," said the elf. "Shaya," Lorik said happily. "Thank you for meeting me." "It is our pleasure," Shaya said. "It is not often that the king of the tall folk honor us here in Urkadine. This was the first Dreary village I ever saw. It has a special place in my heart. It is not as grand as the king tree, but it is our home," Shaya said. "Come, Henrik is here. I will take you to him." Lorik heard the sing-song voices of the elves speaking in their native language behind him. It was almost impossible to tell the difference between their voices and their giggles. The Dreary lived in a world that was so much different than his own, yet he felt at home among them. He was different, yet he was accepted as one of their own. Their magic had changed him and it flowed through him now. He was taller than most men, broader and stronger, his muscles thick and powerful, his stamina almost without limit. They were small, fragile-looking people, but they possessed amazing abilities and lived much longer lives than humans. Shaya led Lorik into the heart of the tree, which was hollow. There were homes and shops carved into the wood to form a circular city that rose up higher and higher into the canopy. Most of the structures of the village were too small for Lorik, but some were large enough. Shaya took Lorik into what seemed like a feasting hall. It was a long curving room, with a high roof. Henrik waited by one of the many windows. Fire was strictly forbidden by the Dreary, and instead they used a brightly glowing moss to light their village at night. The moss grew in spectacular designs along the smooth wood of the village structures. The light it exuded was soft, but bright, much like candlelight. "Ah, Lorik, you are well met, my friend," said Henrik, who looked like a chubby toddler except for his eyes. There was a timeless look in his eyes. His face was angelic and full of innocence, but his eyes revealed a person who was very aware of the reality of the world. "It is good to see you too, Henrik. I wish these were happier times." "You have encountered the evil from the south, then?" the elf asked. "Yes," Lorik said. He sat down, leaning his back against the wall. "I hope you don't mind, I've asked some others to join us. We must make our plans and they will need to hear what you have to say." "Of course," Lorik said. Henrik waved and Shaya opened a small door. A group of about 20 Dreary entered. They all smiled and some bowed to Lorik. He did his best to look encouraging, but as he watched the forest elves he began to grow fearful. He didn't want to see them hurt, yet he couldn't imagine what might happen if he was unable to stop the witch's army which was marching north. "Shaya, can you bring Lorik some refreshment?" Henrik said. "It would be my honor," she said, then slipped out of the room. "All right, Lorik. Tell us what you have seen," Henrik continued. "Hold nothing back." Lorik began by describing the flying horse creatures. "They are the Lafers," Henrik said. "Minions of the underworld. Foul creatures, they haven't been seen in thousands of years. They are capturing people," Lorik said. "Impaling them with their tails and carrying them back south. Do you know why? The wizard I met said a witch had summoned them and that she was building an army. An army that is moving north at this very moment," Henrik said. "We have felt the darkness approaching." There was another type of monster. A huge, shaggy lion, or at least that's what it appeared to be. "This witch is creating monsters by combining creatures and mutating them," Henrik said. "It is an ancient magic. Very dark, very evil. We don't have enough people to stop them," Lorik said. "I'm sending the Queen of Ortis to Baskla to seek their help, but they will not want to guard the forest." "You need not trouble yourself with our safety, tall one," Henrik said. "Although your concern is honorable. I must go and fight this army," Lorik said. "I know that. I was hoping you might be able to give me some clue as to how I can defeat them, but the only way to defeat such an army is to defeat the one who controls them. If this witch is creating an army from common folk among the 5 kingdoms, then she must have some way to bend them to her will. So she's controlling the Lafers and the other monsters she creates?" Lorik asked. No, she has no need to control the evil creatures whose nature reflects her own. A wild animal will kill without being prompted by her dark intent. But forcing a farmer to fight is an entirely different matter. She will have mutated them somehow, it is the nature of the dark magic she practices, but she will have to control them to ensure they carry out her bidding. Then I should go and stop her, Lorik said. It's too late for that, Henrik said. Not even with our magic could you hope to reach her in the depths of the underworld. Only a wizard can stop her now, that is the nature of things. Zullen was the wizard who helped us drive the Norsec out of Ortis, Lorik said. Do you think he could stop her? It is possible, Henrik said. We saw the dragon rider, but he was flying north. Yes, he told me he was going to recruit an army from the magical creatures in the northern highlands. A sensible plan. Unfortunately, you do not have the same resources, Henrik said. You must work to slow the witches' forces and give your wizard friend time to stop the Horde's foulmaster. I have one other question, Lorik said. I was fighting the Lefers, and at one point a simple touch from my sword destroyed the creature. The swords of Ackerman are powerful weapons, Henrik said. Yes, they are, but this was different. I felt something flow through me. And then the monster just blew apart. Henrik looked at the other Dreyri Drew in the room. Lorik didn't know if they were somehow communicating, but one of the other elves stepped forward. It had gray hair, and lines around its eyes, but the elf still looked like a child. This is Rolwyn, Henrik said. You felt something move through you, Rolwyn said. Describe that please? It was strange, Lorik said. It reminded me of touching a certain type of eel found in the waters of the marshlands. They expel something on contact that renders their prey inert. When we touch them or get touched by them, it feels like being shaken very fast. It's both ticklish and painful, but more painful. Was the feeling you had fighting the Lefer painful? No, but it wasn't pleasant. It reminded me of something moving through me. It wasn't part of me, but it used me like water flowing through a ditch. I see, said Rolwyn. Then he turned to Henrik. I told you the magic was waking up. The old ways are returning. It started in the north and now it will clash with this evil in the south. What of Lorik? Henrik asked. Is he in danger? I do not think so, said Rolwyn. He has been touched by our magic. He carries the swords of Ackerman, which may have power of their own. In my opinion, he will attract magic, both for good and for ill. Lorik, Henrik said calmly. There are many types of magic in the world. Most of it has been dormant for centuries. We have seen the old ways die, along with the ancient creatures who once roamed this world. Something is stirring that power again. We could see it manifest in just about anything. Some of it will be dark, it will feel cold and menacing. If you let it, it will control you. Some magic will be good, but it is only as good as the person wielding it. You have the capacity for good or for bad, just like every other intelligent being. This magic you felt may return, it may even grow stronger in you. Remember, it does not define you. It is something you can control. Should I try to use it again? Lorik asked. Only time will tell what this power will be, said Rolwyn. Trust your heart, tall one. Your heart is good, it will not lead you astray. All right, Lorik said, standing up. Then I must go. I will do all I can to stop the evil the witch is sending against us. If we do not meet again, know that I am honored to have met you all. And we are honored, Lorik, Henrik said. Your name and your story will not be forgotten by the Dreyri Drew. Lorik bowed, then he left the group of elves. Outside he found Shaya waiting for him. She had a tray with sliced fruit and a sweet drink that filled a little pitcher that she gave Lorik to drink from. You have a beautiful home, Lorik told Shaya. He sat down on the edge of the wooden walkway that spiraled up and down, around the inside of the tree trunk. His legs dangled down. He sipped the drink. It was sweet and refreshingly cool. Are your villages not the same? Shaya asked. No, Lorik said. Most of our cities are small. We build with stone and wood, but not even the greatest castles in the 5 kingdoms are built with as much craftsmanship as your home. And, truth be told, most human cities are dirty places. Dirty? Shaya said. We keep animals, Lorik explained. Our homes are on the ground. The streets get muddy, the smells of trash and animal waste fill the air. The rain and wind erode the wood and stone of our homes until they look dark and foreboding. It takes a lot of work to keep a home on the ground looking nice. The wood erodes? How is that possible? The wood is cut and milled, Lorik said, not thinking about what he was saying. The look of horror on Shaya's face made him stop. I'm sorry, he said. No, Shaya said. It is known that humans cut down trees and use the wood to make all kinds of things. It's just difficult to hear you speak of it so casually. I meant no offense, Lorik said. You should not apologize. Our people have grown apart. I wish it were not so, Lorik said. The Dreyeri Dru are a remarkable race. We could learn so much from you. Perhaps when the darkness passes, we will have a chance to learn from each other again. That would make me happy, Lorik said, but he couldn't keep the melancholy from his voice. You don't sound happy, Shaya said. What troubles you? Nothing, Lorik said. My thoughts are sometimes dark, I am sorry. I should never be sad in a magnificent place such as this. The Dreyeri Dru believe that a blessing shared is twice as sweet, and a burden shared is half as heavy. That is true. I will tell what makes my heart heavy. There is trouble in the south. As you have said, a great darkness is looming. I will do all in my strength to hold it back, but I fear that in doing so I will never see the beauty of the wilderlands again. I do not fear death, but I regret that I had so little time among your people. You carry the swords of Akraman, Shaya said. The first time I saw you, I felt there was something different about you. When you scaled the king tree, we watched in awe. Never have we seen such relentless determination. I can't imagine that anything would stop you, Lorik, but you must believe in your own strength and goodness. Fear and doubts only tear us down. I will watch for your return every day, she added with a smile. I have no doubt you will come again to the great forest. Perhaps then you can settle into the king tree and the wilderlands will thrive once again. Lorik smiled. Then he handed her the pitcher she had given him. He climbed to his feet and looked around Erkadine again. I will carry your faith in me, close to my heart, he said. And we shall be waiting for your triumphant return. Chapter 8. When the sun rose, Lorik came walking out of the wilderlands. He knew in his heart what he needed to do, but there was still so much to be done before he could leave the camp again. In his mind, he made a list of the many tasks he wanted to accomplish. It felt like he was getting his house in order so that if he didn't return, those he left behind would not be left wanting. His first stop was to the little tent that Vera and Stone used when they were in camp. His best friends always made him feel welcome, even though he knew the constant demands of the camp were taking a heavy toll on their relationship. Vera was adjusting a small pot on the little fire that was burning outside the tent. I didn't make enough breakfast for you, Vera said. I'm not here to eat. Liam is still sleeping. He needs some rest, she said protectively. I agree. I'm here to see you. Vera looked up. Is something wrong? No, Lorik said. I just need your help convincing Queen Iselin to go to Baskla and recruit King Rickard to our cause. You don't think she'll go? She doesn't want to. She wouldn't refuse you, Vera said. She's smitten, just like half the girls in this camp. I don't need a lover, Lorik explained. I need a queen who can convince our ally to help us. She's the only person for the job. Why can't you do it? Vera asked. Lorik looked down, then squatted by the fire. What aren't you telling me? Vera said. They had been friends a long time and Lorik knew he couldn't keep a secret from Vera. She was perceptive and smart, so he didn't try to hide his plans although he knew she wouldn't like them. I think the best thing for me to do is take a group of men south and try to slow the army marching toward the camp. Vera looked at Lorik as if he had just gone completely insane. I know, it's a dangerous mission, but if we wait, they'll show up here and there's no way I can protect everyone. Have you considered the possibility that protecting everyone isn't your responsibility? Vera said, stirring the pot of porridge she was cooking. I don't want to debate this with you, Lorik said. Too bad. If you want my help, you'll at least do me the courtesy of explaining why you think committing suicide is the right course of action. I'm not planning on committing suicide, Lorik said. No, you're just going to face an army with a couple dozen farmers turned soldiers. What do you really expect to accomplish? If Iselin can get King Rickard to bring his army to the border, then most of these refugees could find safety in Baskla. But what if the enemy gets here before that? What if King Rickard is slow to arrive? My only priority at this point is to give him time to get here. Then, and only then, do we have a chance of defeating this horde? You have all the answers, don't you? She said, her anger simmering just below the surface. You won't listen to how foolish your plan is. Okay, tell me, Lorik said. You can't stop an army. You tried that before, remember? I do, Lorik said. And you're right, I got in over my head, but it was still the right thing to do. I was saved by the wizard from Yelsia, but he might have just flown right by us if I hadn't been in danger. And as I recall, between myself, the wizard, and his dragon, we did turn back an entire army. You won't have a wizard or his dragon, Vera argued. No, but my power is growing. The Dreyeri Drew said that what happened with the Lefer wasn't an isolated incident. The what? The Lefer, that's what they called the horse monsters. So now you think you can defeat entire armies by yourself? I won't be by myself, Lorik argued. I'll have a group of trained fighters with me. We'll be mounted. We can move fast, strike hard, then retreat. I don't have to stop the evil witch's army, I just need to slow it down. We'd be sending out scouts to find out exactly what we're facing, but this way I can see the enemy for myself. Don't try to convince me of the wisdom of your plan, Vera said. I only see a lot of people dying. You know Liam will go with you, she said in a quieter tone. He chooses you every time. He won't listen to reason. I won't let him go, Lorik said. I think he should go with Queen Iselin. She'll need a proper guard, and he can take his pick of the volunteers. Vera just laughed. What? Lorik asked. You know he won't do it. He won't guard the queen while you go out and fight the enemy. If you think he will, you don't know him at all. So you'll have to convince him, Lorik said. I can't make my decisions based on what Stone will do. I have to do what is best for everyone. What is best for everyone is for you to stay here, fortify the camp, keep everyone's spirits up. Can't you see that? You won't do us any good by getting yourself killed. I won't get killed. Men always think they're immortal until they're lying in the mud bleeding to death, Vera said. Will you help me? I don't know what I can do. Come with me to see the queen, Lorik said. She is a woman of reason, but she needs to hear more than just my side of the argument. Fine, Vera said. But on one condition. What's that? Lorik asked. When Liam insists on going with you, and I know he will, I will go as well. No, Lorik said. That's not a good idea. Of course it isn't, Vera said. It's a bad idea for any of us to go, but if you insist on making a bad decision and asking for my blessing, then you will kindly do me the same favor. Fine, Lorik said. But if Stone sends you back, I'll support him. Agreed, Vera said. Lorik nodded and stood up. I love you, Vera, he said. You're a good friend. She stopped stirring for a moment and gazed up at Lorik. Her expression softened, but she didn't reply. They had a long history and she had always been stubborn, doing what she thought was best despite what anyone else thought. She had refused to marry Lorik, even though he offered multiple times, because she knew he didn't love her. She had loved him like a brother and had leaned on him during the hardest times in her life. When she'd left their village in Hasselpoint with Liam, things had not turned out the way she imagined. When Lorik came back into their lives, she was angry and afraid, but she had always known that he cared for her. She would always have someone as long as Lorik was around, which was why she hated the thought of him going into harm's way. Lorik turned and left. Vera watched him go, feeling a sadness welling up inside her. The tent flaps behind her moved and Liam crawled out of the tent. Was that Lorik? He asked. Yes, Vera replied. What did he need? He wants help convincing Queen Iselin to go to King Rickard in Baskla to seek his aid. Oh, he didn't need me for anything? He wants you to rest today. Then he wants you to lead the Queensguard. What? Why would I do that? Because Lorik is going south to slow the enemy. Damn, you said he would, Stone said. I still can't believe it. He really said that was his plan. Yes. We can't let him do it alone. I know, Vera said. I told him as much. Did he argue? No, he knows better than that. Smart man, Stone said with a smile as he settled down beside Vera. He leaned over and she kissed him, but her lips were salty with tears. What's wrong? Stone asked. I'm going to lose you both, she whispered. No, Stone said compassionately. Of course you aren't. You can't get rid of me, you know that. I love you too much. This is different, Vera said. This isn't a band of outlaws or even an army of Norsec raiders. This is an army created by an evil witch. Don't pretend it's not a big deal, Liam. None of us have ever faced anything like this. No, not in our lifetime, Stone said, his voice rising with conviction. But it isn't the first time that darkness has tried to cast its shadow across the 5 kingdoms. I may not have believed the legends and myths before, but I've seen dragons, and elves, and monsters. I've seen the impossible come to life before my very eyes. Hell, just look at Lorik. He's like a hero from a bedtime story. The men will follow him into the jaws of death if that's what he tells them to do. Maybe we are facing terrible odds, but my money is on Lorik. And if he's going south, then I'm going with him. And I'm going with you. No, Stone said. Not this time. Don't argue with me, Vera said softly as she spooned the porridge into a bowl. I'm going with you whether you escort Queen Iselin or go with Lorik to fight the witch's army. I won't leave you, not after all we've been through. Fine, Stone said. The truth is, I'll be glad to have you along. Besides, maybe it isn't as bad as the wizard said. Maybe the army won't even come to Ortis. Vera smiled, she loved Liam's optimism. She leaned against his shoulder for a minute while he ate, then stood up. I have work to do, she said. I'll help you, he said, covering his mouth with his hand. No, Vera said. I can do this. You stay here, rest. There will be plenty for you to do tomorrow. I'm fine, I don't need to rest. Everyone needs rest, Liam, Vera said. Please, do this for me. All right, but if you need anything I'll be right here. She smiled and hurried away before he could see the tears in her eyes again. She couldn't help but fear that she would need him, and he wouldn't be around to help her. She didn't understand why men had to rush toward danger. She loved Liam, but she held a little part of her heart back from him. He was wonderfully kind and tender with her. He never held her past against her, or blamed her when he grew angry, but she couldn't love him completely, not when the threat of death hung over his every move. Chapter 9. Lorik found nearly 100 new volunteers waiting for him at the edge of camp where he drilled his men. His volunteers were there waiting too, and normally he would have Stone work with them. Lorik was more of a brawler than a true warrior. Stone, on the other hand, was a trained fighter. He was more accustomed to helping people develop the skills they needed in the face of terrifying circumstances. It isn't natural to stand your ground when barbarian tribesmen from Norsec are rushing toward you screaming their guttural battle cry. It's even more difficult to ride toward huge, monstrous creatures that looked as if they just stepped out of your worst nightmares. Lorik had no idea what the witch's army would look like or how they would fight, but he knew he needed these volunteers trained as quickly as possible. You all know that this is a volunteer force, Lorik told the group. There is no pay for this work and you'll most likely be killed doing it. We may have left our farms, but we can fight, said one. I'd rather die fighting, said another. I won't let anything happen to my womenfolk, came a gravelly voice. Good, Lorik said. Then let's get started. He spent the better part of an hour dividing the group of volunteers into smaller groups. There weren't enough horses for every volunteer, so most would have to serve as regular foot soldiers. That was all right in the long run, because while most of the farmers were familiar with horses, few were competent riders. Finding weapons for everyone wasn't difficult. The Norsec had left most of theirs behind when Zalan and the Dragonferno had driven them back into the wilderlands. Unfortunately, the swords were short and the shields were small, not much bigger than a dinner platter. Lorik was used to heavier weapons and he regretted giving Stone the day to rest. The younger man was much more adept at wielding small weapons than Lorik was. Lorik ran the men through a series of drills. First, they ran, then, while they were still panting for breath, he made them shoot bows at a target. A few of the volunteers were good shots with a bow and had the sense to slow their breathing and steady their hands before loosing their arrows. He immediately pulled them apart from the larger group and sent them with one of his regular volunteers. They would be armed with bows, but their first task was to look after the meager supply of arrows in the camp. Then Lorik had the remaining newcomers fight one another with wooden staves. Most had no sword skills, but that could be taught. Those that had experience with weapons were given the longer swords common in Ortis. Those without swordcraft would be taught with the Norsec weapons. It was almost midday when Lorik finally finished with the volunteers. His stomach was growling but he ignored it. He had to get Queen Iselin ready to leave for Basla. He had already assigned 4 of his volunteers to prepare to be her escort. For men and the Queen's group of shield maidens was not an appropriate guard, but Lorik hoped that she wouldn't be in danger going north. And he simply didn't have enough men to send more with her. He would of course try to convince Stone to lead the small party of guards, but he didn't think the young fighter would go. Lorik could order Stone to go, but they were partners and he didn't like the idea of forcing his friend to do something he didn't want to do. Not to mention the fact that Stone could simply quit and do whatever he pleased. Lorik had no real authority over his friend, even if all he wanted was to keep Stone safe. He was almost to the big tent in the center of the camp when he heard the sound of someone running up behind him. He turned quickly, and only his lightning-fast reflexes saved him from being run through with a rusty spear. Lorik dodged to the side, the blade missing his ribs but tearing a hole in his shirt. Lorik grabbed the shaft with his left hand and was about to punch his attacker with his other, when another man ran at him from the opposite direction. It was an ambush, and Lorik knew the men would kill him if he didn't use the same deadly force to stop them. The second attacker had a sword and was followed by a larger man with an axe. Lorik drew his sword, the long-handled half of the twin swords of Ackerman. It glistened in the sunlight before it flashed down, knocking the assailant's sword completely out of the man's hands. The attacker's momentum made it easy for Lorik to shove him away and deal with the more potent threat. The big man with the axe was lumbering toward Lorik with a look of angry determination. He wasn't as big as Lorik, but his arms and shoulders were thick with muscle. He carried a fighting axe, which had a thick, metal blade on one side and a spike on the other. In the full second it took the big man to reach Lorik, he felt completely exposed. He'd disarmed both of the other attackers, but he hadn't injured them. There was nothing stopping either man from picking up their weapons and attacking Lorik from behind. Then the big man was close enough to engage Lorik in battle, forcing all other thoughts from Lorik's mind. The axe came down in a diagonal stroke aimed for Lorik's neck. He swayed back, his thickly muscled body more flexible than anyone would have guessed. The axe whistled through the air, and then Lorik rose up with his sword, like the picture of an angry god. He smashed the handle of his sword into the big man's face, breaking the man's nose and sending blood flying. Unfortunately, it wasn't a strong enough blow to stop the man. The axe came back up, the spike driving toward Lorik's abdomen. He brought his sword down and the blade caught in the wood of the axe's handle. The big man jerked the axe, hoping to pull Lorik's sword out of his hand, but Lorik let the momentum carry him into his opponent's body. Lorik lowered his shoulder and crashed into the other man. The attacker fell, and Lorik pulled the axe handle free of his sword and then spun around. The man with the spear had fled, but the other man was once again attacking Lorik. The sword of Ackerman, held at Lorik's long arm length, caught the assailant in the throat. There was a cloud of blood and the attacker fell at Lorik's feet. "Who do you work for?" Lorik shouted as the big man struggled to get back to his feet. Lorik jammed his sword back into the sheath that hung on his massive back, then broke his attacker's axe over his knee. The wooden handle broke cleanly where Lorik's sword had cut into it. Lorik dropped the metal axe head and then swung the wooden handle into the side of the big attacker's head. The man dropped to the ground, completely unconscious. Lorik turned, expecting more trouble. All around him were the white tents left by the Norsec raiders. There could be any number of attackers hiding behind them, but no one came out. Lorik looked down at the man whose throat he had cut. The man had already died, his life's blood pooling around his head. Lorik rolled the man over and searched his pockets. There was nothing that indicated who the man was or who had sent him to kill Lorik. Then a shiver ran down his back. If someone wanted Lorik dead, they might try to kill Queen Iselin as well. He picked up the unconscious man who he'd clubbed with the axe handle and slung him over one shoulder. Lorik had always been strong. Years of loading and unloading heavy cargo from the wagons he drove through the marshlands had built a natural strength in him, but the magic of the Dreyri Drew had increased that strength exponentially. Lorik jogged through the camp. Most of the refugees were near the cooking section of camp, enjoying their midday meal, but the few who saw Lorik and his heavy prisoner looked at them in awe. Lorik was sweating despite the cold weather when he reached the big tent. He heaved the unconscious man off his shoulder, letting the man's heavy body crash into the ground beside the entrance to the tent. There was no sign of foul play, but Lorik was still worried. He bent down and went inside the tent. He wasn't surprised to see Lord Emery standing by Queen Iselin, who was sitting on a stool looking distressed. For other men had swords out and were menacing the Queen's shield maidens who had no weapons at hand. The man who had used the spear in the ambush was now speaking with Gunther Emery. Iselin looked up, her facing brightening when she saw Lorik. "Kill him," Emery ordered his men. The 4 men guarding the maidens started toward Lorik. "What is this, Lord Emery?" Lorik shouted as he drew both of his swords, one in each hand. "Why have you betrayed us?" "I am the rightful ruler here," Emery snarled. "I'll not be ordered about by a mud-eater from the marshlands." Lorik would have continued the argument, but the men around him were threatening. They each had long swords and from the looks of them they were competent in using them. Lorik didn't wait for the men to attack, he feinted to his left then lashed out to his right. His first attack was caught on the blade of the nearest man easily enough, but that had been Lorik's intent. He spun past the first man and used his second blade to slice through the thigh of Emery's second guard. The wounded man screamed as he fell, the bellowing made the others hesitate and Lorik jumped forward. He batted down another man's sword and then drove his own blade into the man's chest. He had to kick the dead man's body off his blade, but he turned as he did so and knocked the 4th man down with his slain companion's body. The first guard was hacking at Lorik's shoulder, and although Lorik brought his sword up to parry the blow, he was a split second too late. His blade caught and held the other man's weapon, but not before it bit into the thick muscle on Lorik's shoulder. Blood welled around the blade, and the attacker looked triumphant. Then Lorik swung his other sword and amputated the man's arm at the elbow. The screams were blood-curdling, and when Lorik turned back to the fourth guard, he found the man scrambling backward, his face pale with fear. Lorik knew the cowering guard was not a threat, so he turned back to find Amri with a blade to Queen Iselin's throat. The man who had tried to kill Lorik with the spear now had a dagger in his hand and was guarding Amri's back to keep Iselin's maidens from saving their queen. "Drop your weapon," Amri said in a high-pitched voice. "Drop it now or I'll kill the queen." "I'll make a deal with you," Lorik said. "You can live or die. Let the queen go, and I'll let you live. You'll have to leave the camp and you'll no longer be a lord of anything, but I won't kill you." "Shut up!" Amri screamed. "Drop your weapon or she dies." The tent flaps fluttered as people began coming in. Some were refugees, but Vera and Trinad were among them too. "If she dies, you die," Lorik said. "Is that really what you want? Drop you weapons." Lorik dropped his bloody swords onto the thick carpet of the tent. At that same moment Amri relaxed slightly, the tension in his shoulders easing a bit. Lorik didn't hesitate, but jumped forward so fast and so unexpectedly that it was almost as if he had vanished from one spot and reappeared by the queen. He punched Amri in the face, knocking the smaller man backward and into his only remaining ally. Both men fell and the queen's maidens pounced on them. Some wrestled away the men's weapons, others dropped down, driving their knees into the men's backs and heads so that they couldn't move. Lorik pulled Queen Iselin up from the stool and she wrapped her arms around him and buried her face in his chest, sobbing. "Are you hurt?" Lorik asked. She shook her head. "Vera," Lorik said, obviously unsure what he should do. Vera and Trinad came forward. Vera helped the queen to let go of Lorik, who turned to Trinad. The older man was ashen and visibly shaken. "Do we have a stockade?" Lorik asked. "Any place to keep people who are caught causing harm?" "No," Trinad said. "We haven't needed one. We need one now, see about it quickly. I want Gunther here in chains." "Do whatever you have to." "Yes, my lord." "And the man outside, I want him confined as well." "What happened, Lorik?" Vera asked. "Lord Emry tried to have me killed," he said. "Well, that was a stupid idea," Vera said. "The last stupid idea he'll ever have," Lorik said angrily. He stormed from the tent, somehow angrier now that the fighting was over. He walked and walked, trying to calm his mind. Eventually Stone caught up to Lorik. The big man had known his friend would arrive eventually and he was glad for the company. "I can't stay here," Lorik said. "All right, but tell me what happened." "You're bleeding, did you know that?" "It's nothing, just a scratch," Lorik said, pressing a rag to the wound in his shoulder. "That little weasel Emry tried to have me killed. He threatened Queen Iselin. Is everyone okay?" Stone asked. "Yes, the queen is okay, I'm okay. Several of Emry's men are dead. I didn't want to kill them, but they left me no choice." "We could have used those men, Stone," Lorik said angrily. "I know," Stone agreed. "But we can't worry about that now. Why do you need to leave the camp?" "Because I'm no good here," he said. "That's not true. Obviously everyone sees you as our leader. But I'm not, or at least I shouldn't be. I like things done my way, who doesn't? And maybe I brought this on myself by being too vocal in my opinions, but I shouldn't be in charge of the camp. We need someone with a cool head, someone who doesn't slay everyone who disagrees with them." "That's not what happened," Stone said. "You killed men who were trying to kill you." "But why?" Lorik said, finally stopping and turning to look at his friend. "Why were they trying to kill me? I'm not the enemy." "Emry saw an opportunity to rise in power," Stone said. "He was frightened and intimidated by you, but that isn't your fault. Queen Iselin should be in charge. She is the rightful queen of Ortis. I'm no one, just a teamster from Hasselpoint." "We both know that isn't true," Stone said. "And no one ever said this was going to be easy. But why don't you tell me what's really bothering you?" "I told you, I need to leave. Why?" Stone asked. "Why is it so necessary for you to leave the camp?" "I need to stop the threat that's coming," Lorik said. "At least slow it down. You know all this." "Yes, but none of it explains why you're in such a hurry to flee the camp." "Is it the queen? What about her?" Lorik said. "Are you falling in love with her?" Stone asked. Lorik stopped walking and turned to look at his friend. He felt a strange sense of embarrassment, as if they were children and Stone had just discovered Lorik's secret crush. He shook his head. "How can I be in love with someone I hardly know?" Lorik said. Love isn't a decision you make once you've had time to get to know someone. I fell in love with Vera the first time I saw her. I'm not like you, Lorik said. I know that, Stone agreed. But you're still human. She's a beautiful woman. You're a man. It's not a difficult connection to make. She's the queen, Stone, Lorik snarled. Who am I to fall in love with a queen? I could be executed just for talking like this. No, you couldn't, Stone said, trying unsuccessfully to hide his amusement. You and I both know her husband is dead. Besides, I've heard her talking to you. It sounds like King Over was a pig. She deserves to be loved and respected. She does, Lorik said. But not by me. I can't let my feelings for her keep me from doing what I must. Now we're getting somewhere, Stone said. What is it you think you have to do? I have to stop the witch's army, no matter what the cost. What does that mean? It means I won't survive, you fool. Hell, I doubt any of us will. That's why you need to take Vera and go north with Queen Iselin. Stone took a deep breath. Do you know something I don't know? He asked. I know we are facing an army of mutated people. They may have been farmers or shopkeepers, but now they'll be monsters. How do you know this? Stone asked. The Dreyeri Drew told me. It's not the first time this kind of magic was unleashed. The last thing I need to be worried about is some woman. Queen Iselin isn't just some woman, Stone said. No, Lorik agreed, she isn't. But I can't be around her. She's like a whirlpool sucking me down. I have to leave now, while I still can, or I won't be able to. Maybe you're not supposed to, Stone said calmly. Don't joke, Lorik warned his friend. I'm not, Stone said. Listen, in my experience, when people have strong feelings about something or someone, there's usually a reason. Perhaps you should go north with Queen Iselin. I can't leave the kingdom undefended. Why not? It isn't your kingdom. It is my home, and besides, I could never turn my back on a threat. I know you have strong principles, Stone said. But sometimes in life we have to trust our instincts. It isn't my instincts that I'm trying to deny, Lorik said. No, it's your heart. Bah! Lorik said, waving his hand. I want the woman, I'll not deny it. She's beautiful and I would love nothing more than to make her mine, but that isn't coming from my heart. That doesn't make you any different than any other man I've ever known, Stone said. There isn't much difference between love and lust for most men. I have to go south, Lorik insisted. All right, but not before you're ready. Let me help you. What do you need? I'll need volunteers, horses, weapons, rations, everything. Fine, I'll get started on that. Good, Lorik said. I have to make sure that the queen goes north. Vera is supposed to help me with that. She will, Stone assured Lorik. And I want to see that Lord Emery, he said the man's name and title with disdain, is given a swift end to his treachery. See to it, Stone said. Everything will be ready for your departure as soon as you are. Thank you, Lorik said, feeling his tension ease a little. I wish I didn't have to see her again, but I think you would regret that, Stone said. Tell the truth, it will free your heart and mind for what you have to do in the days ahead. You're right, Lorik nodded. You're a good friend. Of course I am, Stone said with a huge grin. I'm amazing. Lorik turned and started walking back toward the large tent in the center of the sprawling camp. He felt nervous. Seeing Queen Iselin with a knife at her throat was difficult. He'd never experienced such fear and anger in the same instant before. He thought that he would rather face 1,000 monsters from the deepest pits of the underworld than to see Queen Iselin in mortal danger again. He wondered for a moment if he was in love with the queen. She was certainly a fine woman, strong, smart, compassionate, and beautiful. He'd never been in love before and he wasn't comfortable with the way he felt. He loved Vera, but that was a protective, familiar kind of emotion. With the queen, it was as if his heart had been plucked from his chest and was walking around, exposed and in danger. She was never far from his thoughts, and being near her made him feel weak and strong at the same time. His desire for her was strong, almost intoxicating. Yet, he also wanted to honor her, to ensure that nothing he did besmirched her in any way. It was love, he surmised, but he refused to let it sway his decision. He couldn't go north with her. What would King Rickard think if he found the Queen of Ortis in a sordid love affair with Lorik? It could damage their mission, and as much as he cared for the queen, he couldn't leave Ortis exposed. The kingdom had become like his own child. He had a deep-seated, unexplainable need to protect Ortis from all threats. He needed to defend the kingdom, even if that meant dying in the process. Chapter 10. Lorik found that Queen Iselin's shield maidens were on full alert. Several stood guard around the large tent. Each of the ladies were fully armed and watchful. The news of the attack had spread through the camp quickly, and now people were passing by, hoping to catch a glimpse of the queen, or see some of the carnage from the attack. Lorik was given a wide berth as he walked through the city of tents and hastily erected shelters. The people of the camp whispered about him, but he ignored the hushed voices and focused on what he would say to the queen. "May I enter?" he asked the ladies at the entrance to the tent. "Of course, my lord," they said, stepping aside. Lorik had to duck slightly to come through the narrow flap. The interior of the big tent was spacious by camp standards. One corner had blankets hung to form a smaller room. Lorik guessed Queen Iselin was within, since the rest of the tent appeared empty. "My lady," Lorik said. "Are you here?" Queen Iselin stepped out. Her eyes were red and her skin, which had taken color on the long march north, seemed pale. "Are you well?" Lorik asked. "I am, thanks to you," she said, moving closer to him. "I am sorry that wretched man threatened you," Lorik confessed. "I admit I was terrified," she said, "but I was more frightened for you than for myself." She was close enough that she put a slender hand on his arm. Lorik could feel his heart rate increasing. Just being close to Iselin was intoxicating, but when she touched him it took all of Lorik's self-control not to pull her into his arms and kiss her. He'd had his share of flings over the years, but no one had ever made Lorik's heart race the way Queen Iselin did. He wondered briefly if it was because she was queen. She should have been untouchable, and yet here she was, alone with Lorik and touching his arm. "I'm not sure what to say," Lorik managed. "Say that you will stay with me," Queen Iselin said. "I feel the need for your protection every hour of the day." "My lady," Lorik said. "Don't," the queen interrupted, "don't hide behind decorum, Lorik. The time for that has passed. I love you. I can't stop thinking about you. My food is tasteless, I can't sleep. Please, say you love me too and end my misery." Lorik hesitated. He wanted to confess his love, but he was afraid. He felt torn over his decision to leave, and he was afraid that he was somehow shirking his task if he didn't confront the witch's army. "I've seen the desire in your eyes," Queen Iselin said. "Tell it is more than that. Tell me you love me, Lorik. I have never felt this way about any man. I don't care about what is right or wrong, I don't care what anyone will think. I want you. And I want you," Lorik said, "but we must wait." "Why?" she asked. The pleading in her voice was hard for Lorik to resist. "Because you must go to King Rickard and I must face the army that is coming from the south." "But Lorik, don't you see that your plan is suicide? You can't fight an entire army by yourself. That's why you have to convince King Rickard to join us." "And what if I can't?" she asked. "What if King Rickard won't listen to me?" "You have to make him listen. You are still the Queen of Ortis. You must do whatever it takes." "You don't want me," she said, turning away, but not before Lorik saw the tears in her eyes. "Of course I want you," he said. "More than anything in the 5 kingdoms, but I can't turn my back on Ortis when the kingdom needs me most." "You care more about this kingdom than her king ever did," Iselin said. "Where does that passion come from?" "I do not know," Lorik said. "I have always been a protective person, but since my time with the Drew, I've changed. Ortis is like an orphan child, alone, and in danger. I can't ignore that, even when every part of me wants to be with you." Iselin was silent for a moment, then she turned back to face Lorik. "You are the true king of Ortis," she said sadly. "I had hoped that you and I might run away. I had dreamed of living a quiet life of anonymity, but that cannot be." "Perhaps when the kingdom isn't in danger," Lorik said. "No," she said sadly. "A king can never turn his back on his kingdom, and a queen can never have his heart, not completely." "I'm not the king," Lorik said. "But you will be." "Iselin," Lorik said softly. "Chances are I won't survive this war. And even if I do, there will be other men like Emery. Men with more claim to the throne than me, more ambition, and more support. You must do me one favor," she said. "Well, 2 actually." "What?" Lorik asked. "You must promise to survive," she said. "I don't think I could go on living if I lost you." "I can't promise that," Lorik said. "Then promise that you won't take undue risks," she pleaded. "Remember that you have someone to live for." "I will bring the army from Baskla, even if I have to drag them kicking and screaming." "You don't have to do this alone." "You would do that," he hesitated, his voice seemed to have fled his throat, "for me?" "I would do anything for you, my love," she said, wrapping her arms around him. "You don't know how happy that makes me," he said. What other favor do you want? Kiss me, she said. I want. Lorik pulled her up into his arms, lifting her off the ground and kissing her passionately before she could finish what she was saying. For a long moment nothing else existed, just their love. The queen clung to Lorik's massive shoulders and he held her easily, her body pressed tightly to his. Then he gently set her back on her feet and pulled away. Queen Iselin looked up at him, her cheeks now pink, her eyes glistening with tears. I must go, he said. Return to me, she begged. Please. I will, he said. I promise. Then he ducked back out of the tent. One of the shield maidens smiled at him and he realized that everyone would know about his kiss with the queen soon. He had to shake his head to refocus on the task at hand. He trusted Stone to prepare for their departure. Lorik had another task that needed to be seen about before he left. Where are you going now? Came Vera's voice from behind him. Lorik turned and saw his oldest friend. She was as familiar to Lorik as his own reflection and just seeing her gave him a sense of comfort. I'm going to take care of loose ends before we leave. When are we leaving? Tonight, Lorik said. You may be tireless, but we're not, she scolded. Don't make us march through the night. We can leave at first light. Fine, Lorik said. He had been expecting her to push back a little and giving her a small victory was no real sacrifice. He waited until she was caught up beside him to continue walking. What are going to do with Emery? She asked. I assume that's the loose end you were referring to. Yes it is, Lorik said. The man must be tried for threatening the queen. Tried by who? There's no court, no nobles or king to enact justice. Then it is up to us. They walked in silence for some time. Eventually they came to a small cattle pen where the few animals that were used in feeding the camp were kept. Gunther Emery was chained to a post and forced to sit in the foul mud. The big man that Lorik had fought was nearby, chained to another part of the cattle pen. Two of the volunteers were watching the prisoners, who looked miserable and cold. Emery's fine clothes were filthy now, his jolly cheeks and bald pate were covered in muck, and his watery eyes squinted in the glare from the winter sun. Go and fetch Trinad, Lorik told one of the men guarding the prisoners. Then he squatted down. He was still several feet away from Emery, but he was at eye level with the ruined noble who was on his knees. Tell me everything, Lorik said. Perhaps we'll find some mercy to extend to you. Emery cleared his throat and then spat at Lorik, who didn't move. The spittle didn't even come close to hitting Lorik, most of it clung to Emery's fat lip before oozing down his chin. Nice, Vera said. It's good to see a noble living up to his title. Why did you try to have me killed? Lorik asked. What was your quarrel with me? Do not speak to me, you oaf, Emery said, his voice cracking. Once the king finds out what is happening here, you'll all be put to the sword. The king is dead, Lorik said. Surely you know that. I know nothing of the kind, Emery said. All I see is a camp full of wretches, led by an oaf who thinks himself above the law. This is a waste of time, Vera said. Lorik stood up and walked over to the other man. The prisoner had a large knot on the side of his head where Lorik had bashed him with the axe handle, but his eyes were clear. Tell me everything, Lorik said. Starting with your name. Vernon, the man said. I was Lord Emery's stableman. Why did you try to kill me? Lorik asked. It was just a job, the man said. Master Gunther said we would all be paid in gold. All we had to do was kill you. He said you were holding the queen captive. Lorik looked back at Emery who was glaring at his former servant. It seems you were misled, Lorik said. That's putting it mildly, Vernon said. He said you'd be easy to kill. That you were just a big, clumsy oaf and we'd all have ale, meat, and women to serve us. Vera laughed out loud. I'm sorry that you were disappointed, Lorik said. I would have never done it if I'd known the truth, the man said miserably. I'm no traitor, my lord. And what is the truth? Lorik asked. Well, the man hesitated. I didn't know what Master Gunther was doing. I didn't know who you were. And who am I? King of the Wilderlands, the man said, his timid voice a stark contrast to his size. At least, that's what they're saying around the camp. Rumor has it you saved the queen and half of the people from Ort City. I didn't know, sire, I swear I didn't. Lorik looked at Vera, who smiled at him and nodded. You were a stableman? Lorik asked. I kept all of Lord Emery's horses, Vernon said. My father was head of the stable before me, and his father before that. So you know horses. Can you ride? Of course I can, sir. I'm more comfortable in a saddle than on my own 2 feet. Would you fight with me? Lorik asked. Would you defend the camp? I would, my lord, Vernon said, nodding. Good, Lorik said. Trinad was just arriving as Lorik stood up. He motioned to the volunteer standing guard. Release him, Lorik said, pointing to Vernon, before turning to speak with Trinad. He was just following Emery's orders when he attacked me. He can join my volunteers. As you wish, Trinad said, though the look in his eyes made it clear that he didn't trust the man. And what of Lord Emery? Lorik turned to Vera. The crime is unforgivable, she said. Yes, Lorik said. And the punishment is obvious, but what isn't obvious is how we should carry it out. A public execution? Trinad suggested. I don't want to make a spectacle of this, Lorik said. I don't want to do something that is going to make us look like bloodthirsty outlaws. Or an angry mob rebelling against the local lord, Vera said. That is wise of you, Lord Lorik. Don't tease, he chided. This is serious. So just kill him and be done with it, Vera said. The longer we wait, the more risk we take in letting him spread his vile lies around the camp. But won't a private execution send the wrong message as well? Trinad asked. People might feel like anyone who disagrees with you could just disappear. Justice isn't always so easy to find, Lorik said. I know we don't have a better place to hold him, but I don't like that he's covered in mud. We need to clean him up and hold a public hearing so that everyone knows what he's done. Won't that just give him a platform to spread his lies about you? Vera asked. It might, but there is nothing I can do about that, Lorik said. The camp needs to know what he did and why he's being punished. Who will preside over this hearing? Trinad asked. Not me, Lorik said, or Queen Iselin. We were the ones who were attacked, we can't possibly decide the guilt of the man who tried to kill us. So draw names at random, Vera said. It will make no difference. The bastard was caught red-handed. And if there is to be an execution? Trinad asked. Then do it quietly, and not in the camp, Lorik said. Take him out at night, and bury the body in an unmarked grave. As you wish, my lord, Trinad said. Should we hold this hearing tonight? No, Lorik said. Do it tomorrow, or the next day. I'll be gone and so will the queen, that way we won't have any accusations of unfair treatment. Clean him up and let him make a plea. Whatever the people of the camp decide, carry it out. With you gone, who will testify about the attack? Trinad said. One of the queen's servants can do that. Just make sure the entire ordeal is just. We want to send the message that crime won't be tolerated, but also that we're keeping everything out in the open. We need to do all we can to keep people's spirits up. I will make sure of it, Trinad said. Thank you, Lorik told him, then he turned back to Emery. I hope I never see you again. I'll see you hanged for this, oaf. Emery snarled. My father won't stand for it. You'll be hunted down and killed like a dog. He's lost his mind, Vera said sadly. Along with everything else, Lorik agreed. Chapter 11. The next morning, the sun was forced to fight its way through a thick layer of gray clouds. The ground was covered in frost, and the world seemed bleak. Lorik chose 22 men to ride with him, including Vernon, who had gotten cleaned up and proved himself to be an expert horseman. Vera and one of the camp's cooks, an older man with a bad leg named Vans, drove a large wagon with a meager complement of medical supplies and spare weapons. They would fill the wagon with food as they moved south and foraged for food among the abandoned farms and villages. There were 24 riders, including Stone and Lorik. They were all experienced fighters, each having trained with Stone. The only exception was Vernon, but Lorik knew from personal experience that the man could fight. The volunteers all carried spears, small shields, swords and daggers. There was no real armor to be had, although some had improvised greaves for their lower legs and some wore old battle helmets that were dented and rusty. They left the camp quietly, riding through the weak light of dawn, the horses' hooves crunching on the frosty ground. It could snow, Stone said, as he adjusted his heavy cloak. Might, Lorik agreed. You think the camp will be okay if it snows? That's Trinad's problem, Lorik said. There's nothing we can do about it. You aren't much for conversation in the mornings, Stone complained. Sorry, Lorik said. I guess the weather has fouled my mood. It is a bleary day to be riding off to war. They rode for 2 hours before coming to the first village. Most of the small town had been razed by the Norsec, but a few of the buildings were intact. They didn't stop, since Lorik guessed that the foragers from the camp would have picked the small community clean of any sustenance. They had enough rations for 2 days, and Lorik wanted to make as much time as possible on the first day. Shortly after they left the abandoned village behind, it started to snow. The snowflakes fell slowly, swirling on every breath of wind. The world went from bleak gray to white. It didn't take long for the ground to get covered in a thin layer of snow, but luckily it didn't seem to accumulate more than that. Just a snowy gilding that made the desolate winter landscape seem magical somehow. They stopped at midday, or what they guessed was midday, since the sun was lost behind the thick clouds. They ate cold rations and walked their horses. Stone and Lorik tied their horses to Vera's wagon and ranged ahead of the group. "What are we looking for?" Stone asked. "Surely you don't think the enemy will have made it this far already?" "No," Lorik agreed. "I don't think they will have, but I can't say that for sure. Those flying horse monsters were still collecting people as recently as a week and a half ago. I would think that transforming them and then sending them north would take time, but who the hell knows? Maybe they'll have wings too. I just don't want to be caught off guard. And what's your plan once we do find them? Ideally we could hit them and fall back. Make them cautious without really engaging in pitched battle. But we won't know what we can do until we know what we're up against. How are you feeling about Queen Iselin?" Stone asked as they jogged along. "I don't want to talk about it. Rumor has it that the two of you are in love," Stone teased. "Shut up. You sound like a little girl." "Hey, I'm just trying to be supportive. It sounds like you need to focus on keeping up. You're starting to suck wind over there. Hey, we can't all be super king warriors, endowed with great powers from the forest elves." "I was always in better shape than you," Lorik said. "No," Stone replied. "You were getting old and fat." Lorik laughed out loud. It was the first time he'd laughed in weeks and it felt good. Stone had always been able to keep things light, whereas Lorik tended to get too serious at times. They found a small farmhouse just a few hours before dark. Lorik and Stone stopped to investigate. They found sacks of ground corn and enough vegetables to fill another sack. They waited for Vera and the volunteers to catch up, then they loaded the food into the wagon. Stone took Van's place on the wagon's bench seat while the old cook moved to the back of the wagon to investigate the new supplies. They kept moving until just before dark. They made camp near a small grove of trees. The ground around the small grove was littered with dead sticks, enough to build several small fires to keep the men warm. The ground was wet from snow, but there wasn't enough snow to make them all miserable with cold. Van stewed the vegetables in a large pot, then spent most of the night baking small round bread cakes made from the ground corn. They were a little sweet, but very hearty, and the cook claimed they would last for weeks in the men's saddlebags. Lorik stood watch and let his men sleep. The days followed in rapid succession, with each day much like the ones before. The landscape turned from snowy white to a muddy brown. The clouds sat heavy on the sky like a hen warming her eggs, only there was nothing warm on the long, wet marches. On the third day, they discovered an inn with 4 large kegs of ale. Lorik decided to stay the night there. They lit a fire in the big hearth of the inn's common room and enjoyed a night of comfort before pushing on the next day. They traveled for 10 days before they finally came within sight of the walls that surrounded Ort City. There had been no sign of the enemy. "Well," Stone said. "What do you want to do?" Vera walked beside Stone and Lorik. Vans drove the wagon, which was laden with food now. The other volunteers dismounted and began leading their horses. "We've come south a good distance from the camp," Vera said. "There's bound to be plenty of food in the city," Stone said. "Water too. And it's fortified," Vera said. "You both think it's a good idea to man the city walls?" Lorik asked. "It makes sense," Vera said. "It's a strong defensive position," Stone agreed. "There's probably even weapons we could use." "What if the enemy can fly?" Lorik asked, "like the Lafers? Those high walls will be useless to us then." "We could keep moving south," Stone said. "But the farther we go, the more tired our men and horses will be. And the farther you'll have to fight to get back to the camp," Vera said. "Even if we just stay here for a few days, it would give us all a chance to rest and resupply," Stone said. "Let's see what we can find," Lorik said. Ort City was a large, fortified town, with towering stone walls. It had been built centuries before and was on the major trade route north toward Basla. There was also a well-maintained road that ran from the western coast of Ortis straight east to the Great Sea of Kings that lay like a jewel in the heart of the 5 kingdoms. All around the city lay the sprawl of the city's poor. They built makeshift houses from discarded supplies. The poor were scavengers, pilfering the city's trash each day and carrying it out of the city walls. They led their horses through the muddy streets that ran between the huts and hovels, all abandoned now. It was hard to tell what had been destroyed by the Lafers and what had merely collapsed from poor construction. There were two main gates leading into the city. The northern gate was closed and locked, with a massive iron portcullis that was lowered from the gatehouse above to protect the massive wooden doors. A smaller entrance to the side of the massive gate stood open. After closer inspection, it became clear that the main gate had been sealed, and the smaller entrance had been used by the people fleeing the city. I've never understood why a city would have such massive walls and a fortified gate, only to have a smaller entrance nearby, Vera said. During a siege, the gates remained closed, Lorik explained, but sometimes it is necessary to go in and out of the city. These smaller entrances were called ambassador gates. There's probably a load of stone just over the door that can be dropped easily to fill this part of the wall with heavy stone. Vera didn't like the idea of passing through the ambassador's gate. Just the thought of all the stones waiting to drop down made her nervous. Lorik expected to find stragglers in the city, perhaps even guarding the entrances, but they found no one. Ortis City was a well-laid-out town, with a wide avenue between the massive walls and the shops that circled the city. Lorik took a second just to take it all in. The shops were well built, most made from quarried stone with living quarters built above. Many of the tile roofs were smashed and some of the older buildings had collapsed, but unlike many of the smaller villages throughout Ortis, the city was mostly intact. In the center of the city, the royal castle stood like a silent watchman. A wall of ornate stone surrounded the castle. The deadly defensive mechanisms were artfully worked into the sweeping relief that stood out on the castle wall. The relief showed majestic rulers bestowing gifts on the masses that were carved below them. "Wow," said Vera. "That's impressive." Lorik turned and saw that everyone was staring up at the castle just like he was. It was obvious that the city was well built to defend a massive attack, but unfortunately there was simply no way that Lorik's 24 men could defend it. "All right, enough gawking," he said. "We've got work to do, You want us to search the city?" one of the volunteers asked. "No," Lorik said. "The city may be full of riches, but that's not what we're here for. Our job is to stop the army that is coming. We need to check the defenses of the castle. If my guess is right, there will be a secret tunnel that leads out of the city. I only hope it runs north and not south." "Why do we need to find a secret tunnel?" Vera asked. "Because we don't have enough men to defend the city," Stone said. "If we can put up a good fight here, then flee, we'll have a better chance of surviving." "Stone's right," Lorik said loudly. "Of course the city gives us a huge advantage in battle, but an army could surround us and trap us here. If we don't find a suitable way out of the city, we can't stay." "Well then, what are we waiting for?" Vera said. Lorik turned to her. "I want you and Vance to find food." "We have a wagon full of food," Vera said. "I know, but it would better in the long run to eat the food here and save the food in the wagon for our retreat." "All right," Vera said. "You don't want me in the castle for some reason?" "No," Lorik said. "You'll probably find all the food we need in the castle or nearby at any rate. But the secret tunnels may have traps. I'd rather not worry about you getting hurt unnecessarily." "Good thinking," Stone said. "Maybe I should help her." "You are going to find the armory," Lorik told Stone. "I want every weapon available, especially spears and weapons we can throw down on our adversaries." "That makes sense," Stone said. "And once you find the armory, I want a complete report on the castle's defenses." "You've got it," the younger warrior said. They made their way through the city, which was neatly laid out and easy to navigate. Broad roads ran from the castle out to the city walls in many directions, almost like a spider's web. Lorik could tell the city, which was beautifully arranged, was laid out so that the town beyond the castle couldn't be used to hide attackers. Anyone trying to lay siege to the castle would have to expose themselves on the city streets. The castle gates were open. They were made from massive wooden beams banded together with large iron strips and decorated with bronze sculptures of a roaring lion's mane and face. "They must have been expecting us," Stone said. "I don't think anyone's home," Lorik said. "It wouldn't hurt to find someone who knew their way around," Vera said. "Only they might think we're looters or outlaws and try their best to kill us," Lorik said. "It seems so stupid," Vera said. "Why do men have to always try to kill each other?" "It does seem stupid to fight people when there are plenty of monsters to kill," Stone said. "I don't care who we have to kill," Lorik said. "As long as we're ready when the witch's army gets here." They split up once they reached the castle's bailey. Lorik led most of the volunteers straight into the massive structure. The castle was huge, with high towers and thick buttresses sticking out from the sides of the huge, stone building, so that it looked like a toad waiting to jump after a fly. Inside the main entrance, Lorik found a massive feasting hall. There were thick tapestries with colorful scenes of warriors in battle. The tapestries covered the walls on either side of the hall, and in between the hangings were huge stone arches that supported the roof high overhead. There were windows high above each tapestry, but they were shuttered so the hall was dark and foreboding. It was hard not to feel as if ghosts were watching their every move in the abandoned castle. Lorik had his men spread out and began searching all the rooms that led away from the hall. The escape tunnel will be secret, so it won't be obvious. Don't try to explore any corridors that you suspect might lead away from the castle. They could have traps waiting to catch anyone who tried to follow the king as he escaped. Keep moving down, what we're looking for won't be on the floors above. And stay in pairs. I don't want anyone getting lost. The men nodded and Lorik looked at Vernon. You're with me, he told the man. Vernon was big, with powerful shoulders and a barrel chest. His belly was big too, but hard with muscle. Beside any other man, he seemed massive, but Lorik was bigger still. Where Vernon's muscles were thick and round, Lorik's were tightly defined, so much so that it was almost possible to see the muscle fibers. Lorik's chest was wider than Vernon's and his muscles were stretched flat, even though they stood out from his ribs. He was taller than his companion as well, and had to stoop through many of the passageways as they explored the castle. I'm thinking any escape passage would be easy for the king to find, Lorik said. You want to start looking behind the throne? Vernon said. That's my thought, Lorik said. They climbed the dais and passed the two ornately carved chairs. There was a thick, purple curtain behind the thrones. Vernon pulled it to one side. You first, he said. The passage beyond was dark and Lorik guessed they would have to find torches or lamps of some kind. He wasn't sure how to light the torches or lamps, there was no fire burning in the castle and combustible material would be hard to find. We need to find a light source soon, Lorik said, as the two men made their way through the darkness. Lorik kept one hand on the wall of the passage and another in front of him. He wasn't afraid of the dark, but he didn't want to crack his skull on the stone archway as they passed into another room. Is that light up ahead? Vernon said from behind Lorik. Some, Lorik confirmed. Looks like another room. They stepped out of the passageway into a good-sized room filled with mirrors, armor, and wooden chairs. The high window was shuttered, but there was a long dowel rod with a metal hook on the end propped against the wall under the window. Lorik used the rod to pull open the shutters and let light into the room. The armor was highly polished and obviously not intended for use in battle. Lorik glanced around at the room and saw nothing of interest to him. There were two doors, one to Lorik's right and one directly opposite the passage they had come from. Which way? Vernon asked. Let's keep moving in the same direction, Lorik said. They went across and entered another room, this one full of dresses and ornate furniture with thick cushions. There was a fireplace filled with unburned wood and a brass lamp on a high stand. This must have been the royal dressing room, Lorik said. For the queen and her maids, Vernon said, touching the silky fabric of one of the many dresses. Lorik nodded. We need to light a fire and get this lamp burning. I can do that, Vernon said. I've got flint. I just need a little kindling. Lorik reached over and tore the sleeve off one of the formal gowns. How about this? He said. That works, Vernon said with a smile. The room was very gloomy at first, there were no windows and the only light came from the doorway of the room they had just left. Still, Vernon was as good as his word and after only a few minutes he had a fire snapping and popping in the hearth. He stood near the fireplace, warming his hands. The castle wasn't as cold as the open prairie, but it wasn't warm and cozy either. Lorik thought of his home in the marshlands. It had been his parents' home, just a simple structure, with a kitchen and sitting area near the fire. Lorik never remembered it ever being cold there, even in the heart of winter when the frosty temperatures dipped south and cooled the swamps. Lorik liked traveling in the wintertime, the cooler weather made the mud dragons and snakes less active. Occasionally, the mud would freeze and he could drive his massive wagons across trails that were normally too soft to support him. It's not a cozy place, a castle, Lorik said. No, Vernon agreed. I prefer a good inn, myself. One with ale and hot food. I agree, Lorik said. This place feels too formal for my taste. They used one of the sticks from the fire to light the lamp, which was a simple affair once Lorik removed the ornate brass shade. It was a simple well filled with oil and a wick which caught the flame quite easily. Lorik replaced the shade, which reflected the flame's light and cast it down in all directions. Let's keep moving, he said. He held the lamp up and they explored several more rooms. Finally they came to a spiral staircase. They went down and found a long room with several rough-hewn wooden doors. The dungeon, Vernon said. The doors were all open, and there was a foul odor in the room. Someone must have let all the prisoners out, Lorik said. It smells worse than a barn, Vernon said. But it doesn't smell of death, Lorik said. Let's keep moving. Beyond the dungeon was what appeared to be a storage room. They nosed around, but it seemed that they had come to a dead end. "We better go back and see what the others have discovered," Lorik said. "Hope they had better luck than we did," Vernon said. "Me too. It's getting late as well. We'll need to make arrangements for the men watching the horses." "I'll see to them, my lord." Lorik nodded. He wasn't sure how much he trusted Vernon, and he preferred to keep men he didn't trust close by, but Vernon's gifts lay with horses. He would see to it that the mounts, which would be vital to their escape, were well cared for through the night. "All right, let's get moving." Chapter 12. Finding the armory wasn't difficult for Stone. There were several buildings in the castle's bailey, but only one had fortifications. They found the lock broken open. Inside the room, which had no windows and was sealed up with clay in the cracks between the tightly fitted stones to keep out any moisture, it was difficult to see. Stone swung the door open wide and let his eyes adjust to the gloom. There were racks and racks of spears, pikes, swords, shields, and other weaponry. "Jackpot," Stone said to the 2 volunteers who had been assigned to help him. "Let's start with the spears, get them all out here in the light so we can inspect them." The men gathered as many of the long weapons as they could carry, then laid them gently on the ground. The weapons were sturdy, but the men had an acute sense that the weapons were their only protection from an invading army. They were used to working with simple spears, plain shafts of wood with a crude metal spearpoint made of iron. Most of the weapons the volunteers carried were from a stockpile Lorik had made with the help of a blacksmith during the Norsec invasion, or scavenged from the loot which the raiders abandoned when they fled back into the wilderlands. The spears from the king's armory were different. The wooden shafts were smooth, but not plain. They were thicker on the ends, with a narrow place in the center that was wrapped in rough strips of leather. Stone held one up and was impressed by how balanced the weapon was. He could balance the spear, which was as tall as he was, on one finger in the very center of the spear's shaft. The blades were all dark blue, leaf-shaped, and oiled to keep the metal from rusting. Stone touched the spear's point and it pricked his finger. Then he checked the edge on the spearhead. It was honed as sharp as any sword. They laid the spears out on the ground and Stone counted them. There were 200 in total. He sent his volunteers to do the same with the pikes. The pikes were longer than the spears, and each had a short little hook at the end, just below the thin, axe-shaped blade. "What do you do with these?" asked one of the volunteers as he walked out with an armload of the pikes. "They're for foot soldiers facing men on horseback," Stone explained. "They're long enough that you can engage without being in range of your opponent's weapons." "Yeah, but what do you with them?" the farm boy, turned volunteer soldier, asked. "You use the hook to pull knights off their horses," Stone said, demonstrating how the weapon worked. "And the blade is self-explanatory." The boy looked impressed. "Get them all laid out where we can see them," Stone instructed. "I need to check the battlements before we lose the daylight." Stone went back to the gates. They were heavy, but hung on well-oiled hinges. He pushed one and could barely move it, but the door slowly moved forward. There were large, metal hooks on the back side of the gates made for holding large beams of wood that would secure the gate. Stone found 3 wooden beams, and several support beams which he guessed would be used for propping against the wooden gate doors to give it added strength. There was a set of stone steps on the side of the thick, gatehouse wall. Stone climbed up and found a wide parapet along the wall, with thick stone crenulations on the outer edge. Everything on the main gate side of the castle looked to be in good working order. There were baskets of stones, and iron braziers at regular intervals, as well as barrels lined with burlap for holding extra weapons. Stone went slowly around the castle wall, looking for any signs of weakness, but the battlements were strong and in good working order. If the Lefers had attacked the castle walls, there was no sign of it. On each of the 4 sides he found a set of narrow stone steps leading down to the courtyard around the castle. He could envision a couple men on the ground near the steps using the long pikes to trip enemies that had breached the walls and were trying to get to the castle. It was almost dark when Stone returned to his 2 volunteers. "Almost as many pikes as spears," said one of the men. "Good, there are barrels on the walls." "I want you to put 10 spears in each one," he explained. "Put them in with the blades down. Then put in 10 of the pikes, with their blades sticking up." "You understand?" "Yes, sir," both men said. "Get busy," he ordered. "Then join us in the castle." Stone went up the wide stone steps that led to the castle entrance. He could already smell food cooking and his stomach growled. He hoped Vera and Vance had found something good to eat. He liked the little corn cakes that the cook had made, but he was growing tired of them too. He hoped they might find some meat and perhaps a little ale to wash it down with. Stone didn't go into the long feasting hall, but instead wound his way through the long corridors until he found a spiral staircase. The steps were polished stone, worn smooth from years of constant use. He jogged up the stairs, ignoring the wide landings he passed as he moved higher and higher. He was out of breath when he finally came to a door at the top of the staircase. He unhooked the leather thong that held the door closed and stepped out into the last rays of sunlight. He was high above the city, high enough to see over the city walls and view the land around the castle for miles and miles. He was relieved to see that nothing was moving. He had been afraid of what he might find looking out over the kingdom, but it was a tranquil night. There were 2 of the tall lookout towers. He and Lorik would need to station men in each around the clock, but at least they had time to eat and make preparations before the witch's army arrived. He made his way back down the winding steps of the tower. When he finally reached the bottom, he was tired and the castle was dark. He had to move slowly through the darkened rooms and corridors in an effort to find his way back to the feasting hall. When he arrived, he found most of the volunteers loitering around the huge hearth where a bright fire was casting warm rays of light around the huge space. Lorik sat on one of the long tables, but Stone thought he would have looked more at home on the king's throne. "What a bunch of lollygaggers," Stone called as he walked into the room. "What did you find?" Lorik asked. "Weapons, lots of them," Stone said as he sat down across from his friend. "We've got enough spears for every man to have almost 10 each, and pikes to keep any of the devils from climbing the walls." "Good. How are the battlements?" "In good order," Stone said. "As good as you could hope for." "No weaknesses?" "None. It doesn't look like the monsters attacked the castle walls. Or the castle itself, for that matter. I was just up in one of the high towers. The roof is intact on the castle." "It's mostly stone," Lorik said. "I guess they can't break through that as easily as thatch." "No," Stone agreed. "We're in a good place. It's very strong, even though we don't have enough men to really defend it. I didn't see any movement for miles around the city. The view from the tower is impressive." "We'll need men up there," Lorik said. "I thought the same thing. But at least we have a little time to get ourselves ready." "What did you find?" "Nothing," Lorik said. "We had to build a fire, it was dark and there were no torches. I found the dungeon, so you'll have a place to sleep tonight." "Nice," Stone said. "But we didn't find anything out of the ordinary." "We'll have to keep looking. I'm certain there must be some type of escape route." "There normally is, but it's hidden for a reason," Stone said. "I should have asked Iselin." "Oh, what happened to Queen Iselin? You sound like you're getting pretty friendly." Lorik ignored him. "She probably wouldn't have known anyway," Stone said. "It didn't sound like King Over had much to do with her other than trying to make babies." "It doesn't help for you to bring up the king's efforts with Iselin," Lorik said. "Oh, come on. You're no innocent, believe me, I know." "What has Vera been telling you?" Lorik demanded. "Wouldn't you like to know?" "You're a nosy bastard," Lorik said. "But I'm handsome," Stone crowed. Lorik took a playful swipe at his friend, who ducked and leaned away from the table. "Play nice," Vera said, as she came into the room with a large tray of food. It was mostly vegetables, some steamed, others sautéed in a creamy sauce. There was bread and crocks of butter, fruit jams in big jars, and then Vans brought out pitchers of wine. The volunteers hurried over the table and soon everyone was eating and talking. Stone made sure there was 2 plates heaping with food, and a loaf of bread set aside for the men who had been helping him with the weapons. They came in late, just as Vernon was heading out with a basket of food and a small pitcher of wine. Lorik had given the man orders to move their horses out, away from the city. He wanted them north of Ort City, beyond the sprawling ghetto of mud huts, animal pens, and shacks that surrounded the walled capital. Lorik ate quickly and then left Stone in charge. He had volunteered to take the first watch. He took one of the brass lamps, trimmed the wick and then left the feasting hall. "He seems like he has the world on his shoulders," Vera said softly to Stone. "I suppose he thinks he does. He takes his responsibility very seriously. I wish he would relax a little." "We're in no danger tonight, are we?" she asked. "I feel a little odd being in this huge castle all alone, but it's better than being out in the open. I feel safer." "Yes, this is better," Stone said. "But we can't get too comfortable. I don't like the idea of us getting trapped here." "Well, neither do I, but I don't mind having something decent to eat and a bed to sleep in that's up off the ground." "Speaking of beds," Stone said with a grin, "I'm requesting a private room." "Well, then," Vera said, with a smile of her own, "I'm requesting that you take a bath." Chapter 13. Lorik climbed the stairs slowly. His body didn't get tired the way it once did after a long day, but his mind was weary. He couldn't stop thinking about Queen Iselin. Her face seemed to appear in his mind whenever he closed his eyes, and it was becoming harder and harder not to forsake his mission and race north just to be with her. He let his hand slide along the smooth, cold, stone walls of the tower. He appreciated anything that was built well, and the royal castle in Ort City was the finest building he'd ever seen. Yet it was nothing but a stone box compared to the wonderful tree cities he'd seen in the wilderlands. The Dreyry Drew didn't build as much as they nurtured the tree to grow how they needed it. The result was a harmony of the tree's strength and the Dreyry Drew's needs. It made Lorik realize just how much humanity still had to learn and how much he could learn from the forest elves. He wanted so badly to show Iselin the wonders of the Dreyry Drew, but he couldn't turn his back on the deadly threat that was marching toward him. The people he'd worked so hard to save from the Norsec now faced an even greater threat, and he couldn't ignore it. When he reached the top of the tower, he was surprised at how close the sky looked. The clouds had blown away late in the afternoon and the night was bitterly cold. The stars were fierce dots of cold light, the moon a mere sliver of ghostly gray. The light from the stars seemed to make the sky glow, but did little to illuminate the city below. As Lorik looked down into the city, he was reminded of the wilderlands. It was pitch black along the streets and between the buildings in the same way that the great forest was so dark among the massive trunks of the great redwood trees. The only difference was the lack of mist rising up through the city streets. When Lorik had first been in the wilderlands, the mist had seemed ghostly and frightening, but since he climbed the king tree, the mists had been like a secret friend, beckoning him through forgotten trails and leading him exactly where he needed to go. I need the mist to help me find the king's escape tunnel, Lorik thought. The entire group of volunteers had been unsuccessful in finding the secret route to safety that Lorik was sure must be there. If they couldn't find it, he would lead them out of the city, despite the obvious military advantages. He looked out across the dark countryside. It was too dark to make out anything, but he knew the enemy was coming. He could feel a deep sense of foreboding and he was sure it was from the witch's army. He wished he could see the enemy, get a sense of their numbers. The Dreyry Drew had confirmed that the witch was mutating the men and women captured by the Lefers, but Lorik had no idea what they were being transformed into. They could be horrible monsters, or something he'd never imagined before. It was difficult not knowing, and on top of it all was his desire to turn north and go after Queen Iselin. He wanted to rush north, even though he didn't know why. He told himself it was just a crush, but it was the strongest feeling he'd ever had. Hours passed as Lorik leaned against the parapet, staring out into the darkness. There was only a few hours before dawn when Lorik finally turned and was shocked to see ghostly mist snaking along the stairway and through the open door that led back down into the tower. The mist hadn't come out onto the tower as far as Lorik stood, but as soon as he stepped forward the white, glowing vapor began to move as well. It flowed in front of Lorik like a slow-moving river and he followed it instinctively. He hated to leave his post, it went against the discipline of finishing what he started that his father had drilled into him as a boy, but it was too dark to see anything. Having men awake through the night would only make them less efficient come morning. The mist moved almost rhythmically, so that Lorik got the impression the mist was dancing. He didn't know where it had come from, but it seemed to be leading him in the same way that the mist in the wilderlands did. Lorik thought about what the Dreyry Drew had told him about magic, how it would be attracted to him. He tried to feel the mist, hoping that it would not be cold and menacing. There was no physical sensation from the white vapor, it was even less tangible than fog. But it didn't seem menacing either, instead it seemed playful. Whatever it was, and whatever had conjured it, Lorik believed it was good. The fog led him back down through the maze of rooms and past the glowing embers of the fire he had lit in the royal dressing room. Eventually he was led down into the dungeon, and this time he could feel a sense of something dark from a hidden doorway that he hadn't seen on his first trip through the castle. The mist surrounded the hidden door, and glowed around the tiny cracks in the stone that outlined the edges of the passage. Lorik stopped and studied the door, even putting a hand on it. The castle was cold, the stone walls were all cold to the touch, but the door sent a shiver of fear down Lorik's back. The mist didn't stop at the door, instead it seemed to beckon him away, like a child trying to keep their parents' attention. Lorik turned away from the hidden door, not sure what lay beyond it. His mind was divided, as he followed the mist through the long corridor of empty cells. He kept thinking of the hidden door and wondering if perhaps that was the passage to the king's escape route. But if it was, why had it seemed so cold and menacing, he wondered. There was something deep inside the castle that was evil. It tempted Lorik, the darkness called to him, and although Lorik was afraid, he was also curious. Some part of him longed to discover whatever lay on the other side of that doorway. He shook his head and tried to focus on the mist, which was fading. Lorik didn't know if the sun was rising or if he was imagining everything he had seen. He pinched himself, thinking for a moment that perhaps it was all just a dream, but he was awake. The mist led him back to the storeroom, the same dead end he'd found with Vernon earlier in the day. He sighed in frustration as the mist swirled weakly around his feet. He was just about to turn around and go back when he noticed the mist seemed to be slipping between a large wooden chest, with bands of iron, and a tall wardrobe that had seen better days. The wardrobe was nicked and scratched, the fine workmanship was blunted from years of use. There was nothing about anything in the room that would normally attract attention, but the mist was moving, disappearing between the two pieces of furniture. He stepped over to the chest and looked down. He tried to slide the chest away from the wardrobe, but it wouldn't budge. He squatted and looked closer. The mist revealed that something was there, but didn't give enough light for Lorik to see more than just shadowy outlines. He squinted in the darkness, but couldn't see anything that would reveal the secret of the room. He pushed on the wardrobe, but it too was solid and unmoving. He frowned. If the items in the storage room had been put there just to have them out of the way, he should be able to move them, at least a little bit. He pulled on the wardrobe door, but it didn't open. He looked closer, but there was no lock, or even a latch holding the door closed. Nothing about the room made sense, but he needed more light and perhaps a little help. As Lorik stood up, the final few wisps of mist disappeared into the crack between the chest and the wardrobe. Lorik was in total darkness. He needed to get back upstairs where he could light a fire and get a lamp or torch to illuminate the storage room. He was hopeful that perhaps the secret route out of the castle was hidden behind the assembled junk in the storage room, but the oppressive darkness was choking that hope. He moved forward slowly, sliding his feet and reaching out with his hands. It took a moment to find the doorway to the storage room. The door jamb felt solid and Lorik felt better. He knew that the dungeon corridor lay ahead, and beyond that the stairs that would take him up to the main level of the castle. It took longer than he thought it would to traverse the dungeon corridor, and the closer he came to the hidden door, the more difficult the journey became. He felt an overwhelming sense of fear, as if some dark, malevolent force was watching him in the darkness. Eventually his hand touched the side wall, and he felt a shiver run up his arm. A voice spoke in his mind. "Come to me." Lorik wanted to run, but he was rooted to the spot. The darkness felt tangible around him, like a mob of people holding him in place. "Open the door and come to me." "No," Lorik said. "You cannot refuse me." "I won't," Lorik said, fighting to control his fear. Then a new sensation washed over Lorik. It was the feeling of power, and it made him giddy for just a moment. In the darkness he could see an image of himself sitting on a tall throne, with hundreds of people bowing down to him. "Come to me." He hesitated. "Do not resist my power." Lorik's hand slid over the stones and he knew he was standing in front of the secret doorway. Instinctively he knew that if he pushed on it, the door would open. "Open the door and come to me." Lorik felt himself leaning toward the door. "No," he said again, remembering the admonition that Rowan had given him. He knew that if he gave in to the darkness beyond the doorway, it would dominate him. "Open it now," the voice ordered. Lorik felt his resolve slipping. He knew that if he lingered, he wouldn't be able to resist the dark magic behind the door. He forced his foot backward and then took a step away. "Don't leave me here." Another step back. "Let me give you my power." Lorik hesitated. "I can overcome the witch's army." Lorik felt the temptation rise up again. If he allowed the magic behind the door to fill him, he would be more powerful than the witch. He would be more powerful than the wizard Zalin. He could bring order and peace to the 5 kingdoms. Then his own thoughts turned darker. He could rule the 5 kingdoms. He would be all-powerful and no one could stop him. The idea was so enticing, he almost took a step backward. He was just thinking of how he could make Iselin love him, when he realized he didn't want to make her love him. He didn't want to force her to do something against her will. He shook his head and the voice beckoned once more. "I will give you everything you desire." Lorik realized he could have everything, but he also realized it would mean nothing to him. His father's voice popped into his head, reminding him that working for the things he wanted was good. "When you work for something, you can take pride in it," his father had said. "A man uses his strength and energy to provide the things his family needs. There's never any shame in a hard day's work." Lorik stepped back and the change was palpable. The temptation was suddenly gone, like stepping from a dark cave and into sunlight. Lorik waited for a moment, trying to remember what he needed to do. The darkness around him was still as complete as before, but it didn't seem frightening anymore, just bothersome. He turned and made his way to the staircase that led back up into the castle. He moved carefully, taking each step cautiously and keeping one hand on the stone wall. The stairway spiraled upward. He passed several doorways, but kept moving up. Eventually, he saw light. It was dim, but enough that he could make out dark shadows among the gloom. Then he smelled bread baking, and the unmistakable scent of oats. He followed his nose more than his eyes and eventually came to the kitchens. Vans was hard at work. He had bread in the ovens and a large pot of bubbling oatmeal. Light was pouring in from an open window, as well as from the fire that crackled merely in the hearth. "You're up early, my lord," Van said. So are you. Breakfast smells good. Should I prepare you a bowl? It's not but oatmeal and fresh bread, but there's butter, honey, and some fruit preserves. That sounds wonderful, Lorik said. He ate quickly, finishing the bowl of warm oatmeal sweetened with honey and eating an entire loaf of warm bread with butter. There was wine and ale, but Lorik drank water. Then he took a burning stick from the fire. I'll light a fire in the feasting hall, Lorik said. We have a lot of work to do today. I'll make sure everyone has plenty to eat, Vance assured him. Lorik thanked the cook and went up to the feasting hall. It was empty and gloomy, but he soon had a fire going in the hearth. He searched in the servants' quarters and found a long pole with a hook on the end. He used it to open the shutters over the high windows in the feasting hall. The cold winter air came in, but so did the sunlight. Lorik felt it was a fair trade. None of the volunteers had roused themselves yet, and Lorik decided to run up to the top of the lookout tower. He jogged up the stairs, happy to be working the tensions from his muscles as he ran. When he finally reached the top, he stepped outside with more than a little trepidation. He feared that a massive army would be seen marching toward the city, but even though he looked in every direction, there was nothing to see. Nothing moved in the city below or in the countryside that surrounded the castle, except the long grass that swayed in the cold winter wind. Lorik filled his lungs with the cold air, then jogged back down to the feasting hall. He collected 2 pots from the kitchens and banged them together as he walked up the wide, ornate staircase that led to the sleeping quarters. His volunteers came stumbling out. Breakfast is downstairs, he called. Everyone up and out to the feasting hall. There's work to be done. The men grumbled, but none were truly angry. I think sleeping on feather beds is making you all soft, Lorik called to the men. What's got you in a tear this morning? Stone asked, stepping out of a room and closing the door behind him. I've found something, Lorik said. Come with me. What about breakfast, Dot? How can you think of food at a time like this? Lorik teased. You've already eaten, haven't you? Maybe just a little. Now come on, I have something to show you. Chapter 14. The trip north had been uneventful. Queen Iselin had left the refugee camp near the Wilderlands the same day that Lorik had gone south. The day had been as grey as she felt, leaving Lorik simply didn't feel right. She'd been excited when she married King Over, but that had been more over the pomp and circumstance than because she loved him. And that marriage certainly hadn't turned out the way she thought it would. In the end, she felt more like a prisoner than a queen. For days she and her escort had ridden west, moving swiftly as they circled the southern point of the northern sea which separated the Norsec tribal lands from Baskla. It snowed on the 4th day of their journey, big white flakes that seemed to dance in the air. The snow soon covered the ground and made their journey slower than before. They crossed the border and the softly rolling plains changed into rough, rocky hills full of stunted trees. The volunteer guard sent 1 man ahead to find shelter for the night, and just before night fell they were led to a small farm where they took shelter in the barn. The farmer was an older man, his wife was very sick and the barn was nearly empty. Only an old milk cow, some chickens, and a blind horse remained. The volunteers saw to the party's horses, 14 in all. Queen Iselin and her shield maidens did their best to make the loft into a warm, comfortable space. A wood stove on the ground level of the barn was the only source of heat. The barn had been skillfully built, but it was decades old and had fallen into disrepair of late. Water dripped from the leaky roof, and cold wind blew through the cracks between the warped planking. A little warmth could be found from the old metal stovepipe that ran from the wood stove up through the loft and out the roof of the barn. The queen's maidens huddled around it on a layer of hay that would serve as their bed for the night. Iselin stood near the window, which was shuttered but the gaps were wide enough to see through. She watched the snow falling until the night became too dark. Lanterns were lit on the ground level, but due to the risk of fire none were brought up to the hay loft. Soft light shone through the loft's opening from the main barn level, but so did the smell of animals and manure. This is not a fit place for you, my queen, said one of the maidens, wrapping a blanket around Iselin's shoulders. It is warm and mostly dry, Iselin tried to smile. It shall do for tonight. The truth was that Iselin didn't care about spending the night in a filthy barn. Nor did she care that it was cold. Her misery came from being so far from Lorik. She had never met a man like him. He was both humble and kingly at the same time. He genuinely cared about people, from the men he rode with, to the poorest refugee in the camp by the Wilderlands. He was an unstoppable warrior, she was sure of that after seeing him battle the monsters that had attacked them on their flight north. Yet he was kind to her, and her maidens. She remembered the warmth of his touch and shivered. The thought of his soft kisses made her knees tremble. He was the perfect example of masculine strength, but she was attracted to much more than his hulking appearance. She was drawn to his noble character and sense of duty. At the refugee camp she had heard stories of how he had rescued a group of women and children who had been captured by the Norsec and carried away into their tribal lands. He had fought the raiders and led the captives back through the wilderlands, only to find a huge army of raiders camped on the Ortisian side of the massive forest. Then, she was told, he fought the raiders single-handedly, killing hundreds before a massive green dragon appeared and fought with him. He not only looked like a hero of old, he was capable of great deeds just like the warriors of legend. Queen Iselin had no doubt that poets and singers would write great ballads of his mighty feats. And yet, it wasn't his fame or his accomplishments that she cherished, it was his tender touch and warm embrace. "Are you okay, my lady?" the servant asked, shaking the queen from her reverie. "Of course," Iselin said. "We should eat and then rest. We still have a long journey ahead of us." Dinner was more dried rations. The farmer was existing on cow's milk and old vegetables. He didn't have enough to feed the queen's party and she insisted that he didn't try. Instead, they chewed salted pork and drank water from the farmer's well. It wasn't a satisfying meal, but the party was tired and cold. The women huddled together in the loft, sleeping close to share their body heat. The men slept around the wood stove on the ground floor, their weapons kept at the ready. The next morning, they found almost a foot of snow on the ground, but Iselin insisted they push on. To her way of thinking, if Lorik was fighting to give King Rickard's men time to reach the border, she wasn't going to let anything keep her from getting them there quickly. The horses trod slowly through the snow. It was impossible to see the road leading north, buried as it was under the snow. So they traveled where the snow was flat with trees looming up on either side. They rode single file, the volunteers taking turns riding point in an effort to not tire their horses too badly as they trudged through the fresh snow. Early that afternoon, they came to a village with an inn. The queen had fled without thinking of taking coin, so they settled for a single room for Iselin and two of her maids. The others camped behind the small inn. It was the first time that had a warm meal in several days, and the first real bed Queen Iselin had slept in since she left Ort City. The terrain became more difficult to cross, especially since the snow left everything muddy and slick. The trails were rocky, causing the horses to lose shoes from their dark hooves. The queen's maidens insisted that she ride, but Queen Iselin refused and walked her horse along with the others. Early on the 10th day of their journey, they were met by a small group of soldiers traveling south. One of the volunteers went forward to introduce Queen Iselin. The two groups met beside a huge boulder. One of the soldiers, a knight from all appearances, came forward and bowed before the queen. "My lady, it is an honor to meet you. My name is Jostin, son of Lord Ulber." He was a slender man, close to Iselin's own age. He wore his armor, which looked well used and maintained, easily, as if he were accustomed to the weight of it. He had long brown hair which he kept tied back in a loose ponytail and his cheeks and chin were covered with dark stubble that showed spots of gray. "King Rickard has sent us south to check on the border." "Has the witch's army overrun your lands?" "You know of the witch's army?" Queen Iselin asked in surprise. "Yes, we've heard rumors. I wasn't in Forksum when the wizard came on his dragon to warn us. These are truly wondrous times we are living in." "They are, but perilous as well," Queen Iselin said. "Ort City was overrun by horrible flying monsters. I'm afraid most of Ortis is lost. A small group of volunteer soldiers have moved south in hopes of buying us time, but without the army from Baskla, I'm afraid we will all be overrun." "You have nothing to fear, my lady. King Rickard is mobilizing his forces. If you can give us a detailed account, I will send it north to Forksum." "I was on my way to do just that," Queen Iselin said. "Then allow me to escort you." "What about your mission?" she asked. "My task was find out as much as possible and report back to my king. I doubt I can learn more than you already know, my lady." "Good," Queen Iselin said. The group, twice as large as before, moved north more swiftly. Iselin rode beside Jostin and told him what had happened in Ortis. "My late husband was mobilizing his troops to sail north and attack Yelsia," she told him as they rode along. "Yes, we were waiting to join forces with him, I'm afraid," Jostin said. "They never came." "No," Iselin agreed. "I was not with them, but we suddenly got word that Over wanted all his troops to join him in Osla. He was marching south and even the reserve guard was to join him. We were left defenseless." "I'm shocked," Jostin said. "What would cause him to make such a rash decision?" "The witch," Iselin said quietly. "He must have fallen under her spell. I cannot imagine anyone being able to compare with your own beauty, if I may be so bold," the knight said. Iselin felt her cheeks flush. She had not been around men for a long time. King Over had only brought her out to show off her beauty to visiting dignitaries or on feast days. As the Queen of Ortis, the men who spoke to her were courteous, but none dared to flirt with her. Despite Over's reputation for infidelity, he was also known to be extremely jealous. Iselin had not been sincerely complimented in years. "You may," Queen Iselin said. "And thank you. I'm afraid my husband and his entire army are dead." "That is what we heard as well," Justin said sadly. "You have my deepest sympathies." "What I need is not sympathy," Iselin said. "My husband was a fool. He has left our kingdom in a desperate situation." The Norsec invaded when they realized the troops guarding the Wilderlands had abandoned their posts. "If not for Lord Lorik, there would not be a kingdom left. We have heard of this man as well." "He is a lord of Ortis then?" "Not exactly," Iselin said. She felt slightly guilty talking about Lorik to another man. She liked Justin's attention, he was a handsome man, and obviously a chivalrous one as well. Their flirtation made her feel alive and she found it exciting. "He is a mighty warrior," she said, "like a hero of old. He is king of the forest elves in the Wilderlands. At least, that is what I have been told. He rules the refugee camp, which is made up of survivors from the Norsec raids and people fleeing the witches' monsters from the south." "Where is the camp?" Justin asked. "It is stretched along the northern border," Queen Iselin replied. "The monsters haven't come that far. They have fallen back with captives which the witch is using to create her army." "But who is this foul sorceress?" "I don't know. Most of our information comes from the same wizard you mentioned." "I did not speak to him, but Lord Lorik has." "The wizard did not consult you in Ort City?" "No," Queen Iselin said, her face downcast. "I did not learn of him until I met Lord Lorik. He and his volunteers came south and escorted the refugees north from Ort City. He saved all our lives." "He must be a mighty warrior," Justin said. Queen Iselin felt her cheeks flush again and realized she probably sounded like a young maiden bragging about her bow. She straightened in her saddle and adjusted the heavy cloak around her shoulders. "He is," she said softly. "Tell me more of what the wizard told your king." "He warned us of the witch's army. He claimed to be gathering forces to make a stand on the Falxus side of the Walheda Mountains. He urged us to join forces with this Lorik you speak of on our southern border." "Do you believe him?" Iselin asked. "As I said, my lady, I wasn't there when he spoke with King Rickard. I will say that I find all of this hard to believe. I heard that the reason we were mobilizing to attack Yelsia was because they harbored a wizard. We also heard rumors of a great black dragon ravaging the northern villages of Yelsia. Now a witch is creating an army and we're to join forces with the king of the forest elves. I'm afraid I don't know what to believe anymore." "I understand," Queen Iselin said. "I feel much the same way. I don't think I could believe it if I hadn't seen the monsters for myself." "You mentioned the monsters," Justin said. "What were they like?" "They were horrible," she admitted. "They had the body of a horse, but the chest, shoulders, arms, and head of a man. Their eyes were black and they had talons for fingers. Long, oval-shaped wings sprouted from their back. They were almost like dragonfly wings. And from the haunches of the horse they had a huge scorpion tail, complete with venomous stingers." "It is truly hard to imagine," Justin said. "They were worse than any nightmare," she confided. "I had the city gates closed when we saw them approaching, but they flew over the battlements. They impaled their victims with their tails and then flew south again." "Surely if they impaled people, the witch couldn't use the victims as her army. Isn't it more likely that they were eating the people they caught?" "I don't know," Iselin said. "We never saw them eating their victims. We survived the first assault in the royal castle, but the monsters broke through the roofs of the other buildings. No one was safe. When the second wave struck, it became obvious that we couldn't stay in the city. The monsters attacked in large numbers, and eventually they would have razed the castle. After the second attack, we gathered what survivors we could and fled north. I'm sorry you had to endure such horrific events, Justin said, his gaze so steady it made Iselin both giddy and nervous at the same time. I assure you that you are safe now, my lady. I guarantee it on my honor. You are very kind, Iselin said. How much farther is Forksum? Not far, my lady. Not far. Chapter 15. They went down into the bowels of the castle once again. This time they both had lamps. When they went into the dungeon, Lorik feared that he might be tempted to open the secret door again, but this time the voice beyond was silent. Perhaps, Lorik thought, it was because of the light or maybe Stone's presence. Either way, he was glad not to be tempted again. It was disconcerting to think that perhaps the way out of the castle was through the secret door in the dungeon corridor, but that is not where the mist had led Lorik. If that hidden passage was the only way out of the castle, Lorik knew he would abandon the city before opening the door to whatever evil lay beyond it. "Oh, what a lovely place you've brought me to," Stone said as they walked down the dungeon corridor. "And what a magnificent aroma. I'm glad I didn't eat." "Do you ever stop complaining?" Lorik asked. "Sure, just put me in front of a crackling fire, place a mug of ale in my hand, and keep any monsters far away. I'll never complain again." "Too bad," Lorik said, suppressing a grin. "If you keep groaning, I'll lock you in one of these cells." "Can you imagine?" Stone said seriously. "Locked away, down here in the dark. A man would go insane in a place like this." "You were on the fast track to a dungeon, as I recall, before my wholesome influence changed you." "Perhaps, but I think I'd rather die fighting than be locked away in the dark." "Are you afraid of the dark, Dot?" "I wasn't before I realized that monsters were real," Stone said. "Now tell me that the dark isn't a little bit more frightening than you thought." "All right," Lorik said. "Well, we won't be down here much longer, and if this really is the passage out of the castle, then we'll keep torches lit all the way." "Good," Stone said. "I don't relish running through a dark passage being chased by monsters. That's when they always get you." "Baby," Lorik teased. They came to the storage room and Lorik pointed to the wardrobe and the chest. "I think this is it." "You think the passage is here?" "Behind the wardrobe," Lorik said. "Why do you always make things so difficult?" "I thought that was my job." "No, your job is to help. Here, hold this lamp." Stone stood to the side, holding both lamps so that the room was filled with yellow light. There was a mark on the floor. It was faint, but Lorik bent down and studied it. "I think this is where the wardrobe dragged on the floor," he said. "It probably did," Stone agreed, "when they moved the ugly thing in here." Lorik shook his head and heaved on the wooden furniture. "It didn't budge." "There, we tried." "Now let's get out of here," Stone said. "What is your hurry? You can't be that hungry." "I don't like it down here, it's hard to breathe." "Stop complaining. Can't you see that something is going on with this wardrobe? I mean, why won't it move? If it were just an old piece of furniture, it would move when I pulled on it." "Not if it was filled with something heavy," Stone said. Lorik considered that for a moment and decided to open the wardrobe. There was no latch, but the door was stuck and Lorik had to use his dagger to pry it open. "See," Stone said. "It's full of old books. And books are heavy. This is just a junk room. Every castle probably has half a dozen rooms just like this." "No," Lorik said. "This is different." "How do you know?" "The mist led me down here." "The mist?" Stone asked. "Like the mist in the Wilderlands that you said led you through the forest at night? Are you sure you didn't get hit on the head or something? You can joke all you like. The mist appeared in the castle last night. It led me down here and disappeared between this wardrobe and that chest." "What's in the chest?" "I don't know," Lorik said. "It was dark in here last night. You never would have made it." "Shut up," Stone said. "Open the chest." The chest was locked, and Lorik started to find something to smash the lock with. "What are you doing now?" Stone asked. "I need something to break the lock." "Hold it," he said. "Take the lamps." Lorik took one lamp and set it on the wardrobe. Then he took the other and held it over his head. Stone stooped down in front of the chest and looked at the lock. Then he pulled out a small knife that was hidden in his leather belt. It was little more than a thin strip of metal, the size of a blade of grass. He inserted the small knife into the opening of the lock. "You can pick locks?" Lorik asked. "It's a useful skill I learned in the wild days of my youth." "You're a crook." "I'm telling Vera. She knows, that's what she loves about me." The knife rattled in the lock, then it clicked and the chest lid popped. It was still closed, but a tiny gap had opened around the edge of the lid. "Try it now," Stone said, standing up and taking the lamp from Lorik. The big man bent down and pulled on the lid. It creaked, the wood seemed to groan, then it popped open. Both men stood back, shocked by what lay inside. The chest was full of gold, and 3 pale, human skulls sat on top of the mound of coins. "Now we know why you couldn't move it," Stone said. "What is it?" Lorik asked. "It's hidden treasure," Stone said. "It's the kind of thing thieves look for when they sneak into a lord's estate. Hidden treasure is the best kind of treasure. You can steal it and no one knows." Lorik looked at his friend, who shrugged as if to say he were just being honest. "Okay, so why is there a chest of gold here?" "Well, this room seems pretty secure," Stone said. No way in except through the dungeon. No thief wants to go anywhere near the dungeon. And if there really is a secret escape tunnel somewhere in this room, it makes sense to have a stash of coin to take with you while you flee. What about the skulls? Lorik asked. I've never heard of that before. Probably just there to scare thieves, but it could be a cursed treasure. I've heard stories about that before. Those stories aren't true, Lorik said, his hand moving toward the gold. Neither are stories of dragons or monsters, Stone said. Lorik hesitated, then decided it wasn't worth the risk. Okay, so we don't touch the gold, he said as he closed the lid on the chest. I doubt the books are cursed. Lorik turned to the wardrobe and started pulling out the ancient books. Dust billowed up as he pulled several volumes out at once. He didn't bother looking to see what the books were, he just stacked them against another piece of old furniture and turned back to the wardrobe. On his third armload of books, he felt a small bit of resistance, as if one of the books was stuck to the back of the wardrobe. Suddenly the big piece of furniture sprang forward. Look out! Stone shouted as he backpedaled out of the way. If the wardrobe had been a trap, it might have killed Lorik. The big man sprang backward, but there wasn't much room to maneuver in the cramped space. A gust of air made the flames in the lanterns waver madly for a moment, but then everything was still. I told you, Lorik said. One of the books must have been the key to opening the passage. If it was, Stone said, you broke it. They looked at the books that were still in Lorik's arms. One had an ancient thread dangling out of it. Lorik set the books down and opened the passageway up, holding his lamp out into the darkness of the dank-smelling corridor. Stone steps led down into a narrow passage that was dark and damp. Lovely, Stone said. Let's see where it goes, Lorik urged. Shouldn't we tell someone where we are and what we're up to, Stone said. I doubt you want the others just milling around while we're down here. There's no telling how long that passage is and it could be a trap. When did you become so timid? Lorik snapped. When I found out I was going to be a father, Stone said, the look on his face told Lorik he was being serious. The statement hung in the air. Lorik wouldn't have been more surprised if his friend had slapped him hard in the face. What? He finally asked. I'm going to be a father, Stone said. Vera's pregnant. Lorik leaned back against some of the junk in the room opposite the secret passage. I don't believe it, he said. I didn't think she could have children. I don't think she thought she could either, Stone said. It must have happened after the wizard fixed my leg. Perhaps he did something for her and just didn't say. Are you sure? Lorik asked. She is. Well, congratulations. Lorik exclaimed. That's great news. Is it? Stone asked. He looked as serious as Lorik had ever seen him. I mean, the world is going to hell, literally. There are monsters and witches roaming around, some sort of mutated army marching this way. What are the odds that you and I survive this, Lorik? Be honest. Not very good, Lorik said, putting a hand on his friend's shoulder. Damn it, man, why didn't you go with Queen Iselin? What would that have done, given me a few more weeks before we're all overrun by nightmarish creatures we can't even conceive of? Vera told me last night, and I was excited at first, but the more I think about it, Lorik, the more certain I am that we aren't going to make it. We will, Lorik said. We have to now. You and Vera should leave, go north, go to the Wilderlands and search for the elves. Tell them I sent you and that they should find a place for you in the King Tree. Don't be stupid, Stone said. We aren't going to run and hide while you risk your life for us. Besides, we're better together, you said that yourself? I did, but now you have a child to think about. I am, Stone said. I'm through taking needless chances with my life, but I won't shrink back from my duty either. You have no duty, Lorik said. Friendship demands that I stay, Stone said. I've been alone most of my life. I've never had anyone to watch my back before, much less to care about. I won't throw all that away now that I have it. It's worth more to me than 10 chests full of gold, he said, kicking the chest that contained the coins. Dark blades shot out of the sides of the ancient-looking chest, causing both men to shout and leap backward in alarm. Are you okay? Lorik asked. Yeah, Stone said. What happened? I guess the chest is a trap, Lorik said, a little breathless. I wonder what would have happened if you touched the coins. I don't want to think about it. But you're probably right about letting people know where we are. I'll stay here and you go get some help. All right, but don't do anything stupid, Stone said. He hurried back down the dungeon passageway and Lorik leaned back against the old desk he'd stacked the books from the wardrobe on. He brushed away the dust and looked at the faded gold leaf letters that had been pressed into the leather bindings. The books were a collection with multiple volumes. The title was The Collected Wisdom of the Venerated Society of Mages. He started to open one, but then wondered if the books might be booby-trapped like the chest of gold. He decided not to take the risk. It took almost 10 minutes before Stone returned. He had 3 other men with him and he was carrying the long staff used to open the high windows in the feasting hall. The other men all carried torches. "You found it," one of the men exclaimed. "We also found a trap, so don't touch anything," Lorik warned. "I thought we could attach a torch to this pole and stick it down into the tunnel," Stone said. "Good idea." They used some old twine Lorik had seen in the junk room to tie one of the torches to the hook end of the pole, then carefully moved it into the dark passage. The walls were stone, roughly hewn from the bedrock the castle had been built on. There were thick spider webs that melted as the torch got close to them. The light flickered on the walls and floor, but there didn't appear to be any more traps. The torch began to fall from the makeshift position on the long pole, and Lorik started bringing it back into the storage room. "Be careful," Stone warned. "It's going to fall." "I've got it," Lorik said. "You should have tied it better." "Don't blame me," Stone argued. "It was a good idea." The torch slipped again, this time breaking free of the twine and falling to the floor at the bottom of the stairs that led down from the storage room. Lorik was about to curse his bad luck, when the floor collapsed and fell into a deep, dark pit. No one said a word, they just leaned over the stairs looking down. "I guess that answers the question of whether the tunnel has traps," Stone said. The light from the torch flickered on the bottom of the pit, which appeared to be stone. It was a deep pit, at least 20 feet. Deep enough to trap a man, even if the fall didn't result in a broken leg. "We still have to explore it," Lorik said. "We have to go in there?" asked one of the volunteers. "It could be our only way out of here," Lorik told them. He stepped toward the entrance, but Stone grabbed his arm. "Send one of the men," he pleaded. Lorik shook his head and moved forward. He stopped on the first step and took the long pole in both hands. Then he put the rod across his knee and heaved until the pole snapped into 2 pieces. He took the shorter piece and began tapping each step. Stone followed him, holding the torch high. "This is how good men die," Stone said. "Doing something foolish. Stop complaining. You know we have to discover where this leads. I don't like booby traps. Any fool can stumble into them." "Well, it's good we're not fools," Lorik said. "Vera might argue that point with you." "Vera would argue with me no matter what. It's her favorite pastime." "Maybe it was," Stone said with a chuckle. The gap in the floor at the bottom of the stairs was easily stepped over. Lorik recognized the purpose of such a trap. It was easy to avoid if you knew it was there, but if you were being pursued, it would slow the people behind you down considerably. Not because of the danger it caused, but because of the unknown danger it represented. Only a fool would go rushing down the passage once they knew it might conceal traps. The volunteers followed Lorik and Stone, each carrying either a torch or a lamp. They stayed at least 20 feet behind their leaders, each one moving cautiously and trying not to touch anything unnecessarily. "Why is it so damp?" Stone asked. "I'm not sure," Lorik said. The floor of the passage was rough stone, but covered in a slick, wet moss. There were spider webs, which Stone burned away as they approached. A fetid odor hung in the still air of the corridor and the darkness seemed oppressive. "Have I ever told you that I don't do well in enclosed spaces?" Stone said. "No, but you generally complain about everything, so I'm not surprised." "There's no telling where this comes out," Stone continued. "We could travel for miles and miles only to find the end all blocked up." "That is true enough," Lorik said, still tapping his way forward. There were no markings on the walls or floor. The ceiling was blackened from soot, but by all indications no one had been in the passageway for decades. Eventually they heard dripping. "You hear that?" Stone asked. "Yes," Lorik sighed. "I hear it. Although it is hard to hear over your grumbling. I get peevish when I'm hungry." "I'm sorry I didn't let you eat," Lorik said. "You complain more than a child." "I grew up hungry," Stone said, undeterred by Lorik's chastisement. "You probably never went hungry a day in your life." "My mother was very good cook," Lorik agreed. "Well, mine wasn't," Stone said. "Even when she was around, which wasn't often. I can remember many a night shivering with cold, starving with hunger, all alone in the dark." "Well, you won't have to worry about that now, will you? You'll have a family to keep you comfortable. And if you get too hungry, you can just eat the little monsters." "That's not funny," Stone said. They came to a section of the tunnel that was dripping with water. The floor of the space was even slicker than before, and as they continued, the water fell on them, like a slow, cold rain. "This is a miserable place," Stone said. "It wasn't made to be pleasant," Lorik argued. "It's an escape tunnel." "I get that, but it's not all that well made, is it? I mean, it's leaking after all." "They must have built it under a river." "That's mistake number one." "You know a lot about making escape tunnels?" Lorik asked. "I know better than to build one that gets flooded every time it rains." As if to back up Stone's point, they came to a section of standing water in the tunnel. "Great," Stone said. "Now my boots are wet." "Really, do you have to constantly state the obvious?" Lorik complained. "I understand the need for this tunnel, but I don't have to like it." The water rose steadily, getting as deep as their ankles and smelling horribly like ancient sewage. Lorik had grown up in the marshlands and was accustomed to foul, wet places. There were swamps and bogs in the marshlands that smelled just as bad. Before too long, they were soaked from the water dripping down on them, and the torches were nearly extinguished. "Tell me we have plenty of oil in those lamps," Stone said. "I don't want to get caught down here in the dark." "There's plenty," Lorik assured his friend. "We could extinguish one and save the oil, if you prefer." "No, it's dark enough now." It took them nearly an hour before the passage began to angle up. The water level receded and the tunnel became dry once again. The upward grade to the corridor was steep, but soon they saw light in the distance. "Finally, a light at the end of the tunnel," Stone quipped. They moved forward more quickly, instinctively wanting to reach the source of light. What they found surprised them. The tunnel ended in a small farmhouse. They flipped open the metal latch and pushed open the door. The house looked like it had been used recently, but the roof was caved in, like most of the other structures near Ort City. "Damn monsters," Stone said. "At least the tunnel isn't blocked," Lorik said, then he turned to the volunteers who had come with him. "Get us a safe passage out of this wreckage. If we have to use the tunnel, we can't be slowed down climbing through here." Stone followed Lorik out of the house. There were heavy beams of wood and rough-hewn shingles littering the small house. They had to make their way carefully through the debris, and then they were able to step outside into the weak, winter sunlight. "I hope I never have to go back down there," Stone said, shivering. "That tunnel may save our lives." "Can you tell where we are?" The sun was still rising, so Lorik knew they had been traveling northeast. They had to circle around the small house to see the city in the distance almost 3 miles away. "It could work," Lorik said. "It isn't due north, but at least the tunnel doesn't lead south." "We'll move our horses here," Lorik said. "They can be corralled here on the north side of the farmhouse." "It's a good plan," Stone said. "The city's battlements are strong. I just hope the witch's army can't fly over the walls like the Lafers did." "Do you think that's a possibility?" "I think we have to prepare for it," Lorik said. "Prepare for the worst and hope for the best." "Well, you better get me something to eat or you're going to see the worst of me," Stone said. Chapter 16. For 2 days, Jostin was a perfect example of civility and charm. He spent hours riding beside Queen Iselin along the rough trails that seemed to wind through the wild, overgrown countryside. They talked of her life in Ort City, but Jostin's humility was such that he rarely spoke of his past or his accomplishments for King Rickard. The temperature warmed slightly, turning the dirty snow into mud that seemed to cling to everything it touched. Jostin and his men were used to life in the open. They made camp and built fires, even when it seemed there was no dry ground to be found and no wood that wasn't too sodden to burn. Queen Iselin was infatuated by her dashing host's attention. Never before had a man seemed so interested in her. He wanted to know what she did, how she felt, and even what she was thinking. Her guilt over flirting with Jostin was ignored until it bothered her less and less. When she thought of Lorik, it was with a sad sense of loss. She had been captivated by Lorik, but now that she was so far away from him, her hopes for a future with the mighty warrior seemed like dreams that faded with the rising sun. On the 3rd day of their trip north to Forksum, Iselin's small guard began to raise questions about their direction. The queen thought that the trails were so crooked, first running one way, then switching back and going in the opposite direction, that it was impossible to discern exactly what direction they were traveling. She put her trust in Jostin, since he was hurrying back to report to King Rickard and he obviously knew the land. The following day her own shield maidens began to doubt their host. It almost seemed like they were avoiding the small villages and towns, taking needless detours and stretching the journey. Queen Iselin was flattered at first, assuming that Jostin was perhaps prolonging their trip to spend more time with her, but eventually she began to have concerns. On the evening of their 5th day, shortly after they made camp near a swollen stream that rushed noisily along the riverbed, she overheard Jostin talking to his men. He was angry and said they needed to push further east. When he came to join her for dinner, she asked him why they needed to go east. Are we really traveling east? She asked. I thought Forksum was to the north. It is, Justin said. But unfortunately the rivers are at flood stage and there are no safe bridges directly north. I had thought we would have found one by now, but it appears we need to move a little off course to keep her ladyship safe. How would you traverse the rivers without me? We could swim the rivers, but it is dangerous and hard on our horses. I would not dare put you through such a difficult ordeal. I don't think King Rickard would take the news of your injury or death very well. I appreciate your concern, Queen Iselin said. But we need to move as quickly as possible. King Rickard must know the danger Ortis is in and our great need for his help. As you wish, my lady, Justin said, but his voice was cold and there was a hint of anger in it. They ate a meal of stale bread and stewed vegetables. Everyone was tired and soon turned in for the night. The next morning, when Queen Iselin and her maidens awoke, their volunteer guard was gone. What has happened to my guard? Queen Iselin asked. They have gone ahead, to hunt and scout, Justin explained. They insisted that they find the safest path ahead for you, my lady. It was a chivalrous deed to be certain. Of course, Iselin said, but in her heart a shadow had formed. She didn't speak of her concerns to her shield maidens, who were really just castle servants who had taken up arms to protect their queen, but she could see the same worries written on their faces. Iselin tried to put on a brave face to reassure them, but the shadow of fear in her heart only grew as the day progressed. They continued traveling east, staying on winding trails and avoiding even the smallest communities. As afternoon began to shift into evening, Queen Iselin asked after her guard. We haven't seen them, Justin said. They may have fallen into some trouble. The valleys hereabout can sometimes flood unexpectedly, and the rivers have strong currents this time of year. But surely they aren't all lost, she argued. They may be, I'm afraid. All we can do is continue moving and hope they find us. We should search for them. That would only prolong our journey, I'm afraid I can't allow it. Queen Iselin was shocked. You can't allow it? She asked, fear and anger rising up and making her voice sound strange in her ears. That is right. I have a duty to get you safely to Forksum. I'm sorry about your guard, but they were volunteers after all, merely farmers with swords. They may have gotten in over their heads. All the more reason to go in search of them. Your men know this land. Surely they could find 4 men on horseback. Normally, I would agree, but in this case, I feel it is best if we stay here and guard you. If your guards fell in with bandits, we could be in mortal danger as we speak. Sir, I must insist. Enough, Justin said loudly. We will push on and that is all I will hear on the matter. No, Queen Iselin said. Must I remind you that you are no longer in Ortis? I give the orders here, not you. Unless you wish to be treated roughly, you will do as I say. How dare you? Iselin said, but she knew that she had no hope of escaping Justin or his men. They would cut down her shield maidens easily and then she would be completely at their mercy. I am a man, he said smugly. I do whatever the hell I dare, simply because I can. Now move. It was well past nightfall when they finally made camp. The men who were escorting them no longer pretended to be civil. Queen Iselin's maidens were locked in chains and made to sleep on the muddy ground. Justin and 2 other men left the camp and Queen Iselin was guarded by a gruff-looking man with a thick beard and a round belly. She sat quietly by the small fire that had been kindled and was forced to cook for her captors. In her mind, she replayed everything she could remember about Justin. She had taken him for a noble, believed everything he told her and followed him without question. That had obviously been a mistake. She chastised herself for letting a handsome man deceive her so easily. Guilt over her flirtations with Justin brought tears to her eyes. If she'd been more faithful to Lorik, she thought to herself, perhaps she wouldn't be in such a mess. She was convinced now that her guards had been killed. She should have taken more time to investigate when they suddenly disappeared, not that knowing their fate would have changed hers. She was a woman lost in the wilderness of Baskla, with vile men would do no telling what to her and the faithful servants who had so bravely tried to protect her. She fell asleep well past midnight, her tired mind finally giving into the only respite from her guilt and fear. Her dreams were terrifying. Over and over again, she dreamed of Lorik's death. When she was awakened early the next morning, she was sure he was dead or would be soon enough. She had failed in her mission to bring King Rickard's army south and now Lorik would face the witches' horde all alone. She had expected to be on the move early again, but Justin was nowhere in sight. The men guarding her and the shield maidens had roused her so that she could prepare more food. Their rations were meager to say the least. She heated meat and onions in a cast iron skillet. There was stale bread, and she was forced to cut the mold from the cheese. The men ate, sparing nothing for the queen or her maidens who were forced to eat the dry bread plain. It was almost noon when Jostin returned. He had dark circles under his eyes and only one of the men who had left with him returned. The man was leading a terrified-looking young girl. The girl was shaking visibly, either from the cold or from shock, Iselin couldn't tell. She looked to be in her middle teens, with thick red hair and pale skin. When she saw Iselin and the other maidens, her eyes grew wide. "What is this?" Iselin asked. "Why have my maidens been locked in chains all night?" "Don't start," Jostin said. "Mount up," he ordered his men. "Wait," Iselin demanded. "What are you doing? Are you really so spoiled that you do not recognize a kidnapping when you see one, your highness?" Jostin said mockingly. His men laughed as one pushed Iselin roughly toward her horse. "What about my maidens?" she asked. "What about them?" "They can't ride with shackles on," Iselin argued, as the big man hoisted her roughly into her saddle. "They won't be riding," Jostin said. "You can't leave them here, they'll die." "I don't care what they do," he said. "They can keep up, or they can die. It's really up to them." The horses that the shield maidens had ridden from the refugee camp in Ortis were led away. The young, red-headed girl was sat on the front of her captor's horse. Iselin turned to see her maidens as they huddled together. She could see their chains were heavy and she knew it was very unlikely that they would be able to keep pace with Jostin's men on horseback. "Find help," Iselin called to them. Then, the big man who had been tasked with watching her lashed out. His hand smashed into the side of her face, whipping her head around violently and causing bright sparks to dance in her vision. She swayed precariously in the saddle and the man had to take hold of her arm to ensure that she didn't fall. Iselin heard her maidens weeping as the horses carried her further along the rough trail. It was the last she ever saw of them. Chapter 17. By evening the castle was secure. The escape tunnel had been searched and checked again for traps, but there were none. Lorik had sent their horses to the small farm at the end of the tunnel. He only hoped it was far enough away from the city that it wouldn't be noticed. There were lookouts on each of the tall watchtowers, but so far no sign of the enemy army had been spotted. Vans and Vera searched the city, finding animals that had broken free of their cages and pens roaming the empty buildings. He and Vera had stockpiled food, ale, wine, water, and anything that could be used for medical supplies. The volunteers were assigned to different parts of the castle walls. The city was too large to defend, and in truth the castle was too, but it could be managed, at least for a short time. And time was their greatest asset. Lorik knew that he needed to buy as much time for the mobilization of King Rickard's army. He guessed that Queen Iselin was in the Baskla royal palace by now. He couldn't understand why he felt so uneasy about her. She was much safer in Forksum than anywhere in Ortis. Still, whenever she crossed his mind he felt a deep, instinctive need to race north and protect her. He told himself that he was doing the best thing for her by slowing the enemy army, but that felt hollow somehow. He guessed that the witch's army could go around Ort City, but the main road ran north from Urukshire straight into Ort City. It was true that most of the citizens had abandoned their capital and were camped far to the north, but the witch's army couldn't possibly know that. They would have no choice but to come to Ort City and make sure the kingdom's capital was secure. They ate well that night, choosing to forego the massive feasting hall and eating instead in the servants' quarters near the kitchen. None of the volunteers who had marched south with Lorik had been to court. They were farmers and apprentices, so they felt more at ease in the small, nondescript servants' area. There was a fireplace at one end of the room, which was about the size of an inn's common room. Lamps stood on sconces along each wall, and tall candelabras held beeswax tapers that burned brightly on the long, wooden table that took up the center of the room. The volunteers had to take turns coming in to eat. Food was taken out to the men watching over the horses and up to the men on guard in the watchtowers. Lorik sat near the fire, enjoying its warmth as he nursed a cup of wine. "You look as sour as green crab apples," Vera said, sliding onto the same bench that Lorik rested on. "What has you so discouraged?" "Yes, what is there to be so gloomy about?" Stone said, settling on Lorik's other side. Everyone had eaten and most of them were talking loudly, sharing stories and laughing heartily. Stone and Vera had spent most of the evening huddled together. Lorik had given them space, knowing they had a lot to talk about. "I'm just anxious, that's all," Lorik said. "Anxious for what?" Vera asked. "For what I know is coming. I can feel it the way Chansey could feel a storm coming in his arthritic knees." "You're anxious for a witch's army to arrive and besiege the city?" Vera asked again. "No," Lorik said. "You're anxious for battle," Stone said, slapping him heartily on the back. "Is he drunk?" Lorik asked Vera. "Maybe just a little," Stone said. "Maybe more than a little," Vera said. Damn it, I need you sober and alert. He's entitled to indulge a little. He told me you know our news. I do, Lorik said, feeling guilty that he hadn't mentioned it to her before. I'm sorry, you're right, of course. Congratulations. I should have said something earlier, I've just been distracted. Forgive me. There's nothing to forgive, Vera said, placing a hand on Lorik's shoulder. It was a surprise, but a pleasant one. You'll be a wonderful mother, Lorik said. I doubt that, Vera replied. I'd be surprised if we live long enough to be parents. Don't talk like that, Lorik said. I tried to get him to take you north when I heard. We won't leave you, it's not even a possibility, so just forget it. But you don't have to hope the enemy gets here any sooner than they will. Our mission is to slow them down, remember? I'm just anxious to know what we're up against, that's all. I hate not knowing. Whatever they are, we'll stop them, Stone said, his words slurring together as he leaned on Lorik's massive shoulder. You should know that by now. I know that you need to go sleep it off. You're setting a bad example for the others. Nonsense, he said loudly. Then he turned to the long table and raised his glass of ale. Here's to the future. Vera and I are having a baby, and I'll be damned if any witch's army is going to stop us. The volunteers cheered and laughed. Lorik couldn't help but smile at his friend's excitement. Well, he said to Vera. There's no guessing at how he feels, is there? No, Vera said. He's more excited than I thought. I should have told him sooner, and I would have if I'd known how he would react. We haven't ever even talked about starting a family. I never considered it a possibility, really. It is surprising news, Lorik said. Has something changed? I mean physically, are you doing something different? Do you mean am I trying to get pregnant? She asked. No, I just assumed after years in Hassel Point earning my living the way I did, that having a baby was impossible. Did the wizard do something to you? He healed Stone's leg. Perhaps he did something to Liam, Vera said. Something more than healing his leg, I don't know. He did nothing to me. Not that I'm aware of. Strange, Lorik said. But good. In fact, it's great. I'm so happy for you. It makes me miss my parents, she said, her voice low. And yours. They would have been so happy at Ott. Yes, they would have loved the baby so much, Lorik agreed. They sat staring at the fire for a few moments, Stone swaying on the bench as if they were on a ship in rough seas. I guess I better get him upstairs while he can still walk, Vera said. I am happy for you, Lorik said. You'll never know how much. I know you are, Vera said, smiling at him. I'm happy too, just a little scared to let it show. Lorik watched as she escorted the shuffling Stone out of the dining room and off to bed. Lorik didn't envy his friend's condition come morning, but Stone was tough. He might be hung over in the morning, but Lorik doubted the younger man would let it show. The night wore on. Most of the volunteers were responsible enough not to get too far into their cups. Lorik began to feel the need for sleep. He went up to the second floor and began searching for an empty room. He found one and stretched out on the wide, goose-down mattress. It felt odd to sleep on such a soft bed, after months of sleeping on the ground. The castle was quiet and Lorik lay thinking about the enemy army he could feel approaching. Finally he made up his mind and decided that he needed to see what they were up against. He would leave in the morning, leaving Stone and Vera in charge of overseeing the castle defenses. He could travel faster on foot and alone. He would scout the enemy and then return, hopefully with a plan on how to slow the witches' horde. Maybe if he was lucky, he would find a way to defeat them entirely. He fell asleep hopeful for the first time in weeks. It was cold the next morning, the ground was white with frost, and even inside the castle, frost made intricate patterns along some of the stone walls. Lorik rose early, needing only a few hours of sleep to feel completely refreshed. He had thought that he would be the first person awake, but Vance was already up. The older cook was not the kind to shirk his duties. When Lorik came down to the kitchens in search of rations for his scouting mission, he found the older man hard at work. Lorik filled his sack with bread and cheese. There was no meat, dried, salted, or even fresh, so Lorik had to settle for some overripe vegetables. These carrots will last, Lord, Vance said. Lorik had informed the man that he wasn't a lord, but Vance insisted on using the title anyway. He brought out a bunch of carrots and stuffed them into Lorik's pack. Had I known, I could have prepared something suitable, the cook said. There's no need, Lorik said. Don't trouble yourself on my account. I can find food along the way if I'm gone that long. Are you sure going alone is a good idea? Give us an hour and we'll be ready to ride out with you. Ride out where? Vera asked, sweeping into the castle's kitchens as if she were the king's own steward. I'm going to scout the enemy, Lorik said. And no one is going with me. I can travel faster by myself. You can die faster by yourself too, Vera said sternly. At least take Liam with you. No, Lorik said. He can't keep up. Especially not this morning, I'd wager. He'll be fine. You don't need to be in such a hurry. Vance went back to his work, stirring the large pots of simmering porridge. Vera marched up to Lorik and put her finger on his chest. You're no good to us if you're dead, she said firmly. I'm not going to engage the enemy, just find out what we're up against. Then I'm coming right back here. I've made up my mind, there's no sense arguing about it now. You said you wouldn't do this again, Vera said. You know what happened the last time we split up. Yes, I know, Lorik said, remembering that it was his plan that led to Vera getting captured by the Norsec and Stone getting injured. This is different. I want you and Stone to remain here, together, and wait for me. I have to know what we're dealing with. We're in a good position, but we need a plan, a strategy for engaging the enemy. Fine, Vera said, her voice cutting like a knife in the quiet kitchen. Go if you must. I'll never understand the male need to search out danger. Thank you for your blessing, Lorik teased. Vera leaned close. Don't think for 1 second that I don't know what you're doing. You think you can take on the world since you've changed. And perhaps you can, but you still need us. Don't forget that. And we need you, Lorik. I'll never forget it, he said solemnly. I cherish it. Good, be safe, she said. I will, I promise. Now, you and Stone are in charge. Do whatever you can to make sure this castle is as fortified as it can be. And keep sentries on the watchtowers. Vera nodded, then rose up on her tiptoes to kiss his cheek. Lorik looked at his friend for a long moment. There was color on her cheeks and her eyes were bright. He'd always heard that pregnant women had a glow about them, and he decided it must be true. Then he left. He had the swords of Ackerman strapped to his back and the pack of rations over one shoulder. He jogged out of the city, using the small doorway they had discovered near the northern gate. Then he ran, going around the city and finally moving south along the wide road. He could run just short of an all-out sprint for hours. The exercise felt good, he could feel the muscles in his legs churning as he ran. The cold air was harsh in his lungs, but he soon got used to the sensation. The sun was high, but it gave no warmth. The countryside seemed bare, deserted. Nothing moved, not even wild animals or birds. Lorik's head swung from side to side as he ran, scanning the horizon for any sign of the enemy. 3 hours into his run, he saw something moving in the distance. At first he thought it was his eyes playing tricks on him, but after a few more minutes, he was certain that something was moving toward him. What made it so hard to believe was the sheer size of the massive creatures. He couldn't make out what they were exactly, but there appeared to be tens of thousands of them. At first Lorik couldn't believe what he was seeing. The rolling hills of Ortis were like an ocean of grass. Lorik lay down on the top of a little rise and waited for the enemy to come into view. Soon he could hear the horrible buzzing of leopard wings. He looked and saw the horrific monsters at the front of the army. His heart sank, but it wasn't because of the Lefers, who were spread out like skirmishers at the front of the witch's army. He could see between the flying horse creatures, and what he saw filled him with dread. The witch's army was indeed made up of mutated people. Lorik could see their grotesquely twisted features. There were thousands of them walking or shuffling along. They were taller than a normal person. Lorik could tell that even at a distance by comparing them to the Lefers on the front lines. They had massive muscles bulging in strange ways. They were deformed and unnatural looking. They moved slowly and without any sort of natural curiosity about the land around them. Lorik watched them for nearly an hour, until the massive horde was less than 1,000 yards away. When he could feel the ground trembling from their heavy feet as they plodded constantly forward, Lorik knew he needed to fall back. It was impossible to hide from the terrible army. They stretched from horizon to horizon. Lorik knew that their plan to make a stand in the king's castle at Ort City was doomed. The city might offer them protection for a while, but the vast numbers coming against them would make fleeing impossible. Lorik rose to his feet with a heavy heart. He knew deep down inside him that even the combined forces of Ortis and Baskla wouldn't be enough to stop such a massive enemy. They would sweep across the land like locusts. Even if Lorik managed to survive the coming battle, Ortis and the other 5 kingdoms would never be the same. He started walking back toward the castle. Ort City was miles away, and Lorik knew he needed to get there as soon as possible. They would need to abandon the castle and come up with a new plan to slow down their enemy. He racked his brain as he walked and almost didn't notice the sound of the buzzing leopard wings as the horrid, flying creatures closed in on him. Chapter 18. Lorik finally came out of his mental stupor and noticed the sound of the approaching monsters. He glanced over his shoulder and saw a dozen of the flying creatures closing in on him, their long hair streaming out behind them, their open mouths revealing their pointed, black teeth. Lorik knew he could run, but he didn't know how fast the Lefers could fly. He'd never retreated from them before, but he'd never fought so many at once all by himself. He turned, drawing both his swords and charged toward them. He guessed it was the last thing the horrible creatures expected him to do. He had to feint to his left then dive to his right to avoid the strike of the nearest creature's scorpion tail. He spun, extending his arm and the massive sword as he turned. The blade tore into the horse flesh just behind the creature's foreleg, then it rattled along the beast's ribs like a child banging a wooden sword along a row of fence posts. The leper reared away from the sword and crashed into the creature to its right. Lorik turned and found another leper approaching. His new foe reared, its heavy hooves pawing at the air while its tail dropped low and swung at Lorik from the side. He jumped backwards and slashed his sword down, lopping off the bulbous stinger from the segmented, scorpion tail. The leper shrieked in agony and shock, but Lorik didn't have time to relish his victory. The other Lefers were circling around, trying to cut off his escape. Little did they know that escape wasn't Lorik's plan. He dashed past the two wounded creatures, moving closer to the approaching army rather than away from it. The surprised monsters were forced to turn. They flew just above the ground, their bodies held aloft by the large, filmy wings that buzzed like dragonflies. Fortunately for Lorik, the Lefers couldn't maneuver like a dragonfly. They were fast enough in one direction and could angle after their prey without slowing, but turning around took much longer. Lorik sprinted ahead, attacking the slower creatures from the rear. He didn't bother trying to kill each one, instead he slashed through their rear legs, severing some, crippling others. He was soon covered in hot, black blood, but half of the dozen Lefers were wounded and out of the fight. Lorik kept the writhing bodies of the wounded creatures between himself and the others who still sought to capture or kill him. Even though the creatures could still fly without their legs, the wounds Lorik had inflicted were bad enough that they dropped to the ground, roaring in pain and anger. Lorik slowly backed away, using the time to hook his swords together. The swords of Ackerman had special handles that locked together to create a double-ended sword with a long handle in the middle. Lorik spun the weapon around his massive body. "Come on then, you bastards!" he shouted. The uninjured Lefers spread out around their wounded and came forward more slowly. Lorik hadn't known the creatures to use strategy in the past and he hadn't heard anything from them that sounded like communication. They growled and roared, they even screeched in agony when he wounded or killed them, but they didn't talk. Still, they seemed to be pairing up, which would make his job much more difficult. Lorik also noticed that more of the Lefers were coming forward to join the fight, and the mutated army was plodding on, drawing closer to Lorik each moment he waited. He needed to get back to the castle and mobilize everyone. He realized they would not be prepared to flee. All their work had been to fortify the castle for an attack. He needed to get back and get everyone moving away from the castle. He mentally kicked himself for not returning towards city at speed once he realized the danger the evil army posed his small group of volunteers. If he'd run back, he doubted that the Lefers would have caught up to him, at least not while he was close enough to the massive army that reinforcements could have joined the fight. But in the back of his mind, he knew that he had been spoiling for a fight. He'd promised Vera that he would be careful, but the truth was he walked when he could have run because he wanted to be attacked. He wanted a reason to vent his frustration and take the fight to his enemies rather than waiting for them to come to him. At the pace the army seemed to be moving, Lorik guessed they would arrive at Ort City around nightfall. He didn't know what they would do then, perhaps besiege the city, or even fight through the night. But Lorik did know that his small force wasn't enough to slow the massive horde of mutated fighters. The Lefers would fly over the walls, just as they did when Queen Iselin was there. Most of the castle's defenses would be pointless against the flying creatures. Even if Lorik's volunteers managed to fend off the Lefers, the mutated army would cut off their escape. Lorik decided to flee. It wasn't in his nature to run from a fight, but he had to consider the men who were counting on him to lead them in this fight. There would be plenty of time to wage war, but only if he could warn his friends and allies of the massive army approaching. He turned to sprint away, hoping the Lefers wouldn't be able to catch him or match his pace for long, but his first step landed in a small hole. It was the den of some innocent creature, perhaps a rabbit had burrowed down into the soft soil for safety. Lorik's foot sank into the hole and twisted painfully as he fell. He cried out, but there was no time to worry over his injury. He rolled to his knees and glanced at the Lefers who were getting closer by the second. They had spread out and were coming at him from 3 different directions. If they closed on him, he would be overcome in seconds. He got to his feet. His ankle wasn't broken, even though he knew that any normal man's leg would have snapped easily from such a fall, but it felt weak and every step sent lightning strikes of pain up his leg. He ignored the pain and limped away from the approaching monsters. Every step hurt, but he couldn't worry about it, he had to keep moving. If he stopped, he knew he would die. The Lefers, sensing his weakness, increased their pace. They flew with steady speed, but two of the creatures came down to the ground, folding their wings against their bodies and using their massive legs to gallop forward. The Lefers were much faster on the ground. The thundering hoofbeats reminded Lorik of the big Shire horses he'd owned as a teamster. The big horses rarely ran, and when they did they weren't all that fast, but they were incredibly hard to stop. Lorik kept moving away, but a glance over his shoulder made it clear he couldn't outrun the Lefers that were galloping toward him, not with his ankle injured. He cursed his bad luck, then turned to make a stand against the creatures. He bent his knees and raised his sword across his body, trying to think of how he might defend himself. The Lefers closed in and Lorik prepared himself. His muscles bunched as he prepared to leap to the side. He guessed that the massive horse bodies that were thundering toward him couldn't stop easily. If he could dodge away, he might buy himself enough time to attack them as they turned back for him. His body was tight as every muscle flexed in preparation, like a tightly coiled spring waiting to launch himself out of the path of the galloping monsters. But, to his dismay, the Lefers separated, anticipating his maneuver, so that there was no chance for him to leap to one side out of the way of the rushing creatures. His plan had been to move to one side, so that only one of the creatures could effectively strike out at him, while the other would be blocked by its companion. By separating, they cut off his escape. He saw the deadly tails lower. They were like curved sickles waiting to cut him down like ripe grain. Lorik knew he couldn't jump to the side and escape, so instead he waited until the very last second. He knew he had to time his maneuver just right or he would be killed, or even worse, captured and mutated like the other wretched souls in the witch's army. Using the massive strength in his good leg, he jumped straight up just as the Lefers reached him. They raced past as Lorik somersaulted in the air and came back down. His sprained ankle gave out underneath him as he landed and he fell to his hands and knees, almost dropping his sword as a wave of pain washed through him. Then he was up, hobbling toward the two Lefers who were sliding to a halt so they could turn and attack again. The others were still closing, their buzzing wings made his head seem to rattle, but he ignored everything except the fight ahead. The Lefers turned, moving in sync, just as Lorik reached them. He dropped under the strike of the nearest monster's tail, rolling over his shoulder and coming up on his good leg. He thrust his sword out to the side, driving it up and into the human chest of the monster. It fell with a crash as Lorik hopped around to face the other Lefer. The dead creature lay twitching at Lorik's feet, its tail still thrashing in the air. Its companion tried to dart forward, but Lorik merely hobbled back, keeping the body of the Lefer between him and his remaining enemy. When the creature took to the air, flying up and over its fallen partner, Lorik moved again, this time to the rear of the defeated monster. The flying creature tried to follow him and was stabbed in the side by the fallen Lefer's flailing stinger. Lorik had no idea if the stinger would pump venom since the creature was dead, or if it would even have an effect on the other Lefer, but to his surprise the attacking creature's body went stiff, then it dropped to the ground with a crash. Lorik didn't wait to see if the creature was dead or alive. He turned and ran as fast as his injured leg would carry him. Pain erupted with every step. His good leg was soon burning from the exertion. Before hurting his ankle, he could run for hours without feeling tired. Now, it seemed his endurance had evaporated. Perhaps it was the injury, or possibly the fear. His heart was pounding and as he glanced over his shoulder, he saw the other four Lefers closing in. He topped a small rise and turned to make his stand. His ankle was hurting more with every step and he knew that soon it would be difficult to support his weight on that leg. The Lefers were close, they had regrouped and were coming at him all together. The four creatures flew quickly toward Lorik, who was racking his brain to come up with a strategy to defeat them. He unfastened his swords and sheathed them both in one smooth motion. Then he drew his dagger, which was a small-handled weapon, with a simple brass handguard. The blade of the dagger was tapered and razor-sharp. The blade was as long as a grown man's forearm, from wrist to elbow. He felt the dagger's weight. It wasn't made for throwing, but he had no choice. He held the dagger by the blade and then threw it. It flew end over end, spinning toward the nearest Lefer, who saw it coming and swayed aside, letting the weapon fly harmlessly by. Lorik had expected as much. Fortunately, the Lefer behind the leader hadn't seen the attack and couldn't move away fast enough. The dagger sank deep into its shoulder and the creature roared in pain, rearing as its front hooves pawed the air and the back hooves staggered to the ground. Lorik didn't know if the creature was out of the fight, but at least he'd succeeded in slowing it down. He drew his knife with his left hand. Lorik always carried a knife. It was a short, utility weapon, more tool than anything else. The blade was fat and sharpened on just one side. There was nothing fancy about it, but it could still cause some damage. Lorik knew the same strategy wouldn't work a second time. He held the knife in his left, ready to throw it, but drew a sword with his right hand and waited until the creatures were close enough to engage. It only took a couple of seconds for the Lefers to fly the remaining distance between them. Lorik wished he had a spear, or even better a horse to ride away on. Normally he could run faster and longer than a horse, but with his ankle sprained, he was slow and clumsy. The Lefers began to spread out just enough to give themselves room to fight. They rose in the air so that they were higher than Lorik, even though he was on the top of a slight rise. The big warrior knew he had one shot to defeat the Lefers. If his plan didn't work, he was done for. He feinted to his left, then to his right. The Lefers had expected the first feint, but fell for the second. They struck toward where they thought he would be, but Lorik dodged back to his left. He used his sword to knock away the Lefer's tail on the beast to his left. Then he threw the knife toward the Lefer in the center and dove down the slight rise. He landed on his side and kept rolling, like a child playing on a hill. He rolled until he thought he was past the creatures and then rose to his feet, hobbling on his good leg. The center Lefer had been hit with the knife, but it didn't seem to slow the creature. They were all turning slowly to rejoin the fight. Lorik dashed forward, ignoring the pain in his leg and slashing at the nearest Lefer. His sword cut a gash across the back legs of the Lefer, who dropped instantly onto its side. Lorik was rushing toward the center Lefer, hoping to cut it down as well, but suddenly the leg shot out toward him. All his life his father had warned Lorik about not startling horses from behind and about being careful around horses, but the big warrior had not expected the kick. One hoof connected with the center of Lorik's chest. It knocked him back several yards and he landed hard on the ground, rolling and losing his sword. He lay still for a moment, struggling to refill his lungs with air. The other Lefers completed their turn and were almost on top of Lorik before he moved. He spun to one side, dodging a tail strike from the nearest Lefer and drawing his second sword at the same time. He was close to the Lefer who still had Lorik's knife buried to the hilt in its side. Lorik slashed down with his sword as the beast's scorpion tail rose up for another strike. The sword slashed down through the beast's wings, severing them and causing the Lefer to crash to the ground on its side. Lorik couldn't get out of the way fast enough and the falling creature knocked him to the ground and landed on his wounded ankle. Lorik wanted to scream from the pain in his leg, but he didn't have time. The Lefer was struggling to rise onto its horse legs and Lorik stabbed the evil creature in the back with his sword, then fell back to avoid the beast's tail which began to whip around violently as the creature died. It took all of Lorik's considerable strength to free his leg from the writhing beast. Every convulsion the Lefer had sent searing pain through Lorik's sprained ankle and up his leg. He had to put his good foot on the creature's back and pull his wounded leg free. When he finally got away from the dying Lefer, he was forced to crawl on his hands and knees until he was out of range of the beast's tail. He struggled to his feet, his entire body hurting as the bruising in his chest from the Lefer's kick began to throb. Lorik assessed his enemies quickly. There was one uninjured Lefer and one that Lorik had wounded in the shoulder with his dagger. Lorik's other sword was on the far side of the dead Lefer and a quick glance showed another group of Lefers approaching, while the rambling army of mutated fighters plodded closer every second. Lorik had expected the final Lefer to attack quickly but it didn't. Instead it moved to cut off his escape. The wounded beast moved toward Lorik's fallen sword. The ground around Lorik was steaming as the fallen Lefers spewed hot, black blood onto the frozen turf. Lorik knew that if he didn't start moving now, the witch's horde might overtake him. He needed to get some distance from the army and hope that the other group of Lefers gave up on him. There was no chance of surviving another attack from a larger group of the vile creatures. But before he could flee, he had to get his other sword back. Leaving the powerful weapon behind simply wasn't an option. Lorik lumbered toward his fallen sword and the wounded Lefer moved to intercept him. Lorik was afraid the other creature would close in quickly from behind, but a quick glance showed him that the uninjured beast hadn't moved. Lorik saw the look of utter hate on the injured Lefer's face. He guessed his was just as savage and he raised his remaining weapon. "Get out of my way!" he bellowed. The creature hissed in reply, but Lorik wasn't listening. He flung his good sword at the creature in an overhead throw, putting all his strength into the attack. The sword arced across the open space, flipping through the air. The Lefer raised a hand to ward off the sword, but its hand was severed and the sword lodged in the human chest. The creature fell forward, its body weight driving the sword deeper into the beast's chest cavity and then out of its human back. The tail thrashed, causing the Lefer to topple onto its side. Lorik moved forward as quickly as he could, glancing back over his shoulder once more to ensure the last Lefer wasn't attacking. The horrible beast stood its ground, and Lorik reached his fallen sword. He snatched it off the ground and then turned to the beast where his second sword was lodged. The tail was flailing, just as the other dead beasts' tails had done. Lorik hobbled forward, favoring his uninjured ankle, but managing to stay balanced. One massive strike with his sword severed the creature's tail, so that the deadly, venom-filled stinger was flung harmlessly away. The tail continued to flop, but it was no longer a danger. Lorik stepped up to the leper and grabbed hold of his sword. He tugged on the handle, which was covered in hot, black blood. His massive strength pulled the sword free, but the action caused the leper's arms to reach out for him. Lorik wasn't sure if it was a reflex or if the creature wasn't quite dead. Either way, Lorik staggered back and the leper's talon fingers cut across his shoulders. He had 4 deep lacerations on each thickly muscled upper arm. The cuts burned and Lorik's blood seeped out and ran freely down his arms, but he had no time to worry about his wounds. The enemy was getting closer and closer, and Lorik knew he had to flee now or die fighting alone. He fastened the 2 swords together, the second sword's shorter handle locking into the butt of the first's. He hated to abuse the weapon, but he needed to put his weight on something, so he used it like a walking stick. The sword tip dug into the frozen ground, but just the slightest easement of the weight on his sprained ankle was a huge relief. Lorik hobbled forward, moving back up the rise where he'd begun his fight. He wasn't moving directly toward the last leper, but the creature moved to intercept him. It didn't engage, but kept its distance, trying to make Lorik wait. He understood the tactic. Lorik had proven himself a deadly enemy, but the witch's army of mutated fighters and flying lepers had the advantage in numbers. All the final creature had to do was hold him where he was until the other lepers arrived. Lorik kept moving forward. The leper hissed and roared at him, but kept moving backward. It was as awkward as any horse walking backward. It was obvious that the creature wasn't built for moving in any direction but forward. Lorik knew that if he hesitated, if he waited for an opening from the leper, that the others would catch up to him, so he kept moving forward. The leper's tail began to strike out at him, whipping forward and then back, but never actually coming close enough to reach Lorik. He wished he had another weapon to throw at the beast, but his twin swords were the only weapons he still possessed. A quick glance over his shoulder revealed that Lorik needed to increase his pace. He hurt badly, every breath sent pain up through his sternum and across his ribs. Every step sent pain shooting through his injured leg, and his shoulders throbbed with pain from the cuts on his arms. The freezing winter air seared his lungs, burning his throat and nasal passages until they were raw from the cold, but still Lorik moved forward. He knew that eventually the last remaining leper that blocked his escape would attack, and once again it didn't need to kill him or poison him with its awful scorpion tail, it only needed to slow him down. Even if the leper died in the attack, if Lorik wasn't able to dispatch the creature quickly, he would be held up too long to make good his escape. Another glance showed that he was keeping pace with the approaching lepers, but Lorik had no idea how long he could keep moving with his injured ankle. He would need to rest at some point, and if the beasts didn't give up the chase, they would eventually catch him. There was nothing between himself and Ortis City except rolling hills and stunted grass. He was close enough to the capital that there were no villages and very few farms. Not that hiding was an option, but if he could find a horse he could make good his escape. Finally, after several more minutes of fainting and roaring at Lorik, the last leper attacked. It reared, the massive hooves pawing the air, and when the creature dropped back down the tail whipped forward. Lorik raised his sword at the last instant. The bulbous tail struck the blade, and at the same time a ripple of something warm shot through Lorik. The leper was knocked backward by the powerful force. Lorik didn't stop to stare in wonder, although he was completely shocked. Once again magic had been deployed, although Lorik had no idea how or even what exactly had happened. The leper's tail was blackened, as if it had been thrust into a blacksmith's forge, the fat stinger was gone and thick black blood sizzled down the hard sections of the tail's exoskeleton. The leper's massive body had been tossed backward, as if it were a pesky mosquito. It landed hard on its back legs, which snapped like dry twigs, and the beast's roars turned to screams of pain. It flopped onto its back, front legs and arms stiff with pain, then it collapsed and lay still. Lorik didn't try to understand, he just kept moving. A glance back over his shoulder showed that the approaching lepers were undeterred. Lorik ground his teeth together, ignoring the pain, and kept hobbling forward. It was the only thing left for him to do. Chapter 19. An hour had passed and Lorik was finally starting to slow down. His body, enhanced by the magic of the Drew, was quickly losing energy. Lorik knew that if he slowed down, the small group of lepers pursuing him would finally catch up. But every step was agony. Sweat poured from his brow and his good leg shook from exertion as he hobbled down the wide northern road toward Ortis City. It had taken him 3 hours to run from the city to where the approaching army was slowly marching north. He guessed, at his current rate of speed, that it would take him twice as long to return. Despite his physical exertion, the cold weather was starting to take its toll. His chest ached from where the leper had kicked him. In fact, he was so sore from the savage blow that even leaning on his sword was painful. Yet, he needed the support of his sword to keep from putting too much weight on his injured ankle. Lorik knew it was a miracle that he hadn't been killed by the kick, his body was not only bigger and stronger than a normal man's, it was apparently tougher too. The cuts on his upper arms and shoulders were also slowing him down. The blood flow had been alarming at first, but Lorik tore his shirt off and bandaged his wounds the best he could. The cuts hurt, it was like being touched with a branding iron with every jarring step he took. Still he hobbled on and on. All it took was a glance back at the group of Lafers who were tirelessly pursuing him to keep the big man in motion. After the second hour, all Lorik could think about was lying down. He wanted to stop running, fall to the ground and die. He didn't care that the ground was frozen hard beneath him and there was no comfort to be found there. He didn't care if the Lafers tore him to pieces, either, but he knew that wasn't what they would do. He knew that they would stab him with their scorpion tails and then carry him back to their evil witch queen, who would then cast some horrid spell over him, mutating him into a wretched creature forced to do her bidding. That fact alone kept him moving when all he wanted was to lie down and die. Not long after Lorik forced himself to keep moving, dark clouds rolled in on an icy, northern wind. Lorik paid them no attention, not even when the rain fell in cold drops that soaked his clothes, nor when the rain started to freeze so that it was like being pelted with tiny stones as he hurried on toward Ort City. Then, finally the rain turned to snow. Lorik knew it was a lucky break. The snow fell hard, making his task of hobbling up the road even more difficult, but eventually the falling snow cut his visibility to the point that the Lafers pursuing Lorik could no longer be seen. Lorik didn't know if the dreaded creatures could see better than him in the harsh weather, but he took his chances and turned off the road. He was wheezing, his lungs felt sluggish in his bruised chest. It was as if fluid was building up inside them. He knew that if the Lafers caught him, he wouldn't be able to fend them off, but he also knew he couldn't continue at the same frantic pace. He slowed down, moving resolutely through the storm. Night fell early, the sun failing to pierce the thick veil of clouds and snow. The world was lost in a cold, white gloom. Lorik looked back over his shoulders occasionally, but he couldn't see his pursuers. The blowing wind and Lorik's own labored breathing were the only sounds, even the incessant buzzing of the Lafers' wings eventually faded away. Lorik kept moving, even though every part of his body ached. Both feet were wet, his boots sodden from trudging through the snow, and so cold they stung painfully with each step. Death seemed to be hitting Lorik from every conceivable angle, but he forced himself to keep moving. As night fell it grew even colder. Lorik was shivering uncontrollably, and it was becoming hard to hold on to his sword. Then, after what seemed like an eternity of dark misery, Lorik saw light ahead. The snow was still falling, but not as thick, and the light of the castle flickered in the distance. Lorik felt a surge of hope. He could make it back to the people who were waiting on him. He could survive that long, he knew he could. But they needed to flee immediately. They needed to ready the horses and flee north. The witch's massive army would surround the entire city and they could tear it apart brick by brick if they wanted to. Lorik looked desperately for the small farmhouse that was outside the city. He knew it was over 2 miles away from the capital, but if he could make it, he could send for the others. It was his best hope. It took nearly an hour of steady trudging through the ankle-deep snow, past the shadowy form of the city, before Lorik finally caught sight of the little farmhouse. Light flickered from the small windows where the volunteers who looked after the horses were huddling inside the ruined house for warmth. Lorik managed to speed up his pace and soon he stumbled inside. "What the devil?" Vernon shouted. "Retreat!" Lorik croaked. There were 2 men inside the farmhouse. The roof had been partially smashed in, but the debris had been cleared away and a fire was burning brightly in the stone hearth. The men had 2 chairs set near the fire and Lorik stumbled to one of them. "You're injured, my lord," Vernon said. "There's no time," Lorik said, his voice so ragged it was hard to understand him. "He needs wine," the horsemaster said. The other volunteer, a small man with a fuzzy beard that revealed his young age, quickly poured a small cup of wine. Vernon helped Lorik drink. The wine tasted sharp to Lorik, but the warmth spread through his chest and out toward his frozen hands and feet. "We need to get these wet clothes off of him," Vernon said. "There's no time," Lorik demanded. "The witch's army is almost here. We must retreat. Go and fetch the others. They must come at once." "All right," Vernon said, a tremor of fear in his voice. "You heard him, lad. Run and fetch the others. Be quick about it, Dot." The younger volunteer swung open the pantry doors, revealing the dark tunnel that ran underground into the depths of the castle. He snatched a burning stick from the fire and used it as a torch. Lorik drank the rest of the wine, which made him feel a little better. He was still finding it hard to breathe, and his body shook violently from the cold. "It'll take him a while to get to the castle," Vernon said. "At least pull off your boots and warm your feet before you get frostbite. I've seen men lose their toes from frostbite. It isn't pretty." Vernon tugged off Lorik's wet boots and set them near the fire. Lorik stretched his feet out by the fire and let the heat penetrate his frozen feet. It was the best feeling Lorik could remember. He wanted to stay in the chair by the fire and never move, but he knew that was impossible. Still, he found his eyelids drooping. "You sleep," Vernon said. "I'll stand watch." It was impossible to see anything in the dark, snowy night, Lorik knew, but he appreciated the effort. Lorik dozed by the fire, his body slowly warming up. He knew he needed to look after his swords, which were propped against his shoulder, but he was too tired. He doubted that he could even ride. He grimly determined that he would see the others off, then take refuge inside the castle. He didn't know if he would live or die, but he knew he couldn't risk slowing the others down. Half an hour passed and there was no word from the castle. Then, like a nightmare, Lorik heard the buzzing of the leopard wings. He sat up straight in his chair, knowing full well that it was too late. "What the hell is that?" Vernon asked, straining to see into the darkness. "Lefers," Lorik said. "We're too late." "What? What do you mean?" "We have to go now." "You mean leave the others?" "No, there's no time. We have to return to the castle." "But you said. He didn't have a chance to finish his argument. Lorik had stooped over and grabbed his boots just as a loud noise sounded from above. What little of the roof remained intact started to cave in. "Into the tunnel!" Lorik shouted. Both men dashed inside and down into the darkness as the Lefers, drawn by the light of the fire, smashed into the farmhouse. Their wings buzzed and the creatures growled like rabid dogs. Lorik knew that the huge creatures couldn't squeeze into the tunnel, but he still wanted to get away from them. He leaned against one wall and pulled his boots on. His sprained ankle was swollen and sore, but he pulled his wet boot on despite the pain. They couldn't see anything in the darkness of the tunnel, having instinctively pulled back away from the entrance. Lorik sheathed his swords and leaned against the narrow wall for support. "That was close," Vernon said, his voice shaking. "We have to get back to the castle," Lorik said. "But we can't see. It's just a tunnel, there's nothing to see." Lorik led the way. They passed through the standing water and the dripping ceiling. The tunnel was cold, but not freezing, and they made good time despite Lorik's injury. When the water stopped dripping, Lorik slowed his pace. He knew the pit was somewhere ahead and he didn't want to stumble into it. Fortunately, they saw light as someone entered the tunnel from the castle side before they reached the trap at the bottom of the stairs. "Lorik," Stone shouted. "Are you hurt?" "Just a sprained ankle," Lorik said. "I stepped in a damn rodent hole and twisted it." "Why didn't you wait in the farmhouse?" "It's too late," Lorik said. "The Lefers attacked. The castle is our only refuge now." "You mean we're cut off?" one of the volunteers behind Stone asked. "Yes," Lorik said. "Our only hope now is to hold the castle. Let's get to a fire and I'll tell you everything." They hurried back up into the castle. There were still fires burning in various hearths. The volunteers had dropped everything and hurried to the escape tunnel once the retreat had been called. Most of them had been roused from their beds. There was only a couple hours of night left, and Lorik dreaded what they would find in the morning. The entire group of volunteers, including Vera and Vans, gathered around Lorik while he told them what he'd seen. They all took a moment to realize that there was no real hope of survival. An army that vast would overrun the castle and kill them all. "So there's no hope then," one of the younger men said, fear all too plain in his voice. "There is always hope," Vera assured them. "We have a strong defensive position," Stone said. "If we make it too costly for the bastards to attack us, we can survive." The volunteers all looked to Lorik, who had stripped out of his wet clothes and was wrapped in a blanket standing near the fire. He looked like an ancient god, angry and defiant. He waited a moment before he spoke. "I won't lie," he said. "We're facing near impossible odds. I don't know how the army will fight. I don't know anything about them other than they are slow and look to be very strong. We'll have to fight off the Lefers, but we've done that before. There's a lot of them, but not so many we can't prevail. Then we hold the castle no matter what. We'll designate fallback positions, make use of the narrow corridors. We don't stop fighting ever," he told them, his ragged voice rising. "These creatures we face were once farmers and shopkeepers, they aren't warriors. They are under the control of a dark power, but we fight for more than just our lives. In the north, the people we love will have to face every last one of these monsters that we don't kill. So we'll kill as many as we can. If you embrace that mission and you fight for the people you love, you'll find a strength you never knew you had. You'll find hope in this dark night. It may seem overwhelming now. You may see things that you wish you could unsee, but as long as you keep fighting, there is hope." I'll fight, Stone said. And I, said another volunteer. Soon they were all chanting and raising their weapons in the air. Lorik looked at the small group of volunteers. They weren't trained soldiers, but they had heart. He felt pride welling up inside him as he watched their enthusiasm grow. Even Van seemed prepared to take up a weapon and make a stand. They believed Lorik's promise and had taken hold of the hope that flickered like a candle in a storm. Lorik could see the hope in all their eyes, except for one. Vera alone had the stern look of reality on her face. Her eyes were cold and Lorik could see the despair deep inside them. She had one hand on her stomach, in the other she held a short sword. She was no warrior, but she would have to fight before it was over, and she knew it. Lorik had to look away, as tears welled up in his eyes. Their hope was an illusion, a necessary fantasy to give them the strength to do what must be done, but Lorik knew the truth. They would all die, the city would be overrun, and there was nothing to stop the witch's army from destroying everyone and everything they loved. Chapter 20. A simple plan was laid out in the few short hours before dawn. Weapons were stashed in various places. Stone and Lorik tried to convince Vera to go down to the escape passage. Lorik couldn't be sure, but he thought the mutated soldiers of the witch's army were too big to get into the tight space. Vans was busy moving food down into the small passage. If worst came to worst, they could take refuge in the passage or at least make a final stand where the enemy could only come at them one at a time. Vera wouldn't hear of it. She insisted on taking a place beside Stone on the castle walls. Lorik finally convinced her to serve as lookout on the high watchtower. Lorik and Stone joined her as dawn finally cast its light over the city and across the rolling hills. What they saw as the sky began to lighten was more frightening than any nightmare in the darkness. The city was crawling with mutated fighters, and thousands more were streaming around the castle. Oh, was all Vera managed to say. The witch's army looked like a swarm of bees crawling over a beehive. They had breached the city walls by physically raising the portcullis and battering down the massive wooden doors. They thronged through the streets, moving closer and closer to the castle. At least there aren't any Lafers, Stone said grimly. They must have moved past the city, Lorik said, looking north to where the enemy army was surging toward the horizon. What are we going to do? Vera said. We're going to fight, Lorik said. We'll make them pay for every inch they take toward this castle. You keep an eye on the walls, but stay focused on the gate. They'll tear it down eventually. When you see them starting to break through, sound the alarm, then get downstairs as fast as you can. I want to help, Vera insisted. You will be helping, Lorik said. There will be plenty to do. Get behind the first choke point and make sure the volunteers who make it there fight hard. Where will you be? She asked, her voice trembling slightly. We'll be there, unless something happens. But no matter what, you have to stay calm. You can't worry about us. Not until this is all over. Keep fighting and falling back. You understand? Vera nodded and Lorik turned to leave. Stone kissed Vera passionately. I love you, he said quietly. And I love you, Vera said. Don't do anything foolish. I promise, he said. Then he hurried after Lorik. To the walls. Lorik bellowed to the volunteers. They're almost here. Take your positions. When you hear the horn from above, fall back to the first choke point. Lorik felt his strength waning. He'd snatched a couple hours of sleep, which should have been plenty to restore his stamina, but his ankle was swollen and aching. His chest was black from where the leper had kicked him and it hurt to move his arms. He felt dizzy at times, his eyes burned, and his arms felt weak. One of his swords had been blunted from being thrust into the frozen ground as he leaned on it during his trek back to Ortis City, but Stone had used a whetstone to sharpen it again. Still, Lorik felt tired and unprepared to fight, even though he knew he had no choice. Lorik hobbled out the front doors of the castle and down the broad steps to the open courtyard. Stone walked beside his friend, neither speaking. They climbed the stairs that rose up to the castle walls on either side of the heavy, wooden gate, taking the most vulnerable positions. The city was covered in a blanket of white snow and Lorik thought it only fitting that the filth and destruction around the city was now hidden. It was almost as if Ortis City had been transformed into a place of innocence and purity. It's a good day to die, Lorik said. The sky was clearing and the sun was reflecting off the white snow. The braziers along the walls had been filled with glowing coals. Lorik and Stone stood near the small source of heat that was positioned directly over the castle gate as they waited for the mutated fighters to arrive. They're quiet, aren't they? Stone said. I've never heard such a large group of people be so quiet before. They aren't people, Lorik said. Not anymore. They could see the witch's minions moving slowly through the wide streets toward the castle. They spread out, moving through the ruined buildings searching for anyone who might be hiding there. "They're thorough," Stone said. "And slow," Lorik said. "I hope they don't move faster when they're fighting." "You've looked better," Stone said. "You sure you should be up here? You could direct the fighting from the castle." "No," was all Lorik said. His friend nodded and they waited in silence after that. Lorik tried to fill his lungs, but breathing deeply only made him cough. He wanted to lean against the parapet, but he didn't want to seem weak in front of Stone and the others. He didn't expect to live through the day, and as he waited for the mutated fighters to come within range of their weapons, he thought about Queen Iselin. He should have written her and sent one of the volunteers back with the message. He felt bad having given her false hope. Under different circumstances, he would have loved her wholeheartedly, but it seemed as if the world they knew was coming to an end. As Lorik looked around the city, he couldn't imagine how even the entire army from Baskla could stop the massive swarm of fighters. The enemy soon closed the distance to the castle, plodding toward the thick walls with no apparent regard for the armed men on the walls. Lorik and Stone both selected pikes and began stabbing down at the mutated fighters. They were even more vile up close, their faces were swollen, their features distorted. They looked strong physically, but they gave no indication that their minds were intact. They had a vacant look in their oversized eyes, and didn't even try to fend off the heavy axe blades that dropped onto their exposed heads and necks from above. "They aren't even defending themselves," Stone shouted. "They don't have to," Lorik said. "There's so many, they'll overrun us eventually." They stabbed down, again and again, killing the enemy fighters, who dropped to the snowy ground which was pink from the bloody spray. The ground near the castle gates was soon covered with bodies and slick with crimson mud. The mutated fighters near the gate raised their weapons to beat against the iron-banded doors. Lorik and Stone fought hard, but looked more like farmers hoeing down weeds. The fighters ignored the danger from above and trod carelessly over the bodies of their fallen comrades. They carried thick, iron weapons that were little more than long strips of metal that had been sharpened on one side. Lorik thought the weapons must have been heavy, but the mutated fighters didn't seem to notice the weight or care. Still, Lorik didn't think the weapons would be very effective against the gates, which were reinforced with steel bands. The real danger lay in the pressure the enemy soldiers put on the crossbeam. They were big, strong creatures and there were so many of them, all pushing forward. The locking beams would break under the strain eventually. Lorik and Stone concentrated their fight over the gates, but the enemy fighters around the walls began dropping to their hands and knees, one on top of the next. They were creating a living ramp to scale the walls. Lorik and Stone were forced to hack their way down the walls toward the next volunteer to keep the enemy fighters from breaching the castle. When the mutated fighters were killed, their bodies were used to help others climb. Occasionally the pikes would get wedged in bone and threaten to pull the volunteers over the wall. They had to drop the weapon and pick up another. Luckily, Stone had filled the barrels at the fighting positions with spears and pikes. The first hour passed and the volunteers had slain over 1,000 enemy fighters without a single casualty, but the number of enemy troops was limitless. The city was filled with fighters and thousands more were streaming past. Lorik had to take a moment to catch his breath. Bending over the parapet and hacking at the mutated fighters didn't put stress on his leg, but his chest and back ached with the strain. He was just about to go back to his grisly business when he heard the thick locking beam crack. The gate had 3 beams, one was a massive, square-cut beam of oak. The other 2 were support beams that were thinner and lighter. The support beams lent added strength to central beam, but once the thick timber broke, the smaller beams would be quick to follow. Lorik knew it was only a matter of time before the evil army broke through the gate and stormed the castle. He renewed his efforts over the gate. "Pace yourself!" Stone shouted to Lorik. The big warrior was too winded to respond. He knew his friend was just looking out for him, but Lorik also knew that once the gate was broken down, it was only a matter of time before the mutated fighters backed the group of volunteers into a corner. Their superior numbers would eventually allow them to overwhelm Lorik and the people he cared most about. His breathing was more of a rasping wheeze as he fought on. He knew he needed to conserve his strength if he was going to keep fighting, but he had already decided that holding the gate would be his final effort in the battle. Once the gate broke, he would cover the retreat of his men, and if he died, so be it, he was just too tired to keep fighting. A group of the mutated fighters managed to scale the wall on Lorik's side of the gate and he was forced to confront them. He dropped his pike and drew his swords. He hurried to where the witch's troops were staggering to their feet. The wall around the castle was wide enough that a horse could traverse it without fear of falling, but the mutated fighters made the space seem small. They could only come at Lorik one at a time. "Here!" Lorik shouted, his voice a gravely bark. "Fight me!" 2 of the 3 fighters ambled toward him, the third turned and shuffled the opposite direction. Lorik rushed to meet them. The nearest fighter raised his crude weapon, but Lorik batted it aside with the sword in his left hand and then slashed through his opponent's abdomen with the sword in his right. The man should have dropped, screaming in pain as his entrails fell in a steaming pile on the wall's walkway. Instead, he just looked down stupidly as his life's blood poured out of the wound. The mutated fighter behind the first didn't wait for his comrade to move aside, instead he rammed his makeshift sword straight through the first man. The thick blade punched through the wretched man's back and shot out of the opening in his stomach. Lorik had to sway backward to avoid the deadly weapon. He slipped on the snow-covered stone walkway and fell onto his back, pain shooting through his exhausted body from the jarring fall. The mutated fighter shoved his dead comrade to the side, letting gravity pull the lifeless body off his long, rusty blade. Lorik rolled to his side and was scrambling in the blood-slicked snow when a spear whistled past. The spear buried itself into the second fighter's chest. Lorik stood looking on as the mutated fighter toppled off the wall and into the courtyard below. He turned and saw Stone snatching up another pike from the barrel of weapons and resuming the fight without so much as a nod in his friend's direction. Lorik pulled a spear from the barrel to hurl at the fighter trudging toward the next man on the wall, but his chest was so sore that he couldn't throw the weapon with any accuracy or power. The spear flew wide and Lorik was shocked to see the volunteer run the witch's soldier through with a spear of his own. For the first time in his life, Lorik felt helpless. His strength was ebbing away, but he swore to fight until his last breath. He snatched up another pike and hacked at the fighters scrambling to scale the wall. Bodies fell, knocking the fighters behind them to the ground with bone-breaking force. Once Lorik had stemmed the tide of fighters along the wall, he hurried back to the gate. The heavy wooden barrier was bending under the weight of so many fighters pressing against it. The wood creaked and the well-oiled hinges groaned. For the next hour, Lorik fought savagely, trying to hold back the witch's horde, but eventually the heavy locking beam of the gate broke. When the beam snapped, it cracked as loud as thunder, and made all the volunteers flinch. Lorik dropped his pike and bent over, putting his hands on his knees and struggling to breathe. A horn sounded from high above the castle, the long deep note echoing off the cobbles below. "That's it!" Stone shouted, hurrying to Lorik's side. "Time to go." "Get everyone inside the castle," Lorik said, his voice barely above a whisper. "Not without you," Stone insisted. "I'm coming, just go, Dot." Stone hesitated, but a second beam snapped and an upper hinge broke free. He waved his arms at the other volunteers, some of which were wounded and limping down from the wall. "To the castle!" he bellowed, hurrying past Lorik. It took another long moment before Lorik stood up and moved slowly down the snow-covered stairs to the bailey in front of the sagging gates. He made his stand just beyond the reach of the gates, leaving enough room in case they fell inward. He didn't think he could move out of the way fast enough if they fell inward, and he didn't want to die being trampled to death beneath the massive wooden doors. A few of the volunteers stopped when they saw Lorik draw his swords. They were torn between taking a stand with him at the gates and sticking with the plan that had been crafted in the wee hours of the morning. "Get inside," he hissed, his voice completely gone. The men moved on up the steps to the castle and Lorik tried to steady his breathing. It was no use. He was reminded of his father who had struggled to breathe as he lay on his deathbed. His father had choked and sputtered, each ragged gasp was a monumental feat. Lorik felt the same way. His lungs seemed to be clogged with thick mucus and the cold air burned with each breath. His chest ached, his shoulders were on fire, his arms felt like they were tied down with heavy stones. He could only put weight on his bad leg for a second before it threatened to give out beneath him. "So this is how it ends," he thought to himself. "Well, I'm taking as many of these monsters with me as possible." The gate creaked again and the final beam broke. The gates parted, the wooden beams had not broken in the center and the wooden doors didn't quite open up, but it was enough for a few of the mutated fighters to squeeze through. Lorik waited for them, letting them get to their feet and ambled toward him before he moved. The first fighter struck down with a heavy, overhand blow, but Lorik slid out of the way and brought his own sword down in wicked slash that severed the fighter's arm at the elbow. The forearm, hand, and sword fell onto the ground as dark blood fountained out of the stump. The mutated fighter looked confused, but didn't retreat. Lorik hobbled around the wounded fighter, using the wretch's big body for cover. A quick stab dispatched the second fighter, as Lorik's sword ripped through the massive throat. A cascade of hot blood splashed over Lorik as he spun on his good leg and parried the third fighter's clumsy attack. Lorik's second sword came up just under the brute's ribcage and dissected his enemy's heart. The first fighter still stood, watching his life's blood pump out through the stump of his arm. Lorik pushed the mutated fighter, who fell over into the snow and bled to death. Lorik drew a ragged breath and steadied himself on his good leg. His sprained ankle was throbbing painfully, and his feet were so cold he could barely feel them. The gate fell with a crash, one door knocked completely off its hinges, the other swinging wide with a piercing creak. Lorik looked up as dozens of the enemy fighters surged toward him. He shook his head and grimaced as his mind shut off the pain receptors that registered the terrible ache in his leg. He knew this was the end, and he vowed to himself that would not die easily. He charged forward, limping but moving better than he had all morning. The first 3 fighters died before they could raise their swords. Lorik hacked and slashed as each new foe came into range. The mutated fighters didn't try to avoid Lorik, nor did they spread out once inside the gate. They came straight at the angry warrior, who swayed and turned, his twin swords flashing in a deadly display of killing fury. Asterisk. Stone rushed into the castle, herding as many volunteers as he could forward. The first checkpoint was the dais in the great feasting hall. More spears had been gathered there, as well as swords, shields, maces, and axes. The plan was to start their attack on the raised platform as the enemy made their way through the long hall. The benches and tables had been piled up on either side of the dais, creating a small area that could be defended by 1 or 2 people. When the enemy got too close, the volunteers would fall back, most taking refuge inside the king's private dressing room. 2 men would hold the narrow doorway, being relieved when they grew weary. Once that position fell, they would fall back to the next strategic point in the queen's dressing room. Several of the volunteers were wounded. Some had slipped on the snowy parapet, others had been forced to fight the mutated soldiers who had successfully climbed the castle walls. By Stone's count, they were down 4 men, and 5 others were wounded. He paced as he waited for Vera to make her way down from the high watchtower. If the enemy made it into the feasting hall before Vera, she would be cut off and unable to join them. She would have to make her way back up to the king's royal apartments and then down the private staircase that led into the queen's dressing room. Worse still, she might be followed, although from what Stone had seen of the witch's army, he doubted that any of them were that clever. He'd fought hard on the wall, hacking and slashing with the long-poled pikes, killing and maiming the mutated soldiers who never even cried out when the heavy blades severed arms or hacked into their skulls. The soldiers were frightening to look at, their bodies twisted and overgrown in such an unnatural fashion. But even more horrific was the way they moved, the way they fought with no thought of self-defense. How could anyone be so careless with their own lives? Stone couldn't imagine how evil the witch in the south must be to send so many creatures to their deaths in such a careless fashion. "Where is Lord Lorik?" asked one of the volunteers, who stood nervously swaying behind Stone. "He'll come in soon," Stone said, although he didn't believe it. He'd seen the look in Lorik's eyes that said he wouldn't be pressed any further. Stone hoped he was wrong. He'd come to love the big teamster who had taken a chance on partnering with him. Lorik had been a friend, a mentor, and an inspiration to everyone who knew him. His sense of duty, of doing the right thing, was so admirable that he made Stone want to be a better man. The last thing Stone could imagine was losing Lorik. Since the bigger man's encounter with the forest elves, he'd been an unstoppable force. But his wounds from the day before had slowed Lorik's reflexes. The big warrior was at risk, and Stone had to force himself not to race outside to his friend's aid. Just when Stone felt he was about to scream from anxiety, Vera came running into the feasting hall. Stone felt relief flooding over him. He hurried across the room and swept Vera up in his arms, spinning and kissing her before hurrying back to the dais with her. "Where's Lorik?" she asked. "He's at the gate," Stone replied. "What? Why?" he insisted. "He's holding back the fighters who broke through the gate." "All by himself?" she asked incredulously. "You know Lorik." "And I know you," she said, tears shining in her eyes. "Go get him. Traeger, Jorg, with me," Stone said. He grinned at Vera and grabbed 2 spears. The 2 volunteers Stone had called for grabbed spears as well and raced after Stone. Asterisk. Lorik had a pile of bodies around him, but the mutated fighters kept flooding into the bailey. He was forced to back up as he fought. The wretched soldiers had no concern for their fallen comrades, stepping on the bodies of the fallen as they marched forward. Many lost their footing and fell forward, heavy blades crashing to the ground around Lorik. He moved back to avoid the falling fighters, killed several more, then moved back again. His legs were trembling and his arms felt weak. He slashed his swords across the throats of the enemy fighters who came into his dance of death. It was the quickest way he'd discovered to bring the mindless fighters down. They often fell to their knees, dropping their weapons on the blood-soaked ground and then finally collapsing. It slowed the progress of the incoming fighters, but didn't take the strength or extra time that stabbing the fighters took. Lorik had lost count of the number of mutated fighters he'd killed, but he was halfway to the castle steps when his injured ankle finally gave out. He fell to his knees and slashed at the thighs of the approaching fighters before toppling onto his back in the snow. He knew death was coming for him. He could feel the cold reaper's breath on his neck as he lay in the snow. He stared up, noticing just how blue the sky was. He could feel the sun on his face and it made him smile. Then a shadow loomed over Lorik and he gripped his swords tightly, waiting for a rusty blade to come down and end his misery. Instead, a brown streak flashed over his head and one of the mutated fighters fell like a huge tree. Lorik felt the crash and looked up as 3 more spears whistled past him, slaying the lumbering fighters who were coming near Lorik. "Get up, you lazy oaf," Stone called as he skidded to a halt beside his friend. "What?" Lorik asked in surprise. He wasn't even sure what he was seeing was real. "Get up, we've got to fall back," Stone shouted at Lorik. He grabbed Lorik's arm and pulled him up. Another volunteer came running up and grabbed Lorik's other arm. Lorik struggled to his feet, feeling completely exposed. He was afraid his friends would be cut down trying to help him, and even though all he wanted was to fall down, close his eyes, and escape into the darkness, he struggled on. Stone pulled Lorik's arm over his shoulders and put one hand on the bigger man's belt. He pulled his friend along, supporting Lorik's weight on the big man's injured side. Another spear streaked past. "Hurry!" Jorg shouted from the castle steps. "They're gaining on you." Lorik tried to hurry, his body hurt from head to toe, but he strained forward. They reached the castle steps and lunged up. Lorik hopped up the steps. He would have fallen if not for Stone, who stayed with his friend, steadying him as they climbed. Traeger and Jorg ran ahead and readied the castle doors. Stone and Lorik lurched through after them, and the 2 volunteers slammed the ornate doors closed, flipping down the built-in locking beam. For a moment, everyone took a deep breath in relief that they had survived. Then, with a crash like thunder, the enemy fighters slammed into the doors of the castle. Chapter 21. "We have to move," Stone shouted. Lorik didn't want to move, he just wanted everything to stop, but he knew he had to get up and set an example for his men. If they were all going to die, then they would die fighting. He scrambled to his feet, careful not to put weight on his injured ankle. The castle doors were not built for security, they bowed inward, straining the locking beam. "That door won't hold," Lorik said. "But if we kill some of them as they are coming through, it will slow the others." "Spears!" Stone shouted. To me, to me." Several volunteers sprinted forward and met Lorik and Stone at the entrance to the feasting hall with several spears in hand. Lorik sagged against the stone pillar that marked the entrance to the great hall. There was a massive vestibule between the castle doors and the feasting hall. "Should we support the door?" asked one of the volunteers. "No," Lorik said, his voice was so hoarse that it was barely more than a whisper. "Throw your spears. Kill them just as they are coming through the doorway. They'll have to stop and remove their dead to get through." Stone took a spear, but Lorik just watched. His massive chest was still heaving, trying to get enough oxygen in his mucus-filled lungs. The door sagged, pausing for just a moment before finally collapsing. "Now!" Lorik shouted. 2 spears flew toward the entrance. The big, mutated fighter in the lead was hit in the chest. He fell. The next fighter was a woman, with a round face and massive hips and thighs. She moved forward, her eyes expressionless as she tried to step onto her comrade and gain entrance. Another spear flew, slamming into her belly and causing her to fall back, onto her butt. The next fighter tried to push her aside, but another spear took him in the shoulder. The next fighter tried to squeeze between the pile of bodies, some were dead, others slowly expiring without a sound as they were trampled by their companions. The fighter raised his sword and slashed down, hacking at the spear that stood out of a dead soldier and blocked his path. The volunteers threw their final spears. One missed, the other hit the fighter in the hip, causing the mutated soldier to fall onto his side. "That will hold them for a few minutes," Lorik shouted. "Let's move." He was limping into the hall when Stone came up beside him and supported Lorik's injured side. "How's the ankle?" he asked. "Killing me slowly," Lorik replied. "I was done for outside until you showed up." "Hey, what are friends for? Besides, I want to be able to hide behind your big body when I make my final stand." Lorik chuckled even though it hurt to laugh. He saw that several of the volunteers stood ready to defend the dais, and even though Lorik wasn't hopeful they could hold the position for long, he felt a sense of pride in the men he led. They were grim-faced and angry. Lorik knew they would need that resolution to hold them steady in the hours to come. Stone led Lorik past the 4 men on the dais. They had a barrel of spears in front of them and each man held a spear at the ready. Lorik hesitated by them. "If they come in slowly, just a few at a time," he told them, "wait until they're close to kill them. A major wound will stop them and then they'll be in the way. If we can stack their corpses between the benches and tables, it will make their job more difficult. They'll be vulnerable climbing over their fallen. It's our best shot of killing them. Stone and I will stay here, ready to charge forward and dispatch the stragglers." "We will?" Stone asked, feigning surprise. Not without some water first, Vera called, bringing 2 large mugs filled with water to Lorik and Stone. Lorik took his and drank it greedily. The water was cool and it ran down his parched throat in a refreshing wave. Stone drank too, ignoring the look of concern in Vera's eyes. "They're coming through!" shouted one of the volunteers. "Move back," Stone told Vera. "I will, you be careful," she replied. "Let me take your place," Vernon told Lorik. "I can hold them back as well as you can on one leg." Lorik looked at the big horsemaster for a long moment. Vernon didn't shy away from Lorik's gaze. "All right," Lorik said. "Don't get in the way of the spearmen. There's no sense losing you needlessly." "We'll cut down the stragglers," Stone said. "Then retreat if things get too hot. Remember," Lorik said as loudly as his hoarse voice would allow him, "the kill box is just behind us. When the enemy gets too close, we fall back and hold that position. No one needs to be a hero, you understand?" There was chorus of grunts and affirmations. Vera led Lorik back into the king's chamber. "What do you need?" she asked. "More water," he croaked. Vance refilled his mug and Lorik sank onto a tall stool where he could see the volunteers through the open door. He could see the first of the mutated fighters ambling into the great hall as well. They moved forward with no thought of evasion or self-defense. They walked slowly forward, one after another almost in single file. The volunteers took aim with their spears. "Tell them to communicate," Lorik growled. "We can't waste weapons on the same enemy." Vera rushed forward and relayed the message. Lorik looked around. Most of the volunteers were exhausted, others were grievously wounded. Vance was giving food and water to the men that were hunched against the walls. "You lot be ready to move back," Lorik said. "I want those wounded carried through to the Queen's quarters. They'll be more comfortable there and in less danger. Get these side doors barred just in case I'm wrong about these monsters and they come looking to flank us." The volunteers obeyed. Lorik stood to his feet, swaying for a moment as a wave of dizziness passed over him, then he used the stool like a crutch and shuffled toward the door. Vera was watching in horror as the witch's minions marched methodically forward. The first spear hit the lead fighter in the chest. The witch's mutated soldiers wore no armor and did nothing to protect themselves, not even trying to dodge the deadly spear attack. The fighter fell to the floor and the next mutated soldier simply stepped over the first's twitching body and continued forward. "What are they?" Vera asked in shock. "They're under some type of enchantment," Lorik said. "What an awful way to die," she said. "They don't seem to feel the pain," Lorik said. "That's something at least." The mutated fighters were taller than even Lorik, their shoulders broad and round with magically enhanced muscle. Their proportions were all wrong. The eyes weren't even, often one arm or one leg was longer than the other. Some muscles bunched out grotesquely at odd angles that were completely unnatural. And none of them seemed to communicate or even realize what they were doing. "They're horrible," Vera said, moving slowly back past Lorik, who was leaning against the doorframe watching as the others fought. 36 spears were quickly used up and the floor of the feasting hall was littered with corpses. Those that didn't die immediately lay on the floor, doing nothing to stop their almost certain demise. More of the mutated fighters were coming forward through the vestibule and into the grand hall, but they were forced to climb over their fallen companions. Off balance and often stumbling, they were easy targets for Stone and Vernon. Stone had 2 swords, and he hacked and slashed the enemy fighters as they came near. The pile of bodies at his feet was higher than his waist. Vernon used a battle axe with precision and skill. He severed anything that came within range. Where Stone had a pile of bodies, Vernon had a pile of body parts littered around him. Both were blood-soaked and exhausted when Lorik shouted for them to fall back. They staggered back while the 4 volunteers on the dais used pikes to hold the mutated fighters at bay. Stone and Vernon staggered into the king's room and Vance pressed mugs of water into their hands. "There's so many," Vernon said as he gasped for breath. "They're dumb as rocks though," Lorik said. "That's one advantage we have." He watched as the volunteers poked and stabbed with the long weapons. The pike's heavy metal axe heads were deadly, but they took strength to wield. He knew it wouldn't take long for the volunteers to grow too tired to fight effectively. "Vera," Lorik ordered, "take Stone and Vernon back to the Queen's room. Vance, you go as well. I want everyone ready to defend the next choke point." "And what are you going to do?" Vera asked. "Take my turn defending this station, then I'll pull back," Lorik explained. "I only need to kill enough of them to clog this doorway." "Don't make me come after you again," Stone said wearily. "I won't," Lorik said. "We're in this together." Vera and the others went back through the king's room and into the Queen's quarters. Lorik drew one of his twin swords and watched as his volunteers fought bravely on. The pile of bodies was so massive it was hard to accept as reality. "Fall back," Lorik said to the men on the dais. The two men on the outside of the small group dropped their weapons and hurried back through the doorway. Then the final two followed suit. "Get back to the Queen's quarters," Lorik told them as he stepped into the doorway. "I'll deal with these bastards." The mutated fighters had stumbled over the dead and were rising up to follow Lorik's volunteers into the king's dressing room. They were so tall they had to stoop to get through the doorway and only one of them could pass through at a time. Lorik didn't have to fight, he just stabbed the mutated fighters, one after another as they tried to come through the doorway. Their long swords were no use in the tight quarters and after Lorik killed the fourth soldier, he knew the others couldn't pass through the opening without moving the bodies. He hopped back toward the Queen's quarters and stopped just outside the door. "Your strategy is working," Stone said as he sipped water from the mug Vance had given him. "They're so dumb, killing them is almost too easy," Lorik said. They watched as the mound of bodies in the doorway was heaved forward. It would take several minutes for the fighters to break the logjam. The dead bodies wedged against the doorframe, and the stone walls were unforgiving. Bones snapped on the corpses that clogged the doorway as the fighters pushing from the feasting hall grew more numerous. "So we hold them here," Stone said. "We hold them in the stairwell too. Then in the dungeon, but then what?" "Then we retreat to the secret passage," Lorik said. "You can take the others and hide there. With the door closed they may never even find you." "And you're going to stay out here and close the door behind us?" "I don't think so. I can hide in one of the dungeon cells," Lorik said. "They'll just break the door down and kill you," Stone replied. "We stay together, remember. I'm just trying to give you the best chance of surviving this mess." "Say we survive, what kind of world will we be living in? This isn't about this one battle, or even this war. We stay together and survive together, no matter what. Every life is precious, and we all need each other. Don't be a hero." "I'm more of a liability lately than a hero," Lorik said. "I'm used to carrying your dead weight around," Stone teased. The monstrous soldiers finally broke through and flooded into the king's dressing room. There wasn't much space, but Lorik and Stone fought side by side, their fatigue forgotten. Stone used a spear, stabbing at the mutated fighters before they could reach him with their heavy swords. Lorik used his twin swords, parrying the heavy blows and counter-striking with precision. Both warriors were careful to conserve their strength, making each blow count. They held the witches' fighters off for nearly half an hour. The room became so filled with bodies that it was hard for the mutated soldiers to get close to Lorik or Stone. The room was flooded with blood, so that the polished stone floor became slick. Stone and Lorik moved back slowly, eventually Stone retreated into the Queen's quarters, while Lorik stayed and fought until there was no more room to maneuver. Then Lorik fell back and two volunteers with pikes killed the witches' soldiers as they attempted to come through the doorway. Once again there was a brief respite from the fighting as the mutated fighters tried to force the bodies of their fallen comrades through the narrow doorway. "Pile the furniture in front of the doorway and set it ablaze," Lorik said. "Then retreat to the dungeon." The volunteers responded instantly. The Queen's dressing room was full of thickly padded, ornate furniture. The volunteers pushed it all against the door where the witches' minions were trying to break through. Lorik snatched up a lamp and poured the oil onto the furniture, then Stone thrust a torch into a narrow space between two cushions. The oil-soaked padding caught fire instantly, and black smoke began to fill the room. "We'll see how they like fire," Lorik said. "Move!" Stone shouted. "Everyone retreat now." There was a mad dash down to the dungeons. Lorik had specified several more choke points in the castle, but his small group of volunteers were too exhausted to keep fighting. He only hoped they could hide in the secret tunnel and avoid fighting the savage warriors of the witches' army. Lorik brought up the rear of the group. The escape tunnel was not big, the roof was just inches above Lorik's head, and his broad shoulders filled the narrow space. Lorik knew that the witches' soldiers would have difficulty navigating the space, if they could even find it. The group slumped to the hard, cold ground. Vera and Vance tried to see to the needs of the exhausted volunteers, but it was soon apparent that moving back and forth among the men in the tunnel was too difficult. Everyone had been up since Lorik had returned late the night before, and many of the volunteers tried to sleep in the uncomfortable confines of the tunnel. Lorik stayed by the castle entrance and sent Stone to the far side. He didn't think the witches' soldiers would come into the tunnel, but if they did, Stone would know what to do. Lorik sat silently, listening for any sign of the mutated soldiers, but the castle was silent. Hours seemed to pass, but the only real gauge of time was the amount of lamp oil they were using. They kept only 2 lamps burning, one on each end of the tunnel, just in case they had to fight something. Eventually, even Lorik fell asleep. When he woke up a few hours later, he felt like something was different. At first he just thought it was the cold, which seemed to have seeped into his bones in the freezing tunnel. He could hear the teeth chattering of the wounded men. They had blankets stashed in the tunnel, but Lorik knew they would need a real source of heat soon, or the men would grow sick and weak. Lorik tried to decide what was different. He could hear the snoring of some of the volunteers echoing down the stone tunnel, but there was no other sound. He checked his injuries, his chest was still sore, and his ankles still swollen, but he could breathe a little easier. He tried to take a deep breath and ended up coughing up thick mucus. He spit the foul substance into the corner, and then he realized what was different. The heavy feeling of dread was gone. He'd felt a sense of darkness approaching as the witch's army marched north through Ortis, now it was gone. He had spent the last several hours on the steps leading down into the tunnel, so he stood and did his best to stretch. The pit was close enough that Lorik felt the pull of the steep drop, the way it felt to stand on the edge of a high cliff, as if some invisible force was pulling him down. He stepped up to the doorway and after listening again for several moments, pushed open the door. It was dark in the storage room and in the dungeon beyond, but the ghostly mist from the wilderlands was once again swirling in the darkness. Lorik closed the tunnel door behind him and eased his way out of the storage room. Keeping one hand on the wall, he hobbled as quietly as he could down the long corridor of dungeon cells, following the flow of the mist. Once more he felt the temptation to open the secret door on the far side of the dungeon corridor, but he ignored it. The mist swirled up the spiral staircase and Lorik followed, trying to remain as quiet as possible. The mist led him up to the second floor of the castle, bypassing the series of rooms that had been the site of the savage battle Lorik and his men had waged against the witch's mutated army. Lorik was careful to be quiet, even suppressing the urge to cough on several occasions. Finally he reached the stairs that led up to the watchtower and Lorik quickened his pace. Hope had begun to bloom in his heart. He thought that perhaps the mutated soldiers had given up on finding him and his band of volunteers. He guessed that they would eventually press on northward, leaving the razed capital of Ortis behind. He hurried out into the cold night and looked down from the high watchtower. The sky had cleared and the stars were bright. The moon shone down its silvery light across the abandoned city and over the rolling hills. Lorik could see that the snow from the day before had melted and the massive army was gone. There were hundreds of dead soldiers, piled up like garbage around the castle, their dark forms perfectly still in the starlight. But what was even more surprising were the flickering lights in some of the structures around the city. Many of the homes and shops had been completely wrecked, but others were mostly intact. Lorik stood on the high watchtower and observed the lights. He was convinced that what he saw was firelight. It didn't make sense to Lorik, there had not been anyone left in the city. He had stood watch on that same tower 2 nights before and there had been no lights. His only guess was that some of the witch's army had taken up residence in the city, but that didn't make sense either. The mutated soldiers had no regard for their own safety and no logic to their actions. They were driven to kill whoever they saw, but taking refuge for the night seemed out of place. Not to mention that the lights were spread around the city, only a handful of lights were visible and none near the others. It didn't make sense that if a group of the soldiers were staying in the city, why wouldn't they stay close together rather than spreading out? It was strange. Lorik wondered if perhaps what he was seeing was some kind of stragglers that followed the witch's army, looting the destroyed cities and scavenging from the carnage of the mutated killers. Lorik turned around to go back into the castle and was surprised to see the mist was swirling in a new direction now. He followed the mist down to the main floor where it led out of the castle. He opened the door and gazed out into the night. The mist swirled toward the broken-down gate and away through the city. Lorik's ankle was beginning to throb again and before he left the castle he checked his weapons. If he got into trouble, he wouldn't be able to run, so he had to make sure he could fight if worst came to worst. The bailey around the castle was wet and grimy from the melted snow. Lorik moved cautiously toward the broken-down gates, careful not to put too much weight on his injured ankle or make too much noise. The bodies of the dead were everywhere. He climbed over trampled corpses of the soldiers he'd killed. He found one of the spears his volunteers had used to save him when he'd fallen near the castle steps. It was broken in half, and he picked up the shaft end, leaving the metal blade sunk into the corpse of the mutated soldier it had slain. The wooden rod was the perfect length for a cane and Lorik used it to keep his weight off of his injured ankle. It took a long while to climb over the mound of bodies outside the castle gates. Lorik and Stone had been very effective with their pikes and the other witches' soldiers had not given the bodies of their fallen any regard. Lorik finally got past the heaping mounds of dead and was surprised to see the streets littered with more bodies. He knew they weren't the work of his volunteers, their weapons had not been effective so far from the castle walls. Lorik considered for a moment that perhaps the mutated soldiers had moved their dead away from the walls, leaving the grossly disfigured corpses in the streets, but that didn't really make sense either. He was certain he'd never seen the witches' fighters do anything but push the heaped-up piles of bodies out of their way. It was too dark to tell for certain, but it looked almost as if the witch's army had turned against itself. He moved like a shadow through the streets of the city, toward the nearest of the lights he'd seen from the watchtower. He saw the light from down the street. It seemed strangely out of place and inviting at the same time. He couldn't seem to take his eyes off the warm glow that emanated from the windows. He moved slowly, cautiously toward the structure. It was a home. Lorik peered into one of the windows and was shocked to see one of the mutated fighters curled by the fireplace with a thick blanket pulled around its shoulders. It was sleeping and looked less distraught than when he'd fought the mindless creatures. He moved away from the window and was trying to understand what he was seeing, when he heard the sound of a blade singing through the air. Instinctively he dropped to the ground. Above his head, right where he'd been leaning against the wall of another home that was mostly destroyed, a dark blade chopped into the thick beam of wood. Lorik rolled to his feet, hopping a little to get his balance on his good foot and drawing his swords in one quick, smooth motion. "Arf!" cried the mutated fighter who stepped out of the shadows. Once again Lorik was so surprised to hear the creature bellowing a battle cry, that he almost didn't react quick enough. The fighter let go of his sword that was still wedged into the wood and swung a club-like fist at Lorik, who swayed back, then had to hop again to keep his balance. The angry fighter surged forward and Lorik thrust his sword out, driving it up and into the brute's rib cage. The fighter screamed and then fell to its knees. Lorik swung his other sword and slashed the abnormally thick throat to ribbons. The fighter died with a gurgling whimper and Lorik had to heave to pull his first sword free of the mutated soldier's chest. Then he turned and looked back inside the house. The soldier who had been asleep on the floor of the small home was gone. Lorik went inside, moving cautiously again, alert for any signs of danger. What he found shocked him more than he could imagine. The soldier he'd seen through the window was now huddled in a dark corner, hands over its face, fat tears rolling down its cheeks and dropping onto its knees. Lorik stepped into the center of the room. The heat from the fire felt luxurious to him after the cold confines of the castle's secret tunnel and the cold exposure of the winter night. He started to raise his sword and dispatch the soldier hiding in the shadows, but something was wrong. The mutated fighter didn't act like a soldier, but more like a frightened child. "Who are you?" Lorik asked, not really expecting an answer. The fighter looked up, surprise etched on its face. "My name," the wretched-looking creature said in a strange, mangled voice, "was Riley." "Was?" Lorik said. "Before the monsters took us away." Lorik lowered his sword. "What monsters?" he asked. "Flying horses, with scorpion tails and human heads," the witch's minion replied. "They attacked our village, then I woke up here, freezing, hungry, surrounded by horrible people who had been changed like me." "You're a woman?" "A mother," Riley said. "I had 3 little ones and a husband, but they aren't here. I don't even know where here is." "This is Ort City," Lorik explained. "Or what's left of it. In the kingdom of Ortis." The mutated mother began to cry again. Lorik looked at her and after a moment he could make out her feminine features. Her shoulders were broad and covered in thick muscle, but she had breasts too, only they hadn't been enlarged. They were just 2 small lumps on her broad chest, and one was much higher than the other. She had on the same ragged clothing the other mutated fighters had possessed, but she pulled the blanket around her shoulders like a shawl. "What happened when you woke up?" Lorik asked. Everyone was terrified. There was so much killing. Everyone fought each other. I was close to this place, so I hid inside until the others had fled the city. "You're smart, but there are still others like you in the city," Lorik said. "And a few of us are left behind as well." "What happened to the army that marched north?" "I don't know anything about an army," Riley said. "I just want to go home." "Where is home?" "A small village near Lorrington, in Ulsa." "You've got a long way to go," Lorik said. "Let me tell you what happened while you were asleep." Lorik spent the next half hour explaining what he knew. He moved closer to the fire and warmed himself, even though he felt guilty for doing it. His comrades were freezing in the secret tunnel beneath the castle, and he wanted to hurry back to them and tell them what had happened, but he wasn't sure himself. Somehow, it seemed at least some of the witch's army had been freed from the sorceress enchantment. Lorik wondered if perhaps the wizard Zalan had been successful in destroying the witch, but he had no way of knowing. "I'm going to leave you now," Lorik said. "Good luck getting home." "What was the noise I heard outside?" Riley asked. Lorik hesitated. What if the soldier he had killed had been like Riley? Or what if it had been her companion? "Is anyone helping you here?" Lorik asked. "No, why?" The mutated woman said, her voice deep and hard to understand. "I was attacked outside this home," he explained. "I killed the soldier who attacked me." He saw the fear on Riley's face, but there was no sign of grief or regret. You should be careful, Lorik told her. There are still dangerous people, he said the word slowly, not sure what to really call the mutated soldiers now that they were free from the witch's control, around here. If you see normal humans, let them know you aren't a threat as quickly as possible. You were dangerous under the witch's control, and others might still consider you a threat. Thank you, Riley said. I will be careful. Lorik nodded and then left the small home. The cold air outside the little cottage was cold, but it served to energize Lorik. He found his walking stick and hurried back toward the castle, never noticing that the silvery mist was pulsing out of the city and pointing him north. Chapter 22. Queen Iselin was cold, wet, and sore. Jostin had forced them to ride through the night. They were either lost or trying to evade trackers. First he went one way, then doubled back and took a new direction. Jostin led them in opposite directions over and over again. They climbed one steep hill, only to cross back over and then climb it again. They eventually settled in a bog that was surrounded by massive trees covered in creeping vines. One of Jostin's men was sent away with the horses and Queen Iselin was chained to a great, gnarly root, along with the younger prisoner that Jostin had recently returned with. They whispered in the darkness. Night had fallen and the temperature was bitterly cold in the damp bog. The ground was so wet it soaked through their clothing and the mud clung to them. Queen Iselin had never been so dirty, not even as a little girl. She was terrified and exhausted, yet she forced herself to find out as much as she could about what had happened to the girl she was chained to. What's your name? Iselin asked. Amber, the girl said through chattering teeth. I'm Iselin. Why did they take us? The girl asked, her fear evident in her voice. What are they going to do with us? I don't know, Iselin said. Where did they take you from? From the palace, Amber said, as if it should have been obvious. You mean Forksum? The girl nodded. I am King Rickard's daughter. Iselin was rocked back by the realization of what had happened. She had been fooled by Jostin, she'd known that. But she hadn't realized that he was so daring as to kidnap the princess. She could only guess that most of the king's army was away from the city, probably away from Forksum altogether. Jostin knew about the witch and her army, which made it at least likely that King Rickard did too. Perhaps he was marching south to help Lorik. Just the thought of Lorik made tears sting Iselin's eyes. She couldn't help but believe if she hadn't been so flattered by Jostin's flirtations that perhaps she would have seen him for what he really was. How did they get you out of the castle? Iselin asked. Weren't there guards? Father has marched south with his army, Amber said. A wizard came to the palace, riding a green dragon and warning my father of an army marching north through Ortis. He convinced my father to take most of his troops south. There were only a few men left to guard the city. Iselin was both relieved and terrified. She had no hope that Lorik could find her and rescue her, he was too far away and completely unaware of the danger she was in. On the other hand, if King Rickard's daughter had been taken, there was a good chance his soldiers would find them and free them, only most of those soldiers had marched south with the king, who was completely unaware that his daughter had been taken. It was frustrating, but Iselin could see how things had fallen into place to make Jostin's daring crime possible. She had to find a way to free them. If they could just get away from Jostin and his men, they might be able to find their way back to Forksum. If we get out of here, could you find your way back home? Iselin asked. You mean escape? Amber asked. Yes, if we escaped, could you get us to Forksum? Wouldn't that be dangerous? She asked. Yes, but there is no escaping danger now. We are in danger every minute we are in their control. Iselin nodded her head toward the men with Jostin, who were huddled around a small fire. Could you get us home? Amber shook her head. I don't know where we are. And they've changed directions so many times. Iselin felt a stab of anger, but choked it down. The girl was young and obviously terrified. It wouldn't do Iselin any good to get angry. Still, she felt like she had no good options. If she stayed with Jostin and his men, she was in danger. If she escaped, she could wander through the thick forests and steep ravines until she starved or met some worse fate. She needed a way to get to safety, otherwise, she was as good as dead already. A queen without a king wasn't much use to anyone, not even for ransom, not that anyone was still in Ortis who had the resources to pay a ransom. How old are you? Iselin asked Amber. 15, she said through her chattering teeth. Well, don't worry, Amber. We'll find a way out of this mess together. Who are you? I'm Iselin, Queen of Ortis. Did they kidnap you too? In a way, Iselin said. I was coming to seek your father's aid against the witch's army. Jostin tricked me into believing that he served your father and would take me to him. He never worked for father, Amber said sternly. I know that now, Iselin said, trying to be patient with the young girl. Will someone come for us? I don't know, Amber said. Your mother was in Forksome, wasn't she? What about your father's ministers? Isn't someone there in charge of security? Yes, my mother is there. But I don't know who would come. My father didn't include me in those kinds of things. I understand, Iselin said. Still, we can hope that someone is looking for you. We need to make sure we're ready when they arrive. You never know what we might be able to do to help. Amber nodded, but she looked so terrified that Iselin doubted that the young girl would be much help if an opportunity to escape presented itself. Still, Iselin vowed not to leave the girl behind. They would escape together, or die trying. The night passed slowly. Iselin was exhausted, but there was no way to get comfortable in the freezing mud while chained to tree roots that snaked out through the mud under her. She dozed off and on, praying for rescue. In her brief dreams she saw Lorik. He was always confused, looking for her but not understanding that she had been kidnapped. She woke up more than once calling his name. The men on watch glared at her in the darkness, but she ignored them. The next morning they set off on foot. It was a grueling day, bitterly cold, and with no real trail. They moved between trees and up steep hills, fighting their way through thick undergrowth. Their clothes were torn and ripped on thorns. Rocks seemed to find their way into their shoes and fatigue clung to them like the mud, weighing them down and making the trek difficult. The men behind them shoved them along whenever they failed to keep pace. More than once Iselin fell, and by mid-afternoon her hands and knees were bruised and bleeding. Amber fared no better, and although she hadn't enjoyed being held on a horse by the stinking guard, she wished after her long day of walking that her captors hadn't gotten rid of their horses. As the sun began to set, Jostin rushed back and had his men hold both girls down. Filthy, stinking hands covered their mouths and held their arms back behind their backs until their shoulders felt as if they would pop out of place. Then they heard horses. Jostin had led them into a ravine. A small stream flowed slowly through the dense growth of weeds and thorns. The girls were held down on the ground, near the stream while the riders rode by on the high ground. The horses slowed and Iselin heard voices, but she couldn't make out what was being said. Her heart was pounding and she struggled until the pain in her arms and shoulders became overwhelming. Then, to her great disappointment, she heard the riders spur their mounts away. The familiar drumming of hooves faded into the distance. Jostin soon had them up and moving again, but only a short distance. Then, he made camp in a clearing. He used rope instead of chains and tied the women's hands behind their back and tied their ankles together too. They built a big fire and then, to Iselin's surprise, Jostin and his men left. Now is our chance, she whispered furiously to Amber. We've got to get these ropes off and escape. It's impossible, the young girl cried. No it isn't, don't give up. It hurts my wrists. The ropes will stretch, don't quit, Iselin urged her. Night fell and Iselin continued to try and break free of her bonds. She felt every moment pass, as if time had somehow taken on weight and was pressing down on her. She worked feverishly to get free, but the ropes were too tight. Then, an hour after sunset, they heard horses again. Listen, Iselin said. Riders. They are looking for us. Or it's the men who kidnapped us returning with their horses, Amber said, sounding almost hopeful. Don't you want to escape and go home? Iselin said angrily. Don't you know what's in store for us if we don't? Amber burst into tears and Iselin wanted to scream. She had wanted a daughter since she was Amber's age, but she had never imagined her own child being so weak and whiny. Help! Iselin shouted. Over here. Shut up! Amber said angrily. You'll get us into trouble. We're already in trouble, Iselin said. Help! Soldiers rode into the clearing. In the wavering light of the fire Iselin saw the dark green uniform of the Baklan forces. Her heart swelled with hope. It's the princess, one of the soldiers said. Where are your captors? Another demanded. They abandoned us here before nightfall, Iselin said. One of the soldiers slid off his horse and hurried over to Princess Amber's side, drawing his dagger to cut her free, but before he could an arrow suddenly slammed into his chest. The soldier dropped like a stone and was dead before he hit the ground. It's a trap! Shouted the leader of the group, but arrows were already flying. In only a moment 6 of the soldiers fell from their horses, the others tried desperately to find cover. Iselin and Amber cried out, but their shouts of terror were drowned out by the soldiers who couldn't see into the dark trees. There was nothing but their horses to hide behind and the blazing fire ruined their night vision while making them perfect targets for Jostin and his men. One by one the soldiers were struck down. The arrows were slower in coming after the initial volley. It was obvious that the kidnappers were taking their time, aiming carefully to make each shot count. The horses pranced around, frightened by the shouting and the smell of blood. More than once Iselin thought she would be trampled by the skittish animals. "We must retreat," shouted a young soldier. "We can't leave the princess," yelled an older man. Unfortunately, whenever one of the soldiers tried to rescue Amber, he was shot down. Several soldiers lay on the ground with arrows protruding at odd angles from their bodies, some were screaming in pain, others lay eerily still. Queen Iselin tried harder than ever to escape her bonds, but it was no use. The soldiers had numbered an even dozen, but in the end, only 3 managed to ride away into the dark night and one of them was gravely wounded. Jostin came back into the clearing with his men. He checked on his prisoners. "It seems you both survived," he said with a smirk. "How fortunate for you. Eventually you'll be caught and killed," Iselin said. "We'll see," Jostin said. "Kill the survivors," he ordered one of his men. "The rest of you ride them down. I don't want anyone returning to Forksum. Not when we are so close to our goal." Jostin's men gathered the horses of the fallen soldiers and rode after them. Jostin sat down by the fire and began to eat dried rations from his pack. Iselin's stomach growled with hunger, but she didn't say anything. Amber was weeping uncontrollably and Iselin tried to quietly comfort her. But the truth was she also felt a deep sense of dread. Jostin was no mere outlaw, he had tricked Iselin into coming with him willingly. He had successfully kidnapped a princess from the royal castle in Forksum, and now he had set the perfect trap for the soldiers who had been sent to rescue the princess. It would be days before anyone knew the fate of the soldiers, and unless more than one group was sent out to search for Amber, it would be weeks before anyone found them again. Iselin and Amber were close to the large fire and warm for the first time since they'd been taken prisoner. It was the only comfort she had. The ropes burned against her raw skin, her stomach growled with hunger, her throat was parched with thirst. But above all, her heart ached. She wanted to see Lorik just one more time, she thought. To feel the sense of security she had experienced with him. Then the night closed in and she fell asleep as a wave of despair crashed over her, snuffing out any hope that she would survive. Chapter 23. Lorik hurried back into the castle and lit a fire. There was plenty of wood laid by, and oil to kindle to the blaze. A few sparks were all that was needed and the fire took quickly. Lorik then lit a lamp and made his way down to the dungeon. It was difficult for Lorik to climb over the bodies of the fallen mutated fighters without doing more damage to his sprained ankle, but he managed. In the dungeon he hurried past the empty cells and went into the storage room, pulling the hidden cord that sprung open the door to the secret passageway. "Everyone out," he called, his voice echoing on the stone walls. There was shuffling and grunting. Lorik guessed that most of the people in the escape tunnel were asleep. "What is it?" asked one of the volunteers. "We're safe now," Lorik assured them. "Come out and I'll explain it all." The volunteers came out slowly. They were stiff with cold and fatigue, most had just been roused from an exhausted slumber. They looked into the dark dungeon skeptically, as if Lorik might be leading them into a trap. When Stone came out he had the same look of disbelief as the others. Vera didn't bother holding back her skepticism. "What are you doing?" she demanded. "They're gone," Lorik said. "The witch's army is gone, well, at least most of them. Come on, I've got a fire going upstairs. I'll explain everything." "Are you sure that it's safe?" "I wouldn't do anything that would put you in danger," Lorik said. "Now, come on." He led the way back up through the dungeon and past the heaping piles of mutated corpses. The dead bodies made the volunteers even more nervous. They carried their weapons at the ready and were nervous as they made their way to the servants' quarters where Lorik had built the fire. The room was bright with the light from the fire, and the volunteers huddled near it, soaking up its warmth. "Tell us what happened," Vera said. "How do you know the monsters are gone?" "I left the tunnel," Lorik said, immediately holding up his hands to stop Vera's rebuke. "I had a feeling that something was different. I went up to the watchtower and there were no more crowds of soldiers, but I saw lights in the town. Some of the buildings were being occupied. I went to investigate." "Have you gone mad?" Vera said angrily. "I know it sounds crazy, but the mist was leading me," Lorik explained. "What mist?" Stone asked. "Mist, like in the Wilderlands," Lorik said. "It was beckoning me outside." Stone and Vera looked at each other nervously. Lorik was sounding crazy, but they didn't voice their fears. "There are still a few of the mutated fighters in the town, but they aren't under the witch's control anymore," Lorik continued. "It's like they just woke up. They're frightened, even of each other. I don't know how many of the fighters were released, but the streets are littered with the dead. How do you know about this waking up? Vera asked. Because I spoke to one of them, Lorik explained. It was a woman, from Osla. She said she remembered the attack on her village by the Lafers, then she woke up here, in a mob of mutated fighters. She has no memory of anything in between. And you believed her? She begged for her life, Lorik said. She was crying and frightened, not mindless and blank the way the others had been. So what does this all mean? Stone said. It means we live for one thing, Lorik said happily. We're alive and not in danger. You can't say that for certain, Vera argued. We don't know if that's really true. There could be more monsters coming, like that huge beast you fought before. It could be, or it's possible that the witch's evil plan was thwarted and the danger is past, Lorik said. The Dreyeri Drew told me that the only way to break the witch's spell was to defeat her. So what's our next move? Stone asked. I'm not sure, Lorik said. I suppose we should return to the camp at the Wilderlands, or at least see if the witch's army is still moving north. How can we do that? Vera asked. We don't have horses. The men are wounded, or at least exhausted. We need a few days of rest. Fine, Lorik said. Rest, recuperate. Come morning I'll search the city for more of the mutated fighters. We'll secure as much of the castle grounds as possible. Then, we can go. The volunteers all looked satisfied and Vans made it official. Well, I'll get something cooking, he said happily. A few hours after dawn, Lorik, Stone, and a group of the healthiest volunteers made a tour through the city. They were near a stone building that was mostly intact when they were attacked. The mutated fighter was much faster than any of the lumbering soldiers they had fought the day before. He leaped out and swung his heavy sword at one of the volunteers who dropped to the ground to avoid the blow. Lorik drew his sword and parried the fighter's second stroke that would have killed the fallen volunteer. Stone twirled, his speed in battle was hard to fathom. He had two short swords, one slashed the fighter's right thigh, the other sliced through the mutated man's hand. The rusty sword fell, along with 3 of the fighter's fingers. He staggered back, screaming in pain. The other volunteers leveled their spears, but Lorik held them back. Wait, don't kill him, he ordered. The brute had no other weapons but he attacked again anyway, his good hand reaching out for anyone close enough to throttle. Lorik raised the broken spear shaft he was using as a cane and with a sweeping strike, knocked the fighter's good leg out from underneath him. The huge mutated fighter fell hard. Hold him down, Lorik ordered. The volunteers jumped on the fighter's arms and legs. The captive man bellowed in fury, but Lorik ignored him. He waited until the man stopped screaming. Who are you? He asked. Why are you here? I don't know, the man growled, his voice deep and guttural. What's the last thing you remember before you ended up here? The man looked away, refusing to talk. Answer us or I'll end you here and now, Lorik threatened. The mutated man just spit, the thick mucus flew into the air and then fell back on his own face. Nice, Stone said. Kill him, Lorik said. Stone raised his sword, preparing to chop down on the mutated man's thick neck. No! Came a voice from the nearest building. Stone hesitated, and another fighter came out of the structure. It was smaller than the first, and moved quickly toward the group. Don't, please, it cried, its voice thick with emotion and hard to understand. Stone looked at Lorik who nodded. The young warrior put his sword away and backed up. Let him go, Lorik ordered his men. They got up slowly and the newly arrived fighter hurried over and cradled the other's head. Black blood was streaming from the wounded fighter's hand and leg, but Lorik guessed that neither wound was life-threatening. Who are you? Lorik asked. I'm Oldal, the smaller fighter said. This is my father. Where are from Oldal? Lorik asked. Falxus, Oldal said. We were fishermen, before the monsters came. And then what happened? We tried to get to the boats. My sister hid beneath our house, but the monsters knocked it down. We were all carried away and then we woke up here. I don't know what happened to us or how we got here. You were enchanted by a witch, Lorik said. Your body's mutated to fit her nefarious purposes. But at least some of you have gotten your senses back. Where are we? Ort City, Lorik said, in Ortis. Please don't hurt us anymore, Oldal begged. We won't. Is there anyone else with you? No, the mutated fighter said. See to your father. Don't attack people without cause. The younger fighter nodded. Lorik led his people away. They're faster, Stone said, once they were out of sight of the wounded fighter. Like I said, they have their senses back. What are the odds that the entire army was released? Reasonable, Stone said. Aren't we going to kill them? Asked one of the volunteers. I don't think so, Lorik said. They're frightened and rightfully so, but once we convince them we aren't a threat, they don't seem to be dangerous. You weren't almost cut in half, said the volunteer who had been attacked. I was last night, Lorik explained. We have to stay on our guard, but we don't need to exterminate these people. I suspect that many have fled south. Why? Stone asked. You said the one you talked to last night didn't know where she was. And neither did those two. But they know it's cold, Lorik explained. Most of the people captured by the Lafers were from farther south where it doesn't get so cold. They'll most likely head back that direction. What about the people there? Asked one of the volunteers. There aren't any, Stone said. They were either captured by the Lafers or killed by the witch's army as they marched north. The volunteer nodded, realizing he'd asked a stupid question. So, they suddenly wake up and decide it's too cold, so they head back the way they came. I guess that makes sense. But what about the ones that marched past us yesterday? Asked one of the volunteers. By the time we were attacked, thousands more had marched around the city and were still moving north. If I'm right, we should start seeing them soon, Lorik said. That's why I left Ian on the lookout tower. They found another fighter hiding in a small shed. The poor, frightened creature had been cut on the arm during the fighting that took place once everyone came back to their senses. From the looks of it, the wound was badly infected. There were several more encounters with the mutated fighters, but no more attacks. Most of the wretches left in the city were terrified individuals just looking for a place to hide. Lorik and his band of volunteers returned to the castle, where Vera had been busy overseeing the removal of the bodies from the battle. What are we going to do with all the bodies? Stone asked. There isn't enough wood to burn them all. Oil? Lorik suggested. It would only char the bodies, we need something to burn around them that would last long enough to consume them. I'm open to suggestions, Lorik said. The volunteers were silent. Well, they don't need to stay in the castle, Vera insisted. There's carnage everywhere. It was a good idea to get them out, Lorik agreed. How are our wounded? Most are better, but Albert won't wake up. I'm afraid he won't last the night. The volunteers were all silent. Lorik thought it was a miracle that they'd only lost one man. He was tired and his own wounds ached, although he thought they were getting better. The swelling in his ankle had receded, although it was still very sore, and his chest didn't hurt until he raised his arms above his head. A hot meal and a good night's rest won't hurt any of us, Lorik said. They went inside and found that Vance had food ready and waiting. Lorik ate quickly, then went up to check on Ian, who was still in the watchtower. The volunteer was straining to see as the sun set, the last remaining light had already faded to a soft glow. And signs of fighters from the north? Lorik asked. Lots of them, Ian said. Why didn't you tell us? Lorik demanded. Because, they didn't come in groups of more than 2 or 3. And they avoided the city completely, taking pains to go far around it. Lorik searched the horizon. He could see that there was movement, but whoever or whatever he saw was so far away that he couldn't really tell what he was looking at in the twilight. Eventually he did see a larger group, they were slowly moving toward the castle. What's that? Lorik asked, pointing at the group. Didn't they tell you downstairs? Ian asked. That's Vernon and G with our horses. How the hell did they track down horses? Lorik asked. The monsters didn't touch them, Ian said. I could see them in the corral where we left them. You can't see it now, it's too dark, but in the bright daylight I could see. At first I thought it was just the bodies of the horses, but after I stared for a while I could see them moving. Vernon and G went to check them out. I guess they were okay. That's a pleasant surprise, Lorik said. Go on down and eat. I'll stand watch for a while. Send Vernon up to give me a report on those horses once he's eaten and have RYSS take over around midnight. Yes, sir, Ian said. The next hour was quiet. As night fell it became impossible to see more than dark shadows against an even darker landscape. The stars were bright and the moon was almost full, but short of a large group moving in the night, it was impossible to see anything. Lorik leaned against the parapet, wondering about Queen Iselin. If the threat from the witch had really passed, they might actually have a future together. He wanted to travel north and find out if part of the witch's army was still enchanted, but he understood the need to take care of his men. In fact, it was important that they maintain a presence in the castle. The royal palace was a fortress and could be strengthened again. The gates needed to be rebuilt and the bodies disposed of. If they left the castle abandoned, there was no telling what shape it would be in when they returned. He had just about made up his mind to stay and send riders north to scout the witch's army and to take word that they held the city, when he felt the familiar tug on his mind. He felt that he was needed in the north, although he had no idea why. It was more than just desire for Queen Iselin, although he felt that too. He couldn't understand why he needed to go, but the compulsion was strong. He was trying to bring himself under control when he spotted something north of the city. At first it was hard to make out, then suddenly, he realized what he was seeing. It was the mist, just like in the Wilderlands. He could see it rising and pulsing, but it wasn't moving toward the city, it wasn't coming to show Lorik the way, it was moving away from him. Suddenly he realized that it was beckoning to him and he raced down the curving stone staircase. He knew without a doubt that he had to leave the city. He had to ride north as fast as he could. His ankle flared with pain, and he had to use the wall to steady himself as he hobbled down the stairs as fast as he could. He felt a sense of urgency, but also a sense of relief, as if he'd finally been allowed to follow his heart's greatest desire. "Stone!" Lorik bellowed. "Vera!" He was almost to the great feasting hall when his two closest friends appeared, looking nervous. "What is it?" Vera asked. The tension in her voice made her sound much older than she was. "I've got to leave," Lorik said. "I'm needed in the north." "What?" Stone asked. "I have to leave tonight. The mist has returned." "Lorik," Vera said slowly. "There's no mist here." "No, not here, it's in the north. I saw it from the watchtower." "You can't be serious," Stone said. "Of course I'm serious," Lorik almost shouted. "What is the state of our horses?" "Vernon." "The horses are fine," Vera said. "Vernon and G retrieved them. They're eating now." "I've no time to waste," Lorik said. "I need rations." "It will take time to get everyone ready," Vera said testily. "You need to slow down." "No, I don't need everyone," Lorik said. "In fact, you should all stay. Get the castle in order, it will be needed soon. Take care of the wounded." "I'll go alone." "No," Stone said. "That's not going to happen." "You called for me, my lord?" Vernon asked as he came into the room, still carrying a mug of ale. "I need horses," Lorik said. "I have to ride north tonight." "I'll see that they're ready, Dot." "Just enough for me," Lorik said. "No," Stone said. "Vera and I are going with him. The rest of you are staying. We need 2 horses each, ready to ride. And a pack horse for supplies," Vera said. "I'll get the food and gather our belongings." "Hurry," Lorik said, "we need to leave as soon as possible." Vera and Vernon hurried away. "Now," Stone said, looking his friend in the eye. "Tell me you aren't going mad." "I'm not," Lorik said. "You know, I felt like I was needed in the north even before we left camp." Stone nodded. "That feeling is growing stronger. I have to go. The mist is calling me north." "Okay," Stone said skeptically. "We'll go. Let's make sure the men understand what we're doing and who's in charge while we're gone." Stone made sure the volunteers understood what was expected of them. They were to stay behind, move the bodies of the dead out of the castle, and repair the gates. It took less than 10 minutes before Vera had their belongings in 3 packs. Vans brought out food, mostly salted pork, but vegetables and a sack full of the corn cakes he said would last for weeks. When the 3 of them ventured outside, they found Vernon with the horses. There were 8 mounts, and 1 horse ready for their supplies. Lorik looked surprised. "You might need a man who knows horses," he said. "Especially if you're planning to move swiftly." "All right," Lorik said. "Come along then. Do we have enough rations for a 4th man?" "Aye, my lord," said Vans. "There's plenty for the 4 of you." "Good, then we're off." They rode slowly through the city and found their way to the northern gate. They had to dismount and lead their horses through the small exit and out into the night. Stone was beginning to genuinely worry about his friend until Vera nudged his arm. "What is that?" she asked, pointing at the soft glow in the distance. "I don't know," he said. The glow looked like light that was hidden, yet shining up into the night sky, the way a city in the distance looks at night. They rode more swiftly once they were clear of the city. The road north was broad and well maintained. Ian had said that the stragglers from the witch's army were avoiding the road and any sign of civilization, so Lorik felt safe enough riding through the night. They had no torches or lanterns, but the stars and moon gave enough light that they could see the road and the hills around them. Stone knew it wouldn't be hard to hide along the road and not be seen until the last minute, or to rise up in ambush, but he kept his weapons close and tried not to worry about it. They could be rushing headlong into danger, but if so, then he would face it when the time came. They were all armed, even Vera carried a short, delicate-looking sword she had picked up somewhere in the castle. The curved blade was sheathed in an elaborate-looking leather scabbard and tucked into a silk sash that she tied around her waist. Vernon carried a one-sided battle-axe, and had a large round shield hanging on his back. Lorik had the twin swords of Ackerman, and Stone had two short, double-edged swords, along with his last remaining knife with the brass knuckle guard. Slowly the light ahead took shape. Stone's nervousness changed once he saw the mist. He was glad that Lorik hadn't lost his mind, but the mist worried him almost as much. The mist from the Wilderlands had always seemed ghostly to Stone. He had never been able to tell that it was moving in any one direction or beckoning in any fashion. It was unnatural and made him feel ill at ease. "Well, he isn't insane," Vera said, trying to be funny but failing. Stone guessed she didn't like the mist any more than he did. "That doesn't make me feel much better," Stone said. "I guess we should have known better than to doubt him, but what exactly is drawing him northward, that's what I want to know." "Me too," Vera said quietly. Lorik was leading their small party, followed by Stone and Vera, who rode side by side. Vernon led the rest of the horses, including their pack horse, and was a short way behind the others. "I can't imagine what evil would make Lorik feel the need to go north so strongly," she continued. "Me either, and to be honest I don't want to," Stone agreed. "It's like we run from one catastrophe to the next." "Let's just hope we survive this one," Vera said. "I've got a bad feeling we're up against something we've never dealt with before." Stone patted her shoulder, trying to reassure her, but failing. He knew they were in for a long, hard trek just to face something that could kill them all. It wasn't a comforting prospect, but he knew they were doing the right thing. As long as they stayed together, they at least had a chance. Chapter 24. They rode through the night without incident. The next morning, they were tired and hungry. Lorik held up his hand for them to stop, then he stood in his saddle. He could see someone lying in the grass not far away. "Let's rest the horses and get something to eat," he told them. "Then we'll push on." "Oh, thank goodness," Vera said. "I haven't hurt this bad since my father whipped me as a child." "My backside could use a break too," Stone said. Lorik dismounted and let his horse graze while he walked away from the road. As he approached the figure on the ground, he drew his sword. His ankle was better after resting as they rode through the night, but he was still slow, the pain reminding him that he still had a lot of healing to do. He approached the figure on the ground cautiously. He could see the chest rising and falling. It was one of the mutated fighters, the unnaturally long arms and legs spread out along the ground. It was a cold morning, but there was no frost and no sign of snow. Still, the figure on the ground was covered in dew. "Hey!" Lorik said loudly as he drew near. The thin, blue eyelids that barely covered the large eyeballs fluttered open in shock. The mutated creature scrambled away. "Wait!" Lorik said. "I'm not going to hurt you." The fighter whimpered. "Are you okay?" Lorik asked. The wretched creature shook her head. "I'm Lorik," he said. "You were one of the witch's army." "What happened?" The mutated fighter shook her head and shrugged her shoulders. "What do you remember?" "I woke up like this," she said, her voice muffled but understandable. "There were a lot of people like me and they started killing each other. I ran." "Okay," Lorik said. "Did you see any that didn't run?" She shook her head again. "Good," Lorik said. "Are you hungry?" The mutated woman looked suspicious but nodded just the same. "We'll leave some food by the road," Lorik said. "Good luck, Dot." "What happened to me?" she asked. "A witch changed you and thousands more like you," Lorik said. "She sent you to kill the rest of us, but she failed. Now you're free. Go back to where you came from. Start over." She touched her face and shuddered. "Do I look like the others?" she asked. Lorik nodded slowly, and tears fell from the mutated woman's enormous eyes. "Be careful," he warned her. "Please," she cried. "Don't leave me." "Ort City is about a full day's walk to the south," Lorik said. "Just follow the road. There are others of you there. Maybe you can move on together." The mutated woman nodded and Lorik returned to his friends. Vera handed him a strip of meat and a corn cake. They walked while they ate, leading their horses along the road, after Lorik had set a dozen of the little cakes on the ground. "You made a friend?" Vera asked. "One of the witch's army," Lorik said. "She's just a scared girl really." But she said the army all woke up at the same time, and then turned on each other. "Can't blame them for that," Stone said. "If you suddenly woke up surrounded by people who look like that, it would frighten anyone." I expect we'll find where it happened sometime soon. They saw the carrion birds first. The sky was filled with them. The black birds circled and wheeled like a vile black cloud. Then they began to see the bodies. As far as they could see, there were dead members of the witch's wretched army. The horses grew skittish and had to be forced to keep moving. The road was almost impassable. More than once the horses stepped on the bodies of the dead creatures. Even standing in his stirrups, Lorik could see the bodies from horizon to horizon. It was almost nightfall before the bodies stopped. Lorik couldn't imagine how many had died, killing one another, fighting savagely in fits of rage and fear. Lorik knew that the others were exhausted, but he pushed on until an hour after nightfall before stopping to make camp. He wanted to be well away from the dead before finding a place to rest. Stone, Vera, and Vernon climbed down out of their saddles and rolled up in their cloaks, falling asleep almost immediately. Lorik saw that the horses were rubbed down and hobbled for the night. There wasn't much in the way of firewood, but he gathered what he could and built a small fire near his friends, hoping it would keep them warm. He was tired too, but he knew he could have continued on. If his ankle hadn't been in such bad shape, he could have run on foot longer and faster than the horses could carry them. Still, it was good to have his friends around. He ate a small supper and then slept for a few hours. He woke well before dawn, the mist swirling around him. The need to keep moving north was like a nagging ache. He forced himself to lay still and wait. He wanted to get moving, but his friends weren't ready, neither were their horses for that matter. He would have paced to pass the time, but he knew it was smart to stay off his ankle. He'd been lying still, watching the stars moving slowly across the sky, when he heard the quiet shuffling. His breath caught in his throat and his muscles tensed, ready to spring into action. He heard the shuffling again, closer this time, and he was able to identify exactly where the noise was coming from. He had taken his weapons off to sleep, but they were close to hand. The fire had died long ago, without more firewood to keep it going. The moon had set, but the stars were still bright and he opened his eyes, letting them adjust to the poor lighting. The shuffling stopped and he heard strange whispering. His hand wrapped around the hilt of his sword. He would have to move quickly and quietly to protect his friends. He only hoped his ankle would hold up. He had two options: he could wait until whoever was about to attack made their move, or he could get up and bring the fight to them. He still wasn't sure how fast he could move on his injured ankle, so he decided getting up before he had to was better than trying to rise quickly and finding out how his ankle was going to hold up in the heat of battle. He rolled over and got to his knees, trying to look tired and oblivious to the threat that was just a few yards away. He knew the little fire he had built had probably attracted the brigands and had done little to warm his friends, but he didn't chastise himself. He would have to be more careful in the future, but for now, he focused on the threat at hand. He stretched his arms wide and yawned. Then he used his walking stick to steady himself as he got up. He didn't need the stick to get to his feet, and putting a little weight on his injured ankle gave him hope that the soreness was easing up. He strapped the sword belt to his back and sheathed his weapons. Then he turned toward the fire, with his back to whoever was sneaking up on him, and stirred the ashes. There were still a few glowing embers, but he had no more wood to build the fire back up. He wouldn't have, even if he could have. He didn't want to ruin his night vision by staring into the flames. He poked a stick around, but his mind was on the sounds behind him. More whispering, then a rush of heavy footsteps. Lorik spun around to find two massive-looking mutated fighters rushing toward him. They still carried the long, crude swords the witch had equipped them with. Both of the fighters had their blades held high, ready to strike Lorik down, but in one swift movement Lorik slid out of their path, drew both of his swords and stabbed one of the razor-sharp blades into the nearest fighter's side. Black blood fountained out as Lorik pulled his sword back. The tip of the blade had slashed in and shattered one of the mutated man's ribs. The wretched creature howled in pain, as some of the blood splattered onto the remains of the fire and hissed. "What the hell?" Vernon said, as he sat straight up, his eyes wide open in the darkness. Stone was on his feet with weapons in hand without a word. He stood poised over Vera, ready to give his life to protect her. Lorik smiled. His ankle was still sore, but it was much stronger than before. The fighters turned to face him and were greeted with a flurry of blows. Lorik swung one sword then the other, taking a step with each strike. The wounded fighter fell back, holding his side and grimacing in pain. The other mutated fighter methodically blocked each of Lorik's blows. The heavy, iron sword sparked as Lorik's steel blades clashed with his. The mutated man wielded the crude sword easily. Its weight and lack of balance didn't seem to affect the man whose strength had been magically enhanced when the witch mutated him. But Lorik's massive blows took their toll. Lorik knew he could have cut his foe down, but he didn't want to kill the man, even though it was obvious that the mutated fighter was no farmer or shopkeeper. It made sense that some of the men the Lefers had captured would have been soldiers or outlaws skilled with a blade. Stone started toward the injured fighter, who dropped his sword and began to run. The mutated fighters had long legs and massive muscles, but they were uncoordinated and clumsy. Stone caught up with the injured fighter easily and bashed the brute with the flat of his blade. The metal sword bounced off the thick skull, doing little physical damage to the man's head, but knocking him unconscious. Lorik took his time, wearing the mutated fighter down with heavy blows. Partly because he wanted to take the fight out of the man, and partly because it felt so good to have his strength back. He'd fought the Witch's army in Ort City with only a fraction of his ability. The injury to his ankle and the freezing race across the countryside had taken a heavy toll, but now Lorik felt more like himself. His opponent was a skilled swordsman, but Lorik was a master with his twin swords. He pushed the mutated man, playing it too safe to truly be considered toying with the man. His opponent was huge, with thick arms covered in coarse, curly black hair. The man's neck was almost as thick as his head, and the long, tangled black beard looked out of place on the unnaturally large head. Despite the cold, the mutated fighter was sweating and Lorik recognized the look of fear in his eyes. He needed to talk to the man, and so he took a chance. He knew he could wound his opponent, but he decided instead to try and reason with him. "Do you yield?" Lorik asked. The mutated fighter looked confused. "Throw down your weapon and I won't hurt you," Lorik said. The man looked doubtful, but Lorik took a step back and lowered his weapons. The mutated fighter was bigger than Lorik, but not as strong or agile. Nor did the man have Lorik's incredible stamina. He was struggling to catch his breath, as Lorik waited to see what the man would do. "Damn you!" the mutated fighter cried, jumping forward and raising his sword. Lorik let the blade come down, and easily deflected it with one of his own weapons. Then, using the momentum from his parry, he brought the other sword up and around in a whirling attack. The sword caught the mutated man's forearm and sliced cleanly through skin, muscle, and bone. The heavy iron sword, still held tightly by the severed hand, dropped to the ground with a clang. The fighter staggered back, blood pouring from his arm, a look of shock and anger twisting his already disfigured face into a snarl. "Don't make me kill you," Lorik said calmly. His words only enticed the angry man, who dashed forward again, his good arm drawn back, ready to strike. Lorik merely raised his sword in front of him. The enraged man impaled himself on the blade. "Tell me the other man lives?" Lorik said. "He'll have a headache," Stone answered, "but he's alive." "Good, douse him with some water, I want to question him before we leave." "Leave?" Vera said, "It's still dark." "But we're all up," Lorik said innocently. Vera scrounged through their pack looking for food. They were all hungry, but without a fire and only a few items in their pack, making breakfast was a chore. Vernon checked on the horses, making a few adjustments to the work Lorik had done bedding them down for the night. He clucked his tongue whenever he found something that wasn't to his standards. "He's particular, isn't he?" Stone said about the big horsemaster. "He is, but I'm glad he's here, He wasn't much use in the fight," Stone said. "He can hold his own, but that's not what makes him so handy." "Well?" Stone asked. "He can have a conversation without always making fun of me." "You should keep him around all the time then, or stop being such an easy target." Lorik huffed as he bent down over the wounded man who'd attacked them. He opened a canteen and dribbled water on the man's face. The wounded man moaned, clutching his side, which was still bleeding. "Wake up!" Stone said. "Who are you?" Lorik asked as the mutated fighter's eyes fluttered open. He had big eyes that seemed too big for his head. They protruded roundly, almost bug-like. His mouth was crooked and his teeth looked too big for his mouth. The big brute groaned, but didn't speak. "Hey!" Stone said, nudging the man in his wounded side. The brute cried out in pain. "Liam!" Vera said angrily. "What are you doing?" "Nothing," he said, trying to sound innocent. "We don't want to hurt you," Lorik said. "Forgive my friend, he's impatient." "I won't let him do that again. Tell me your name." The mutated warrior looked suspiciously at Stone, then grumbled, "Porvar." "How did you get here?" Lorik asked. "Don't know," his voice was deep and hoarse. "Tell me what you remember." "I remember monsters," he said. "Flying beasts with huge, stinging tails. Then I remember being here, surrounded by crazed killers. I had to fight for my life, then when everyone scattered I took up with Sullivan. We were hungry so we came to see if you would share your food." "If you wanted food, why'd you attack us?" Stone said, his voice as cold as the pre-dawn temperature. "That was Sullivan's idea," Porvar said. "What did you do before the monsters came?" Lorik asked. "I ran a lumber mill." "You ran a mill?" Stone asked. I did most of the work, Porvar said defensively. Where was this? Lorik asked. Osla, outside the Grand City. Do you remember anything else after the monsters came? Lorik prompted. No, Porvar replied. Just waking up suddenly here, surrounded by people who look like I do now. You don't seem too concerned about what happened, Stone said. Should I be? I would be, Stone said. It isn't too hard to guess, Porvar argued. We were poisoned, changed, brought here and then turned on one another. All I care about is surviving. We'll give you food, Lorik said, ignoring Stone's withering look. We don't have much, but it's better than nothing. Where's Sullivan? Dead, Stone said. He wouldn't surrender. I think he must have been an outlaw or mercenary, Porvar explained. He saved my life though. We thought we would have better chances of surviving together. That's not a bad plan, Lorik said. Unfortunately, he's dead. It's better to go hungry than to die full. There's food around if you know how to look for it, Stone said. Ort City is a few days' walk down the south road, Lorik said, pointing. Here are some corn cakes, Vera said, handing the wounded man half a dozen of the little loaves. It's not much, but it is all we can spare. The mutated man nodded. We're heading north, but I don't think you'll be welcome there, Lorik said. Couldn't keep up now, anyway. I'm sorry about your side, Lorik said. I'll heal, Porvar grumbled. Lorik and Stone left the man and returned to Vera. She was near the remains of their fire, with small portions of their food set aside for each of them. They ate quickly and then mounted their horses and rode away. It was nearly an hour before Vera spoke. I don't feel good about the way we left that man, she said. I'm not sure that was a man, Stone said. Not anymore. Liam, Vera chided. It isn't his fault he's... She wasn't sure how to describe the mutated man's change. He's mutated, Lorik said. Deformed. It still isn't his fault. We can't treat them differently. We can't? Stone asked. Why not? They're killers. I'd been attacked by them more than once. But they aren't all violent, Vera argued. You found some that were just frightened and rightly so. It's not natural, that's all I'm saying, Stone said. They're a product of evil. If we let them remain, they will taint the entire kingdom. It only takes one bad apple to spoil the bunch, you know. That's an interesting point, Lorik said. They do have the taint of dark magic, even if they are innocent creatures. They rode for the next 5 days, starting at sunrise and moving until well past dark. It was a cold journey, but whenever they built a fire, Lorik made sure someone stood guard. He took the majority of watches since he needed less rest than his companions, but they saw no more of the wretched souls cursed by the witch's dark magic. Halfway through the 6th day, they caught sight of a massive group of people. You think that's King Rickard's army? Stone asked Lorik. Or what's left of the witch's army, Lorik replied. You really think that's a possibility? Vera asked. We can't rule it out, Lorik said. We haven't seen any Lafers and I know there were some leading the witch's army. They could have flown past in the night, Stone suggested. True enough, I guess we'll know for certain soon. It was afternoon when the lines of tents and groups of bored soldiers finally came into view. There were sentries posted along the perimeter and Lorik's band of volunteers were stopped by an overzealous guard. Who goes there? The man called. I'm Lorik, from Ortis. I have news for King Rickard. Bloody lot of good that will do us, said the guard. I'm sorry? Lorik asked, confused. The king isn't here, the guard said. He's gone back to Forksome. Who's in charge? That would be Lord Yellowbore, the guard said, pointing over toward a large tent. Thank you, Lorik said. But he won't see you, the guard continued. He's an ass. Oh, Lorik was surprised. Who do you recommend we see to find out what is going on? I'd start with Commander Loris. He'll be near the horses, he always is unless the king needs him for something. Thank you, Lorik said. You've been most helpful. The guard nodded then resumed his bored look, leaning heavily on his spear. Lorik and the others rode past, making their way up the slight rise toward the camp. The soldiers were spread out in a long line. Sections alternated between campsites, leisure areas, and either picket lines for horses or resupply wagons. There was a cluster of large tents, which Lorik guessed had been used for the king and his closest advisors. Lorik wanted to go directly to those tents in search of Queen Iselin, but the fact that King Rickard wasn't with his troops made Lorik suspicious. He couldn't imagine why the king would come all this way, only to return home before the battle had even begun. Lorik wondered if perhaps word of the witch's army falling apart had reached the troops already. If they knew that the witch's army was lost, then why were they still in Ortis? Nothing made sense, and on top of it all, Lorik still had a nagging feeling that he needed to go north. He decided he had waited a long time to see Iselin. A few more minutes wouldn't kill him, especially if it meant finding out what was going on. They rode to the large group of horses nearest the large tents. There were several men checking the horses' hooves and rubbing them down. "Excuse me," Lorik said loudly. "I'm looking for Commander Loris." "You found him," said an older man with gray streaks in his beard. "I'm Lorik." "Heard of you," Loris said. "We've been expecting you." He left the horse he'd just been checking and walked over to where Lorik and the others were dismounting. Lorik, Stone, and Vera handed their reins over to Vernon and met with the army commander a short way from their exhausted mounts. "What's the word on the witch's army?" "You haven't heard anything?" "Only that they're marching north. A wizard warned us about them. Told us to look for you." "I can see why. The witch lost control over her army," Lorik said. "About a week ago." They turned on each other. "A lot were slaughtered, but there were tens of thousands. Most have fled south again." "You saw this?" Loris asked. "Yes, send scouts south, about a week's ride, and they'll find them." "The army?" "They're dead," Lorik said. "We rode more than half a day through the killing field. I've never imagined so many people in one place, much less so many dead. We ran into several who were still alive and questioned them. They were captured and their bodies mutated. They're bigger, stronger, and in most cases severely disfigured. When the witch controlled them, they were mindless and they don't have any memory of what they did." "You sure seem to know a lot about them," Loris said warily. "We fought them," Stone said. "We went down south to scout. Made it as far as Ort City and got surrounded. We'd have all been killed if the witch's spell hadn't broken." "Just the four of you?" Loris asked. "No, we had a small group of volunteers," Lorik said. "About 24. I was coming to report our findings to King Rickard." "He's gone north, back to Forksum," Loris said. "His daughter was kidnapped." Lorik wasn't sure what to say, but something about the king's daughter triggered Lorik's instincts. Somehow he knew that the king's daughter had something to do with why he felt drawn to the north. "You'll need to make a report to Lord Yedelbor," Loris continued. "He's in charge while King Rickard is away." "Where is he?" Lorik asked. "He'll be in the big tent, but I'll have to arrange things. Yedelbor doesn't get in a hurry about anything. You'll want to clean up and get something to eat. You can picket your horses here. I'll send for you when Yedelbor is ready to receive you." "Thank you, Commander," Vera said. "One more thing," Lorik said. "We would like to find Queen Iselin. Is she here, or back with the refugees near the Wilderlands?" "I wouldn't know," Loris said. "I haven't seen her." "Not even when she was with King Rickard?" Lorik asked. "She never was, to my knowledge. I've been with the king since we left Forksum, but your queen wasn't with our party." "Did she stay in Forksum?" Lorik asked, suddenly feeling a tension in his stomach. "She was never in Forksum," Loris said. "We came south 2 weeks ago." "Perhaps they just missed each other on the road," Vera suggested. "I can't imagine that she would have missed an entire army," Lorik snapped. "Doesn't mean it didn't happen," Stone added. "Let's get some food, make our report, then we can decide what to do," Vera said. Lorik felt a sense of panic threatening to overtake him, but he forced it back down. It wouldn't do anyone any good if he bolted north, but the feeling he'd experienced since even before taking the band of volunteers south was stronger than ever before. Somehow he knew that Iselin was in danger and that she was in Baskla somewhere. He wanted to leave immediately, but he knew he couldn't. His ankle was much better and the bruising on his chest was healed, as were the cuts on his shoulders, but going north alone wasn't a good idea. He needed to report to the officer in command, then he could find out what was going on. He nodded and went with Stone and Vera in search of food. Chapter 25. They went back and forth, first one way, then another. Sometimes they walked, other times they rode horses. Jostin sent his men with groups of horses in different directions, only to have them meet up later and then send them away again. Queen Iselin and Princess Amber were exhausted. They trekked through thick tangles of underbrush, climbed steep hills and stumbled down rocky ravines. Vines seemed to cover everything, and where the ground wasn't muddy, it was filled with rocks that twisted their ankles and bruised the soles of their feet. Queen Iselin's dress was ripped and torn in a dozen places. The cold mud clung to her skirts and weighed her down. The cold was never ending. She'd never been so cold and alone in all her life. Jostin rarely spoke to her, and when he did it was just to order her about. His men never spoke, and Amber was in a state of shock, mumbling when she did speak about mundane things from her life in Forksome that made no sense to Iselin. It snowed through the night at some point. She'd lost count of the days and nights. The snow made everything slick, and the accompanying temperatures made her shake uncontrollably. She felt like she would never be warm again, and it had been so long since they'd been anywhere near civilization that she felt hopelessly lost in the wild hills of Basla. She hadn't seen anyone other than her captors for several days. Her hopes of another search party finding them had dwindled completely away. They had covered so much ground that it had all become a blur, so she didn't recognize the overgrown ruins at first. The thick, forest vines covered the stone structures, many of which were broken down or just piles of rubble. They were on horseback, Iselin and Amber hunched over their saddles, heads drooping with fatigue. Jostin led them to an ancient castle. The battlements had been destroyed in a war so long ago it was lost from memory. The polished flagstones had been cracked and rutted over time, the ice splitting the stone and making room for weeds to sprout up through the jagged fissures. It wasn't until Jostin called a halt to their journey that Iselin realized something was different. The charming brigand had never stopped in the middle of the day, except to occasionally switch from horseback to a forced march. This time was different. He sat quietly looking up at the large structure. The castle looked like a jagged hill from a distance. The weathered stone showed through in a few places where the rambling vines and militant weeds hadn't yet conquered, but most of the surface was covered in foliage. Iselin could only guess how the structure looked in the spring and summer, when the vines and weeds were green and thriving. Most of the foliage was now withered and brown, camouflaging the ancient stone beneath perfectly. Iselin was surprised to discover the structure and that it seemed to be Jostin's destination. "Bring them inside," he ordered two of his men. "The rest of you take the horses and keep moving north. I shall summon you when the need arises." His men obeyed without a word. Iselin couldn't imagine how they could possibly be summoned once they were out of sight in the thick tangle of woods, but she didn't have time to ponder the mystery. She was pulled from her saddle and then pushed along the small, level path toward a thick curtain of brown vines. Jostin led the way, slipping behind the vines and disappearing from view. "I'm not going in there," Amber said in a desperate voice. "I can't." "Move it," said the man behind her, shoving her forward roughly. "No," she began weeping. "It'll be okay," Iselin said. She nodded at the young girl and pushed her way through the vines. They had fought their way through brambles and thickets of thorns that pulled and tore their dresses. They had forded streams and slogged through bogs of mud. Despite all that, there was an unnatural sense of fear as Iselin climbed through the vines. The stiff, woody vines felt more like hands pulling her in different directions. The weak, winter sunlight was snuffed out as surely as if she had entered a cave. The vines seemed to go on, growing softer and filling her nose with the odor of rotten vegetation. Moisture clung to the vines, making them feel slick and unnatural. The darkness was more than a lack of light, almost as if the darkness was alive and fighting its way into her mind. She struggled to move, struggled to breath. She felt like she was drowning, or being buried alive. Then, somehow, she broke through to the other side of the curtain of vines. She was in a large room, the darkness now just a shadow of what it had been before. She heard Amber struggling through the vines, sobbing and calling for help. Iselin moved back to the vines and reached in to help the young girl. Her mind rebelled and she had to force herself to stay and help. Every part of her wanted to move away from the vines, to get far away from the living darkness. Then she felt Amber's flailing hand. She grabbed it firmly and pulled as she backed away. The princess fell into the room, her shoulders shaking as she cried. "Keep moving," came a gruff voice. Iselin couldn't see anything clearly. The room was all shadows and even her guards were dark shapes in the cavernous room. They shuffled along, their hands out in front of them, their feet instinctively taking small steps. They passed out of the big room and went down a long hallway. There were high windows in the hall, mostly covered in vines, but some light leaked through. Iselin and Amber looked up at the light. The queen thought it was the most beautiful sight she'd ever seen. Then they were forced down a long, winding staircase that circled around the stone walls of a vast, subterranean chamber. There was no outer rail along the stairs, they simply ended out into space. The outer edge of the stairs were broken and crumbling, some shorter than others. Iselin moved carefully down the stairs, keeping one hand on the stone wall, and making sure of each step before she took it. They went down further and further, the light fading but the air growing warming. Then the musky smell of animals rose up to meet them. It didn't smell good, but it was a familiar smell and a little hope blossomed in Iselin's heart. Torchlight made the dark void below them come alive. Shadows wavered and danced on the stone walls. The bottom of the huge cavern finally came into view. The center of the circular cavern was the home of a group of animals. Pigs and sheep were in separate pens, chickens moved freely around the straw-covered stone floor. There were other chambers leading away from the central cavern. Some had doorways, others were open. Torches burned in sconces around the circular room. "In there!" ordered Isolin's guard. He shoved her into a small room, little more than a hole under the stairs. A wooden grate was locked into place with chains, and she turned to look into the main room. Amber was locked into another room where Isolin couldn't see her. There were rushes on the floor, and a pile of straw in the back of the small room. Isolin couldn't stand up, but she felt safe enough to lie down. The room wasn't warm exactly, but it was warmer than anywhere Isolin had been since she'd been taken captive. More importantly, the room was dry. The recesses of the small room were extremely dark, and Isolin wasn't sure how far back the little cell went. She sat by the wooden lattice, looking out at the soft warm light. She watched the animals for a long time, then slowly her eyelids drooped. She was afraid to go to sleep, but was so tired she knew it was inevitable. Part of her wanted to crawl back to the pile of hay, but she didn't want to move away from the light. Finally, her head propped against the wooden barrier to her cell, her back against the smooth stone wall, she fell asleep. Her dreams had been horrific nightmares for days, but her dream then was different. She was aware of being in a large, dark place, and she could feel the weight of the ancient castle bearing down on her until she couldn't move. She wasn't alone in the darkness either, there was something there, something old and foul. It knew she was there, and it watched her. She didn't know what to do, so she did nothing, shivering in terror until finally a rattling noise outside her cell woke her. It was the sound of the chain being dragged across the wooden slats of her cell door. She slid back, further into the small room. A bowl of food and a large, wooden mug of water were set on the floor, then the grate was chained again. Isolin wanted to rush to the food, but she moved back to the wooden slats in time to see who had brought the food. Her blood ran cold when she saw the small, hunched back, covered by a threadbare, filthy tunic. Long hair hid the woman's face, and Isolin could only guess that it was a woman. Her legs were bare, covered in thick fur, the knees bending the wrong direction, and instead of feet she had thick hooves like a plow horse. Her arms hung down, in her stooped position until they almost touched the floor. She had long fingernails that curled forward and tapped against the stone. She moved slowly away from Isolin's cell, avoiding the chickens who pecked the floor around the center of the room. Isolin looked but couldn't see anyone else moving in the central chamber, so she crawled over to her bowl of food. It was a stew of some kind, with chunks of meat, carrots, potatoes, and onions, in a thick broth. The food had a strange smell, and Isolin guessed that eating it might not be good for her, but she was too hungry to care. She scarfed the food down and then drank all of the tepid water in the mug. Then drowsiness overcame her again. Every muscle hurt, her legs twitched and jerked uncontrollably. Her back ached, and her neck was stiff. She crawled over to the mound of straw and discovered a filthy blanket. She lay down on the straw, which was both scratchy, and yet softer than anything she'd slept on since leaving the inn on the beginning of her journey north. She fell asleep almost instantly, and this time she didn't dream. She was warm and comfortable, her muscles slowly relaxing, her distressed mind finally released from the fear and anxiety that haunted her dreams, and she slept deeply. Chapter 26. Lorik had gone from impatient to outright angry. They had been fed by the army's cooks. Then, they checked on the horses, all the while asking about Queen Isolin. No one had seen the queen, or even anyone from Ortis. They were 3 days' journey from the refugee camp near the Wilderlands, but Lorik knew that Isolin would not have just abandoned her mission. Someone, somewhere, should have seen her. "She'll be okay," Stone said. "The good thing is that the war is over. Ortis is safe, right?" Perhaps she got word that King Rickard's army was already on the move and she turned back to the camp, Vera suggested. "That's a very good possibility," Stone said. "I mean, why travel all that way for nothing?" "She would have done it because she needed to establish her position," Lorik said. "She's the queen of Ortis, she needed to make sure King Rickard respected that and didn't see Ortis as a kingdom ripe for the taking." "So we'll go to the Wilderlands camp first thing in the morning," Vera said. "I'm sure we'll find her, but..." "No, she isn't there," Lorik said. He tried not to let his anger show, but it was difficult. He knew something was wrong, even though he couldn't explain how he knew that. The pull to go north was so strong, it was almost as if someone had tied a rope around his neck and was tugging him. "I have to go north and I'm leaving tonight," he told the others. "I know this sounds crazy, but I feel like this is something I have to do." "That's extreme," Stone said. "We could use some rest." "It's okay," Vera said. "No," Lorik said, biting down the bitter taste of rejection that rose up in his throat. "He's right. You need to rest. In fact, you should stay here, or go to the camp like you said. I can go north alone." "Don't be that way," Vera said. Of course we're coming with you. You need to think of the baby, Lorik said. He's right, Vernon spoke up. He was normally a very quiet person, keeping his thoughts to himself unless someone asked him a direction question. He surprised everyone when he spoke. A mare needs lots of rest, otherwise the foal will be weak and sickly. I'm not a horse, Vera said sarcastically. No, I didn't mean that, Vernon said, trying to recover from his gaffe. We know, Stone said. She's joking. But one full night's rest, with no one needing to stand guard, I think we could all use that. And, if you want to go north, we'll go, Vera said softly. All right, Lorik said. I know you're right. I just feel anxious. It's terribly hard knowing that if she's in danger, if she needs me, I'm so far away. I can't do anything. Control freak, Stone taunted. It's called being in love, Vera said, then turning to Lorik. You've never experienced loving someone more than you love yourself. You know that isn't true, Lorik said. I would give my life for you, or Stone, or Chansey, or any one of our volunteers. That's because you are selfless, and you care about others, but being in love is different, but... She's right, Stone agreed. Being in love with someone is like taking your most prized possession, giving it a mind of its own and letting it go. I know you both mean well, but there is something more to this. Something so supernatural, it's magical. He's got it bad, Stone said teasingly to Vera. Sounds like true love to me, she replied. No, you're not listening, Lorik said. This is something outside myself. It's not just affection. I've felt a need to go north since before we left the camp. The mist was leading me north. It's magic, I can feel the need to go north. There's danger there, not just to Queen Iselin, but to all of us. Is it the witch? Stone asked. I don't know, Lorik replied. I guess that's possible. And I think that Iselin's disappearance is linked to King Rickard's daughter going missing. Well, I've seen you do things I didn't think possible, Stone said. If you've got a hunch that we need to go north, I'm with you, Dot. We all are, Vera said. They were sitting by a fire near the larger tents that housed the king's commanders and advisors. Night had fallen and all around them they heard the laughter of the king's soldiers. There was the sound of singing and men talking in the cold night air. They had been on the move so much it was nice just to sit still near a warm fire. The heat was luxurious. Vera was soon asleep, leaning on Stone, his arm around her. Vernon stretched out by the fire and snored unashamedly. Am I pushing her too hard? Lorik asked his friend. No, Stone said. We're all right. I know this seems crazy, but the Dreyri Drew said that I was open to magic now. I'm not a wizard or anything like that, but something is telling me to go north. It was like a nagging idea at first, but it's like a toothache now. It's all I can think about. There you are, Lorik, Lord Yedelbor will see you now, said Commander Loris, who came walking into their circle of firelight. It's best not to keep him waiting. We're ready, Lorik said, getting quickly to his feet. Stone roused Vera and then helped her up. Should we wake Vernon? Stone asked. No, Lorik said. Let him sleep. Loris led them to a large tent. There were other tents, most with open flaps and lanterns giving the structures a warm glow. Lorik saw men in expensive clothes being served food as they lounged in ornate camp chairs. It was obvious that the nobles of Baskla traveled in style. Lorik found the pomp and circumstance of the large tents arrogant, but he was a simple man. He recalled that many nights he'd slept out under the stars, either on the ground or in the back of one of his wagons. He'd never had more than a blanket on those journeys from the marshlands up to larger cities of Ortis. Inside the large tent, Lorik was surprised to see how Spartan the furnishings were. He'd expected Lord Yedelbor's domicile to be lavish inside, but there was only a wooden table with maps spread across the surface, a brazier with glowing coals, simple canvas chairs and a cot against the far back wall of the tent. A big man with a thick, animal skin cloak stood looking over the map on the table. He looked up as Lorik stooped to come inside. Stone, Vera, and Loris followed. The man eyed Lorik warily, and Loris stepped forward to present them. This is Lorik of Ortis, he said. His companions are Stone and Vera, also of Ortis. May I present Lord Yedelbor? Lorik nodded as Yedelbor cleared his throat. Welcome, sir, we've been expecting you, Yedelbor said stiffly. I'm not a lord, or even a noble, Lorik said. There is no need for decorum with me. We mustn't lose our civility, even if the 5 kingdoms are in ruins. The 5 kingdoms will survive, Lorik went on. We had gone south to survey the enemy and slow their progress if possible. The witch lost control of her forces, and they turned on each other. You'll find the countryside scattered with their corpses a week's ride to the south. Is that so? Yetelbor said skeptically. It is, Lorik said, this temper simmering just below the surface. Can you tell me more about King Rickard's daughter? That needn't be your concern. I am in command here with the king's full authority. I'm not worried about here, I just told you that the threat here is past. Queen Iselin was on a quest to find your king and enlist his aid. She has not been seen by anyone in your camp unless I am greatly mistaken. I am not aware of any peerage from Ortis, Yetelbor said, arrogance dripping from his words. She is lost then, and I mean to find her. I will be going north, but I fear that her fate is the same as your princess. If it wouldn't be too much trouble, Lorik said testily, I would like to know what the circumstances are surrounding the princess' disappearance. But Yetelbor stood up, clasping his hands behind his back and nodding. He began to pace. Lorik crossed his arms and waited. We were sent word that the princess was spirited away from the castle, Yetelbor said. That is all we know here. Soldiers were dispatched to find the girl and King Rickard has returned to Forksum to ensure her safety. If your queen is with the princess, then she too will be rescued, you can have no fear of that. Queen Iselin is my responsibility, Lorik said. That is odd, Yetelbor said. What is your connection to the queen? She is under my protection, Lorik said. I have no desire to hinder your mission. I have brought the news from Ortis, please feel free to confirm it. I have given Commander Loris a lengthy explanation of all we saw and encountered. Fine, said Yetelbor, but if you insist on going into Baskla, I must also insist on providing you with an escort. At least as far as Forksum. That isn't necessary, Lorik said. I must insist, Yetelbor said, his eyes narrowing suspiciously. We aren't the enemy, Lord Yetelbor, Vera said. No, I don't take you as such, but I need to send word of your report to King Rickard. I'll send scouts to confirm your assessment of the situation of course, but if what you said is true, then our forces are needed in Baskla. Fine, Lorik said, but don't expect us to slow our pace. We leave at dawn. I'm sure any of my men can keep up with you, sir, but to ensure it I'll send Commander Loris, with a troop of our cavalry. I want your fastest men riding south, Yetelbor told his subordinate. Lord, I think I can serve our king better here with the main force, Commander Loris said, but Yetelbor cut him off. What service could be better than helping find the missing princess? You have your orders, Commander. Ready your men and then report back here before dawn. I'll have dispatches for you. Yes, Lord Yetelbor, Loris said in an icy tone. Thank you, Lord, Lorik said. Could I trouble you for one small favor? Perhaps? The older man said. Once you confirm our report, would please send word to the camp near the Wilderlands. They should know that the danger is past and the rest of my squad of volunteers is holding the castle in Ort City. Yetelbor eyed Lorik a moment before responding. Of course, he finally said. Lorik, Stone, and Vera bowed slightly then left the tent. Loris followed, muttering angrily as he went, but not speaking loud enough that Lorik could hear him. I'm sorry to have dragged you into our business, Lorik said. It wasn't you, Commander Loris said angrily. That pompous fool has been looking for an opportunity to get rid of me. Why? Vera asked. He feels I distract from his authority, he said the last word with vicious disdain, then cleared his throat and spat. He doesn't like me because the other commanders avoid him, more often coming to me for counsel. But that's only because he belittles them at every chance. Being a cousin to the king does not give him the right to make everyone bow and scrape before him. I'm sorry, Lorik said. Don't be, at least I'll be rid of him for a while. I shouldn't complain really, most of the other commanders would jump at the chance to be out from under Yetelbor's thumb. I will see that my men are ready to ride at dawn. Thank you, Lorik said. They watched as the commander hurried away. Stone broke the silence when Loris was far enough away that they wouldn't be overheard. Lord Yetelbor doesn't trust us, he said. He has an eye on the vacated throne in Ort City, Lorik replied. I have little doubt he'll march south. Shouldn't we stay and make sure he doesn't? Vera asked. No, we'll deal with him when the time comes, Lorik said. We are needed in the north, that must be our priority. Well, I'm going to get a little sleep, Stone said. Me too, Vera added with a yawn. I'll make sure all is in order, Lorik said. I'll wake you just before sunrise. Stone spread a blanket by the fire. Vernon was still snoring, but it was a soft grumble, not an angry roar. Stone and Vera wrapped themselves in their cloaks, then lay down together, Vera closest to the fire and Stone snuggled close behind her. Lorik knew the horses would be ready in the morning. Vernon had already seen to their care and he had come to trust the big man when it came to horses. Lorik went instead to the wagons that held the Baskla army's supplies. He filled 4 bags with food, and refilled all their canteens with fresh water from a nearby stream. It was past midnight when he returned to where his friends slept. The fire had died down and he added wood, making sure the fire would burn warmly for several more hours. Then he wrapped himself in his heavy cloak and laid down with his feet near the blaze. He tried to sleep, but it was difficult. He knew that somewhere in the north, Iselin was waiting for him. He wondered if she was looking up at that same sky and thinking of him. He wanted to run to her, to race north, but that same strategy had almost cost him his life against the witch's army. Whatever was drawing him north wasn't good. He could feel the evil growing, like gathering storm clouds. He knew that whatever it was, he had to stop it, before it rolled over Baskla and threatened the people he loved. Chapter 27. They rode hard. The north-south road leading from Ortis into Baskla was wide and well-maintained. The foul weather left the road a muddy mess in some places, but compared to the rugged hills and rocky soil of Baskla, the road was easy to traverse. Lorik was quiet, preferring to ride at the head of the group. Commander Loris had nearly 100 riders with him, though none were nobles. Lorik guessed that Loris commanded the army's regular cavalry, which made him somehow second-rate to noble-born knights with their expensive armor and large destriers. Lorik had come to like the commander. He was a practical man. The large group of riders moved much more slowly than Lorik would have liked, but they rode from sunup to sundown, not even stopping to walk their horses. Stone and Vera kept to themselves. Vera sometimes rode in the supply wagon that trailed the group. She was happy to get a break from the saddle. Lorik thought she was just beginning to show, and although they weren't yet eating from the supplies Lorik had commandeered, he worried that he hadn't gotten enough food. Vera ate throughout the day, always snacking on something. She even woke up in the night at times and went looking for food. They were 4 days into their northern journey. The terrain was steep and rough, settlements were few and far between when they ran into King Rickard's search party. The king had returned to Forksum with 50 men as soon as he heard the news about his daughter. Lorik guessed they were still a couple days' ride from the capital, but the king was searching for his daughter. Loris called a halt to the troop and rode forward toward the king's entourage with Lorik. There were a dozen men with King Rickard. 8 were guards, heavily armed and fierce-looking men. The other 4 men were nobles. Lorik guessed they were the king's advisors. None of the men in the party looked happy. "What is this?" the king said in his customary gruff voice. "Who sent you north, commander?" "Lord Yettlebor, your majesty. We have news of the witch's army." "Who is this?" King Rickard nodded toward Lorik. "This is Lorik of Ortis, sire," Loris said. "Ah, I should have guessed," King Rickard said. "The wizard described you and you fit the bill. So, what news have you of the witch's horde?" "She has lost control of her soldiers, King Rickard," Lorik said. "They were mutated, somehow enhanced physically and in most cases deformed. They fell on each other when the witch's spell broke. Many were killed, the rest have fled, mostly to the south." "Well, that's good news at least," Rickard said. "Have you had any luck finding the princess?" Loris said, offering the leather pouch of dispatches to one of the king's advisors. "Not so far," Rickard said. "The devils have been clever. There are tracks in every direction. Sometimes the party is on foot, other times they ride. Nothing makes sense." "They're in the north," Lorik said. There was a silence among the men as everyone stared hard at Lorik, who returned their gaze. Stone and Vera rode forward to join Lorik, but hung back slightly. "How do you know where my daughter is?" King Rickard said, his voice brimming with anger. "It's hard to explain," Lorik said. "But there is evil in the north, and that is where your daughter has been taken. We have come to search for Queen Iselin. What does Over's wife have to do with this?" Rickard asked. "She was coming north to seek your aid, my king," Lorik said, his voice calm despite the tension around him. "She disappeared along the way. Then I heard of your daughter and I'm convinced the two are connected somehow." "You think Queen Iselin took my daughter?" "No," Lorik said. "I think whoever took your daughter also captured Queen Iselin. I have come to find her." "And you think they're in the north?" "Yes," Lorik said. The king laughed. His men looked at each other nervously. "You're mad," the king said. "I'll waste no more time with you." Lorik bowed his head slightly, but kept his eyes on the king. Rickard's guards' hands tightened on their weapons. "I'm sorry if I have offended you," Lorik said. "That was not my intention." "Go back to Ortis, or what's left of it," Rickard sneered. "I'm sorry your kingdom was laid waste, but it was Over's folly that led to your downfall. I'll not be saddled with your asinine opinions about my daughter." "I must find Queen Iselin," Lorik said. "If your queen is with my daughter, she shall be found and returned to you, unharmed." "You have my word." "You're looking in the wrong place," Lorik said. "How can you know that?"
snapped King Rickard. "Unless you are somehow behind the abduction."
"I can assure you I am not," Lorik said. "You can assure me of nothing," King Rickard said angrily, his face turning red and spit flying from his mouth as he shouted. Lorik raised his hands as the guards drew their weapons.
"I don't want trouble," Lorik said.
"Then turn your nag around and ride back to where you came from," King Rickard ordered.
"I can't do that," Lorik said.
"Lorik," Vera pleaded. "Listen to the wench," King Rickard said. "You, sir, are a fool," Lorik said, his own anger finally erupting from his voice. The guards moved forward and Lorik drew his swords.
"Lorik, no!"
shouted Vera, but it was too late.
"Seize him!" Rickard shouted. "Seize them all!"
The guards rode forward, drawing long swords and raising their shields. Lorik threw one leg over his saddle and slid off his horse.
The mount shuffled away and Lorik brandished his weapons.
Stone didn't move, he just sat watching Loris, who was struggling to control his own horse which was turning away from the fight. As the first guard approached, Lorik lashed out with his sword, hitting the guard's mount on the side of the head. He turned his sword so that the flat of the blade struck the animal. It fell, knocked senseless by the blow, and the rider was pinned under the animal. The next guard to approach Lorik raised his sword and chopped down, but Lorik jumped forward, catching the guard's blade on one upraised sword, the other stabbing up under the guard's arm. The guards were armored, with heavy breastplates and overlapping strips of metal covering their shoulder and upper arms, but the underarms were vulnerable. Lorik's sword tip sliced into the soft flesh of the man's armpit and the guard's arm fell useless at his side, his sword falling to the ground as the guard shouted in agony. There were 6 guards left, 4 had taken defensive positions around King Rickard. Of the 2 left to fight, one was moving his horse toward Lorik, the other was circling around toward Stone and Vera. Stone was still watching Commander Loris, who was pretending that his horse was acting strange and forcing the soldier to not engage. The men who had ridden north with Commander Loris watched from a short distance away, but without an order to attack, they did nothing to engage in the skirmish before their king. Lorik had to duck under the slashing blade from the 3rd guard. On his knee, Lorik slammed the butt of his sword into the guard's horse. The thick pommel struck the horse in its hind leg, causing the beast to stumble. Lorik launched himself up, spinning as he rose, his long, muscled arm extended with his sword blade arcing toward the guard. Lorik twisted his hand at the last minute, so that the flat of the blade clashed against the guard's helmet. The man toppled from his horse, and Lorik landed on the balls of his feet, ready to attack his next opponent. The guard that had been circling Lorik to close on Stone suddenly looked unsure. "I could have killed them all," Lorik snarled.
"I will kill anyone else you send against me."
"I am king of this realm," Rickard shouted back in anger.
"I will not be defied." "Kill him." The guard turned his horse, but Lorik was already moving. He ran forward, straight toward the king, his massive legs churning as he ran, his swords held in front of him. The guards around the king tried to move forward to intercept Lorik, but before he reached the group, Lorik slid down and slammed the handles of his swords onto the ground. The earth rose like an ocean wave as Lorik's magical power flowed into the ground. The wave raced ahead of Lorik, the horses of the king's entourage neighed in terror, then the wave tossed them all into the air. Stone and Vera watched in awe as King Rickard and all the men with him were thrown from their saddles. Lorik stood, turning his back on the king, and walked slowly back toward Vera and Stone. Vernon appeared from behind the long column of soldiers with Lorik's horses. He was in charge of the horses and had seen Lorik's mount trotting back toward him after Lorik had dismounted to fight. Vernon had caught the horse and was leading it forward again, along with the rest of their horses and supplies. "Your king is looking in the wrong place," Lorik said to Loris, who had finally gotten his horse under control. "We are going north.
I'll save the princess if I can."
Loris nodded.
The final guard had not attacked, instead he hurried to the king's aid. None of the men with King Rickard were injured, but they all looked terrified at Lorik, who was climbing back into the saddle as Vernon held the horse's reins. Lorik gave King Rickard a baleful look as he led Stone and Vera around the Baskla ruler. Vernon followed several paces behind the others, leading the line of horses in his care. King Rickard didn't speak, he stood surrounded by his men, his clothes covered in mud. Once Lorik had regained the road on the far side of King Rickard, he spurred his horse into a gallop. They came to Forksum the next afternoon. Unlike the other kingdoms, Baskla was heavily forested and the terrain was rugged to say the least. Even the broad road that ran south from the capital city into Ortis rose up and down over the steep hills and deep ravines. Forksum was built on the crown of an especially large hill. Much of the forest around the city had been clear-cut and terraced for farming. There were homes and shops in the valley around the city, and a large stone wall surrounded the castle.
"Should we go up?" Vera asked as the city came into view. "No," Lorik said. "The queen isn't here."
"We could rest for the night, resupply," Stone suggested.
All right, Lorik said. We'll need to leave the horses here anyway. But let's find a place on the far side of the city. The road that led north to Forksum turned west once it reached the capital city. The next major town in Baskla was Knuckles, where an ancient stone bridge crossed the Black River. The road then meandered southwest to Fort Jeller on the border of Yelsia across from Ebsun Keep. North of Forksum, the roads were more like game trails. The forest encroached on all sides, with tree branches often spreading over the road and tree roots pushing up through the hard-packed earth in places, making travel hazardous. Lorik made arrangements for their spare horses to be stabled in a livery in Forksum. Vernon was loath to stay behind, but Lorik left him to care for the horses. Stone rented rooms at an inn while Vera bought more food for the journey. Night had fallen by the time everything was settled, and although Lorik was anxious to keep moving north, he didn't mind getting a warm meal. He ate his fill, then turned in for the night. Vera and Stone did the same. The next morning they rode out of the city. It was the first time the three of them had been alone in a long time. Lorik rode ahead, followed by Vera, then Stone. There were places that the trail was only wide enough for the group to ride single file, and the weather grew worse. It snowed, and everything was wet. Vera developed a cough and Lorik slowed his pace to keep from pushing her too hard. It was difficult finding wood that was dry enough to burn, but Lorik made sure they had a fire each night and that it burned through the long hours to keep Vera warm. Lorik wasn't sure where he was going or what they were going to find. The pull of the darkness grew stronger and Lorik led them off the trail. They were forced to make their way through the forest, which was difficult. The leaves had fallen off the trees, the wet trunks looked black against the gray sky and snowy ground. The ravines were steep and slick, the hills rugged and treacherous to scale, but Lorik pushed on. They were forced to leave the horses behind as they meandered up and down the unforgiving countryside. It took 4 days of difficult travel, but finally they came to the top of a hill and Lorik called for them to stop. "We'll make camp here," he said, his heart pounding as he stood looking out over a wide valley. "Camp already?" Stone said. "You're getting soft, old man." "Don't tease him," Vera said. She was clearly exhausted. "I could use a break." "Why here?" Stone asked. "Because the queen is being held right down there," he pointed. At first all Stone and Vera could see was more rugged landscape. There was a hill and vine-covered rock formations. It was as desolate as the rest of the countryside they'd fought through since leaving Forksum. "I don't see anything," Vera said. "Take your time," Lorik replied. He turned away and began gathering wood for a fire. Vera and Stone continued looking and slowly they began to make out what lay in the valley. "Is that castle ruins?" Vera asked. "Where?" "Right over there, that big mound." "That's just a hill," Stone said. "I don't think so, it's made of stone." "There are rocks everywhere here," Stone said. "And those outcroppings are old buildings," she continued. "I don't see it." "You will soon enough," Lorik said. "We're going down there in the morning." "Why wait?" Stone asked. "Because there's a lot of dark magic in this place," Lorik explained. "I think it's best if we proceed with the maximum amount of daylight, but..." "You really think Queen Iselin and the princess are down there?" Vera asked, moving closer to Lorik as he prepared the sticks and leaves he'd gathered for a fire. "I don't know for sure," Lorik said. "But whatever has been drawing me north is down there. I can feel that." "So it's magic," Stone said. "That's going to be fun to deal with." "Whatever we find," Lorik said. "You two have to stay together, and don't take any unnecessary chances." "You sound downright paternal," Stone said. "Quit yapping and get some rest," Lorik warned. "Whatever we find down there, it's not going to be easy to kill." "Do we have to kill it?" Vera asked. "Yes," Lorik said. "I'm sure of that. If we don't defeat it, the evil will spread like a plague." "And here I thought the witch's army was the worst thing we'd be facing," Stone said. Vera kept feeding their small fire and prepared food. It was a simple stew, but savory and hot. Stone and Lorik sharpened their weapons. The weather grew worse, snow began to fall, but it soon turned to sleet, pelting them with icy shards. They covered their heads with damp blankets and tried to sleep. It was a long, cold night, the stars and moon hidden behind thick clouds, and the only light in the unnaturally quiet forest was from their small fire, which spit and sputtered in the icy snow and sleet. Lorik closed his eyes and tried to sleep, but it wasn't easy. He felt like he was finally at the end of a long journey, only it wasn't just their trek north. He felt that the next day would be the conclusion of something much bigger. It felt so big, in fact, that Lorik was afraid. When he was a small boy, he'd often lain in bed, feeling small and insignificant. The world had seemed so vast to him then that he couldn't imagine not getting swallowed up in it. Now, as he lay huddled under a blanket, the wet ground soaking through his clothes and their campfire only teasing him with the illusion of warmth, he felt the same terror he'd known as a child. The source of magic in the valley below was so deep and dark that he knew the odds were good that by going down in search of Queen Iselin, he would probably be lost forever. That thought filled him with dread, but he never considered not going. His love was in the valley, and nothing would keep him from coming to her aid, not fear, not evil magic, not even his own death. Chapter 28. Queen Iselin wasn't sure how many days had passed. The torches were a constant source of light, and the only variation to her days were the delivery of meals. She soon grew to hate the gruel she was served, but she waited anxiously for the wretched creature that brought her food. Iselin tried in vain to communicate with the woman, if that's what she really was. Occasionally an animal would disappear from the pens, but Iselin never saw the beasts taken. She slept often, and never felt rested. When she wasn't sleeping on the bed of hay, she was leaning against the wooden barrier to her cell. Then, finally she heard voices. Men were coming. She felt both hope and fear. Perhaps they would set her free, or perhaps they were coming to kill her or worse. She couldn't stop playing out the nightmarish possibilities in her head. She strained to see who was coming, but it was only as they drew near to her cell that she could see them in the wavering torchlight. Jostin was in a long robe, his riding clothes gone, and no weapons were visible. He was followed by two of his guards, both were big men. Unlike their master, they still wore the rugged clothes they had worn on the trail, and still carried dangerous-looking daggers in their thick, leather belts. Iselin felt her heart fluttering in her chest as the men drew near. Her breath caught in her throat and she had to fight the urge to scream as they came in front of her cell. She could feel the evil intent radiating from Jostin as if it were a bad smell. Then they passed her by, the guards glancing down at her, but Jostin ignored her completely. She felt a sense of relief and then a sense of dismay. They weren't there for her, they were leaving her in the filthy prison. "What do you want?" cried the terrified voice of Amber. "Come out or I'll come in after you," said one of the guards. "You won't like it if I have to do that." "No!" she screamed. "Leave me alone. Get away from me. Come here." The guard bellowed. Iselin could hear him grunting as he crawled into the cell to get the princess. She pressed her face against the wooden slats, trying hard to see what was happening, but she couldn't. They were close to Iselin's cell, but too far for the queen to make out what was happening. "Don't touch me!" bellowed Amber. Then she screamed. "I've got you now, you little brat," the guard said angrily. There was another scream, this time it was born of pain and Iselin could hear the guard grunting with effort as he pulled the princess from her cell. Iselin could hear Amber kicking and thrashing in an effort to get away from her captors, but it was all to no avail. "Bring her," Jostin said, walking back the way he had come. Iselin felt a wave of icy terror wash over her, making her skin contract into goosebumps as Jostin hesitated by her cell. Then he bent down, so she could see his face. He looked different, there were dark circles under his eyes and his lips seemed thinner as they drooped in a frown. "I had plans for you, my lady," he said in a grim tone. "But those will have to wait. It seems you are better served as bait and soon I will have a bigger prize. Then, perhaps I shall sacrifice you in homage to the Lord of Darkness." He smiled wickedly and Iselin shuffled back from the bars of her cell. Jostin laughed cruelly and then rose to his feet. "Let us go, the time grows near," he ordered his men. "No!" screamed Amber. Iselin watched as the two guards dragged the princess away. Once they passed her cell, Iselin crawled forward, straining to see what was happening, but they were soon out of her field of vision. A sense of dread came over the queen. She was afraid of what Jostin meant to do to her, but she was also afraid of what he meant by saying she was better used as bait. She had no idea what that meant or who might be tempted by her being held captive. No matter what the evil man had in store for her, Iselin knew it wasn't good. She wasn't going to be ransomed and rescue seemed impossible. She crawled back into the recesses of her small cell, letting the darkness hide her. Tears flowed down her cheeks. She was scared for Amber, scared of what Jostin was planning to do, and most of all she was scared that Lorik was coming for her. She had secretly been hoping that he would somehow find her and rescue her from Jostin's clutches, but she had never really let herself imagine it. The hope Lorik had represented hovered just under the veil of despair that covered her, but now it broke through only to be snuffed out by Jostin's vile threat. She was bait and Iselin feared that Lorik was rushing headlong into the trap Jostin was setting. She cried herself to sleep and several meals passed before she heard voices again. She thought briefly that it was Jostin returning Amber to her cell. Iselin had almost given up hope that the young princess was still alive. The voices were muffled, and Iselin couldn't make out what was being said. She pressed herself into the wooden slats again, straining to see and hear what was happening. The voices were similar to what she heard before, but something was clearly different as well. One of the voices was softer, higher in pitch, more feminine. Fear crashed over Iselin like a thunderstorm as she recognized the voice. Amber was laughing, but it wasn't a pleasant sound. It wasn't the laugh of a young girl, full of hope and happiness, but rather the cruel cackle of a woman with evil intent. Iselin backed away from the slats of her cell, but a woman's skirts came into view. They turned and stopped directly in front of Iselin's cell. Then, Amber bent low, her face peering through a gap in the wooden barrier. "Time to go, Queen Iselin," she said, a teasing tone to her voice. "Where?" Iselin managed to ask. "With me," Amber said slyly. "Amber, what is going on? What did they do to you?" "Come here and let me show you," the girl said. The chain that held the cell closed rattled against the wooden gate. Queen Iselin slid herself back in the cell instinctively. Terror was encircling her heart and panic threatened to overtake her. "No," she said in shaky voice. "Leave me alone." "Damn," said one of the guards with Amber. "Why do they always do that?" "Your turn to crawl in there," the other guard said in a gruff voice. "No," Amber said. "I'll do it." She was still bent low, peering into the cell. There was a wicked light in her eyes. She beckoned to Iselin. "Come out, it's your time." "No," Iselin said, her back pressed against the cold, stone wall. Amber reached out a hand and a smoky, black vapor began to snake its way toward Queen Iselin. "No!" the queen shouted. "Get away from me." The vapor moved closer, slithering like a serpent. Iselin drew her legs up toward her chest, but she couldn't get away. The vapor moved closer and Iselin kicked at the magical mist. First, her foot flew through the vapor as if it were a bank of fog, but then, as Iselin tried to draw her foot back, the vapor wrapped around her ankle and seemed to solidify. The black mist transformed into a glossy, black, leathery appendage that wrapped around her ankle and slow pulled her out of the cell. "No!" screamed Iselin, clawing the hard, stony walls and floor of the cell as she desperately tried to hold herself in place. She screamed, her voice cracking as pain erupted in her throat. She felt her fingernails snap as he tried to find a handhold on the stone floor. One fingernail tore free of the nail bed, sending burning lances of fire down her finger and into her hand. Amber stayed hunched in front of the cell as the mist slowly drew Iselin out of the small room. When the queen was close enough, one of the guards bent low and took hold of Iselin's thrashing legs. "I've got her," the guard said, as he pulled her roughly from the cell. The other guard grabbed one arm and jerked her upright. The queen hadn't stood up in a long time, her legs were weak from lack of use and fear. Her knees buckled, but the other guard grabbed her other arm. Struggling was useless, they were much too strong for the queen to break free. They squeezed her arms so tightly that it hurt, wrenching her body upright and holding her up. "Time to go," Amber said in a playful voice. Then she laughed, and cold terror began to worm its way into Iselin's mind. The guards dragged her behind Amber and up the stone stairwell. Iselin quit struggling. It was useless, and even if she did succeed, she would probably knock one of the guards off the narrow stairs only to be dragged down with him. "Where are you taking me?" Iselin asked. "To the temple," Amber said. "Your most glorious hour awaits." "What does that mean?" "You shall see. Your pathetic life will finally have meaning. You will be remembered as the spark that ignited the world." "I don't want to," Iselin said. "Can't you just let me go?" "What would you return to, Queen Iselin?" Amber said in a mocking tone. "Do you long for the days when servants waited on you hand and foot? Do you miss the festivals and feast days when pathetic simpletons begged for your attention and you dressed like a jester to be paraded before the mewling crowds? That was no life, there was no power in your position, it was only a mockery of the inevitable reality to come." "What are you talking about?" Iselin said. "Have you gone mad?" "No," Amber suddenly turned to face Iselin on the crumbling stairway. "My whole life before was madness. Now I know the Master of Worlds and the fate of the 5 kingdoms. Now my life has meaning, just as your death shall have." "Please don't," Iselin said. Amber ignored the queen's pleas. The guards dragged her upward, but they stopped before they reached the upper level of the castle ruins. Amber placed her hands on the stone wall, and an opening appeared. She led the guards into a dark corridor. Iselin couldn't see anything, but her feet touched smooth stone and the footsteps of the guards echoed around her. Then a glimmer of light was visible. The guards forced her into a round chamber with a stone altar in the center. Glowing lines were etched on the altar and on the stone floor. Candles burned in a circle around the altar, their wax flowing down the long tapers and piling up in mounds at the base of each candle. Iselin began to struggle again, but the guards held her fast. They carried her to the altar and tied her hands and feet with hairy ropes that rubbed her skin raw. They fastened the ropes to the foot of the altar so that Iselin was lying on her back, her arms and legs spread wide and held fast. Amber stepped forward with a large knife and Iselin began to thrash on the cold stone. Amber laughed as tears of panic flowed from Queen Iselin's eyes. "Don't worry," Amber said. "Your time has not yet come, Aut." Then she slid the knife under the queen's filthy dress and cut the tattered garment away. The guards were gone, so Amber was forced to jerk the ruined clothes out from underneath Iselin herself. The queen felt helpless and exposed, her mind seemed to turn inward, and even though she felt terror like a heavy weight pressing down on her chest, making it hard to breathe, she thought of happier times. She remembered her childhood, being a little girl in her father's large home. She remembered playing with friends and hearing her mother's soothing voice as she sang Iselin to sleep. The old crone with the beastly legs came into the chamber with a bucket of water. She scrubbed the queen, but Iselin hardly noticed. The water was hot, but there was no relief in it, nor did she feel clean when the crone finished and covered the queen's body with a sheet, tucking and folding it around her shivering form. "Ready," croaked the crone to Amber, who watched patiently a few feet from the altar. "Good, I will inform the master." Both Amber and the old crone left the round room and Iselin was all alone. She lay still for a long time, her mind closed to the things around her. Finally, as the terror eased, she came back to herself. She couldn't remember exactly what had happened, nor did she want to. She did notice the hole in the ceiling. It was about the size of a large wagon wheel and opened onto a long shaft that rose straight up. She could see clouds moving through the night sky, and stars twinkling high overhead. She stared at the sky and waited, knowing she was seeing the beauty of the night for the last time. Death was coming, she could hear its tattered robe brushing against the stone floor, but she was no longer afraid of dying. The truth was, she longed to die. She was tired of the fear, tired of the pain and misery her life had become. But most of all, she was tired of the broken promises, of the lost hope, and the bitter disappointment. All she wanted was for everything to end, and she knew that soon enough, it would. Chapter 29. Lorik dozed fitfully in the night. He woke an hour before dawn to see the sky clearing. The thick clouds from the day before that had seemed so impenetrable were now breaking apart like sheets of ice on a frozen stream as it thaws. The stars began to show through, their piercing, white light burned brightly in the dark sky. The fire nearby had burned down to embers, and Lorik sat up, placed a few branches on the embers and laid back down. He was mesmerized by the night sky and he watched it, feeling connected to the larger world and less frightened than when he'd lain down. The campfire grew, the branches catching on fire, the yellow flames licking up the wood greedily as it burned, the warmth from the fire growing. The stars began to dim as the sun lit the sky with pre-dawn light. Lorik got up again and roused his friends. Vera coughed violently, and Lorik looked at Stone with a worried expression. "What are we doing today?" Stone asked. "I've got to find Queen Iselin." "So maybe you and I go down there and see what we can find," Stone suggested. "Vera can stay here and keep watch on the camp." "No," she said, her voice a hoarse croak. "I'm coming." "You don't have to do that," Stone urged her. "Stay here and rest. You'll need your strength for the journey back." "No," she said adamantly. "It's going to be dangerous," Lorik said. "That's all I know for sure." "All the more reason we stick together," Vera said. "Get me some water, Liam, I'll be fine." They ate a light meal, then stashed their rations and canteens in the branches of a tree. Lorik and Stone double-checked their weapons, and Vera made sure her own dagger was cinched tightly in her belt. Lorik had the twin swords of Ackerman, while Stone carried a short, double-edged sword, a round shield he'd picked up from the army near the border, and his fighting knife with the raised, brass knuckle guard. Vera carried a light spear. It was more of a javelin, but had a sturdy double-bladed head and was strong enough to fend off an enemy as well as be thrown. They walked down into the valley together, a sense of dread growing with each step. None of them spoke, they were comfortable in their silence, knowing and trusting one another completely. Vera's cough cleared and she breathed the cold, winter air deeply into her lungs. They slowed their pace as they neared the first of the ruins in the valley. There was no wall to keep out invaders, and anything not built of stone was long ago rotted to dust. Thick, brown vines covered most of the stone ruins. There were several tall structures that surrounded the other ruins. As they got close to one, Lorik could see the terrible visage of a gargoyle staring blankly out from the crawling vines. "That's not a welcoming sight," Stone said. "Who would have built stone gargoyles all around their city?" "You think that's what they all are?" Vera asked. Lorik looked at the structures. There was one every 20 paces or so around the ruins. Some had been knocked over or were missing altogether, and everything that remained was covered in crawling vines, but it appeared that at some point the terrible statues had stood guard over the settlement. "I guess they didn't like visitors," Lorik said.
They give me the creeps, Vera said. They're just statues, Stone assured her.
Don't take anything for granted today, Lorik urged them. We're dealing with magic here, anything could happen. Kind of like you working your mojo and knocking King Rickard on his posterior, Stone said. It worked, didn't it? How did you know it would work? Vera asked. I didn't think about it, Lorik explained. I just did it. I was as surprised as you were. But what made you do it? She persisted. It was just instinct, I guess. Well, don't hold back, Stone said. You feel like doing something, you just do it. We'll stay behind you.
They passed the gargoyles and came to several ruins that looked like buildings. None had roofs and very few had all four walls.
The vines covered the ruins in a much thicker tangle than they had the gargoyles.
The ground was littered with leaves, old vines, and weeds, but there was also flagstones. Most of the stones were cracked and some were missing, but it was obvious the streets of the ancient city were once paved.
They moved closer to the ruins of the castle, studying it intently as they moved along.
Each of them kept their hands close to their weapons, even though there was no visible threats. Still, despite the fact that it seemed as if they were alone, they each felt as though danger was hiding just out of sight, waiting for them to drop their guard so it could pounce on them and devour them completely. When they reached the castle, Lorik breathed a little easier. He had been looking for any sign of danger and had fully expected there to be traps of some kind around the ancient ruins. He was glad they had reached the crumbling structure without getting hurt. Still, the sense of danger was growing. He felt darkness pulsing from the old castle. It was colder than the winter snow, and menacing, like the low growl of an angry dog.
What now? Stone asked.
We have to find a way in, Lorik explained.
Surely there's a doorway, Vera said.
Yes, but it's probably covered in vines, Lorik said. They walked around the structure, looking but not touching anything.
There was no obvious entrance to the ancient castle.
Once they'd made a full circuit, Stone chuckled.
Well, that was helpful, he said. We'll have to cut away some of the vines, Lorik told him.
They began to pull on the woody vines. The vines felt more like saplings and they were so tangled together that it was impossible to simply pull them free. Lorik drew one of his swords and as he did so there was a pulse from the castle, almost like a sudden puff of air.
What the hell was that? Stone asked. You felt it too? Lorik said. Yes, Vera said. I felt it.
Suddenly they heard a sound like heavy fabric being dropped. They turned and saw the vines that had covered the gargoyles had fallen back around the large, stone statues.
That's not good, Stone said.
The sound of stone grinding against stone grated their nerves from every side. The huge stone statues were coming to life.
We've got to find a way in fast, Stone said.
Vera, keep searching, Lorik said. We'll fend off the gargoyles.
How?
You can't cut stone, not even with magical swords, she argued. Just find us a way in there, Lorik shouted. The nearest gargoyle had turned around. It had a bulbous body with thin, almost sickly-looking legs and arms. Thick wings twitched from the gargoyle's back and Lorik watched in fascination as the gray stone seemed to warm and turn to leathery, green skin.
Well, Stone said. I guess they aren't stone anymore, that's good.
I hope, Lorik said, drawing his other sword. The gargoyle grumbled and moved slowly toward them.
Vera drew her slender sword and hacked at the vines covering the ancient castle.
She was moving sideways along the massive wall, ensuring with each step that there was nothing but solid rock behind the crawling vines.
Any luck?
Stone called in a loud voice.
Not yet, Vera answered frantically. Watch my back, Lorik ordered.
Then he moved toward the gargoyle, but it flapped its wings and rose up in the air. Lorik looked around and all the gargoyles, once heavy stone, were now flesh and blood, their dark red eyes glaring down as they flew up into the sky together. That one's still on the ground, Stone said, pointing to one of the wretched creatures that was crawling toward them. It looks wounded or something, Lorik said. Maybe the statue was damaged. At least it's moving slowly, we should be able to stay away from it.
Look out, Vera shouted from behind them.
Lorik and Stone looked up to see one of the gargoyles diving. They were clumsy flyers, not graceful like birds or even the green dragon they had seen near the Wilderlands. Lorik raised his left sword across his head in a defensive position and held the right sword back, ready to strike. The gargoyles had bony feet that looked almost like eagle talons, each of the four toes ending in a sharply curved claw.
Be careful! Stone shouted.
Lorik bent low, then as the gargoyle dropped closer, he rose quickly, slashing his sword at the bony feet. The sword clashed against the bony protrusions, causing little damage, but eliciting a howl of pain and anger from the gargoyle as it veered away from Lorik. Wish we had arrows or spears, Stone said. That would help, Lorik agreed. Another gargoyle swooped low, this one diving to head height before leveling and speeding straight toward Lorik, flying parallel to the ground. Lorik waited as long as he dared, the gargoyle's long, bony arms stretching out for him, its mouth open and full of pointed teeth. Lorik saw a thick, grey tongue lashing just behind the teeth as a blood-curdling screech erupted from the demon's mouth. The screech almost froze Lorik in fear, but at the last second he spun out of the flying gargoyle's path, whirling with one sword stretched out. The blade raked down the creature's side. Blood fountained, and the massive wing nearly crashed into Lorik as if the creature tried desperately to rise back up into the air. Instead, it crashed to the ground, sliding toward Stone. The creature was face down, and Stone jumped up, springing off the large round head, and landing on the gargoyle's back as he plunged his sword down into the creature's flesh. The gargoyle thrashed, then shivered, howling in pain. Stone jerked his sword out just as the creature morphed back into stone. Lorik didn't have time to marvel at the gargoyle's transformation. Another of the dreadful beasts was swooping down, this one bellowing a deep-throated roar that Lorik could feel in his chest as the creature approached. This time Lorik's slashing attack severed two of the gargoyle's bony claws. The digits fell and bounced along the ground. One landed on Lorik's boot and he was surprised at how heavy it felt. He glanced down and saw that two had reverted to stone. "They're coming in groups now," Stone shouted. "Get closer to the castle," Lorik ordered. "It should give us some cover." They moved back, close to Vera who was still working her way down the wall of the ancient castle. Lorik and Stone kept their backs to the wall of the castle, and the gargoyles who had been diving in an organized group pulled up. "Good plan," Stone said. "They can't swoop past us this way," Lorik said. "Liam!" Vera screamed. Both men turned and looked, their eyes opening wide as saw the vines that covered the ancient castle wrapping around Vera and pulling her toward the building. "Vera!" Stone shouted as he dashed forward. Both men began to hack at the vines that grew along the wall of the castle. Their swords cut through the woody vines, but there were so many moving to entwine Vera that both men were forced to hack and cut frantically before Stone could pull her away. "We can't stay here," Stone shouted as he embraced Vera, who was shaking uncontrollably. "There's an opening," she said in a voice that pinched with fear. "Behind the vines." "We have to go in," Lorik said, waving his sword at an approaching gargoyle. The creature pulled up before coming within range. "That's suicide," Stone yelled. "I'll go first," Lorik said. "If it's safe inside I'll call to you. If not, flee." "No," Stone shouted. But Lorik didn't listen, he dashed forward, slashing at the vines and then barreling into the dark opening. Stone looked up to see the gargoyles circling overhead. He pulled Vera close to his side, covering her body with the wooden shield. "He's gone," Vera said, her voice filled with a deep sense of sadness, almost as if she were saying he was more than gone inside but gone forever. Stone didn't know what to say or do. He didn't want to move too close to the castle, but it was obvious the gargoyles were planning something. Then they heard the grating sound of stone grinding against stone. "What's that?" Stone yelled. Vera's body became rigid, and he was just about to turn and look to see where the sound was coming from, but at that very moment one of the gargoyles dropped from the sky. It was different than the way the creatures had swooped toward them before, or even more than a steep dive. The gargoyle folded its arms, legs, and even its wings, plummeting toward Stone and Vera. "Move!" he screamed, shoving Vera forward, her legs finally seeming to work again. The gargoyle crashed right where they had been standing. The big, bulbous body smashing to the ground so hard the shockwave nearly knocked Stone and Vera off their feet. "It's closing," Vera said breathlessly. "What?" Stone called, he was watching as the gargoyles lined up for their next attack. "The opening in the castle," Vera said. Stone turned to look, but the gargoyle was now blocking the entrance. He had expected the creature to be hurt or even killed by the long drop, but the gargoyle was rising to its feet on its spindly legs, seemingly unharmed. "Move," Stone said, hurrying away from the lumbering gargoyle, just as the sound of another falling creature assaulted his ears. They ran as quickly as they could, stumbling in the shockwave as the second gargoyle struck the ground just behind them. "That was too close," Stone said, glancing up at the swarm of gargoyles overhead. "We can't help Lorik," Vera said, tears streaking from her eyes. Stone glanced over his shoulder, but there was no visible opening in the ancient castle. "We have to stay alive and hope he finds Iselin on his own," Stone said. "And kill as many of these creatures as we can." She stopped suddenly, twisting out of Stone's grip and then planting her feet just the way he'd taught her. Her arm rose, the spear coming up just below her ear, level to the ground. Then she threw it, leaning forward, putting all the strength of her legs, back, shoulders, and arms into the throw. The spear flew forward, straight at the nearest gargoyle who had just dropped from the sky trying to crush them. It raised a bony hand to ward off the weapon. The spear, which was aimed at the gargoyle's chest, hit one finger, snapping it and deflecting the spear upward slightly. It sank into the green flesh, the entire steel head slicing into the creature. "Let's move!" Stone shouted. Vera ran, holding Stone's hand. Her head twisted around so that she saw the gargoyle with blood running down its round belly. It shuddered, and then toppled over, reverting to stone as it fell. Chapter 30. Lorik moved from the pull of the vines into total darkness. He knew that he hadn't moved far enough into the castle for no light to reach him, yet the darkness was all-consuming. He couldn't see, and he struggled to breathe. He could feel the darkness pressing in against him, but he kept moving forward, hoping that he wasn't making a terrible mistake. He didn't have time to think about the fear that was racking his brain or the impending sense of doom that signaled the source of the dark magic he had felt even as far away as Ort City. He just moved forward, instinct driving him to continue moving. Then suddenly, he was out of the darkness, but still in the dark. He could breathe, and the terror of a moment before faded, like he had woken up from a bad dream. He shook the fear away and looked back over his shoulder. There was nothing he could see of any consequence. There were vines and then sunlight, but that light was suddenly cut off. The sound of stone grinding on stone shattered the silence and jarred Lorik's nerves. "Stone! Vera!" He shouted, but he knew they couldn't hear him. Then there was a thump as the stone doorway crashed shut, and silence once more made the darkness seem overwhelming. Lorik turned and moved forward again, away from the entrance he'd just come through. He knew his friends were locked out of the castle, but he hadn't come here for them, and he wouldn't find Queen Iselin by going back the way he'd come. He could tell he was in a large room, even though he couldn't make out any of the details in the room. There was soft light ahead, shadows were a dull gray in the distance, and Lorik moved toward the light. He came to a long, narrow corridor. There were window openings high on the wall. Sunlight filtered through the vines that covered the castle's outer walls, and cast a very dim light into the hallway. Lorik moved forward cautiously, looking for traps or pitfalls. His ears strained for any sound, his eyes searched constantly for anything that might be waiting to do him harm. Eventually he came to the end of the hallway, and found himself at the top of a long descending staircase. The open chamber fell away into utter darkness. Lorik felt his stomach lurch, and he moved to the stairs, keeping his muscular back to the wall. He used one sword to make sure there was a step before he moved down. It was a slow exercise, but the last thing he wanted was to topple down to his death because he wasn't being careful. The darkness around him seemed to laugh and jeer at him. He felt fears that hadn't plagued him since he was a child. He felt like a coward, and the darkness seemed to mock him. He had to fight not to curse himself as he slowly descended. His heart thundered in his chest, and he had trouble breathing. There were fluttering and shuffling sounds, barely audible in the silence, yet each one causing Lorik to almost panic. He felt as if something were watching him, waiting to attack and rip him to pieces. He felt a sense of loneliness that was so strong he wanted to crumple to the floor, curl up into a ball, and weep. Through it all, Lorik kept moving. He focused on each step, doing his best to ignore the emotional assault. He wasn't sure how much longer he could continue, when his hand felt an edge to the wall he was following. He took another step and realized he'd come to a doorway. He stepped through it and slowly made his way forward. After a few moments, he saw a soft glow ahead. He moved forward cautiously, unsure of what awaited him. He came to another open door, and when he looked inside, what he saw shocked him. The room was large, and there were markings on the floor that seemed to glow with a ghostly, silver light. He took another step forward, and he could see the candles around the altar. There was a woman lying on the stone pedestal. Lorik recognized her instantly and moved quickly into the room, brandishing his swords, expecting an attack at any moment. He turned in a full circle, his head turning quickly back and forth, but there didn't seem to be anyone else in the room. He hurried to the altar, terrified that he was too late and that Queen Iselin had been sacrificed in some horrid ritual. To his great relief, she seemed perfectly fine. "Iselin," he said in a fierce whisper. "Iselin, wake up." Her eyes fluttered for a moment, then they opened and focused on Lorik. "Oh, no," she said. No, you can't be here." "I am here, get up," Lorik said, sawing his sword through the ropes holding her wrists. He helped her sit up on the altar and then cut the ropes at her feet. She threw her arms around his neck and kissed him. He felt heat rising up through him, and he wrapped his massive arms around her, but then he pulled himself back. "We have to find a way out of here," he said. She nodded, and he took her hand. "Gather a few candles," he urged her, "and follow me." "I think this is a trap," she whispered. "I think they used me to lure you here." He turned and looked at her. She was moving slowly, her legs shaking and her hands trembling as she stooped to retrieve a candle. "We can't worry about that now," Lorik said.
Let's get you to safety, then I'll deal with whoever is behind this. Queen Iselin picked up 2 more candles, then, holding the 3 tapers together, she limped toward the door. Are you hurt? Lorik asked, standing close to her. I'm okay, she lied. The truth was her legs felt so weak she feared she might fall, but she wanted to get Lorik to safety. She couldn't let Jostin and Amber capture him. Lorik sheathed one of his fabled swords and took hold of Iselin's upper arm. She was reminded of the guards who had hauled her up from the dungeon far below. Their grip had been strong and painful. Lorik's was just as strong, but gentle and supportive. His hand didn't hurt her at all, and it made her feel stronger. They were just about to walk out of the round chamber when Iselin caught movement to her right. She stepped forward, across the threshold of the door, but hands took hold of Lorik. He felt a burning pain at the touch of the people in the round room, but he couldn't shake them off. He shouted in pain. Iselin turned, hoping to help, but a wave of dark vapor pushed her back out the door, extinguishing her candles and slamming shut a heavy wooden door. Lorik felt himself being hauled backward, and he felt helpless to stop whoever was doing it. He turned his head and saw 2 figures, their bodies and faces covered with the same glowing markings that filled the room. He realized they must have been in the chamber the entire time, but despite the light from the candles, their markings made them blend in so they were practically invisible. Get him on the altar, a masculine voice said. Lorik wrenched his sword arm free, but his weapon was knocked out of his hand and blinding fog covered his head. He wiped at his eyes with his free hand, but it didn't help. He couldn't see. He swung a massive fist blindly, but his arm was caught in the fiery grip again and held fast. Lorik shouted angrily, but the voices just laughed at him. He realized one was female, but he couldn't see either of his attackers. He felt the hard stone of the altar as he was pushed onto the stone pedestal. His muscles suddenly cramped and he cried out in pain. He felt his legs swing up and then he was pulled in 4 directions, each arm stretched out away from his body, each leg pulled down and away from the other. He struggled but was held fast in the invisible grip. It is time, said the male voice. The mist faded from Lorik's eyes and he could see. The man standing near him was tall, thin, his upper body was bare but covered with the glowing markings, his face in shadow. Who are you? Lorik said, his head thrashing from side to side. I am the chosen, the man said. I was brought here, to this sacred place, for the becoming which you will usher in. I don't know what the hell you're talking about. Lorik screamed. A hand smashed into his face, snapping his head to the side from the powerful blow. Lorik looked up and saw a young girl. She had large eyes and a shapely face, but what Lorik noticed most was the resemblance. She looked like a young, feminine version of King Rickard. Princess Amber, Lorik said. Not anymore, the girl muttered. The princess is now my apprentice and soon to be high priestess of the exalted order, the man said. Your father searches for you, Lorik said. Don't betray him. My father doesn't know me at all, the girl said. I know that now. I was never anything more than a tool to him. He wanted to use me to strengthen his domination over his kingdom, but that time has passed. We shall usher in the new order, the man said. And all who resist us shall be cast down. And the Lord of Darkness will reign again, the man said. With me at his right hand. And I at his left, Amber intoned. Do you know what this is? The man asked Lorik. He was holding up what looked like a golden goblet, but the bottom rim had been removed, so that the stem stuck out from the bottom of the cup. This is a larish, the man continued, it is a tool from beyond this world. Looks like a broken cup to me, Lorik growled angrily. In a fashion, it is a cup. It is the cup of the gods, used to remove one's power. You have much strength, Lorik of Ortis. Yes, I know your name. Queen Iselin told me all about you. I admit, I wasn't sure you would come for her, but I have felt you approaching for many days now. I had planned to sacrifice your queen to my god, but the sacrifice of your power will be much greater. I shall milk your power, then present it to the Lord of Darkness by drinking it. I will add your might to my lords and usher in a new age. No, Lorik said, struggling against his bonds. Hurry, Amber said. Lorik cast a glance over at the young princess and saw that she was straining. It was the first time he had noticed that a black vapor was coming from her upturned palms and snaking around the altar before becoming leathery bonds that held him down. He was just about to curse her name, when the man slammed the larish down into Lorik's chest. The pain that erupted as the pointed stem of the cup punctured his chest was unbelievable. It smashed through his sternum and dug deep into his diaphragm, just missing his large heart. His muscles across his chest and abdomen spasmed, and burning pain blocked out every other signal to his brain. Then he felt something even worse than the pain. There was a powerful wrench, as if something was being jerked out of him, and he felt the magic of the Dreary Drew being drained away.
The feeling of loss was so great tears flooded from his eyes. The magic of the forest elves was good and healing, it made Lorik feel whole, but as it was stolen he felt hollow and broken. Good, the man said triumphantly. Your power is greater than I imagined. Lorik lay back on the altar, his body going limp as the power was pulled away from him. He could feel it tearing away from every muscle fiber, from the marrow of his bones, and from his still beating heart. His eyes closed and he wanted to die. He could live without being supernaturally strong, or unbelievably fast. He didn't need to be able to run for hours, or go night and day without sleep. But he couldn't imagine life without the touch of wholesomeness he had gained from the Drew. It was as if they had all been slaughtered and he was helpless to stop it. The grief was so great, he didn't resist. Then, out of the pain and agonizing sadness, an image popped into his head. He could see a physical darkness rolling across the 5 kingdoms. He saw places he recognized, and people he loved. From Queen Iselin banging futilely against the heavy wooden door outside the round room, to Stone and Vera running for their lives away from the valley, pursued by a horde of gargoyles. He saw Vernon with the horses in Forksome, Commander Loris with his men searching through the forest for Princess Amber. He saw darkness covering the great trees of the Wilderlands, and his friends among the Drew disappearing forever. He saw the refugees at the camp and the volunteers who stayed in Ort City, each one becoming a slave to the darkness. The vision moved on, and Lorik saw Chansey in the marshlands, and far to the west he saw the wizard Zalan on the back of the great green dragon called Furno. The wizard was with a beautiful young woman on the back of another dragon, and Lorik knew that not even they, with all their magical power, could stop the darkness. Then Lorik heard a deep, thunderous voice begin to laugh. He struggled to open his eyes and he saw the huge horned head of a gigantic figure, with glowing eyes. The man who was milking Lorik of his magic didn't see the figure, nor did Princess Amber. Lorik knew instinctively he was seeing the Lord of Darkness the man had spoken of, but the man was just a pawn of the massively powerful dark creature. Lorik understood that once the creature was released, he would sweep the man and the princess away like ash from a hearth. Despair fell on Lorik like a torrential rain and once again he wanted to die, but just before he closed his eyes, he noticed that Amber's struggles had almost overcome her. The mist she was producing was growing thin. With a mighty jerk of his arm, Lorik suddenly broke free. His fist came up and smashed the man in the side of the head. The man stumbled, losing his grip on the larish as a crippling pain racked Lorik's body and everything went black. Chapter 31. Stone ran, pulling Vera along. She did her best to keep up, but Stone was zigging and zagging, changing direction so often she struggled just to keep pace. The gargoyles continued to drop. The danger wasn't just from the heavy creatures dropping on top of them, but if they didn't get enough distance from the gargoyles, they risked the vile beasts attacking them on the ground. Stone was constantly looking up and down, trying to stay focused on where the gargoyles were and where they might fall, but he had to watch his step as well. There were broken flagstones, mounds of rubble, and tough winter weeds all across the valley. Stone hoped that once they crossed the boundary that the stone gargoyles had formed around the village ruins that perhaps the green monsters would call off their pursuit. They were almost to the edge of the ruins when Vera fell. Her foot snagged in a dense clump of weeds and she stumbled, pulling her hand out of Stone's. He slid to a stop and looked up, but a gargoyle was already falling. He knew instantly that he couldn't pull Vera to her feet and escape the falling monster. He sprinted hard, dropping his sword and shield, then dove head first toward Vera who was struggling to her knees. There was no way to be gentle as he tackled Vera, and he couldn't keep from worrying about what he might be doing to their baby as he pulled her into a roll. Everything happened so quickly after that. They barely rolled clear of the falling gargoyle, the shockwave was so powerful it knocked the breath out of Stone, and stunned Vera. Stone struggled to his knees only to find the gargoyle swing a bony hand, claws extended straight at him. He had to drop to the ground again to avoid the swipe, and then, even though his chest ached terribly and he was gasping for air, he drew his knife and buried the blade deep in the gargoyle's side. It wasn't a killing blow, and he jerked the blade free as the bulbous creature turned toward him. It rose on spindly legs and Stone was grateful the creatures weren't fast on the ground. If they had been, the swarm could have landed all around them and closed in with no chance of Stone and Vera escaping. Fortunately, most of the gargoyles were in the air and Stone only had to fight the one before him. Vera was staggering to her feet, even as Stone tried to block the gargoyle's next swipe. His thick knife was well placed and the creature's arm hit the blade, severing the creature's hand, but the force of the blow still knocked Stone backward. He fell, his head hitting a flagstone and making bright spots appear before his eyes. He was staring upward, when he noticed another gargoyle falling. He rolled clear, but the one-handed gargoyle hadn't bothered to look up and was charging toward Stone for the kill. The falling gargoyle hit the one-handed creature and both were knocked to the ground. Enough bones were smashed in the one-handed gargoyle that the creature quickly reverted back to Stone, and the other gargoyle struggled to get on its feet. "We have to run,"
Stone shouted, his head throbbing as he got back to his feet. Vera was finally up, but swaying. Stone grabbed her arm and pulled her along. They crossed the stone pedestals where the gargoyles had been standing guard. The round stone platforms were like gray flowers, with the brown creeping vines spread out all around them on the ground like dead, spindly petals. Stone glanced up and his heart sank. The gargoyles were still flying over them, and now he and Vera were facing a tough climb back up the steep hill to take cover in the trees. "We won't make it," he said, continuing to pull Vera after him as he changed course. "We need to find cover." "Okay," Vera said, sounding as if she were still struggling to get her senses back. Stone turned and began running back toward the ruins. The gargoyles who had fallen had also taken to the air again, once Stone and Vera were out of reach. Stone had to swerve several more times to avoid the gargoyles. He wished he still had his sword and shield, knowing at some point they would have to make a stand. They couldn't run forever. They skirted around the ancient ruins, not wanting to risk running into some other evil monster. The valley was wide, but on the far side of the ruins it sloped away, the hills on either side narrowing. The ravine would give them less room to dodge, but it was also filled with trees, and the thick branches would give them some cover from the gargoyles. Unfortunately, the monsters sensed Stone's strategy, and 6 of the green creatures flew ahead of him and landed in front of the tree line. "Damn!" he shouted. "They're cutting us off." "What about the castle?" Vera said. "We can't go back there, there's no way in." "We have to, it's the only place we can take cover," Vera argued. "But the vines?" Stone said, pulling her to the side as another gargoyle dropped. "We have to risk it," she shouted. "We don't have a choice." Stone knew Vera was right, but he hated to admit it. He looked around them desperately as they ran, but there was no cover to be had, so he turned back toward the castle. The gargoyles swarmed above, flying in slow circles, waiting for an opportunity to drop. They tried to anticipate where he might run and dropped, hoping to time their fall just right. Fortunately, their huge bodies made a whistling sound as they fell, and they were high enough that Stone had almost 2 seconds from the time they dropped until their fat, green bodies hit the ground. Stone and Vera raced over the broken flagstones, running around a half-standing structure so covered with vines it looked twice as big as it really was. Another gargoyle fell, this time trying to block their progress toward the castle, but Stone didn't stop. He ran forward, letting go of Vera who lagged behind, and jumping first on a jumble of stones, then leaping from there high into the air. His knife was out, and he held it with 2 hands as he flew toward the gargoyle. The green creatures were taller than even Lorik, their round, horned heads sitting perched on top of their rotund bodies, with no visible neck. Stone fell toward the creature, driving his knife down with all his momentum. The thick blade smashed into the gargoyle's forehead. Stone felt a puff of rancid breath, then he heaved himself upward and grabbed one of the creature's horns with his left hand. He knew he had only a few seconds left, but his boot found the bulge of the gargoyle's round stomach. He pushed himself up a little higher and jerked his knife out of the creature's skull. He felt the smooth horn turn to cold stone under his hand, as the creature reverted to a statue. Stone dropped down, grabbed Vera's arm, and sprinted toward the castle. *****. Queen Iselin felt the heavy door slam behind her. She turned, shocked at the utter darkness of the hallway, and put her hand on the rough wooden door. "Lorik!" she screamed. She beat on the wood, searching desperately for a lever or knob that might open the door, but there was nothing. She threw her shoulder into the heavy wood, but it didn't budge. A wave of pain ran up her neck and down her arm. She was wrapped in the sheet the crone had put on her, but she had no shoes. She tried kicking the door anyway, but only succeeded in hurting her heel. "No!" she cried. "Lorik, don't leave me." She knew her only hope was to find help. Surely, she thought to herself, Lorik hadn't come alone. She moved blindly down the hallway, trying to remember how she had gotten to the round room. Her legs were wobbling under her hands shaking from fear and exertion. Still, she kept moving, knowing she had to find her way out. Her hands found the doorway to the spiraling staircase. Her slow pace became even slower as she slowly climbed the stairs. She kept one hand on the wall, the other was held out in front of her as she climbed. She was soon panting, the darkness seemed to choke the very air in her lungs. She had to stop and rest at one point, ignoring the voice in her head that was screaming for her to run. She was afraid that Lorik was being killed, but there was nothing more she could do other than get help. She pushed herself up off the stairs she had collapsed on and continued her climb. The light from the corridor ahead was little more than a gray haze, but it seemed like a huge success for Iselin. She increased her pace, looking down and making out the steps as lighter shadows against the intense darkness of the pit. Once she cleared the stairs she tried to run, hoping she could remember where to go after the long hallway.
It had been a long time since she'd been escorted through the dark castle ruins, but instinctively she turned to her right as she came out into the large, cavernous room beyond the corridor with the high windows. There was no light in the larger room, and she was forced to shuffle forward, her hands out in front of her, feet inching along the smooth, but dusty stone floor. It took what seemed like an eternity to reach the far wall. There was no opening and she couldn't remember where to go next. She made her way down the wall, guessing that if she didn't find an exit that direction, when she reached the end of the wall she could retrace her steps and search the other direction. Fortunately, she didn't have to turn back. Her hand found the thick curtain of vines and she was instantly reminded of the terrible fright she'd felt when the guards forced her into the castle. She couldn't see light through the vines, but she remembered that the doorway was hidden in vines, so she plunged ahead. Instantly terror-struck, as suddenly as lightning snapping down from the sky above and dazzling everything in stark, white light. Only Isolin's terror was pitch black, even darker than the cave-like interior of the castle ruins. The rough vines seemed to push against her, trying to hold her back, but she fought hard, knowing that Loric's life was at stake. Then her hand felt stone and her heart sank even further. She couldn't believe that she hadn't found the entrance to the castle after all. She ran her hands over the stone, swatting the vines aside, when suddenly she felt a small lever. She pulled it and the stone began to move, squealing as the ancient, iron rollers engaged. Suddenly there was light in front of her and she was about to step out into the glorious sunshine, when rough hands grabbed her and shoved her back into the darkness. Stone and Vera reached the castle safely and were scrambling along the wall when 4 of the gargoyles fell nearby. The shockwave of the heavy bodies hitting the ground slammed them back against the vines growing against the castle ruins. Stone was afraid the vines would try to strangle them, but the woody vines didn't move. "What do we do?" Vera asked. "I don't know," Stone said. "Can you climb the vines?" Vera drew her dagger, her face pinched in a frown of determination. "I will if I have to," she said. The gargoyles were slowly rising to their feet. Stone knew they could sprint past the monsters, but they would have to come within striking distance of one of the gargoyles, and although he wasn't afraid to fight the green monsters, he was afraid that one might hurt Vera. "Start climbing," he said. "I'll hold them off." "I'm not going without you," she said stubbornly. "This is no time to argue," he cried, but his voice was cut off by the squeal of rusty metal and the grind of stone against stone. "What's happening?" Vera shouted. "I don't know," Stone replied. Then he saw a woman's hand poke through the thick tangle of vines and Stone guessed that someone had opened the entrance to the castle from the inside. He didn't hesitate, but grabbed Vera's hand and pushed his way through the vines. He felt the woman resisting, but his fear of the gargoyles made him strong. He shoved his way in, feeling the heavy darkness descend unnaturally around him. Stone wondered briefly if he was leading Vera to her death. Terror like Stone had never felt assaulted him. He heard Vera scream behind him and guilt hit him like a physical blow to his gut. His knees felt weak, but then the woman in front of him stopped resisting and tugged him toward her. He broke free of the vines and the unnatural terror subsided as he pulled Vera through behind him. "Who are you?" asked a woman's voice. "I'm Stone, and this is Vera," he answered, grateful for the woman's help. "Oh, thank the gods. Loric is in trouble, come this way." "Who is this?" Vera asked, still clinging tightly to Stone's hand. "Isolin," the queen answered. "We have to hurry or they'll kill Loric." "Are you okay?" Stone asked Vera. "Yeah," she said, her voice trembling. "Just a little shook up is all." "Okay, we're coming," Stone said. Vera led them back through the darkness. She felt that she was heading in the right direction and tried to hurry, but Stone and Vera were like anchors, shuffling slowly and making it impossible for the queen to increase her pace. "It's so dark," Vera said. "How do you know where you're going?" "I've been through here before," Isolin said, her voice echoing off the stone walls of the castle ruins. "There's some light ahead, just keep moving." "Tell us what happened to you," Stone said. He had one hand on Queen Isolin's forearm, the other was clinging tightly to Vera. He wished he had at least one hand free to hold his knife, but that wasn't an option if he was going to stay connected to both women, and in the utter darkness of the cavernous room, the fear of getting lost was greater than the fear of attack. When they finally reached the hallway with the high windows, Isolin relayed a quick version of her story. "So they brought you here?" Vera asked, the relief in her voice at being able to see again was obvious. They stood for a moment just looking at one another. "Yes, they locked me in a dungeon cell deep underground. They did something to Princess Amber, she's been converted to Jostin's magic somehow." "And Loric?" Stone asked. "They were using me as bait to lure him down to some type of sacrificial chamber," she explained. "We had almost escaped when they caught him. They pushed me out and locked the door. I tried to get in to help him, but I couldn't."
It's okay, Vera said. Lorik can take care of himself. Show us where he is. It's this way, Iselin said. Hurry. Chapter 32. When Lorik opened his eyes, he realized must have only passed out for an instant. The man with the strange markings was staggering back toward him. Lorik's hand came up, grasping the larish he pulled. The pain was so intense, it pinched his visual perception down to a tiny dot. He heard nothing, his mind conceived nothing, all he knew was pain. Time seemed to slow down, and he hovered in a world of agony for what seemed like a lifetime. Then the larish's stem finally pulled free of Lorik's chest, and everything came back to him. He was wounded, the pain from where the larish had gouged into him burned, but compared to the pain of the wicked device itself, the wound was manageable. Lorik heaved against his other bonds and they too broke. The princess fell back, away from the altar. Don't drop it! The man shouted. You don't know what you're doing. Stay back, Lorik said, his voice shaky as he struggled with a wave of dizziness. Give me the larish, the man said. I'll let you go. The queen too. Just hand me the cup. No, Lorik said, levering himself into a sitting position on the altar. The man was several paces from Lorik, his hands out in a placating gesture. A quick glance down showed blood running down Lorik's stomach. There was a dark hole in his tunic, but he ignored it. You can't do anything with the magic, the man said. Once it's pulled out of you, it can never be yours again. Shut up! Lorik shouted. The man walked to the door and flung it open. He gestured to the dark hallway as he spoke. See, you are free to go. Just give us the cup. Lorik could see that the man was desperate. He glanced in the cup and saw a glowing liquid. He had no idea where it came from or what it was, but he knew the man who had captured Iselin and used her to lure him to the castle ruins was evil. If he wanted the larish, it could only be for dark purposes. We won't harm you, the man continued. Princess Amber, come here. See, we only want the larish. We never meant you harm. Lorik watched as the princess stumbled over to the man. She was obviously exhausted from using her magic. Her face seemed pale, and her mouth was open as she panted for breath. Lorik stood up slowly. His swords had been tossed carelessly on the ground near the door. He moved toward them. His legs felt weak, and his back ached, as did the wound on his chest. It hurt to breathe and he doubted that he could fight. His strength seemed to be flowing out of him along with the blood that ran down his stomach in a hot, sticky trickle. I can heal your wounds, the man continued pleading. Just give me the larish and I will make everything better, you'll see. No, Lorik said. I'm leaving, with the cup. Stand back or I'll dash it on the floor at it. The man's eyes narrowed, he grabbed Princess Amber by the hair and pulled her head back, exposing her throat. His other hand curled into a claw, his fingernails extended, shaping into deadly points right before Lorik's eyes. Give it to me or I'll kill her, the man threatened. Lorik looked doubtful, and the man pressed his nails into the princess' throat. Blood welled up around the nails. He had pressed just hard enough to puncture the skin, but Lorik knew if the man wanted to he could rip the girl's throat out. Lorik had promised to try and save King Rickard's daughter. The fact that the king had thrown that promise back in Lorik's face didn't damper his desire to make sure that the princess wasn't harmed if he could help it. Okay, Lorik said. Let her go and I'll give you the cup. Give me the larish and I'll release her, the man countered. Alright, just don't do anything you'll regret. I want the larish now. Here is how we're going to do this, Lorik said. I don't trust you, so I'm going to gather my weapons and leave this room. You can follow me. When we get to the entrance of the castle, I'll give you the cup, you give me the girl, and we'll leave unharmed. The man laughed. It was a maniacal, insane laugh that made the hair on the back of Lorik's neck stand up. You don't tell me what to do, the man said, yanking the princess' hair so hard she cried out in pain. Don't hurt her, Lorik said, trying to remain calm. He stooped, keeping his eyes on the man, and reaching out for his swords. He picked up one and tucked it under his arm. Then he found the other and tucked it next to the first. His dagger was on the floor too. He picked it up and then rose back to his feet. A wave of dizziness made him sag against the wall. The man near the door glared hatefully at him. Lorik stuck the dagger into his belt, then slowly sheathed both swords into the scabbards on his back. I won't let you leave with the larish, the man said. I'll kill the princess, then I'll bind you while I hunt down your friends. Yes, I know about the man and woman with you, although I doubt they have survived the attack of my gargoyles. Still, I'll find ways to hurt you for eternity. And only after you've watched the people you care about slowly tortured to death, will I start on you. Sounds enticing, Lorik said. But I'll pass. Then give me the cup. Not until you release the princess and let us leave. Fine. The man said angrily. He pushed the young girl out of the doorway. She stumbled and fell. Go, the man said. I won't stop you. Lorik moved slowly forward. He knew that he had to get within striking distance of the man to pass through the doorway. Lorik held the larish in his left hand, with his right he drew his dagger. You try anything and I'll kill you, Lorik said. The man didn't speak and Lorik could hear Princess Amber crying in the hallway. The darkness seemed to press in around Lorik on every side. He felt weak, lightheaded, and hot. His chest ached with every breath and his knees trembled as he walked slowly toward the door. The man stood still, glaring as Lorik backed out of the round room, keeping his eyes on the man. The tension was palpable. The man's anger seemed to pour out of him, and Lorik knew that the evil man would kill him if possible. Once Lorik was in the darkened hallway, he realized he'd made a mistake. He didn't have a torch or a light of any kind. Once he moved out of the light from the round room, he would be completely exposed and vulnerable. He was pondering how to get out of the mess he'd made, when he was hit from behind. 5 points of searing pain lanced through his lower back. He screamed and turned, lashing out with the dagger instinctively. Princess Amber dodged back, but the hallway wasn't wide enough for her to escape. She threw herself against the stone wall, turning away from Lorik's attack, but the tip of his dagger slashed across her cheek. She screamed and fell to the floor, holding her face as blood cascaded down her chin. The man rushed forward, grabbing the larish. Lorik stabbed the man with his dagger, the blade wedging between the man's ribs. The man grunted and twisted, causing Lorik to lose his grip on the dagger. Despite being stabbed, the man was incredibly strong. Lorik was forced to grab the larish with his now free hand to keep the man from wrenching the cup away from him. They struggled, both men heaving to tear the others away from the larish. The silvery liquid sloshed and churned, growing brighter in the process. Lorik pulled himself back down the hallway. The man struggled, his only aim was to free the larish. Release it! He shouted. Give me the larish or I will kill you. No! Lorik shouted. They struggled down the hallway. In the back of Lorik's mind was the realization they were getting nearer and nearer the stairwell and the dark pit beyond. If he didn't break free soon, he would risk falling over the stairs. He thought it might have been possible to release the larish and make a mad dash for safety, but that wouldn't solve anything. The man he was fighting was the source of the dark magic. Lorik could feel it swirling inside the man, like a winter gale just waiting to be unleashed. Lorik guessed that giving the man the larish with its stolen magic might just be the key to unlocking that fierce storm of sweeping darkness he'd seen on the altar in the round room. He couldn't do that, he couldn't give up and run away, the darkness would eventually find him. And if he didn't stop the man now, the crazed sorcerer would only grow stronger. Now was his best chance, but first he had to keep the man from using the magic he'd stolen. They were far enough from the room with the candles that the darkness overcame the light, but the glow from the larish cast a pale light on the grey stone walls. Lorik glanced over his shoulder and saw the doorframe. The darkness beyond it seemed like the open maw of some huge creature waiting to devour him. Lorik heaved himself backward, his shoulder crashed painfully into the doorframe. It is mine. The man shouted. Never! Lorik bellowed back. Lorik! Came Stone's familiar voice. Is that you? Stay back. He warned. Give it to me or I'll kill them, the man hissed at Lorik. Lorik wasn't sure how the man planned to kill his friends while he was in the heat of battle with Lorik, but he didn't want to take any chances. Hold on, we're coming, Stone shouted. No, he cried. Don't! Too late, the man hissed. There was a crack, almost like thunder, and then the sound of crumbling stone. Lorik knew, even though he couldn't see the stairwell in the darkness of the castle, that the man had somehow destroyed part of the stairs. If Stone or Vera came rushing down the steps, they would fall to their death. Then Lorik realized what he had to do. He couldn't protect the people he loved unless this man with the strange markings was dead. And there was only one sure way to kill the man and keep him from getting the magic in the larish. You lose, Lorik said through clenched teeth. Then he shouted to his friends. The stairs are out. Go back. Lorik! Screamed Iselin. Lorik had to ignore the deep desire to run to Iselin. He had to fight past the pain and overcome the weakness he felt. He pulled with all his might, backpedaling out of the hallway, pulling the marked man with him. They stumbled onto the stairs, and then the world seemed to tilt. Panic seized Lorik as he felt himself falling. Every muscle contracted and the larish was pulled from the marked man's fingers. The glowing liquid spilled onto Lorik's face and chest as they fell, both men screaming in the darkness. The next few seconds stretched out, time seeming to slow as Lorik perceived only a few odd sensations. Darkness seemed to flee from him. It was still pitch black as he fell through the pit, but the suffocating darkness that seemed more of a tangible mire than an absence of light receded. The air, flowing past Lorik as he fell, felt cool and refreshing. And, in the back of his mind, little more than an annoying whine, was the sound of the other man's screams. Lorik guessed that he was screaming too, but it was impossible to tell. What he didn't notice was the way the silvery liquid magic of the Dreyeri Drew seeped into his skin. It was a slow process, but some of the magic found its way home. The man with the markings on his body had lied. The Larish had drawn the magic from Lorik's body, but it wasn't lost forever. Most of the liquid magic fell in silvery drops that was slower than the frenzied plummet of Lorik and the other man. Lorik saw a flash of yellow light below him, then he crashed into the solid rock at the bottom of the pit. Bones shattered and organs ruptured. Pain beyond imagining overloaded Lorik's brain until it shut down all sensory perception except Lorik's sight. The other man hit the floor of the pit a second after Lorik, who was lying on his back, looking up at the bright drops of magic that seemed to float down toward him. The other man was dead, or so it seemed. The body was cracked open like the shell of a crab. Lorik couldn't see the man without turning his head, which he couldn't do even if he wanted to. His back was broken, and although he didn't know it, he had lost the ability to even breathe on his own power. All that Lorik knew was the floating stars above him were coming closer. The silvery magic fell on Lorik. Some of the drops hit the stone floor, where they sizzled briefly, like water drops in a hot skillet, before vanishing in a wisp of smoke. The drops of liquid magic that landed on Lorik soaked in and immediately began to heal and restore his body. Bones reformed and hardened. Muscles, blood vessels, and organs knit themselves back together and began functioning again. The pain eased slowly as the magic was absorbed drop by drop. Lorik only knew relief, his eyes fluttered shut and he fell into blissful oblivion. Chapter 33. Stone had led the way down the dark staircase. They were moving slowly, despite their fear for Lorik's life. Then, they began to hear sounds, but they were indistinct and impossible to make out. They kept moving down the stairs. Stone had his knife out in one hand, the other was on the wall. Vera was behind him, with one hand on Stone's shoulder, the other one on the wall. Iselin brought up the rear. Eventually Stone saw a faint light ahead. It was actually on the opposite side of the spiraling stone staircase from where he and the others were slowly descending. He called out to his friend. "Lorik? Is that you? Go back," came the shouted reply. Stone's heart leapt knowing that his friend was still alive. If Lorik was fighting, Stone had no doubt who would be victorious. "Hold on, we're coming," Stone shouted again, focusing on moving down the dark steps as quickly as he could. "No, don't," Lorik screamed. There was a note of panic in Lorik's voice. A strain of desperation that Stone had never heard before. It made him hesitate, fear clawing at Stone's resolve. "We have to help him," Vera urged. A massive crack sounded in the pit, echoing off the stone walls. Stone felt the step he was on shudder and the fear of falling paralyzed him. Then came the sound of stone crumbling and falling away. "Oh, God," Vera muttered. "Hold on to something," Stone told the others. The stairs trembled again. Then Lorik's voice rang out in the darkness again. "The stairs are out. Go back." "Look," Vera said, pinching Stone's shoulder. "There he is." The soft glow across the circular pit seemed to increase and Stone could make out two shadowy forms fighting through a dark opening in the wall. "Lorik!" Iselin screamed. The cry shook Stone into action. "We've got to go back," he said. "We're no help to him like this." "Are you sure?" Vera asked. Just then, before Stone could reply, they saw the two shadowy figures topple off the stairs and drop down into the darkness below. Stone leaned forward, feeling as if the darkness was pulling him forward as he tried to see what happened to his friend. "No!" screamed Iselin. "Move!" Stone said. "We're going back up." "Go! Go!" Vera told Iselin. Stone heard the other woman sobbing. His heart went out to her, but there was nothing he could do to comfort her. His own heart seemed to be convulsing in his chest, rather than beating, and his mind was astutely rejecting what he'd just seen. Lorik had fallen, he had taken the man he was fighting with him, but they had both fallen into the pit. Stone had no idea how far down the massive, underground cavern went, but the tiny dots of illumination that had been around Lorik had disappeared into the darkness below and there were no sounds of bodies landing. "Is he gone?" Vera asked, her voice trembling. "I don't know," Stone replied honestly. "He can't be," Vera said. Iselin was sobbing. They made their way back up the spiraling stone stairway much faster than they had gone down.
In the long hallway where they could see from the high, vine-covered windows, they huddled together. Tears were on each of their faces as they dealt with the realization that Lorik was most likely dead.
What do we do now? Vera asked. Stone was pondering the same question. He couldn't imagine just leaving, not knowing if his friend was truly alive or dead. But their problems were twofold.
They needed a source of light and they needed a way to get past the crumbled staircase if they were to have any chance of finding Lorik.
He's gone, said Iselin, between sobs. How do you know?
Vera said angrily. The pit was deep, too deep to survive.
You don't know that, Vera snapped. You don't know Lorik, he's special.
No one could survive that fall, Iselin said.
Well, we have to know for sure, Stone said. We have to find a way down. What's at the bottom?
I was held prisoner at the bottom, Iselin explained.
There's animals down there too. What kind of animals? Vera asked.
Pigs, sheep, chickens, Iselin explained. And there are rooms carved into the rock. I don't know how many, but a lot. We have to get down there, Stone said.
How? Vera asked.
The stairs are out. We need to find out how many stairs were ruined, Stone said.
We need light.
Then we need fire, Vera said.
We'll have to go back to our camp. Okay, Iselin said. What are we waiting for?
There are gargoyles outside, Stone said. They'll be waiting for us.
Maybe not, Vera said. If Lorik killed the man he was fighting, maybe the gargoyles have turned back into stone.
It's possible, Iselin said.
Lorik was fighting Jostin, the man who kidnapped me and Princess Amber.
He was the leader of the people here.
There's only one way to find out, Stone said.
Vera nodded and Stone swallowed the lump that had formed in his throat, then he led them back down the dim hallway. At the entrance to the large, dark room beyond he made a plan.
I'll go through the doorway alone.
There's really no need for us all to risk our lives. I'll go back to the camp and come back with torches.
I don't like you going alone, Vera said.
It's the best option we have, Stone said. There's no sense in risking both our lives.
But don't we have a better chance of success if we stay together?
What if you get hurt and need help? I don't want you risking your life, and the life of our baby for me. We won't have a life without you, she said, tears filling her eyes. I'm glad you feel that way, he said calmly. And you know I won't do anything stupid, but this is the best way. He's right, Iselin said. We can stay here, where it's safe, together. She put her arm around Vera's shoulders.
Both Iselin and Vera were crying. Stone kissed Vera, then walked into the darkness of the larger cavern.
He used the small bit of light from the long corridor to navigate. Keeping the light behind him, he moved into the darkness with hands stretched out in front of him. He still had his knife in his right hand, just in case he ran into something unpleasant in the darkness. The first thing he found was the cold, stone wall. It felt better just having something solid under his hand that he could identify in the darkness. He started shuffling along the wall and soon came to the massive vines that marked the exit. He moved into the vines, fighting his way forward as they seemed to tear at his clothes and skin. He felt cold, a fear of being lost forever in the darkness seemed to bombard his mind. He was on the verge of panic when he suddenly stepped outside into the bright midday sunlight. He glanced around, his eyes squinting in the sudden change of light. It reminded him of dreams when, with danger all around, he couldn't keep his eyes open. He blinked rapidly, trying his best to adjust quickly. There was no sign of the gargoyles around the entrance, at least until Stone looked up. The gargoyles still circled overhead like vultures, waiting for their next meal. He started running. Stone was a fast man, and he could sprint faster than most for short distances, but it was nearly half a mile out of the valley and back up the steep hill to where their supplies were stashed. Stone guessed that it was a huge mistake to have not thought of bringing supplies for making a fire. He had a small flint rod in his pack, along with some dry straw to help get fires started. He could have carried those supplies in a pouch on his belt and they wouldn't be in such a mess. He ran in an erratic pattern. He couldn't run in any one direction for very long, nor did he want to give away the destination he was trying to reach. The gargoyles had been shown to block his way if they knew where he was going, and he couldn't afford to give them that chance again. He ran quickly, but well short of a full sprint. He needed to save his greatest speed for the mad dash he would have to make up the hillside. He had to dodge from side to side, the gargoyles were falling faster, sometimes 2 or 3 at a time. Stone made it to the edge of the ruins before he had to stop and fight. 3 gargoyles dropped to the ground 10 paces in front of him, and when he turned to reverse directions, 2 more fell. He was almost surrounded. The green-skinned beasts were growling and moving faster now, as if the longer they were flesh and blood creatures, the quicker they became.
Stone dashed to the side, hoping to sprint past the lumbering beasts, but the nearest gargoyle launched itself right into the young warrior's path. Stone reacted instinctively. The gargoyle was standing up, looking like a crane with its fat body perched on the stick-like legs. Stone slid feet first, diving right between the gargoyle's legs. It tried to drop on top of him, which would have crushed Stone, but he brought his trusty knife up as he slid. The heavy blade sliced open a wide gash on the gargoyle's backside, and caused the green monster to hop upward to escape the pain. Green blood doused Stone, but he kept moving, jumping to his feet and continuing his flight toward the hill. He had to swipe the gargoyle's blood from his eyes and nose, some even got into his mouth, tasting grimy and salty. He spit as he ran, continuing to change directions. He jumped past another falling gargoyle and then ran in a circle on the wide valley between the ruins and the hillside. Stone's heart was pounding and he knew he couldn't keep up his current pace much longer, not to mention actually increasing his speed up the hillside. His legs were burning and sweat was pouring off of him, despite the cold winter air. He decided that he had to make his charge up the hill. Over half of the gargoyles were still on the ground, trying to cut off his escape. He ran through a small gap in the line of green monsters as they tried to surround him again. Then he ran as fast he could. The burst of speed threw off the gargoyle's strategy for a moment. Stone ran as fast as he could up the steep hill, a stitch searing his abdominal muscles on one side. He had to scramble over a patch of loose rocks and he was bent nearly double, using his hands to stay upright on the steep hill. One of the gargoyles tried to drop in front of Stone, but the creature bounced on the steep hillside. Stone covered his head as the creature flew over him and then rolled down the hill. Stone hurried forward again only to hear the sound of trees snapping like giant twigs as more of the creatures fell on the hilltop, smashing through the foliage and knocking down trees. Stone knew he couldn't move straight to their camp. He would need some time to find his pack and untie it from the tree. If he ran straight to it, the gargoyles would be all over him. He needed to lose them in the forest and then double back to the campsite. He angled his ascent, heading for a dense copse of evergreen trees. Another gargoyle dropped near the top of the hill, but it caused a minor avalanche and slid away from Stone. He raced over the edge of the hill and into the trees at full speed, only to find a steep ravine waiting for him. Stone fell, headfirst, crashing through the brush and rolling over saplings. When he finally came to a stop, he was in a wash, where rainwater flowing down the hills cut a narrow channel through the forest. The sides of the wash were taller than he was and the bottom was filled with freezing cold water. He got to his feet, ignoring the pain from his fall, and ran forward. He splashed through the water, which slowed his progress, but the trees on either side made it hard for the gargoyles to locate him. He kept running forward until one of the flying creatures passed overhead. He knew that once the creature circled back it would drop in the ravine and block his progress. He was just about to scramble up the side of the wash when he realized it was mostly mud and loose stones. He knew it would be a difficult climb. Then he saw a small cave. It was little more than an oblong hole in the muddy side of the wash. Tree roots hung down like deformed spider webs over the cave and Stone doubted that it was much more than a pocket in the muddy ground, but he decided if he could slip into it unseen, he could at least rest before the gargoyles found his hiding place. He dove into the cave, which was chest high above the water in the wash. He landed on muddy rocks and wiggled inside. The cave was big enough to hide in and he squirmed back away from the opening. He lay still for a moment, his side aching and his chest heaving from his run. He tried to listen for the gargoyles, but it took several minutes before he could stop panting and really listen. When he did, he was shocked at what he heard. Deeper in the cave he heard grunting. At first he thought it was an animal and feared he'd woken a hibernating bear. He knew that bears were notoriously nasty when woken from their winter slumber. But then Stone noticed that the grumbling sounded like words. It reminded Stone of an angry child. The voice was very deep, too deep to be human, but the speech was childish and the words were ill-formed, as if the speaker had a lisp or cleft palate. Stone waited as long as he dared before scrambling back out of the cave. He fell into the cold water at the bottom of the wash and rose dripping and shaking. Then, a gargoyle swooped down and landed heavily in the narrow confines of the wash. Stone began to slowly back up, but then to his surprise the creature from the cave rolled out and splashed into the wash. It was shorter than Stone, but 3 times as wide, with massive shoulders and short arms that were easily as big around as both of Stone's legs. It wore clothes that were patched together to cover its misshapen body. Only the feet were bare, and the wide feet had at least a dozen small, stubby toes. The head was huge, like a giant pumpkin, the hair wiry and matted with dirt. There was very little neck, and a thick fold of hardened skin hung from just below the hairline almost to the creature's shoulder blades. It had a belt that was made from sections of rope that were tied together with clumsy-looking knots and even had a scabbard hanging from one hip, but there was no sword. The gargoyle snarled and the creature uttered a word that sounded to Stone like nasty.
The two creatures charged each other, neither one as fast as Stone, but both gaining more speed than Stone would have thought possible. The short creature, which Stone guessed was a troll, landed the first blow, a powerful overhand punch that knocked the gargoyle onto its back. Then the troll produced a knife of chiseled stone, and began stabbing the gargoyle. Stone guessed that the creature had improvised the weapon after losing its sword, or perhaps it never had a sword, only the scabbard which it wore to look more human. Either way, it made quick use of the primitive-looking knife. Stone was paralyzed with shock, watching the two powerful creatures battle. The gargoyle tried to rise, but the troll knocked it back down. It tried rolling away, but the troll was relentless, stabbing over and over and over until the gargoyle reverted to solid rock. Then a splash behind Stone caused him to whirl around. Another gargoyle had dropped into the wash, only this time there was nothing between the green-skinned beast and Stone. Behind him was the troll, and blocking the wash was the stone body of the slain gargoyle. Stone had nowhere to run, no way to escape. He heard movement behind him, but Stone didn't have the luxury of looking back. The gargoyle was lumbering forward and Stone knew he would have to fight to survive. He bent his knees and got ready to attack. The gargoyle swung a massive, diagonal swipe at Stone, its bony claws extending to cut him to ribbons, but Stone was expecting just such an attack. He spun to the side, ran up the side of the wash and then launched himself at the gargoyle, who was rising back up to its full height after its first attack. Stone came at the creature near its shoulder and he swung his thick knife, hacking into the gargoyle's upper arm. The knife didn't sever the limb, but it cut deeply and the gargoyle sidestepped away, howling in pain. Stone didn't stop, he landed in the water and spun, reaching out with his knife and cutting a gash in the gargoyle's exposed leg. The creature staggered to its knees, the leathery wings flapping out in hopes of escaping, but Stone jumped again, this time grabbing one wing near the gargoyle's shoulder blade and sinking his knife deep in the creature's back. Then Stone brought his feet up on the gargoyle's back and launched himself away from the beast, somersaulting through the air and then landing with a splash in the water that stood in the bottom of the wash. To his surprise, the troll had charged forward and slammed its broad shoulder into the gargoyle's twisted body. The gargoyle came flying down the wash and Stone was forced to jump out of the way. He landed on the muddy side of the wash as the gargoyle flew past him and sent a wave of water up the wash as it crashed. The troll then looked at Stone, its mouth moving as it muttered, but Stone couldn't hear what it was saying. Stone was afraid the troll would attack, but instead it turned and climbed up the side of the wash, rolling onto the rocky turf above and disappearing into the forest. Stone stayed where he was, leaning against the muddy side of the wash, his knife gripped tightly in his hand. He watched as the gargoyle he'd attacked squirmed and then slowly turned back to Stone. There was movement through the forest, heavy bodies knocking over small trees and blundering around. Stone didn't know if he was hearing the gargoyles or the troll. He watched the sky, and after he'd caught his breath, decided he would climb out of the wash. The muddy banks were slick and scaling the wash was difficult and messy, but Stone managed it. He was covered with mud when he got to the top and he took a moment to survey his surroundings. The forest seemed still, there was no movement anywhere he could see. He searched the sky through the bare, black branches of the trees. He didn't see any gargoyles, so he decided to move slowly toward the campsite. It took several minutes of stealthy movement, but he finally reached the camp. A tree had been knocked across the clearing, but the tree where their supplies had been stashed was unaffected. He found his pack and untied it. He found his fire-starting supplies and then gathered a rope that was also in his pack. He realized he was hungry and stuffed a hunk of salted beef into his mouth. Then he packed more food, slung the rope and a canteen over his shoulder and moved to the edge of the woods. The gargoyles had returned to the castle ruins and were circling once more. He sighed as he realized he would have to make the mad dash back across the valley to the castle and find the entrance again before being injured or killed by the gargoyles. It was a daunting task. He considered briefly waiting for nightfall and trying to sneak his way back to the castle, but Loric's words came back to him, "There's a lot of dark magic in this place. I think it's best if we proceed with the maximum amount of daylight." He didn't know if the gargoyles could see in the dark or not, but he knew he couldn't. Finding the entrance to the castle in the dark would be difficult if not impossible. And he'd seen enough nightmarish things in those ruins in the daytime, he could only imagine what he might run into at night. He steadied his nerve and was just about to dash down the hill when he heard a bellowing cry from the far side of the ruins. He stood up, trying desperately to see. It was the troll, challenging the gargoyles. Like a flock of birds, they turned together and flew toward the other side of the valley. Stone recognized his chance and made a dash down the hill. He kept watching for the gargoyles to turn back toward him, but either they didn't know he had returned or perhaps they viewed the troll as the greater threat. Stone didn't know and didn't care. He just kept running until he reached the castle. Then he made a quick search and got lucky, finding the entrance rather quickly. He took a deep breath, then charged through the vines, into the darkness. Chapter 34. Lorik lay unconscious, unmoving except for his chest rising and falling slowly with each breath. The same could not be said for the man with the mysterious markings. The man's chest was cracked open like an overripe melon, blood pooled on the floor beneath him, and his eyes were open wide, staring blankly up into the darkness of the deep pit. Then his body shuddered, and a red, blood-covered hand reached up from the man's ruined chest cavity. The hand was small and delicate, a woman's hand in miniature. It gripped the jagged flesh and pulled. A head appeared. It was bald and stained red with blood. Wide, feminine eyes and a narrow nose graced the face, but no eyebrows. The mouth was drawn together in a pout, the small lips protruding, as glossy, red blood dripping down her chin. The creature hissed, and the sound stirred the animals, who were pinned up at the bottom of the pit, into a frenzy. The sheep began to run around in circles inside their pen, bleating loudly. The pigs squealed and pressed against the wooden sides of their small enclosure, hoping to get away from the creature that had inhabited the body of the man Lorik had fought. The animals were so loud, it roused Lorik. He opened his eyes and took in a deep breath. For one long moment, all the animal sounds were just a buzz in the back of his mind as he remembered the floating drops of glowing magic. Then he remembered where he was and what had happened. He turned his head toward the body of the man with the markings. The sight of the ruined body would have been enough to frighten anyone, but the blood-covered creature rising up out of the corpse was worse than a nightmare. He scrambled away, crawling at first, then getting quickly to his feet. Despite his battle with the man, or whatever he actually was, and their fall, Lorik was uninjured. He wasn't even sore or tired, but fear was tearing at his mind so that he felt cold and shaky. The creature rose up on long legs that unfolded neatly. Its body was thin, emaciated looking, and the skin was either transparent or so thin that Lorik could see the muscle fibers in its abdomen and across its narrow chest. It had the facial features of a woman, but the body of a man. It had no clothes on, although it was covered with blood and bits of gore from the human shell it had inhabited. Lorik reached up and drew his swords. His dagger was still in the side of the man with the markings, and Lorik guessed that it hadn't seemed to hurt the man because he was just a shell. His body had just been like a suit of armor that was now being discarded. The creature hissed again, reminding Lorik of the mud dragons in the marshlands. The creature's mouth opened to reveal a long, forked tongue that slid around dozens of sharp, pointed teeth. "What the hell are you?" he said. The creature just hissed. "Well, whatever you are, you need killing." Lorik rushed forward, swords raised high, but before he got close enough to strike out with his weapons, the creature raised a hand and Lorik was swatted with an invisible force. He went sprawling across the rough stone floor of the pit. He rose quickly, his blood pounding through his veins and his mind racing. The creature was magical, that much was obvious. He would have to find a new way to fight the hideous thing. The creature was on its feet now, stepping away from the corpse. It didn't bother to wipe away the blood from its face. The eyes seemed to glow and Lorik wondered what might hurt the creature. He knew this was the source of the evil he had felt for so long. It was the reason he felt the need to come north. That instinct he'd written off as infatuation for Iselin and then later as concern for her safety, but this inhuman creature was the real reason. He didn't know what it was or where it had come from, but he knew he had to kill it. He was near one of the many torches that were kept burning around the bottom of the pit. He locked his swords together and held them in his right hand, then snatched the torch up with his left hand. "How about fire?" he shouted at the creature, making himself heard above the sounds of the frightened animals. "Do you burn?" He moved toward the creature again, which moved methodically, giving the impression of slowness, but Lorik guessed the being, whatever it was, could move fast when it wanted to. Its long thin arms were barely bigger around than a human's bones, but longer and covered in a tough layer of wiry muscle. Lorik watched the creature's hands, leery of being swatted with its magic again. When he felt like he was close enough, he drew back the flaming torch, which sputtered, the flame flickering as it moved through the air. Then he threw it. The torch flew end over end, the flames seemed to stretch out behind it. The torch was on target and would have hit the creature in the chest, but once again it raised its hand, only this time the wooden torch exploded. The fire winked out, and tiny bits of wood flew back toward Lorik before falling harmlessly to the ground. Well, Lorik thought to himself, that didn't mean the creature was immune to fire. He needed to find a way to close the distance with the awful creature. The thing moved toward the pig pen, and Lorik circled, keeping his distance as he racked his brain for a plan. He needed a distraction, something to hold the creature's attention while he attacked. The pig squealed so loudly that Lorik had trouble concentrating, and then to his surprise, the creature stepped over the railing and into the pen. The lower level of the pit stank with the smell of animals. The pens themselves were wooden structures, waist-high, with hay scattered on the stone floor. The pigs had built up a thick layer of excrement, which they often rolled in. The creature didn't flinch as its bare, skeletal foot sank into the muddy offal.
Lorik watched as the creature moved toward the group of terrified pigs. Then it bent low, reaching out with a long-fingered hand and touched one of the pigs. They were small pigs, not the barnyard species found throughout the 5 kingdoms that often weighed between 400 and 500 pounds. These were smaller, not just piglets, but adult pigs of a different species. Still, they didn't like being cooped up with the skeletal creature. The pig that was touched began to shake uncontrollably, and its squeal turned into screams. The hair on the back of Lorik's neck stood up, and he felt a thrill of fear run down his spine. The pig shook and screamed, then it collapsed and the creature reached for another. Lorik had been watching the pig, but when he glanced back at the creature he was shocked to see that it looked bigger. The emaciated muscles were now plumping up. Lorik guessed that whatever the creature was, it was gaining strength by killing the animals. He knew that time was now against him. If he did nothing, the creature would regain all its strength, and Lorik remembered just how strong the man with the markings had been. He moved quickly toward the pig pen. The animals were scooting around the edge of the wooden corral, trying to get away from the creature, but from the center of the pen it could reach out and touch the pigs in almost any direction. The creature's eyes opened wide as Lorik approached. He lifted his formidable weapon and twisted the linked handles, separating the swords once more. Lorik raised one of the fearsome blades, then slashed it down. The creature was well out of range, but it flinched anyway, drawing back and raising one hand. Lorik knew what was coming, but his sword had done what he intended for it to do. The wooden pen was no match for his powerful weapon. The wood splintered where his sword slammed down, and the entire side of the pig pen collapsed. The animals bolted free, running past Lorik and down a long, dark corridor that led off the central room of the pit. The creature waved at Lorik and he instinctively raised his second sword in a defensive posture. The wave of magic hit him once again, but this time he felt a hot pulse from deep inside him, and although he was pushed back several steps, he was able to stay on his feet. He smiled. Then he rushed toward the sheep pen and smashed it down as well. Just like the pigs, the sheep bolted for freedom, anxious to escape from the blood-covered creature. "You cannot defeat me," it hissed. The room was much quieter with the animals gone. The voice was eerie, part whispering hiss, part agonizing moan. "I think I already have," Lorik said, pointing his sword at the corpse on the floor. "Your elvish enchantment is no match for the power of the Lord of Darkness." The creature's words confirmed what Lorik had already guessed. His own magic was what he needed to defeat the evil being, he only needed to figure out how to channel it. "You're going to die," Lorik said. "Of that I'm certain." "Arrogant mortal," the creature hissed. "I cannot die." "Everything dies," Lorik said. He started forward, each step a deliberate decision to face his fear and find a way to kill it. The creature's hands raised up, palm out. Lorik crossed his swords, leaning forward in anticipation of the attack he knew was coming. What he hadn't expected was the raw power of the dark magic. It was cold and terrifying, almost like standing in a ferocious winter gale. It pushed back against Lorik, but it also seemed to fill him with a supernatural dread. He felt weak and helpless, terror filled his mind and screamed at him to run, to hide, to escape in any way he could. Then, just as he was about to give in and flee, he felt a tiny spark of warmth. It was like the first delicious waves of heat from a newly kindled fire when a person is bitterly cold. The spark grew, it was full of light, and it gave Lorik courage. He looked up and saw the dismay in the evil creature's eyes. He didn't know where the warm glow was coming from or how to control it, he only knew he wanted more and that he wanted it to defeat the blood-covered creature that was trying to kill him. The magic began to flow out of Lorik, a hot wind of power billowed through him and he strained his muscles, concentrating on the feeling and his will to send it across the dark space between himself and the monster he was fighting. The creature roared in fury, the scream of rage sounded like the screech of the panthers that sometimes hunted in the marshlands. Lorik knew he was turning the tide, but when his own magic closed the distance it began to be disrupted. It was like sand in a storm, being blown away. Lorik had to push harder, to force his magic to move deeper and destroy the creature's darkness. A bright light erupted near the creature, and Lorik felt his magic moving closer, but he also felt the magic being consumed. That part that blew away was lost, and Lorik could tell that the magic inside him wasn't limitless. He had used a great part of it already and he instinctively knew that if he continued the fight, it would take all his magic. The special touch of the Drew would be lost to him. In his heart he mourned the loss. When the man with the markings on his body had used the Larish to steal the forest elves' magic, he had felt robbed and helpless. But now it was his decision. He had to give up the magic freely if he was going to succeed. For a moment he wavered, wondering if he could just flee. The creature was weakened and alone. It might be years, maybe even decades before it was strong enough to become a threat again. Lorik wanted to leave, to find Iselin and reclaim Ortis. He wanted to be forever by her side, to live in happiness away from war and strife. But he knew deep down that if he didn't stop the evil creature, whatever it cost him, that no one would live in peace. The creature would get stronger and stronger, eventually strong enough to consume not only Ortis, but the entire 5 kingdoms and beyond. He felt tears run down his cheeks as he redoubled his efforts. The magic rushed out of him in a powerful surge. The bright light moved toward the creature, who took a step backward. The bright magic of the Drew was held at bay, slowly being stripped of its potency. Lorik stepped forward. The force that had been buffering him was no longer strong enough to stop him. The creature took another step back. When Lorik moved forward, so did the bright sphere of light. He heaved against the invisible wall of magical resistance. The muscles in his legs, shoulders, and back burned with the effort. Then the creature took another step back, but this time the pig pen caused it to stumble. It reeled, backpedaling desperately in an effort to stay on its feet. Lorik felt the barrier that held him back slip away and he rushed forward, his boots splashing through the thick muck of the pig pen. Then the ball of light engulfed the creature and it toppled onto its back. There was a terrible howling noise. Black bolts of lightning raged out in every direction. The ball of light shrank down to a single point, growing so bright Lorik had to close his eyes, but he could still see the light. Then with a powerful sound like thunder, the light shattered the creature's dark magic and raced up the pit and out of the castle. Lorik was left standing in the center of the ruined pig pen. He was out of breath, and every muscle in his body ached. It was as if he'd just run for miles and miles, but the supernatural stamina he'd enjoyed since the Drew had healed him after his fall from the king tree was gone. He bent over, supporting his weight on his knees while he caught his breath. Then, to his surprise, he heard a gasping cry. He looked up and saw the blood-covered creature. It was still alive. It lay on its back, the long arms and legs curled unnaturally, and seemed shriveled. The creature fought for breath and Lorik knew he needed to act before the thing regained its strength. Each step was difficult, his massive legs felt heavy, as if the muck that clung to his boots from the pig pen was made of lead, not swine feces. He plodded forward, climbing slowly but deliberately over the far side of the pig pen which was still intact. The bloody creature was only a dozen paces away now. Lorik lumbered toward it, raising his sword in his weary hand as he went. The creature caught sight of him, and tried to scurry away, but its limbs were useless. It opened its mouth, the forked tongue fluttering as it hissed. Lorik slammed his sword down, driving the point straight through the left eye socket. The creature's body spasmed, then thrashed wildly. Lorik used his second sword to decapitate the creature, then he kicked the writhing body away. Unbelievably, the creature continued to hiss at him, its jaws snapping together over and over as if it would devour him if only it could get close enough. Lorik was tired, but he didn't feel like his quest was finished. The creature was somehow still alive. He needed to destroy it utterly. Looking around, he noticed the small cell, with the wooden gate. He walked over, leaving one sword lodged in the skull of the evil creature. He heaved against the gate, which had one side still chained shut. The wood splintered and then broke free. The wood would burn, Lorik knew that, but he needed some way to really get the fire burning. He was so tired he had to bend down and catch his breath again. That's when he saw the pile of straw that had been Queen Iselin's bed while she'd been a prisoner in the pit. He crawled into the cell and gathered as much of the hay as he could. Then he piled the dry straw on the floor and took hold of the broken gate. The gate was made of strips of wood, woven together. He hacked at it with his sword until he had a good pile of wood on top of the straw. Then he went over to the evil creature's body. The wiry muscles were flexing and quivering. He swung his sword and lopped off one of the creature's legs, then another, then one arm, then the other. Finally he cut the long, emaciated body into 4 pieces. Black blood and entrails oozed out onto the stone floor. He carried the remains, which still quivered and shook, back to the pile of hay and wood. Then, piling the body parts on top, he pulled a torch from its sconce and tossed it onto the hay. The dry straw erupted in flame, spreading rapidly and billowing smoke. The wood took a few minutes to catch fire, but when it did it burned hot. The body parts seemed to shrivel even more in the flames. The stench was terrible, but Lorik watched his adversary burn. Then he retrieved the head. The creature's good eye swiveled up to look at him, the jaws still snapping. He carried the head by holding the sword. He didn't want to touch the head with his hands or give those sharp teeth something to sink into. He went back to the body of the man with the markings. He bent over, his back aching, and pulled his dagger free of the corpse. Then he stood up, and spoke to the creature's head. "Let's see if you live through this," he said. Then he stabbed the dagger up through the chin of the decapitated head. The blade was longer than the creature's head, and the point punched through the top of its skull. The brass crosspiece forced the ghastly mouth shut. Lorik put the head on the ground and jerked his sword out of the eye socket. The ruined eye was full of black ooze. He picked the head up using the handle of the dagger and carried it back to the fire. The heat of the fire was enough that Lorik didn't want to get too close. The one good I watched him, the eyelid open wide, the dark pupil huge and full of hate. He tossed the head into the flames. There was a shrieking hiss and a puff of acrid, black smoke, then the flames engulfed the creature. Lorik moved back and leaned against the smooth, stone wall. He was extremely tired. He slid down the wall and sat with his knees up and watched the fire burn. The feeling of evil finally receded and Lorik knew he could rest. But first he had to find a way out of the castle ruins and find his friends. Chapter 35. Stone used his knife to cut several of the vines, then hurried back toward the long hallway where Vera and Queen Iselin waited for him. Even though he knew where the hallway should be, he still felt exposed and afraid as he made his way through the darkness. He began to doubt himself and the fear of being lost forever in the darkness almost made him turn back, but then he saw the ghostly light of the hallway. The afternoon was waning and the winter sunlight was weak as it began to set. There was just enough light left to make out the hallway. Stone came hurrying in, relieved to be able to see something after being in the overwhelming darkness of the other room. Vera was pacing nervously and Queen Iselin sat on the cold floor, her back to the wall. She was shivering from cold and Stone noticed for the first time that the temperature was dropping. He was just then cooling off from his race across the valley and his fight with the gargoyles. "I'm here," he said, his voice echoing strangely off the stone walls. It was obvious that castle ruins weren't used to sounds. His voice seemed unnatural in the tomb-like castle. "Thank goodness," Vera said, as she rushed to him. "We thought the worst," Iselin said as she struggled to her feet. Her legs were even shakier now, the muscles, having grown weak from lack of use, were now exhausted. "It was unbelievably close," Stone said. "But in the end, I had some help." "The king's soldiers?" Vera asked. "Actually, I think it was a troll." "A troll?" Queen Iselin asked. "I think so. It fought off the gargoyles and led them away so I could escape and get back here." "It's a good thing you made it when you did," Vera said. "We've almost lost the light." Stone opened his pack and gave Vera some food. She split the salted meat and stale bread with Iselin. They were both starving and ate quickly, while Stone used 2 leather thongs to tie the vines together. He took his knife and chopped down on the ends of the vines, splitting the end he intended to burn several times, so the woody vine would take the flame more easily. He had feared the vines would be flimsy, but they were stiff and made a decent torch. Stone ripped his sleeve off and tied it around the end of the vines, then used his small patch of kindling to get a tiny fire started. The sparks flew from the flint as he scraped his thick knife blade across it. Some of the sparks landed in the small patch of straw and Stone blew on it gently. The flames licked upward and Stone held the torch over it until the fabric took the flame. Iselin and Vera had moved in close, drawn to the small bit of light the fire gave them. There wasn't enough heat to truly warm themselves, but once the torch was lit Iselin held her hands over the remains of the tiny fire. It was the first true heat she'd felt since being locked in the dark pit. "Anything happen here while I was gone?" Stone asked. "Yes," Vera told him. "I don't know what happened or what it means, but a bright light shot up out of the bottom of the pit." "When?" Stone asked. "It was a while ago now." "Well, something must be alive down there. And light is good. Let's go see what we can find." "I don't think I can," Iselin said, her voice trembling and on the verge of tears. "It's okay," Vera said. "I can't go back down there," she said, hovering over the tiny, dying fire. "Stay here," Stone told her. "We shouldn't be gone too long. I only brought 1 torch though." She nodded. "I'm sorry." "It's okay," Vera said. "We understand." Stone nodded, then he and Vera ventured off down the long hallway. The torchlight seemed to fill the corridor for several feet in front of them with light. There were strange markings on the walls. Stone didn't know if they were runes of some ancient language or just archaic symbols. They were strange and made him feel a little frightened. He wanted to get Lorik and get out of the ruins as fast as possible. "This place is creepy," Vera said in a soft voice. "I know, all I want to do is get out of here." "Do you think it's possible that Lorik is still alive?" "Yes," Stone said, choking down the fear of finding his friend dead that suddenly rose up in his mind's eye like a ghostly premonition. They got to the stairs and the light of the torch was gobbled up by the overwhelming darkness. Stone pulled the coil of rope over his head and shoulder and handed it to Vera. "Let's see what we're dealing with." Stone held the torch low, inspecting every step. "Wait, why don't we tie the rope to each other, just in case the stairs give out under you," she said. "It's a good idea, but if I fall I would just pull you down with me," he explained. "Then I'll go first," Vera suggested. Stone wanted to object, but he knew it was the best plan.
Still, letting the woman he loved, who was pregnant with their first child, go ahead of them into a dark, horrifying pit, seemed like insanity. "I'll be careful," she said, already tying one end of the rope around her waist. "Okay," Stone said. He waited until she was finished, then handed her the torch. He tied the rope around his waist, then held the slack coiled in one hand. Vera moved past him. Stone pressed himself against the wall, and Vera rubbed her body against his, kissing him briefly as she passed. "I can't wait to get out of here," Stone said, grinning. "For lots of reasons," she said, smiling back at him. They were focused on each step, Vera holding the torch low. Stone stayed several steps behind Vera, bracing himself on each step just in case he had to catch her. They were moving slowly down the spiraling staircase and didn't notice the spark of light moving more swiftly up the stairs far below. When they finally reached the section of stairs that the evil man once named Jostin had destroyed, they stopped and took stock of the situation. It was the first time they had looked at anything beyond the next step. Vera held her torch high, trying to cast as much illumination around the huge, cavernous pit as she could. The crumbled section of stairs reached halfway around the circular room, and disappeared into darkness. "Damn," Stone said. "I had hoped that it wouldn't be so bad." "What do we do?" Vera asked. "We can't go across," Stone said. "How about pulling me up?" Came a familiar voice. They both looked over the stairs, their hearts racing, but they couldn't see anything. Lorik's torchlight shone into the darkness, but there was nothing to see but more empty space, and they couldn't see the stairs directly below them. "Lorik?" Vera said excitedly. "Is that really you?" Stone said. "Who else would it be?" Lorik asked. "How did you survive the fall?" Stone questioned. "It's a long story. I'll tell you all about it once we get out of this place." "Okay," Vera said, smiling. "Do you have a plan?" "I was going to try climbing the wall, but if we had a rope you could." "We have a rope," Vera cried, already untying it from around her waist. "Be careful," Stone urged. She untied the rope and dropped her end over the edge of the last stair. It dangled down and Stone fed out the slack. He had almost uncoiled the entire length of rope when he finally felt Lorik take hold of it below. "I've got it," he said. "Tie it to your waist and we'll pull you up," Vera said. "I don't think that's a good idea," he replied. "I'm heavier than the two of you combined." "Well, just find a way to get up here," Stone said. "I'm ready." Vera took hold of the rope and braced her feet the way Stone was bracing his. They leaned back, almost laying down as Lorik began climbing. The rope creaked as dust and bits of rock from the brittle steps rained down where the rope rubbed against the jagged edge. Lorik braced his feet against the wall as he climbed hand over hand up the rope. Vera strained as she held the rope, her hands burning, and a constant fear that she would lose her grip made her grind her teeth together. Stone leaned back against Lorik's weight on the rope. He pulled with all his strength, straining every muscle and working to make sure his feet didn't slip on the stone steps. Lorik's hand came up into the torchlight where Vera had propped it against a step. Then his forearm and elbow. The weight on the rope eased a bit and Lorik pulled himself up onto the steps, a torch between his teeth and his chest heaving as he panted for breath. "See," Stone said, gasping for air himself. "Piece of cake." They gathered themselves and hurried back up the stairs. With Lorik's torch their light was doubled and they were all anxious to get out of the castle ruins. When Queen Iselin saw Lorik, she almost fainted and collapsed in his arms. "We'll celebrate later," Stone said. "We may still have gargoyles to contend with." They hurried out to the larger room. The darkness receded from the torchlight and they could see the faded remains of huge murals painted on the nearest wall. The scene showed a man all in black, leading an army to war on a huge, black stallion. "Quaint," Stone said sarcastically. "It's Jostin," Islaine said, holding Lorik's torch high to study the features of the darkly clad man. "Who?" Vera asked. "The man I fought," Lorik said. "He had markings all over his body in some type of glowing paint." "He was the man who tricked me and kidnapped Princess Amber," Queen Iselin said. "He looked like a knight when I met him." "Looks like he's been around a while," Stone said. "He isn't anymore," Lorik said grimly. They hurried toward the entrance. The thicket of vines still covered the doorway, but they could still see that words were carved into the stone around the doorframe. "I'll go first," Stone said. Then Vera, Lorik, and finally Queen Iselin. "My lady, you must stay close to Lorik. We may not be able to stay together." "Then we meet by the old camp," Lorik said. "All right," Stone agreed. "Here goes nothing." He thrust himself into the thick tangle of vines, fully expecting the unnatural darkness and wave of panic to overwhelm him, but this time there was nothing but stiff, woody vines.
As he pushed through, the fading sunlight shone into the room. Stone looked up, blinking, but there were no gargoyles. He looked around the edge of the ruins, but the stone pedestals were empty too. Stone worried that it was a trick, but as Vera stepped out behind him he had no reason to run. Once they were all out of the castle ruins, they felt better. Stone led the way back across the valley. It wasn't until they had scaled the steep hill and looked back over the ruins that they saw a pile of stone gargoyles on the far side of the valley. "You think the troll killed them all?" Vera asked. "Troll?" Lorik added. "I have stories too, you know," Stone said. "We weren't just twiddling our thumbs while you fought to save the queen, but..." Lorik smiled and they both laughed. The sense of danger and fear seemed to drift away and they turned their backs on the castle ruins forever. ****. Princess Amber woke with a start. Her face was aching horribly. The blood had dried, making her skin itch, but the wound was still open. The gash started just past her ear, and got deeper as it dragged across her cheek and ended on her high cheekbone. She tried working her jaw but it was too painful. She knew eating was out of the question, but she needed to find water. She knew there was a well deep down in the pit, far below, so she started moving slowly that way. Her head hurt and her legs were shaky. There was blood on her hands and down her chest from her face. The last thing she remembered after being cut was seeing Lorik and Justin fall. He was a fool, she thought to herself. His offer to be his high priestess was an empty lie, and he'd used her as bait, willing to trade her for the power he had siphoned in the Larish. She moved slowly in the darkness. Before she had been afraid. In the castle she had feared so many things, but now fear was her ally and the darkness was like a comfortable cloak around her shoulders. She moved down the steps, further and further into the pit. She had expected the smell of animals, but the stench of burning flesh was much worse. It was so pungent as she continued down that her stomach revolted and she was threw up, tearing the scab that covered her gashed cheek. Fresh blood trickled down her face as she wiped her sleeve across her lips. Anger overcame her, a cold fury that begged for revenge. She cursed silently and kept descending. In the bottom of the pit, the torches had burned out, but there was a red glow from a large fire that had been kindled. She moved toward the glowing embers, drawn like a moth to a flame. She stared down at the charred bones and knew immediately that Justin was dead. Many of the bones were broken, and she guessed that her mentor's body had been hacked apart. Lorik's dagger, the same weapon that had slashed her face, was still impaled through Justin's skull. She picked it up, the leather and wood from the handle had burned away, and the metal seared the flesh on her hand, but she held on. Then with an inward smile, her face still a mask of pain and blood, didn't move, but in her heart she laughed as she viewed her mentor's fate. "Fool!" she thought as she discarded the charred skull. It hit the embers and broke into several pieces. He was dead, and from the looks of it Lorik killed him. She didn't know how the big man had done it, killing Justin had seemed impossible, but perhaps the elvish magic was stronger than she had known. She went in search of the water, but along the way found something even more valuable. The Larish lay against the wall like a discarded toy. She went to it and felt the power of its magic. There was even a tiny bit of the magic they had siphoned from Lorik still in the cup. Somehow she knew that if she touched it, if she let it absorb into her flesh, it would heal the gash and banish the darkness that had taken root in her heart. For a moment she was tempted, but then she slung the few remaining drops of glowing magic from the cup. They hit the ground and sizzled away. The castle was a source of great magic, dark and powerful. Amber held the Larish tightly to her chest. She wouldn't give up the hate she had for Lorik, or her father for that matter, or any of the bumbling fools who should have protected her. She would see them suffer. She would make them pay for their incompetence. She would rise up, filled with the dark magic of the castle, and make it a place of glory once more. She would learn to control the stone guardians, and create an army of her design. She would make the 5 kingdoms cower at her feet in fear to even mutter her name. She laughed in the darkness, the sounding echoing off the cold stone walls. She tasted her own blood and laughed some more. Epilogue. The journey south was uneventful. They left the small camp overlooking the ruins that same night, pausing only long enough for Stone to retrieve his sword and leave it as a gift in the cave of the troll. He had hoped that he might see the creature that had saved him, but the troll was nowhere in sight. Stone hoped the creature would find his gift and know where it came from. The horses they had left behind when they entered the dense forest north of Forksum were gone. They took their time traveling. Lorik was just as big as before, but his muscles seemed less defined and he was frequently out of breath. Iselin struggled at first as well, her body simply too abused to make the long journey easily. Stone and Vera didn't seem to mind going slow. In fact, Vera was starting to struggle with morning sickness, and the frequent rests helped her as much as they did Lorik or Iselin. In Forksum, they found Vernon waiting for them.
He readied the horses, which he had been caring for. Lorik found King Rickard in his castle, brooding over his lost daughter. The king was angry when he learned that Lorik hadn't saved Princess Amber. He accused Lorik of abandoning her, but his wife convinced him that they should send men north to search for the ruins. Commander Loris quietly confirmed Lorik's suspicion that Lord Yettelbor had marched on Ort City and set himself up as king of Ortis. King Rickard obviously didn't care, so Lorik and the others slipped away in the night. They made much better time on horseback and were wary of being pursued by King Rickard's men, but they never came. "I guess he doesn't care about you," Stone said teasingly. "He should be searching for his daughter," Vera said, rubbing her own swollen abdomen. "She is lost," Lorik said. "She was allied with Jostin. He did something to her," Iselin explained. "She wasn't always like that." Lorik rubbed his back where she had dug her claw-like nails into him, feeling the scars she had left there. He didn't care to remember the princess with such hatred in her eyes. "She'll have a hard time getting to the surface of that pit without help," Stone said. "We'll let the king worry about that," Lorik said. "Speaking of worries, what do you want to do about this Lord Yettelbor?" Iselin asked. "I don't know," Lorik said, which was the truth. Lorik cared for Ortis and didn't want to see King Over replaced with another self-serving tyrant. On the other hand, his taste for violence was gone. He felt tired all the time, and couldn't help wondering if he was getting too old. He felt sorry for Queen Iselin, and their romance had deepened into true love. If she had wanted a kingdom, Lorik would have fought for it, but she didn't seem to care. All any of them wanted was peace. They turned east at the border and rode past the shores of the northern sea. Snow occasionally fell, and they took shelter wherever they could. They had no money and were forced to sell a horse just to buy food. The desperation in the south did not reach the northern villages. The threat of a witch's army was nothing more than a bad rumor to the people who were resettling in the small townships along the coast. When Lorik finally saw the wilderlands, he was both relieved and saddened. The camp of refugees was gone. The people he'd saved had gone south with Lord Yettelbor, happy to have a king and soldiers to protect them, although Lorik guessed that King Rickard would require that his cousin return the Baskla royal army soon. Still, it appeared that things were returning to normal and Lorik wanted nothing more than to find solace in the towering trees. "I think my days of adventure are over," Lorik told Stone, as they rode a little way ahead of the others. "Where will you go? Back to Hassel Point?" Stone asked. "No," Lorik said. "I'll go back to the Dreyry Drew, if they'll have me." "Will you come?" Stone studied the saddle horn for a long time, then shook his head. "I want to make a home for Vera. A place we can call our own and raise our baby." "No one would fault you for that," Lorik said. "Do you know where you'll go?" "Not far," Stone said. "Vera will want to be close enough to visit you in your treehouse, I'm sure." "Tree Village," Lorik said happily. "You should see it, Liam," he used his friend's real name, which seemed to add gravity to his words. "It's beautiful. There will always be a place for you and Vera, and your children. I'm happy for you, my friend. I couldn't have done any of the things we accomplished without your help." "You think we'll be remembered?" Stone asked. "Perhaps. It would make a good story, wouldn't it?" It would indeed," Stone said, and they both laughed. "We hope you have enjoyed the Lorik trilogy, set in the world of the Five Kingdoms. For more adventures, be sure to read Wizard Rising and the entire Five Kingdoms series. Connect with Toby, find news, book updates, and join the mailing list at www.tobyneighbors.com. Follow Toby on Facebook. https://www.facebook.com/tobyneighborsauthor. Wizard Rising. Prologue. "I sense a blossom opening," said the wizard. He wasn't talking about a flower. "We have felt it," said another wizard. This man was younger, although still well along in years. "The power is rare," declared the first wizard, whose face was hidden beneath the dark hood of his robe. "Yes, much like your own." "We must begin our search," said the first wizard, who was obviously the master. "The child was probably only just born," said the younger wizard. "Yes, but it would be best to find this child before he discovers his power. We need to train him in his early years to ensure he will never betray us." "It could be a girl," said the second wizard. "Yes, and if so we must destroy her." The second wizard bowed his head. Wars had been fought over women, kingdoms brought to utter ruin. A woman with power could destroy the Tor, and so if this new source of magic was found in a girl, she would be killed. The first wizard noticed his companion's hesitation and said, "Do not forget your own loyalty, Brannock. The Tor must not be divided over senseless moral concerns." "Yes, master. In time we will rule the Five Kingdoms of Emporia and our power will be unstoppable."
You are right, of course, said Brannock. Now, begin your search. This new one must be found and dealt with, or we may have to wait another lifetime to secure our hold on Emporia. Brannock bowed and left the room. The elder wizard moved to the window and looked out over the city far below. He could see the king's palace and the garrison that represented the kingdom's power. Oslo was the largest and most influential of the 5 kingdoms. The wizard looking down from the Tor stronghold could have reached out and destroyed the garrison. He controlled such power and could have caused the roof to cave in or the walls to topple, but such a feat would turn the populace against him. He had spent years convincing the people that the wizards of the Tor served to protect the 5 kingdoms. In reality, he had merely consolidated his power and destroyed any wizard who would oppose him. And he knew that the people scurrying about their lives like ants in the dust below needed their illusions of power, so if he destroyed their army they would have no security and the other kingdoms would turn against him. He could defeat them, he was confident of that. His power, along with the power of the other 3 wizards of the Tor, could destroy the combined might of the 5 kingdoms, but he had no wish to rule over a land of anarchy. When he took his place as High King of Emporia, he wanted peace and stability. And now, when they were so close, the only thing that stood on the horizon between him and his destiny was the strange bloom of power. Wizards could sense the magic in other people. If the source was close enough, they could isolate the location of that power, feel it approach or move away. When the members of the Tor were together, their power combined and allowed them to sense magic at great distances. This new spark of magic was rare in its brightness. The wizards couldn't locate the bloom of power, but they could feel it, as if the clouds had parted, and although they couldn't see the sun, the light would shine through. At first that warmth and brightness was pleasant, even exciting, but the master wizard knew that before long, as with bright sunlight, that feeling would turn to discomfort and eventually to pain. The master knew that if this powerful person, whoever it was, continued to grow in strength, he or she could eventually challenge the power of the Tor. He would not let that happen. On the other hand, if this new bloom of magic, this flower in a field of grass, could be added to the Tor, then the master would have his executioner, a wizard loyal only to him with the power to keep the other wizards in line and perhaps even allow the Tor to extend their power. The master wizard turned from the window and sat down at the desk which occupied the center of the room. The walls were lined with thick books on everything from anatomy to astronomy. There were treasures from each of the 5 kingdoms and from across the oceans. Some of the books were so old that only the master's magic held them together. They represented his vast power, and as he looked at them, he saw his dream, his destiny, to line up the people of the 5 kingdoms around him like the books, all in their proper place, all serving him, the master of the Tor. Chapter 1. Zullen sat on the post that was to be the corner support for the new one that was being built in Trenoshire. He wasn't very good at carpentry, and being so high up in the air made him dizzy. The inn was to be a 2-story building, one of the biggest in town. Quinn, Zullen's father, rarely asked Zullen for help, but a 2-story building needed multiple hands, and so Zullen sat atop the post, waiting for his father's apprentice, Mansell, to hand up the connecting beam. "Here you go," said Mansell as he hefted a stout oak log that had been cut and shaped into a square beam. "I just hold it?" Zullen asked. "That's right, son," came his father's gruff voice, and Zullen thought he detected a note of frustration in it. Zullen had been his father's apprentice for 5 years, but he just wasn't skilled with his hands. Nor was he strong enough to lift the heavy beams, which would have made the job pass more quickly. Instead, he would steady the beam while Mansell lifted the far end up to his father. "It's going to be heavy, but whatever you do, don't drop it," his father instructed. "If it splits, it'll have to be milled again, and we can't afford to waste good timber." Zullen nodded. He hated the pressure of being put in such a position. He had stopped wondering why he had to work with his father. Every man in the village had to earn a living. Most sons learned their father's trade, and at 16 years old Zullen should have been able to work on his own, but as hard as he tried, Zullen just wasn't a good carpenter. Mansell was 2 years older than Zullen, and he had been Quinn's apprentice for 3 years. He was the youngest of a large family, and although his father was a master tanner, Mansell's 4 older brothers were already working in the tannery, and so his father had found another profession for him. "I've got it," Zullen said as he gripped the rough timber beam. "Brace yourself," his father said. Zullen wrapped his legs around the post he was sitting on and strained to hold the beam as Mansell lifted it. "Ugh," Zullen grunted, straining to hold the unruly beam. "Steady, Zullen," his father barked. Zullen felt a stab of resentment but ignored it. He was determined not to drop the beam. Mansell was helping to hold the beam steady and Quinn, with a rope around the beam, was pulling it up. Once the beam was high enough, Quinn stepped on a long iron spike he had hammered into the post he was sitting on opposite Zullen. He set the beam on the post and looked at his son. This was the moment Zullen had been dreading. He would have to stand on his own spike and place his end of the beam on the post. Then, once the log was in place, he would need to swing around and sit on the beam so that he could secure it by nailing it to the post with two of the long iron spikes. It was a difficult maneuver for Zalin, who preferred to keep both feet on the ground. But the beam's weight helped to steady him, and he managed to set the big oak timber on the post without much fuss. He then sat on the beam and threw his leg over, turning as he did so that he faced away from his father, who was already hammering at his own spike with steady blows that vibrated through the beam and up Zalin's rigid spine. Now that he was in place, all he needed to do was to nail in the spikes. He looked for his hammer and nail bag. It was hanging from the spike near his foot. He should have retrieved it before situating himself on the beam, but it was too late now. As he leaned down for it, he could see Mansell smirking up at him. And after a joint-stretching second, he knew why. The bag was too low to pull off the spike. He would have to turn back around and get on the spike again to get it. He was so angry he wanted to scream. It wasn't his fault he wasn't any good at carpentry. He assumed he was more like his mother than his father, although he had never known her. She had died while giving birth and Zalin didn't even know what she looked like. He reached one more time, straining with all his might. The strap was so close, but he couldn't get his finger under it. In his mind he could see his finger wiggling beneath the strap, but the bag was too heavy and only tore at his fingernail. Come on, he thought to himself as he willed the bag to move. And suddenly it did. The strap lifted about a finger's breadth off the spike. For an instant Zalin didn't move. He just sat there staring at the nail bag. Then, something heavy pulled at his mind, and the strap started to quiver. The movement propelled Zalin into action and he slipped his fingers under the strap as the bag's weight pulled his arm. And then, with a gentle sway, he felt himself starting to fall. His heart leapt in his chest as his left arm wrapped around the roughly hewn beam to steady himself. He lifted the bag and waited a moment to let his heart settle back into a normal rhythm. He still hadn't moved when his father shouted at him. "Zalin, get those spikes nailed down. We haven't got all day." "Yes, sir." Zalin called back over his shoulder. He was glad that his father couldn't see his face, and he deliberately avoided looking at Mansell. He wiped the sweat that had suddenly sprung out on his forehead and began nailing the spike through the wood. Yet even as his arm and shoulder moved, even as he felt the wood shake as if in pain from the spike smashing through its flesh, all he could think about was how he had moved the nail bag. It was magic, there was no doubt, and in that moment something connected within him, something strong that was at the core of his being, as if it had always been there and now suddenly it had come into alignment. And the magic began to flow out. The rest of the day progressed more easily, and they had just finished the heavy framing as the sun began to set. The inn was on the edge of town, just down the hard-packed street from a stable where several of the more wealthy citizens kept horses. Zalin's home, the house his father had built for his mother, was just outside of town. Quinn was giving Mansell instructions for the morning as Zalin started for home. He usually had a fire going by the time his father arrived. Quinn was on the town council and habitually stopped at several houses at the end of the day to visit with friends and people who wanted to talk. Zalin made his way up the small hill that their house was built on and checked the wood pile. It was getting low, and his father would want him to cut more wood soon. He gathered enough for a cooking fire and headed inside. The house had a low ceiling and was hot inside. There were big windows that were shuttered with thick pine planks set on leather hinges. Zalin pushed them open to let the rapidly cooling evening air in. The fireplace was getting thick with ash and Zalin knew his father would want him to clean that, too. He hated the little chores his father gave him, even though he knew they were necessary. He felt resentment rising up in his chest like a river overflowing its banks during flood season. Blast the stupid ash, he thought vehemently to himself. And suddenly, the ash burst into flame. The heat and light rose up so quickly before him that Zalin fell back onto the sturdy wooden table his father had built in the middle of the small kitchen. The flames flashed and crackled and then just as suddenly as they had appeared, they winked out. Zalin looked at the fireplace, but it was too dark to see anything, especially after his eyes had been dazzled by the light of the fire. He lit a candle and looked into the hearth. It was empty, and not even a trace of ash remained. Zalin was so surprised by what had happened that he took no notice of his heart racing and the stifling sense of fatigue that settled in on him like a heavy quilt around his shoulders. How did I do that? He thought to himself. There was no doubt that he had caused the flames to burn up the ash, just as he had somehow summoned the nail bag to rise up off the spike. He decided to try an experiment. He placed the candle on the counter and then placed an apple beside it. He reached his hand out toward the apple but nothing happened. He concentrated, visualizing the apple moving into his hand. Suddenly there was a rush of something hot inside his body like wind on a summer day, and the apple leapt into his hand. This time he felt the sag of spent energy, felt the heaviness of his arms and the rapid beating of his heart. He was suddenly very thirsty and sat on a stool to eat the apple. It was cool and sweet, and he sucked the juice from the meat as he chomped into the fruit. After a few minutes he began to feel better. He made supper and wondered if he should risk telling his father. Quinn was a good man. He was kind and a very hard worker. Zalin had never seen his father shirk a task, and he had scolded his son for such behavior often. Still, Zalin didn't feel that this was something his father would approve of. He decided to keep his newfound ability a secret. Chapter 2. The construction of the new inn kept Quinn and his apprentices busy all week, and it wasn't until week's end that Zalin really had a chance to be alone. He slipped off into the woods to a place with a large, mossy boulder where he had often played as a child and began to experiment. All week in the back of his mind he had wondered more about the fireplace and the ash that caught fire. Moving things was very helpful, but if he could conjure fire, could he conjure other things? It was early summer and the ground was clear of leaves, but there were plenty of dry twigs, and after arranging some for a small fire, Zalin pictured the twigs ablaze in his mind. Nothing happened, so he focused harder. "Blast the twigs," he said out loud, mimicking what he had said about the ash. The twigs flew apart, burning so bright and hot that they were nearly consumed before they touched the ground, where they crumbled into cinders. Zalin watched in surprise and sudden fatigue as the little bits of glowing red ash slowly faded. After a bit of rest, he gathered another pile of dry wood together. He imagined a small tongue of flame and thin wisp of smoke rising from the pile. "Burn!" He ordered the wood, and saw a yellow flame spring to life. The dry wood and straw caught immediately, and smoke began to rise. After a moment, the small pile of wood was a brightly glowing fire. Zalin smiled and sat back. He was tired, but creating the small, controlled fire was not nearly as exhausting as blasting the wood apart. He had packed fruit, dried meat, and bread into his satchel, enough for several meals. He had felt better after eating that first night, and so he took some of the bread and tore a piece off and stuffed it into his mouth. The bread was dry, and soon he was thirsty. He stood and walked down toward a stream that ran through the woods nearby. He cupped his hands together, scooped up some of the cold, clear water. Then a thought occurred to him. He pictured a small wooden cup in his hand and said, "Cup." Nothing happened. He tried several more times in different ways, and although he could not conjure a cup from thin air, he could feel a swirl of heat inside his chest as he tried. After a while he decided to move objects again, and spent the rest of the afternoon making leaves dance in the air before him. He could not sustain the magic long, only for a few minutes at a time before exhaustion overcame him. It reminded him of hammering. At first driving iron into wood with a hammer seemed like fun, but soon the swinging of the heavy tool and the jarring impact over and over became exhausting. Over the next several weeks, he learned to move small objects and control fire proficiently. He practiced as often as he could be alone, and although he was still skinny and not as strong as Mansell, he felt the magic growing within him. Each day the small tricks he performed took less and less toll on him physically. It was midsummer when he discovered the willow tree in a clearing near the little stream where he had rested that first day. He had been walking through the woods and decided to follow the stream in hopes of finding a fish to see if he could lift it from the water. But as he grew closer to the tree, he sensed something, like the way a large bonfire will glow into the night sky to be seen from far away. Zalin moved forward, curious as to what could make him feel this way. The willow was large, and its branches full of leaves were hanging down, concealing the trunk of the tree. Zalin realized that anything could be hiding under the hanging limbs. Still, he didn't feel a sense of dread or reservation, so he reached out to pull back the slender boughs. As soon as his hand touched the first leaf he felt a thrill. He jerked his hand back, surprised, but realized the feeling that had shot through his arm had connected with the swirling sense of magic inside him. He touched the leaf again and felt the tingle as the magics once again connected. This tree, Zalin thought, like me, is full of magic. He pulled the tree limbs to one side and went under the canopy toward the trunk of the tree. He placed his hands on the tree and felt a hum of power that made him giddy. There were rocks on the bare ground inside the canopy of the willow tree. Zalin hadn't been able to lift rocks very well with his magic. The heavier the object, the harder it was to move. At first he hadn't been able to lift rocks at all. Then, as his power grew, he could move them slightly. He had continued to practice lifting them and could now lift a rock the size of his fist and move the stone with some speed, but not for long, and the effort exhausted him quickly. He looked at one of the stones that lay at his feet now. It was the size of a small melon. He projected a mental image of the stone rising into the air and said, "Rise." The stone shot up, as did several others, some even half buried, and broke free from the soil to hover in the air. Zalin was amazed and laughed with delight. Soon he had the stones dancing and swirling around him. He could feel the power in his chest swirling, too, and he wasn't tired. The magic flowed into him from the tree, giving him strength. He moved the stones for a long time and finally arranged them neatly on the ground in a ring around the trunk of the willow. He sat down on one of the stones to eat but found he wasn't really tired or hungry. For the next several weeks, he visited the willow often. His power grew steadily, and he discovered that, after a storm had shaken several limbs from the tree, magic still resonated in the down boughs. He stripped these thin limbs of leaves and twigs and wove them into a belt that he wrapped around his waist under his shirt. He reveled in the power that the limbs imbued in him. He could now sense traces of magic in all kinds of things. In plants there was often magic that felt strong but small at the same time. It was different than the raw power he felt within himself, it was concentrated and not as broad. There was power in certain minerals and stones, he realized. He learned that most people had no magic, but a few had some faint traces that seemed like echoes. Zalin was so fascinated by his new studies that he had completely forgotten about the harvest festival that was fast approaching. His best friend Todrek reminded him one afternoon as he complained that Zalin never spent time in town anymore. "You're becoming a hermit, out in the woods all the time," his friend teased. Zalin took the ribbing with good humor, but he also felt the resentment in his friend's words. They had been friends a long time even though Todrek was 3 years older than Zalin. They had been in essential school together, where they learned to read and write. Neither was athletic, unlike most of the other boys who spent their free time wrestling and competing in mock battles. Todrek was almost the opposite of Zalin. He was short and thick with muscle and fat that blended together. His father was a butcher, so his family never went without meat. Todrek was strong, too. He spent most of his time pulling the thick hides from the animals they butchered and moving the heavy carcasses for his father, whose back was bad. His hands, too, were strong, and his forearms powerful, but he carried his strength lightly, and having killed more docile animals than he cared to remember, he had no desire to play at war. And so Zalin, thin as a whip, and Todrek, thick as a boar, were close friends. They often spent their free time debating the qualities of food or games, although most recently their talk had seemed to center around girls. Todrek was beginning to catch the eye of several young ladies. His size was impressive, as was the quality of life a village butcher could provide. Zalin, on the other hand, was almost invisible, not only to the young ladies of Trinashire, but to the adults as well. His father was well known and liked, so Zalin was known simply as Quinn's son. If he carried no message from his father, he was ignored. "I've got something to show you," Zalin told his friend. "Can you get away for a while?" "Get away where? Out into the lonely woods?" Todrek asked. "Why can't you just show me whatever it is here?" "I just can't, okay?" "It's really hot," Todrek complained. "Do we have to go far?" "No, now come on." Zalin dragged his friend into the forest, and when he was confident that they were far enough away from town, he stopped. "What is it?" Todrek asked. "Have you met a forest imp who's beguiled you and wants to make you into a tree?" "No," Zalin said with a smile, and then he took a leaf from the forest floor and held it in his palm. Todrek was just about to complain again when the leaf rose from his friend's hand. "Blast," Zalin said softly, and the leaf burned away in a flash. The ash fell back into Zalin's hand and blew away on the breeze. "How? I mean, what did you just do?" Todrek stammered. "Magic," Zalin said. He was amused by his friend, who looked bewildered. "You mean like a trick," Todrek said. He looked relieved, as if he had just realized that Zalin was playing a game or showing him an illusion. "No, I mean like real magic. I can feel it, inside me, in those plants," he said, pointing at some small weeds growing near the roots of a tree. "I've been learning to use it all summer. I even found a willow tree that's full of magical power. I've got some of the branches and they increase my abilities." "Increase your abilities?" Todrek asked incredulously. "What are you saying, that you're some kind of sorcerer or something?" "No, of course not," Zalin said, aghast. "Are you crazy?" Todrek's voice was rising, his eyes wide in his round face. "Zalin, sorcerers are evil. You really want to be some crazy old man in a tower casting spells and summoning demons?" "Of course not," Zalin said, a little shocked by his friend's reaction. "Well, that's where you're headed." "It is not. That power that you're talking about, it's going to twist you into someone I don't know, someone I don't want to know. Perhaps it already has." "Don't be crazy," Zalin pleaded. He was shocked by his friend's reaction, and while he didn't mind being alone, he had thought that of all the people who would understand, Todrek would. "I'm not being crazy, you are. You're spending all your time out here by yourself experimenting with who knows what. How many rabbits and birds have you sacrificed to your demigod for more power?" "Todrek, you know me better than that. I'm not sacrificing animals." "Then where did this power come from?" Todrek challenged. "I don't know." "Oh, it just sort of happened? You've just sort of learned to make things levitate and burn up on command?" No, it wasn't like that. See, I was helping my dad. Todrek cut him off. Does Quinn know about this?
No, Zullen said, raising his voice for the first time.
Why not? Don't you want your daddy to be proud of you? Zullen wanted to double over.
Todrek's words had been like a punch in his stomach. His big friend had been the only person Zullen had ever confided in. He had told the butcher's son how he hated carpentry and how much he feared his father's rejection. He had even cried once in front of him, shortly after Quinn had taken on Mansell as an apprentice. Zullen had felt betrayed, replaced, especially when he saw the camaraderie that his father had with his new student.
I thought you were my friend, Zullen said. Yeah, well, I thought you were a person, not a freak. I've got a life now, Zullen. Dad's giving me more responsibility in the shop. We've even talked about negotiating for Brianna's hand in marriage. If this is who you are, I can't be your friend.
Zullen was so shocked by all the revelations he had just heard that he stood mute while Todrek walked away. Part of him wanted to lift his friend into the air and spin him around or shake some sense into him. He felt the magic surging within him, and there was no question that he could do it, but it felt wrong. He didn't want to be the kind of person who used his power to hurt others. It was also hard to believe that his friend was considering marriage to Brianna. She was by far the most beautiful girl in the village, but she knew it, and Zullen couldn't imagine that she would make a good wife. He had never known his mother, and his father had lost all interest in women after she died giving birth to Zullen.
He couldn't really imagine having a girl in the house with them.
His best friend, his only friend, really, was walking away, and it felt to Zullen like the world was coming to an end.
He went home after that.
He took off his willow belt and tried to push out all of the magic that swirled within him. He couldn't, of course, but it felt good to try.
He would have given it all up at that moment if he could have.
All the wonder and excitement was gone, replaced by a nagging feeling that Todrek was right.
Was the magic changing him? Would he end up an evil, twisted shell of a man, always grasping for more and more power? He had never considered that possibility before.
In fact, he had never given magic much thought. His father was not a speculative man, not about philosophy or religion, and certainly not about such mysterious topics as magic. He fixed his mind on the solid things he could touch or build with, and there was never room in his mind for anything that wasn't rational. And yet Zullen knew magic, not much about it, but he had experienced it, channeled it, used it even to help him with the more practical things his father had him doing. He hadn't used flint and steel to start a fire in over a month. He could conjure a flame by merely thinking about it with the willow belt on. And it had seemed like he was finally coming to know himself. Going to school and trying to make friends with the other kids from the village and even apprenticing with his father felt somehow like he was only imitating someone else's life, not living his own. Magic was who he was, not something he did. And, he thought to himself, if I am good, then the magic in me must be good. Even so, he didn't want to leave the village, and if other people felt the way Todrek did about magic, if they jumped to the conclusion that all magic was evil, he would have to be careful. An icy chill of fear ran up his spine as he wondered if his friend would tell people what he had seen. What if Todrek turned the town against him? Click here to purchase your copy at Amazon.com.